The apocalypse struck suddenly and a plague erupted, sweeping across the world. In just 3 short days, the beautiful world that once existed was transformed into a living hell. The system appeared with an announcement. This is a new version you have never played before. A version where, by defeating zombies, you can gain stats. Our protagonist was crouched down, running through the sea of zombies lying sprawled on the ground, collecting stats. Strength +3, strength +3, speed plus 0.5. It turned out that the rules of the system started with a beam of light and attributes were collected as you picked them up. Ding! Sunblessed Bronze was obtained and the system screen displayed Yang Hao, ordinary person, strength 82, speed 15.7, spirit 14.2, weapon, tattered hull item, stimulant pill. A slender hand reached out to tap the screen. Receive red envelope +1, Sunblessed Bronze +1. Before encountering this system, our protagonist had been bullied by a group of people, face down on the ground, holding his head. The leader of the group, hands in his pockets, spat on him. The protagonist, filled with resentment, said, "I have nothing left to eat, please spare me and go find somewhere else." A man in a white shirt with a malicious expression as if he had discovered something amusing, knelt down in front of the protagonist and picked up a photo near him. "He wants to chase us away. Why, brother, look, isn't this our Kai Jing?" He stared at the picture of the girl named Kai Jing, his lustful desires rising. Kai Jing was truly beautiful. It had been days since he had relieved himself, and now his passion surged once more. The male lead's face darkened as he crawled on the ground, shouting, "You bastard, give it back to me." The man in the shirt immediately delivered a kick to his face. A Y, who was standing beside him, unbuckled his belt and mocked, "A fat pig like you thinks you deserve to dream about a goddess? Don't you even take a look at yourself. Let me get you a mirror to see." The fat man's face turned pale, his pupils dilating in shock as he realized that the man in black was urinating on his goddess's picture. He rushed forward, yelling, "You bastards, I'll fight you." Bam! A Y kicked the fat man's face and he collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back. A Y, fuming with anger, his face contorted with veins popping, started spitting venom. "Damn it, get out of here, just die. Even your breath is a waste of oxygen." With that, the group of bullies dragged the fat man, who was moaning in pain, out of the room, slamming the door behind them. Lying in agony on the floor, the fat man thought to himself, "You bastards, sooner or later, you'll all end up in hell." Inside the room, it didn't matter if he died, who cared about his life or death at a time like this. Damn them, ha! The male lead's eyes burned with hatred as he heard the bullies mocking him inside the room, yet he was powerless to do anything. He recalled that if the pandemic hadn't broken out, he might still be an ordinary university dormitory manager. "Hey, you getting fatso? Go check the electrical wiring right now." A beautiful girl with short hair, dressed in a white shirt, stood in front of the chubby man. She bent forward slightly, arms crossed, and said, "300 off your salary. If it's not fixed in 5 minutes, I'll deduct more." Fang King, the dormitory supervisor, often came to mess with him, like forcing him to fix the electricity. Before he even had time to react, she would threaten to dock his pay, making him scramble to grab the lamp and rush out of the room. While the students cheered joyfully at the return of electricity. Finally, we got power. Guys, get online and start flirting. He, on the other hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead in gloom, only daring to complain silently in his mind. "Oh, Newton, I'm really suffering here. The moment I see calculus, Fang King shows up." Even so, there was still a goddess, Kai Jing, the girl the male lead secretly loved, who occasionally showed him some kindness. The male leave her a knock on the door and opened it to find a stunningly beautiful girl standing outside. "Mr. Yang, eating bread isn't good for your health. We need a bit too much food at home, so I came by to inspect the door and figure I'd bring you some while I was at it. Not sure if it suits your taste." Yang Hao smiled sheepishly, his eyes narrowing, warned by her gesture, but still stammered, "Thank you, Miss Kai Jing." But now, everything is gone. The sound of a nearby zombie's groan pulled him back to reality. The protagonist's body trembled all over. "Don't let the zombies notice." "Damn it, my legs have gone limp. I can't move." The zombie turned its head sharply, glaring at him with piercing eyes, its grotesque teeth bared. It charged at him like a missile. Yang Hao was still rooted to the spot. "Move, damn it, move quickly." His body didn't respond at all, and he just stood there, watching as the zombie drew closer and closer. "Is this really how I'm going to die here?" He looked around and his gaze landed on the broom in the corner. His eyes lit up and he quickly grabbed it, desperate. He lifted the broom with all his strength, mustering all his courage to jab the broom's handle into the zombie's head. He turned away, too afraid to look, but sure enough, he still didn't want to die. The zombie screamed in pain, and from the wound on his forehead, 2 glowing gems flew out, 1 blue and 1 red. Yang Hao stared dumbfounded at the glowing gems. Then a beam of blue light appeared. Congratulations, the system has granted the owner attributes. The owner's stats are now unlocked. Strength +1, speed +2, mentality +0.3. A massive screen appeared right in front of his face, and he collapsed onto the ground, eyes wide with shock. Yang Hao is an ordinary person with strength 30 +1, an ordinary person's strength of 50, speed 2 +2, an ordinary person's speed of 7, and spirit 6 +0.3, an ordinary person's spirit being 5. This is the system. Yang Hao was overjoyed. Ha ha! It seems that even the heavens couldn't destroy me. Before he could rejoice for long, a scream pierced the air as another zombie charged toward him from behind. He hurriedly ran away. Stop, stop, don't come any closer. At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly realized that he was already running. His legs suddenly felt strong. These glowing spots, could they be the reason? I'm getting stronger, just as I thought. These glowing spots. The glowing orbs on the corpses were attribute points so useful. It seemed he could absorb them to strengthen himself. Yang Hao stopped abruptly, his eyes turned toward the rear, his face drenched in sweat. Roar, roar! A group of fierce zombies was running toward Yang Hao. How did it suddenly turn into a life-or-death train ride? I need to find a place to hide quickly. Yang Hao opened the door to a room and turned his head back. How did I attract so many zombies? Luckily, they're not very smart. Entering, Yang Hao quickly shoved a cupboard to block the door, taking cover in this snack shop. He hoped to trick them. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a terrifying sound rang out. Yang Hao jumped, looking toward the source of the sound. Who's there? A female zombie covered in blood was lying on the ground, screaming. Fortunately, her lower body was pinned down. She was the owner of this snack shop. Yang Hao trembled as he grabbed a chair in his hand. With a swift motion, he decisively ended the zombie owner's life. I'm sorry, boss. The three bastards made me realize that during an apocalypse, one must not be weak-hearted, or the consequences will be unpredictable. From the zombie boss's body, a red envelope appeared. Yang Hao approached, knelt on one knee, and reached for the red envelope. So these attribute dots must be what zombies drop after being killed, huh? And now, even a red envelope has fallen. The boss is so rich. He touched the envelope, and the system displayed the obtained attributes and items. Strength +6, speed +1, red envelope +1. The system continued to notify received a stimulant pill, which stimulates the body to the extreme and doubles strength in an instant. Yang Hao stared at the pill in his hand. Not bad, this stimulant might just be the lifesaver at a crucial moment. Bang, bang, the zombies kept pounding on the door. First, the three bastards took his photos, then they were kicked out of the office, and now they were trapped in this snack shop. The protagonist held his head and yelled, "Calm down, if there's a hack, we should focus on surviving. The most important thing is to collect water. You can survive 3 days without food, but without water, you'll only last 3 days. The preferred food is canned goods and some types of biscuits with long shelf life, which are both convenient to carry and practical. As for weapons, the only thing found was this hoe, and it had to be repurposed using its handle to make it more usable. 3 zombies damaged the wall and stuck their heads into the room where Yang Hao was hiding, startling the main character, who quickly turned his head. He gripped the weapon tightly and said, "If we're ready, then we can't just sit here and wait to die." As he spoke, he swung the repaired hammer at the zombie. The hammer struck the zombie's head and shattered. He cursed in frustration. Damn it, this hoe is too blunt. It can barely pierce through. Strength +1. The system sound made Yang Hao extremely surprised. It meant that even without killing the zombie, just hitting it would cause attributes to drop. To quickly accumulate attributes, Yang Hao switched to a method of smashing zombies' heads. He exerted all of his strength and struck continuously at the zombies. Once, twice, 3 times, the attributes kept rising. Strength +1, +2, +3, +4, strength +5. It kept going again and again, 5 times, 10 times, and more. Speed +3. Soon it reached 199, then 250. Mental attributes also kept rising, and in the blink of an eye, his mental attribute increased by +2. Phew! Yang Hao, exhausted, no longer bothered to mess around with the smashed up zombie heads. He slipped his left hand into his pocket, leisurely staring at his palm. A smug smile spread across his face. So that's how it is. Although killing zombies also dropped attribute orbs, points and attribute boosts from critical strikes were nearly the same. The protagonist checked the system. Asterisk, asterisk, Yang Hao, asterisk, asterisk. Ordinary human. Strength, 82. Speed, 15.7. Spirit, 14.2. Weapon, tattered pickaxe. Item, stimulant pill. He lightly touched the system screen with his slender hand. A notification appeared. Opening red packet, unlocking Sun-Blessed Bronze, learned counter saber technique. Red packet received 7-star inlaid saber, Sun-Blessed Bronze. 7-star inlaid saber weighs 3 Jin reinforced edge. Attack power plus 50%, strength plus 5, speed minus 2. Received saber. Yang Hao quickly tested it. He sliced a stone table in half right before him. Flames erupted around him. The protagonist stood amidst the fire, gripping the saber, eyes filled with a resolve for vengeance. I have the system now. I can't stay here waiting to die. It's time to move on. You 3 bastards, just you wait. I'm coming for you. The protagonist dashed out, engaging the swarm of zombies. You dared bully me, humiliate my goddess. Die. Fierce flames burst forth from the saber, incinerating the zombies in front of him. On the other side, the group of enemies who had a deep hatred for the protagonist was fighting zombies. Die. One of them laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I just chopped up that dog, always showing off his English all day. He deserved to die. It feels so good. Li Wai continued. What's that compared to what I did? I just stripped the tea princess clean. I love this apocalypse so much. That bastard Yang Hao must be a zombie by now. But it doesn't matter if he turns, one strike and he's done for when he falls into our hands. On the protagonist's side, he was also tirelessly killing the zombies. After dealing with them, the zombies were about to leave when Yang Hao saw 3 familiar figures running toward him. They were the thugs who had bullied him. He quickly hid behind a wall, setting up an ambush. These 3 bastards are delivering themselves to me. No need to waste time looking for them. He waited and waited, but the 3 thugs hadn't arrived yet, so he peeked his head up to look. Damn it, all the zombies near them have been drawn over here. I'll spare them for now. These 3 bastards shouldn't die that easily. Breaking his train of thought, Yang Hao immediately turned tail and bolted, looking for a place to hide. While running suddenly, a system notification popped up with a red envelope. The protagonist tapped on it and learned the skill of being a driver, becoming proficient in all kinds of vehicle operation and basic repair skills. This skill would be useful, especially when he needed to escape in the future. After running for a long time, Yang Hao reached the dormitory door. Just as a female teacher was about to enter, a familiar voice suddenly called out, causing him to freeze in place and look up in the direction of the voice. Yang Hao, why are you here? The speaker was Feng King, the protagonist's superior and the dormitory manager. She frowned, her tone full of mockery. Hurry up and get lost. You attracted the zombies here. Yang Hao stared at Feng King. This woman sure knows how to survive. Can't you see I'm not moving? Feng King snapped angrily. Aren't you close with that fox Tai Jing? Go find her. She's at the dining hall. Upon hearing the name of the goddess, the protagonist's eyes immediately brightened. Kai Jing, she's at the dining hall. Feng King leaned her hand against the window, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Humph, a coward like you must have been scared stiff by the zombies, right? I tell you to leave, and you don't listen. While Yang Hao wasn't paying attention, the zombies quickly rushed toward him. Hearing the roar, Yang Hao immediately turned around, his brows furrowed. This is bad. The zombies were lured here by Feng King's scream. Yang Hao drew his sword and took a combat stance, ready to fight. The zombies, unaware of the danger, foolishly charged toward the protagonist. With just a swing of his sword, the zombies were sliced in half. After dealing with the zombies, his body was filled with an aura of killing intent. Feng King, you better shut up. Do you want me to bring these zombies to you? Witnessing Yang Hao's fight from the beginning until now, Feng King stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape. When did his coward get so strong? The zombies, drawn by the scent of blood and the loud noises, came swarming in droves. Yang Hao panicked. Damn it, Feng King had lured too many zombies over. Even if he tried to enter that building now, he'd get cornered and killed by the horde. Seeing the 3 bastards and the swarm of zombies closing in, the protagonist reacted swiftly. He leaped into the car, scanning everything inside. Perfect. The keys were still there. He slammed on the accelerator, the tires screeching against the ground with fierce friction. Vroom! Yang Hao shot forward like a rocket, but didn't forget to shout a message to the green-haired girl upstairs. Feng King, I'm leaving the zombies at the broken door for you. Entertain them well, will you? She clenched her teeth in fury, spitting out each word. Yang Hao, you bastard! The protagonist sped down the road, crashing through any zombies in his way without hesitation. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, foot pressing hard on the gas, relentlessly challenging the undead. Come on, bring it on, the more the better. At the front of the car, where it struck the zombies head-on, bursts of gore exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. One after another, brainless zombies foolishly hurled themselves at the front of his vehicle. There were so many blocking the road that the protagonist's vision was impaired and he didn't see the wall ahead. With a loud crash, he slammed into the wall, causing a huge explosion. The car caught fire, and he quickly abandoned it, running towards the principal's office building nearby. The violent impact had left him struggling to move, each step sending pain deep into his bones. He instinctively groaned, "Ah, it hurts so much." Yang Hao ran for a while before turning his head to look back. He saw the zombies charging toward the burning car. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, just as planned, the zombies were all drawn to the sound of the explosion. He entered the nearby building, taking the opportunity to check the system. Not only had he collected several attribute orbs earlier, but he had also received a red envelope with 2 sun-blessed bronze. Now it was time to open his rewards. He had learned the trinity of the great axe, gripped the axe tightly, focused his strength, and struck the enemy. He received a half-pound Titan dagger with +3 strength, +1 speed, and double combat power. He also received a 20-pound crescent axe, forged with Eastern crystal, which gave +12 strength but -5 speed. A variety of weapons and attribute notifications appeared before him. There were long and short weapons alike, and in the future, he would probably be able to handle various situations on his own. First, he decided to rest for the night, set up camp, and observe the surroundings, planning to act again tomorrow. As he withdrew his thoughts, he was drawn to a nearby room where loud screams and a foul, decaying smell were coming from. He stopped in his tracks, thinking, what's going on? The door gradually opened. Yang Hao, confused, leaned in to observe. Inside, a group of zombies was gathered, constantly growling. 2 people were hanging from the ceiling, dead by hanging. What in the world? Yang Hao scanned the surroundings and looked up at the ceiling. His eyes widened in shock. These 2 aren't zombies. Why are they hanging here dead? Suddenly his pupils contracted, and he furrowed his brow. Damn it, I get it now. No wonder there are no zombies in the other parts of the building. Someone must have deliberately hung these living people here as bait to lure the zombies. As he was lost in thought, the protagonist suddenly felt that something was off. Sweat poured down his face, and his pale face turned as he looked behind him. His reaction was due to what had just happened a few seconds ago, while he had been lost in his thoughts. Only 3 days into the apocalypse, and so many people can't take it anymore, turning on each other like this. These bastards, they're nothing but animals. Then a tall figure exuding a murderous aura silently appeared behind Yang Hao. His eyes were bloodshot as he raised his hand. Someone's found this place. Well, you can stay here forever. With that, he pushed the protagonist into the room filled with zombies. Yang Hao was startled and screamed, "Huh? Who is it?" The shout from him unintentionally caught the attention of the zombies in the room. The growling sound was abruptly replaced by a terrifying silence. It's over. The zombies immediately went into a frenzy, rushing toward the male protagonist. He quickly drew his weapon to fight, his heart burning with anger as he cursed. Damn it, I can only fight with them. If I survive and get out of here, you bastards, I'll kill every one of you. In another room, a soft moaning sound echoed, a slender hand resting on a pair of round, smooth breasts. A voice echoed in the principal's office. "Xiao Yi, listen to us." The girl with the smooth breasts, holding her chest, was sitting in fear, trembling in the corner of the room. Don't come near me." The man's voice came again. "Was the reason we kept you here because of this? Otherwise, we would have thrown you to those zombies back then. Ha ha ha." Xiao Yi, her eyes brimming with tears, angrily shouted at the shameless man. "Please, spare me, or even if I become a zombie, I won't spare you." Su Dongzhao, the so-called honorary principal, revealed his true nature, shamelessly mocking Xiao Yi. No, you don't have that chance. Now in front of you, there are only 2 paths. He then leaned close to the girl. Either serve all 3 of us at once, or let us take turns having fun with you. On the south side, the zombies were scattered dead on the ground, and he was nowhere to be seen. All that could be heard was his heavy breathing echoing throughout the room. It turned out that he was sitting at the back of the room, resting, observing the spoils of his efforts. The system's broken. Since the beginning, he hasn't been adding any attributes. Suddenly, Yang Hao's eyes brightened, his mouth agape, as powerful streams of attributes continuously rushed toward him. Absorbing into his body, he screamed in agony. Only then did the system appear. Strength 1 + 4 + 2 + 3 + 4. It kept calculating so rapidly that the system couldn't keep up. The attributes lined up one after another, absorbing into Yang Hao's body, causing him pain. His eyes turned white, his mouth constantly screaming as the system kept calculating. Speed 2 + 3 + 1 + 1 + 3. Mental 1 + 0.5 + 1 + 1. The pain was unbearable. His body felt like it was about to explode. A huge surge of energy erupted from Yang Hao, shooting straight up into the sky. Warning, the host body is overloaded, the system announced. The host body is overloaded to the point that the system can no longer track his attributes. In excruciating pain, Yang Hao cursed, "Damn it, this can't be some pirated version of the system, right?" On Xiao Yi's side, she was still being threatened by that Sudong Zhao guy. "Take your clothes off now, or should we help you take them off? One piece at a time." The poor girl sobbed, pleading, "Please don't. I beg you, please don't." Suddenly, BM a powerful foot slammed against the door. Everyone inside jumped. Even Xiao Yi was utterly shocked. Yang Hao, radiating domineering energy, strode in. "Quite the lively party you've got going on here, huh?" The male lead made his appearance once again. Yang Hao, an intern dormitory manager at the university, wasn't some useless fat guy. Instead, he was a tall, ripped, incredibly handsome young man. The group, including Sudong Zhou, turned to look at the male lead. "Who the hell are you?" The male lead, his entire body ablaze with fury, roared. "That quick, and none of you recognize me. My voice should sound pretty familiar to you." Yang Hao's gaze turned razor sharp. Principal Sudong Zhao, hearing him call out his name, panicked. "Heavens, it's you. You're not dead yet. With all those zombies, how the hell did you make it out? Weren't you just a fat guy a moment ago?" Ignoring the principal, Yang Hao walked straight towards Xiao Yi. The old man, left out in the cold, was so furious he started to stammer. "Bai Yu, what are you planning to do?" Seeing him approach, Xiao Yi instinctively covered her chest with her hands, cursing bitterly in her heart. Disgusting animals. As if understanding everything at once, Yang Hao pointed his blade directly at the principal's face. The man recoiled in fear. "Hey, you better remember I'm your superior." The male lead couldn't care less about the threat, showing him no respect whatsoever, and coldly replied, "This sword of mine just sliced through dozens of zombies, so yeah, it's a little chipped now." Yang Hao smirked. "Don't you know that hitting someone might cause them to break? Take those nonsense words of yours and go talk to the people who were hanged to death. I won't show mercy this time. That old principal, Sudong Zhao, is relying on his numbers and weapons to act tough. Try me, but I doubt you'll get the chance." "Kill him!" Wang Ba, who was with Sudong Zhou, had somehow appeared behind the protagonist and, upon receiving the order, swung a club to sneakily strike Yang Hao. Surrounded by enemies, the protagonist remained unfazed. He charged forward and struck the knife out of the attacker's hand, causing him to drop it in fear and step back. He mocked them. "Your moves are too slow, and you still want to harm me. You're asking for death." With a powerful kick, he sent Li Wai, who had been sneaking up from behind, flying. Turns out, hitting people also earned attribute points, and the mental points were surprisingly high. Strength +5, mental +1.5, speed +1. The principal, seeing his minions defeated by the protagonist, trembled and fell to his knees. Yang Hao looked at him and sneered, "Principal, do you think I now have a chance to try my sword?" Sudong Zhao, still stubborn, shouted, "What's all this arrogance about? I don't believe you dare to cut me." He stood up and pointed at the protagonist. "I remember you now. You're Yang Hao, the one who was rejected for the dormitory manager interview at first." Then the old man put on a face that couldn't be more disgusting, rubbed his fingers together, and asked the interviewer to speak. "You have dreams of going to college. I can see you've got some skills. If you follow me, you want money? I can give it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead punched him straight in the face. The punch made the old man spit out blood and fall to the ground. Yang Hao, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a sword, said, "Stop spouting nonsense. I'm not killing you because that would be too easy for you." Money? What the hell do I need money for right now?" Another subordinate, afraid Yang Hao might kill him, rushed over and grabbed Xiao Yi. "Yang Hao, spare me. I'm not involved in this. They forced me to offer my girlfriend to them. These two perverts used weapons to threaten me. What could I have done?" He then shook Xiao Yi violently. "Yi Feng Hoa, you're my girlfriend, and say something to help me." Xiao Yi, terrified, looked at her scumbag boyfriend and couldn't say a word. He shook her harder. "Do you want to see me get killed? Have you forgotten how well I treated you?" A hand grabbed his throat and lifted him up. His face turned pale. Yang Hao held him by the throat with one hand, then sighed and said, "Shut up already." He trembled and answered, "Bai Yu, teacher Yang Hao, let's talk about this calmly. What do you think your girlfriend is, huh?" After speaking, he pressed his body onto the old principal, Sudong Zhou, then warned him, saying, "You're a beast, yet you dare to insult another beast." Yang Hao turned to grab the head of the man in a white shirt who was trying to escape, and luckily, he certainly wasn't someone good. With that, he grabbed the man's hair and dragged him toward the door. The man begged in fear, "Yang Hao, please let me go. I'm old. I can't bear this." "Then I should help you stretch your muscles and relax your joints," Yang Hao replied. The male protagonist threw all of Sudong Zhou's people out the door, not forgetting to give them a kick as well. They're screaming in pain. If it weren't for the fear of the blood scent attracting zombies, I would have already killed all of you, Yang Hao yelled. Get out of here. The group of people began to fight and tear each other apart. Ah, it hurts so much. Stop yelling. Do you want to attract zombies here? Gu Wu Wang Ba, wait for me. Help, damn it. The zombies are coming. Yang Hao closed the door, leaving them behind. The system displayed Strength plus B, Speed plus 2.8, Spirit plus 3.2. The male protagonist saw the added attributes and questioned, so this is it? Is it really over? You're getting off easy. Yang Hao walked over to Xiao Yi, seeing her trembling. He hugged her tightly, then spoke first. Don't worry, they won't come after you to cause any more trouble. She lifted her head and stammered, Yang Hao, could you close the window? I'm scared. The male lead immediately stepped forward, closed the window, and turned to ask Yi Feng Hua, is there any water? I'm thirsty. Could you bring me some? Yi Feng Hua carried out a cup of hot water, her whole body trembling, unsure how to face Yang Hao, yet she still slowly walked toward him. She was so wary because, in her imagination, Jin Yang Hao would grab her hand in anger and scold her. Why are you so slow, huh? I just saved you. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? She struggled in fear. Please don't. Don't be like that. Lost in her own thoughts, Yi Feng Hua unfortunately tripped. Yang Hao hurried to catch her and called out, Xiao Yi, snap out of it. Miss Yi, don't space out like that. Be careful. The two lost their balance and fell to the ground. Yi Feng Hua landed on top of Yang Hao. Yang Hao blushed, so embarrassed that he had a nosebleed. Seeing him bleed, Yi Feng Hua quickly stood up. I'm sorry, I panicked. Are you okay? Then, flustered, she made an excuse to leave. You must be hungry. There's still food here. I'll cook something for you. Yang Hao, both embarrassed and confused, stared at Xiao Yi's retreating figure. Those three bastards must have really rattled her, but he couldn't quite pin down the feeling. As Xiao Yi's figure disappeared, Yang Hao slowly got to his feet when suddenly a scream rang out. Yang Hao heard the stunned screams. Could there still be zombies around? Yang Hao opened the kitchen door, ran inside, and saw Yi Feng Hua trembling on the floor. Something was banging against the wall in the storage room next door. Yang Hao, the hero coming to the rescue of the damsel in distress, boldly approached the door. Let me go take a look. You find something to eat? Hurry up and eat. Don't worry about me. I'm not hungry. The male protagonist opened the door and stepped into a ruined room, the entire room cracked with fractures. Yang Hao took off his belt, which slowly transformed into a sword, the same one he had used to kill zombies in the conference room. The sun-blessed bronze had activated, and this belt was indeed quite useful. The system displayed the weapons information. The belt had 20 compartments capable of holding 20 weapons with no effect on space or weight. The familiar growl echoed, accompanied by the pungent stench wafting from the end of the room near the cupboard. Yang Hao assumed a fighting stance as the zombie in the room charged toward the protagonist. After defeating the undead creature, he opened the door and stepped out, only to find a few zombies that had already been taken care of by him. I should probably take a shower first. Haven't had one since the zombie outbreak, he muttered, starting to strip. It's the apocalypse now. Dying is easier than ever. After all, just surviving is hard enough. But hey, at least I have a system right. Those three bastards, you're definitely dead. Yang Hao entered the bathroom and quickly locked the door, without sparing a glance around. He turned around and saw Yi Feng Hua, washing her hair completely naked. She froze in shock upon seeing him, her entire body stiffening. After regaining her senses, Yi Feng Hua screamed. The sound echoed throughout the room. Yang Hao, why didn't you knock before coming in? Xiao Yi hurriedly wrapped a towel around herself and ran out. Suddenly, she remembered something, panic filling her as she turned her head back. It was too late. Before she could react, a voice rang out. Her belongings were still in the bathroom. Yang Hao awkwardly reached his hand through the door, holding a piece of Yi Feng Hua's lingerie. She saw this scene from outside, her face turning bright red, and she quickly reached out to take it. The next morning, Yang Hao lay shirtless on the couch, slowly opening his eyes. He stretched, and suddenly a pleasant fragrance filled the air. It smelled wonderful. A beautiful girl approached him. Mr. Yang, breakfast is ready. Yang Hao was stunned. Kai Jing? The male lead immediately jumped up and pulled the girl into a tight embrace. This is great, you're okay. Yang Hao heard his name being called and let the girl go, looking at her face, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yi Feng Wu, why are you here? The male lead released her, awkwardly apologizing. Earlier Xiao Yi, seeing that I was stammering and unable to speak, answered for me. You just called me Tai Jing. Yang Hao wrapped his arms tightly around Xiao Yi's shoulders. You know her? Yi Feng Wu avoided his gaze and answered, she's my roommate off campus. 3 nights ago, we were walking together in the school garden, but it seemed like she had something to do, so she went back earlier. The male lead looked a bit surprised. Kaijing went home, and then the pandemic suddenly broke out. Yang Hao punched the wall forcefully, smoke billowing from his punch. Xiao Yi hugged her head in fear. He thought to himself, what is Fang King up to? And Kaijing is at home eating. Yang Hao regained his composure and turned to look at Yi Feng Wu. Sorry, I scared you again. Let's go have some food. I need to step out for a bit later. Yang Hao stared blankly into the void, frowning as he thought, it's good to know that Tai Jing went home. At least she's safer there than here. I still need to go to the dining hall. After all, I saw those 3 bastards heading there earlier. On the dining table, there were 2 plates of bread with pâté and a plate of butter. After eating, Yang Hao stood up to leave, not forgetting to remind her. Xiao Yi, remember, lock all the windows tight. Don't open the door for anyone, unless it's me. Xiao Yi looked at him blankly. She then walked up to adjust the collar of the male lead's shirt. Xiao Yi looked at him and said, I'll wait here for you to come back. Don't leave me behind. Whoosh! Yang Hao dashed out of the dining hall like a gust of wind. Zombies, emerging from the raging flames, charged toward the male protagonist. Looking for death? I'm about to explode with rage here. Yang Hao leaped into battle with the zombies. Strength plus 4.2, Sunblessed Bronze plus 1, Speed plus 4, Spirit plus 1. Other zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to rush toward him as well. After wiping out the zombie horde, a system notification appeared announcing the acquisition of the Liu Qin crossbow, which could shoot 3 consecutive bolts with a range of 50 meters. Strength plus 7, Speed minus 8. Yang Hao tapped the image of the Liu Qin crossbow with his index finger. He had learned the basic spear technique, a life-saving skill in the midst of battle. Thrust, disarm, flick, hook, throw kill. The male protagonist displayed a look of frustration upon reading the notification. Damn it, I don't even have a spear. What's the point of this skill? Yang Hao hasn't died yet? Why does he look even skinnier now? Did a Jiangshi drain his fat? The male protagonist glanced toward the source of the voice, spotting Feng King standing there. It's all his fault for opening the door downstairs yesterday, letting the zombies get inside, the male protagonist thought. He stood beneath the building and looked up. Feng King leaned on the window with her chin propped up, then spoke sarcastically. We still need to go outside to find food. Hurry up and clear out all these zombies for me so I can get in. She thought to herself, he hasn't died. Looks like he really has some skills. I'll need to take advantage of this. All right, Feng King laughed maliciously. I screamed on purpose to lure the zombies here. He has no choice but to come up. Huff, idiot. You're just a toy in my hands. Zombies began to swarm in. Yang Hao drew his sword, spiritual energy being absorbed into the blade. Feng King, you stupid woman, you're forcing me into this. Cursing, he charged forward to fight the zombies. His sword slashed through their bodies, blood spraying like rain. Feng King, if you insist on luring more zombies here to corner me, then I'll just have to play with you. Inside the building, the male lead stepped into the hallway. The doors along the corridor were slightly ajar, revealing the faces of girls peeking out. He stood there momentarily stunned, confirming they were human. The girls flung their doors open and rushed out, joyfully shouting, Thank goodness, someone's finally come to rescue us. The male lead ran up the stairs, then turned and shouted at the girls. Are you trying to get yourselves killed coming out here? Get back in your rooms. Terrified, they fled back inside. Which room is Feng King in? He struck down another zombie, strength plus 3.2. Then he leaped forward and slashed more, speed plus 0.9. A head went flying, spirit plus 0.45, red packet plus 1. Panting in exhaustion, he tapped the system to open the red packet, learning the skills of a chef, learning cooking techniques, and distinguishing different types of food. He was not happy. What is this? Do you want me to be a chef in the apocalypse? Feng King opened the door. Yang Hao heard the noise and turned to look. Feng King crossed her arms, extended her handbag, and arrogantly spoke. Not bad, take my bag. Open a path for me to escape, and I'll reward you. She smiled smugly. Humph, everything was within her control. She didn't expect that the fat guy suddenly lost weight and became so handsome. The male protagonist stepped forward and grabbed her by the neck, saying, Let me send you on your way. Unable to breathe, Feng King called his name. Yang Hao, you. The male protagonist released her neck and shoved her toward the window. Didn't you say Kaijing was in the cafeteria? Feng King irritably hit his arm. Let go, I didn't mean to deceive you. I was just jealous of Kaijing. I don't have any ill intentions toward you. Feng King thought to herself, his gaze is terrifying. He really wants to kill me. Yang Hao's eyes turned red. Then why did you come looking for trouble with me earlier, deducting my salary? She trembled. The other dorm managers flattered me a lot, but you didn't care about me at all, so I... Feng King in fear clung tightly to the male protagonist. It's about to fall, please, let me go, I'll do anything you say. The male lead stretched out his hand, and it seemed that she was also a scoundrel who only wanted to satisfy herself at the expense of others. Feng King screamed in fear. Are you talking to me? Just because of your own vanity, whether it's malicious or not isn't something you can decide. It's only the person who experiences it themselves, like I did, who can speak about it. Thud. Feng King's legs tightened around Yang Hao's waist, refusing to let go. I'm sorry I was wrong, please, I really was wrong, I won't bully you anymore. I helped someone save us. The male lead heard the cries for help and turned to see the zombies climbing up the wall. Have the zombies evolved? Feng King and Yang Hao looked out the window, and the zombies had already started climbing into the floor below. Ah, don't come over here, help. Feng King turned pale. How did it end up like this? I really don't want to die here today. A scream came from downstairs. Ah, someone save us. Feng King burst into tears. I don't want to end up like this. I really didn't expect things to turn out this way. I'm sorry, please stop screaming. Are you trying to attract more zombies here? Just as the male lead finished speaking, a zombie's face appeared from the staircase. Yang Hao panicked. How could the zombie get in so quickly? The others in the house are in danger. Ah, help. A zombie jumped up and touched Feng King's hand. The zombie reached out, almost grabbing the edge of the door to Feng King's room. With a swift motion, Yang Hao grabbed Feng King by the neck and pulled her back. She let go of him, sitting on the windowsill, her face flushed red. Asterisk, he saved me. Asterisk. He stared intently at Feng King's legs. Asterisk, what are you staring at? Let go of your legs, asterisk. Feng King's eyes sparkled, her face as red as a tomato, gazing at the male lead with admiration. He ignored her, shouldering his axe as he made his way toward the zombie, cursing Feng King in his mind. Asterisk, this woman really knows how to play the pitiful act. Once this is over, I should just stay away from her. Asterisk. Swish! The first zombie's head was chopped off by him. Another zombie charged toward him. Yang Hao drew his sword, determined to protect the entrance to this building. Without that, there would be no escape. More and more zombies were coming up to the male lead's floor. Yes, he rushed into the middle of them, slashing away. Feng King stood by, watching him kill zombies, her heart pounding wildly, her gaze full of tenderness, her face bright red. Asterisk, is he protecting me? Asterisk. Yang Hao heard someone call his name and turned his head. Feng King's eyes were teary. Asterisk, I'm sorry, it was my fault before, I shouldn't have provoked you. I'm sorry, please take me with you. Go, I'll make up for my mistakes, asterisk. The male lead looked at her and took her with him. Asterisk, don't make me laugh. I'm not so free that I'd care about you all day long. Asterisk. Feng King stood frozen there. Asterisk, has he forgiven me? Asterisk. Yang Hao ran up the stairs. There were too many zombies. He had to get to the rooftop first. Attracting them up there would make it more spacious. Let Feng King fend for herself. Huffed. The male lead reached the rooftop, out of breath. He stepped to the edge and looked down. Behind him, the dormitory had few zombies. It seemed there wouldn't be many attribute points to gain. Never mind, after dealing with the zombies in this building, it would probably be faster to head to the dining hall from here. Bang! Feng King suddenly lunged at Yang Hao from behind, startling him. He looked at her confused. What are you doing? Aren't you dead yet? I don't care, I'm sticking with you now. The male lead frowned. What? Are you crazy? The zombies had caught up and reached the rooftop. Damn it, the zombies are here. The male lead gathered momentum and leaped from the rooftop. Yang Hao floated in midair with Feng King on his back. He stared at the glass windows of the building. Yang Hao drove his sword into the glass to slow his fall. Feng King screamed. Shut up, my ears are about to go deaf. This move was basically useless. The male lead shouted. Feng King screamed louder. She stared at him, stunned. What are you staring at? Scream. The louder, the better. Feng King screamed with all her might. The two of them slowly slid down, the area below already surrounded by zombies. Thud! He kicked hard at the glass, and it shattered. Whoosh! He pulled his weapon out of the wall and jumped down. All right, quite a few zombies have gathered now. Thanks for being the meat cushion. I'll make sure to give you all a satisfying end. As he spoke, he landed by stepping on the head of a zombie. How did Feng King fall? He sliced the body of the zombie that had unwillingly served as his cushion in two. Feng King slammed hard onto the ground. Congratulations, master. Your spirit has reached 50. The ability to retrieve items remotely has been unlocked. Yang Hao. Strength 189.7, Speed 54.6, Spirit 50.4. Finally, a new reward. It seems like you've hit a bottleneck. Since the last level up, the attribute points have been increasing much more slowly. Retrieve items remotely, huh? That's ridiculously powerful. I definitely have to try this new skill. Yang Hao turned around to look at Fang King, who was sitting on the ground. She had sparkling eyes, a flushed face, and was looking at the male protagonist with confusion. He raised his index finger and waved it. Fang King's shirt was lifted, and she screamed in embarrassment before covering her chest with her hands. Yang Hao, you pervert. The male protagonist awkwardly turned his face away. Damn it, his spiritual power wasn't enough. He could only control light objects. He then casually shoved his hands into his pockets and walked off leisurely. If we've escaped the zombies, then let's stick to the original plan and head to the cafeteria. Time to deal with those 3 dogs. Fang King once again clung to him tightly. Don't leave me. Wherever you go, I'll follow. He glared at her in anger. Get away from me. She held on tightly, refusing to let go. No. Yang Hao grabbed Fang King's wrist. He forcefully threw her to the ground, shouting in her face. I told you to get lost. She screamed in fear. Fang King fell heavily to the ground. Yang Hao, with a calm demeanor, declared, Listen carefully. I've spared your life out of mercy. You better stay as far away from me as possible. She lay on the ground, crying loudly. In the dining hall, the place was empty, but suddenly the sound of crying echoed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A man dressed in a red suit was buttoning his pants. He walked over to the 2 girls who were crying, covering their faces in shame, and said, How boring. In this damn era, there are women everywhere. I'm already tired of them. The girl in front of him, her clothes disheveled, sat in the corner, hugging her body and crying. Hugh. The man ran over and slapped her face. Why are you crying? If I wasn't so bored being locked up here, I'd have thrown you out a long time ago. Hearing the sound of a slap, a long-haired man wearing a green robe walked over. So Xiao, why are you so angry with him? How about we go to the storage room and bring a few girls over to play? Bang. The sound of glass shattering rang out as pieces of glass scattered everywhere. The 2 men in the dining hall jumped in shock and looked toward the door. Yang Hao, holding a spear with an imposing demeanor, jumped into the dining hall. The system announced the new equipment, Steel Spear. Lu Huantian, worried, asked, Are you that manager? Are you even human? This is the 2nd floor. There's no way up here. How did he get here? Did he jump? After a moment, Lu Huantian smirked mischievously, tilted his head, and said, Teacher Yang, you came at the perfect time. We've had enough of this place. You get us out of here, and these 2 women will be all yours. They're top-tier beauties. The protagonist furrowed his brows, raised his spear, and firmly replied, Get lost. The man wouldn't give up, stepping closer to the protagonist. Seeing that he managed to get to the 2nd floor, he thought he must have some skill. He complimented him a few times, thinking he was really impressive. I'll give you some face. No need for this. Yang Hao placed his hand on his shoulder. The man looked confused at his hand. Thud. Yang Hao pressed down and Lu Huantian kneeled to the ground. He screamed in pain, then fell to the floor, clutching his knees and screaming. The protagonist turned and walked away. The man Su Xiao ordered 2 of his underlings. Beat him up. Kill him. The 2 underlings rushed at the protagonist, throwing punches. Damn it. How dare you lay a hand on young Master Lu? The protagonist grabbed their hands and squeezed tightly. He smiled mockingly. He just gently shook his wrist, and the arm bone of Su Xiao's henchman snapped in 2. They lay sprawled on the ground, screaming in agony. Yang Hao took a step closer to Su Xiao. He arrogantly said, That Yang guy, my dad, is the honorary principal of that school. How dare you hit my people? Do you believe I can make you regret it? Yang Hao said nothing, pulling out a spear and stabbing it straight into his heart. Don't talk so much if you're just trash. His scream of pain echoed throughout the school. The crowd gathered in one place, arguing loudly. Some people came over. What's going on? Everything's fine. The crowd stared as Yang Hao walked over, gossiping noisily. He's coming. Too brutal, I can see the blood. He took down those 2 big bodyguards so easily. The 3 bullies who usually picked on the male lead sneered as they saw him approach. Isn't that the fat manager from before? He doesn't look the same as before. Interesting, let's go over there and check it out. Causing a ruckus like this, I thought it was someone important. Hearing their mocking words, the male lead froze and looked in the direction of the sound. The 3 thugs got closer to him. Does the fat guy still remember us? If he doesn't, let's bring out that picture of us so he can jog his memory. Ha ha, they laughed triumphantly. Look at his scared look. He's holding that broken club like he just came back from plowing the fields. His spear doesn't look too bad, though. I'll take. Damn it, Yang Hao, I'm not done with you yet. Luo Huantian rushed over and used his shirt to bandage Su Xiao's wound. Su Xiao calmed down a little. There was a noise outside. That bastard must be clashing with those three thugs again. Earlier, I saw with my own eyes how those three fought their way through zombies from the first floor to the second. Su Xiao leaned on Lu Huantian's shoulder. Help me outside. I have to see him get beat with my own eyes. Yes, yes, Lu Huantian said as he reached for the doorknob. But before he could turn it, loud sounds of fighting erupted from outside. He opened the door and both Su Xiao and Lu Huantian were stunned at the sight before them. The three thugs lay flat on the ground, clearly beaten down by the protagonist. So Xiao and Lu Huantian turned pale, speechless with fear. The three thugs were bruised and battered, sprawled out on the floor. How could this be? How was he that fast? And that strong? He knocked me down in the blink of an eye. Yang Hao pointed the tip of his spear at the thug in black. I want all of you to get out of here right now. Before he could finish, the thug interrupted him. Sending us outside now is the same as sentencing us to death. Yang Hao, us dying won't do you any good, but if we stay alive, we can help you fight the zombies. The crowd behind the protagonist chimed in. That's right. It's full of zombies out there. Even if it's dangerous, they can still help. Didn't you teach us to stick together? There were zombies everywhere below. If you throw them out now, isn't that the same as killing them? The thug in a black shirt, wielding a club, walked towards the male protagonist. In his mind, he thought, I don't believe you really dare to deal with us in front of so many people, but I'm not like that. Then, he suddenly swung his club upwards and shouted loudly, Go to hell! Before he could even reach the protagonist, he was struck across the face, spitting blood as he screamed. Ah! Yang Hao drove the spear into the ground, stepped on the thug's body, and coldly said, Humph! Do you think I'll reason with you? The matter from yesterday, was it really forgotten so quickly? I kindly saved you, yet you threw me out to be eaten by zombies. Faced with countless zombies, why didn't you reason with them? The two other thugs, seeing their buddy being humiliated, charged forward with their clubs. One of them yelled, Damn it, we just wanted to unlock your potential back then. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll unlock it again. The two thugs were immediately slammed by Yang Hao's spear, crashing into the wall. System notification. Strength +6, speed +1.8, spirit +2. Yang Hao grinned, feeling his power increase. His strength, speed, and spirit didn't change, but it was still a nice boost. The zombies on the road weren't the ones contributing to these attribute points. Beating these three dogs had earned him such high attribute points. Master Yang temporarily spared them. The male protagonist glanced back at the one who had called him. A beautiful, sexy girl stepped forward. Although they were bullies after they arrived, they cleared the zombies below, and that's how he became temporarily safe. The group of men beside him had hearts in their eyes, drooling. It's Gu Qingyi, the beauty. The goddess is showing up. Teacher Yang should give her some respect. She's the woman of my dreams. Who isn't right? I can barely control my desire anymore. Yang Hao, holding a spear, walked towards Gu Qingyi. He threw the spear, which narrowly missed Gu Qingyi's face. She was slightly startled and stepped back. Yang Hao thrust the spear hard into the wall. Gu Qingyi, in fear, looked at the tip of the spear. The male lead turned to her and said, Hold them off. In the end, the only one who will suffer is you. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations, host, your strength has broken through to 200. You've received a body enhancement with significant side effects. The male lead seemed a little surprised. Significant side effects? The male lead was plunged into a dazed state. Damn it, why did this damn system take so long to announce? Yang Hao staggered and slammed his head into the wall, causing a chunk of it to crack. The sound of the crack grew louder and louder. Yang Hao grabbed Gu Qingyi's hand and forcefully pulled her through the crack in the wall. She shouted in confusion, Damn it, weren't you just so impressive? Why are you passing out now? Better off dead. You dared to disrespect me. Lu Guantian, you're asking for death, and don't drag our goddess down with you. Look, the goddess is actually that strong. Yang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He lay dazed on the ground. A shrill scream echoed in the air. The male lead clutched his head and slowly sat up, feeling as though millions of needles were piercing his body. I'm dying of pain. Is this what body modification feels like? In front of him, Gu Qingyi was holding a spear fending off the zombies. He stared at her in confusion. Gu Qingyi, what is she doing with that spear? She turned her head and said, Mr. Yang, you're awake. I'm afraid we're not going to make it. Was she the one protecting him while he was unconscious? A zombie charged from behind Gu Qingyi toward her. The male lead shouted in alarm, Watch out. Gu Qingyi turned around, and with a swift motion, Yang Hao grabbed her and pulled her toward him with one hand, while the other gripped the spear tightly, plunging it deep into the zombie's face. Yang Hao looked at Gu Qingyi and said, "Thank you. Leave the rest to me." She blushed and looked at him. On the edge of a hole in the wall, Su Xiao and Luo Huantian observed the two protagonists. Su Xiao sneered. "You bastard, dare to hit me? You're dead this time." Luo Huantian, standing above, mocked. "Ha ha, Yang Hao, weren't you so tough earlier? Come here and fight me then." Thud, thud, a heavy sound of footsteps pounding the ground, and an unknown figure kicked both Luo Huantian and Su Xiao down. They screamed in terror. Yang Hao, carrying the spear, walked toward the place where they had fallen. They painfully lifted their heads and cursed, "Which bastard dares to plot against me?" The male lead grinned wickedly, leaning his face closer to the two of them. "It seems someone just called out wanting to be beaten by me, so I guess I'll reluctantly deal with you two." Luo Huantian and the man Su Xiao were terrified, drenched in sweat. One of the three ruffians spoke up. "What did you do to those two rich guys?" The man in black chuckled arrogantly, saying, "Yang Hao is as good as dead. Once we deal with these two, this place will be ours." Gu Qingyi stood below, looking up at the three ruffians who were laughing with delight, not expecting them to be helping him. Yang Hao responded to Gu Qingyi's remark, "Helping me? It's just dogs biting dogs." Suddenly his eyes sharpened. He threw a spear toward Gu Qingyi. She was startled, confused. Then the spear barely missed her face. She was scared and stammered, "Teacher Yang, you." The spear had pierced the head of a zombie behind Gu Qingyi. He reminded her, "Don't be careless, and by the way, just call me Yang Hao." Gu Qingyi looked at Yang Hao, grateful. Then she reached out her hand. In her heart, she thought if it weren't for him just now, she might have. The male lead, not understanding her meaning, handed her a dagger. "Need a weapon? Here you go." Then he brushed past Gu Qingyi, reminding her, "I'll handle the zombies head on. If any slip through, I'll leave them to you." Gu Qingyi looked at the blade in her hand with confusion. "I just wanted to hold his hand." From above, Yang Hao thrust his spear straight into the swarm of zombies. "Why does it hurt so much after the transformation? And this body doesn't even feel stronger. I have to finish them quickly." The male lead killed zombies one after another. Each one fell in succession. Suddenly he frowned. "What's going on? Why are the light orbs dropping after killing these zombies?" There was no time to think about it. He had to deal with the zombies in front of him first. With that thought, he charged toward them. A zombie lunged at him from behind. Gu Qingyi ran over and shouted, Yang Hao, I'm here to help you." Zombies surrounded Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi, growling ferociously. The two of them fought side by side, cutting down the undead together. The onlookers on the rooftop whisper among themselves, "Amazing, no wonder she's called a goddess. Even her moves while killing zombies look so graceful." Of course, her family is a martial arts aristocratic family. She's trained in martial arts since childhood, and her weapon skills are top-notch. Their legs trembling, the crowd on the rooftop turned pale, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. What's happening? An earthquake. Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi suddenly stopped fighting and looked in the same direction. A hint of fear appeared on Gu Qingyi's face. A huge zombie approached, and the remaining zombies turned to look. The massive zombie kept getting closer, its eyes glowing red, its mouth stretching wide, snarling viciously. There was something different about these zombies compared to before. They couldn't be allowed to harm Gu Qingyi. Its foot scraped against the ground with such force that sparks flew. Yang Hao leaped up, thrusting his spear toward the giant zombie's belly. The spear's tip struck the zombie's hand, blood spurting out. What? This zombie could block the spear? Roaring. The giant zombie swung its arm, snapping the spear of the male lead, and it continued advancing, slowly closing in on Yang Hao. Yang Hao furrowed his brow. This is getting tricky. Swoosh! Gu Qingyi grabbed the collar of the male lead's shirt and forcefully pulled him back. Yang Hao, be careful! She then raised her sword and stood in front of him. You don't have a weapon. Let me handle this. The male lead stared at her in confusion. The giant zombie clenched its fist and punched at Gu Qingyi. Yang Hao, worried, said, This isn't a zombie Gu Qingyi can deal with. Sparks flew. I'm not the kind of man who hides behind a woman. As he spoke, the male lead jumped up to attack the zombie again. The titanium alloy sword he had picked up before entering the cafeteria appeared in his hand. Blood spurted out like a volcanic eruption. Yang Hao stepped on the body of the giant zombie, the sword still lodged in its flesh. Exhausted, he muttered, It seems that zombies will never stop evolving. Why is there still no sign of light? He then pulled the sword out and looked at Gu Qingyi. Are you all right? Gu Qingyi gazed at the male protagonist with shining eyes. Yang Hao, who used to be an insignificant ordinary man, had unexpectedly become so powerful now. The male protagonist, confused, stared at her blankly. Why is she staring at me like that? He then walked behind Gu King Yi. Leave the remaining zombies to me. Something's wrong with their bodies. We need to end this quickly. While the protagonist was fighting the zombies, 3 thugs sneaked down, watching his labored breathing. Was he about to collapse? Let's take advantage of this moment. All right, let's go over and finish him off. Gu King Yi heard the noise and turned her head. The 3 thugs were rushing toward the male protagonist, and she shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" The man in black approached him, raising his knife to strike. Yang Hao turned and glanced at him. Gu King Yi ran from behind. "Yang Hao, move." Yang Hao turned his head, realizing that the thugs were too close. Damn it, no time to dodge. A zombie leaped toward the protagonist. In the midst of the tension, the system's announcement began, initiating final body modification phase. System space activated. The man in the black shirt slashed down, suddenly pausing. What's going on? Why did this guy suddenly disappear? Gu King Yi frowned, anxiously shouting out loud, "Yang Hao!" The zombie that had leapt up earlier was now charging toward the man in black. He was bewildered. Damn it, a zombie. The 3 ruffians had all been bitten on the neck by the zombie. Roar! Another zombie was approaching, wanting to bite Gu King Yi. She stepped back in fear. This is bad. Roar! The zombie pinned Gu King Yi to the ground. Thud. It bit down hard on her neck. At that moment, the male lead appeared. He was in a floating ball in midair, urgently shouting, "Gu King Yi, Gu King Yi, Gu King Yi." Yang Hao clung to the surface of the ball, frowning. Damn it, this orb blocks the outside. She can't hear or see anything. The men in the dining hall had witnessed everything and were now gossiping. Hey, did you guys see that? Yang Hao suddenly disappeared just now. Yeah, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought I was seeing things. What the hell's going on? Gu King Yi used one hand to try and push the zombie off her, while her other hand reached for the sword on the ground. Get off me, you bastard. She thrust the sword straight into the zombie's neck. It fell dead, slumping in a pool of blood. Gu King Yi safely moved to the side. She looked at the bite mark on her neck, terrified. She had been bitten by accident. Before turning into a zombie, she had to kill herself. Yang Hao adjusted the light sphere, lowering it beside Gu King Yi. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. Then he grabbed Gu King Yi's hand and pulled her toward him. Gu King Yi was bewildered. What's going on? The crowd above erupted into chaos once more. Damn it, the goddess disappeared too. Don't tell me some dimensional space is open or something. The system announced, this body modification requires assistance from a mutant. Conditions met. Modification can begin. Then soft feathers manifested, wrapping around both Yang Hao and Gu King Yi. She didn't understand what was happening and asked the male lead, Yang Hao, "What is this? Where are we?" He silently asked the system, after the modification, can the virus in the assistant be eliminated? The system replied, male lead, during the body modification process, a virus within the assisting mutant will be completely removed. Gu King Yi screamed in panic. Let me go. I've been bitten by a zombie. The male lead comforted her. Don't be afraid. I have a way to save you. But in a moment, you'll need to cooperate with everything I do. Really? Really? Yes. It's hard to explain right now, but please trust me. All right. The clothes on both Yang Hao and Gu King Yi disappeared. King Yi exclaimed, my clothes are gone. Like a bolt from the blue, Gu King Yi's face flushed bright red with panic, completely at a loss in this situation. Gu King Yi covered her mouth with her hand, avoiding eye contact. Her face flushed bright red like a tomato. Yang Hao turned to look at Gu King Yi. Are you ready? Gu King Yi shyly lowered her head, speaking softly. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. Whoosh! And then came the scene of the two of them drawing closer. The green wind surrounded them, hazy and ethereal. King Yi screamed, don't mess around. The system is repairing the body. Please don't think nonsense. Massive streams of energy surrounded them. The fire of strength blazed fiercely. Congratulations to the host for completing the body enhancement. Congratulations to Gu King Yi for eliminating the virus in her body. Yang Hao was draped in a new suit of armor. Meanwhile, Gu King Yi was fainting in the male lead's embrace. Yang Hao! Strength 205 plus 10, speed 62 plus 3, spirit 60 plus 15. Receive reduces damage taken, 30% less damage taken. Receive temporarily increased jump power, short-term boost in jumping ability, enhanced 7-star inlaid saber, increased fire attribute damage. Yang Hao took off his jacket and checked the system for Gu King Yi. The system displayed the guard's title. Another new title. Is it related to the space earlier? He curiously tapped on it. Successfully completed the rescue mission for the infected person with Sing alien attribute. Received the hidden achievement, Guardian Reward, Healing Space. What's this? System achievement. A leaderboard appeared with a reward for body transformation at the top and the guard for the healing reward below. The male protagonist thought that the previous reward seemed to be the result of this achievement, and in order to get more rewards, he would need to figure out how to unlock new achievements. But upon reflection, he realized this wasn't really useful, so he decided to head off first and think about it later. The sphere disappeared, and Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi appeared. Quick look, they're here again. The group, who only knew how to talk, had no value in terms of protection. Gu Qingyi was still weak, and leaving her here would only make it more dangerous. It would be better to take her back to Yi Fenghuo's side. The male protagonist waved his hand, killing 3 zombies that had been transformed by those thugs. Liu Wei brought this upon himself. This is the consequence of your actions. Then Yang Hao supported Gu Qingyi and began to leave. It seemed like the zombies had been handled quite well recently. I'll take you to a safe zone. All right. The people in the dining hall called out to him. Teacher Yang, don't take the goddess away. Without her, who will protect us? That's right. If you're leaving, why not take us along? Sorry, I'm not the savior. Whether you live or die is none of my concern. Besides, there are too many of you. Following me will only get you killed faster. Just stay here and wait for rescue. The Root was furious. Humph, only saving the beautiful ones, ignoring the rest of us. We thought he was different from those rich people, but now it seems he's just the same. Hopefully, he gets bitten by a zombie outside. What good is someone like him, selfish and useless to society? Gu Qingyi woke up, hearing those curses, feeling utterly helpless towards those foolish people. She snatched the sword from the hands of the male lead, Yang Hao, and said, "Give me the saber." She walked up and stood before the group of people. A bunch of cowards who lacked the courage to face the zombies could only vent their anger on those around them. The saber was driven straight into the wall beside them, making them panic. As Gu Qingyi walked away, she yelled, "What are you angry about? The zombies downstairs have been cleared for you if you're brave enough. Take the saber and go fight the zombies yourself. If you're not brave enough, just stay there." Yelling and screaming, "Who are you showing off to?" The group of people were left speechless, unable to say anything. "What are you looking at? I'm not going out to sacrifice myself. That's right, we should stay here and wait for rescue. It's safer." Gu Qingyi walked over and pulled Yang Hao away. "Yang Hao, let's go." The male lead thought to himself, Gu Qingyi was someone who dared to speak and act, a person with strong character. After thinking for a moment, he agreed with her. "Yeah, thanks." Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door startled Yi Fengwu. Making her a little nervous, she quickly ran to open the door. Upon seeing the male lead, she happily exclaimed, "Yang Hao, you're back." Yi Fengwu turned to look at Gu Qingyi and asked, "Who is she?" Yang Hao replied, "She's Gu Qingyi, our new teammate. Let's talk inside." They both entered the room and a foot stealthily stuck out from the corner. Thud. "Yang Hao, I told you, you wouldn't abandon me." "Feng King, why are you here?" Yi Fengwu stammered in reply. After she found out it was safe here, she kept putting on that pitiful look to make me open the door for her. I couldn't bear to turn her away, so once she came in, she tricked me into spilling all your business. Forget it, she's already inside anyway. Yi Fenghua, take Gu Qingyi to the bathroom first. Gu Qingyi and Yi Fenghua looked at him confusedly, but then agreed. Since he entered, Feng King had been clinging to his back. Suddenly, she said, "Who would have thought we seem to be quite fated?" Yang Hao angrily shouted at her, "Fate my foot, you're just causing me more trouble. Let go." As he spoke, he pushed her away, but she stubbornly refused to let go. There was a loud noise from outside, drawing their attention. Gu Qingyi and Yi Fenghua also ran out after hearing the noise. "Did you guys hear gunshots? Could it be that the army has sent people to rescue us?" Feng King released her grip on the male lead. "Oh, that's great. It must be my father coming to save me." He turned back and asked, "Your father?" Suddenly, he froze in panic, staring at the back of Feng King, who was swaying and about to collapse. Gu Qingyi and Yi Fengwu were terrified, not daring to scream, covering their mouths. The male lead caught Feng King by the leg. Feng King fell down. Yang Hao grabbed both of her legs. He looked at her helplessly, reproaching. "I told you to jump down earlier, but you just had to cling on." She stuck out her tongue and teased him. "Aren't you the one holding my legs now? I can't move up or down at all." Yang Hao let go of her legs and turned to Gu Qingyi and the other. "Judging from the gunshots, they're still some distance away. We might as well get ready." Feng King looked down at the floor. It was indeed filthy. She stood up, twisting her body as she brushed off the dust. Qingyi looked at her. "You were fighting outside just now, weren't you? You're all dirty. There's a bathroom here. Come shower with me." "Really? That's great. Sorry for the trouble." Yi Fenghua smiled secretly. Perfect. She could be alone with Yang Hao. But before she could enjoy the thought, Feng King King grabbed her hand. Feng Hua, it's not great to be alone. Come shower with us, okay? Feng King King came over, put her arms around King Yi and Feng Hua, and pulled them along. Don't be shy. It's a good chance to get to know King Yi better, strengthen our bond. Feng Hua replied shyly. All right then. The shower water poured into the tub, bubbles rising. Feng Hua spoke up. I feel like Yang Hao is just naturally defensive and hostile towards others. Do you two know why that is? Feng King King was washing her hair and turned back to respond. I know a little about that. The way he turned out, it's inevitable that it has something to do with my attitude towards him. When he first arrived at the school, he was always happy to help others. Feng King King recalled when Yang Hao first came to school. The supervisor said, please open the door. I promise I won't be late again. Knock knock. Two students who were locked outside continuously knocked on the door, pleading. We helped an elderly woman who fell by the roadside. That's why we're late. Yang Hao stood quietly inside, observing. Knock knock. The sound of a strong knock on the door. Yang Hao said, open the door quickly. Creak, the male protagonist, opened the door. Feng King King stood in front of him. He asked her, what's going on? She was the tall police officer who arrogantly yelled at him. A student reported that a computer in the dormitory is missing. Through the surveillance camera, we saw you let a few people who aren't students into the school last night. Explain this. Yang Hao replied, it wasn't me. A police officer stepped forward. Please come with us. Back to the present, Feng King King continued. Although the matter was later investigated and it turned out to have nothing to do with him, Yang Hao's reputation still worsened. After that, everyone saw him as a bad person and made things difficult for him. I truly regret it, and I even went to find him to apologize, but I really didn't expect it to affect him like that. Feng Hua, angry, scolded Feng King King. You're going too far. How could you accuse him without verifying the facts first? No wonder he dislikes you so much. As footsteps approached, King Yi walked over to Feng King King. Slap! She slapped her hard across the face. Feng King King, holding her face, shouted, why did you hit me? I didn't want to frame him. I just wanted him to explain things clearly to the police. Besides, I've already apologized to him. King Yi put her hands on her hips and said directly to Feng King King, after everything you've done to hurt him, do you think a simple apology can make up for it? It's surprising that he even saved you. If you still have a conscience, you should sincerely atone for your actions. The three girls finished their bath and walked out to where Yang Hao was resting. King Yi spoke up, sorry, we took up too much of your time. Yang Hao noticed that Feng King King was covering one side of her face, turning her head to the side. Don't look this way, my face is injured. It's really ugly. Yang Hao blushed, closed his eyes, and thought, is that for real? If it's injured, then why is she blushing? He cleared his throat. No rush. Feng King King, I have something I want to ask you. She joyfully hopped over and sat next to him. Really? Are you asking me? What do you want to know? As long as I know, I'll tell you everything. The male lead pushed her head away with his hand. Oh, you don't need to get that close. I just wanted to ask. Earlier, when I heard the gunshot, why did you say your father would come to rescue you? She didn't realize that King Yi and Feng Hua were giving her death stares, their eyes sharp like bullets. With a smug expression, she replied, because my father, Fang Zhongyu, is a colonel. With the outside being so dangerous right now, he must have sent someone to rescue us. King Yi and Feng Hua looked at her. No wonder she was so arrogant. Turns out she's a spoiled young lady. Why not take this opportunity to make introductions so both sides can understand each other better? King Yi introduced himself first. Let me go first. My family comes from a martial arts lineage practicing ancient martial arts, so for now, I can say that I have the ability to protect myself. I hope in the future we can move forward and retreat together and search for each other's family members. Next was Feng Hua. I'm a teaching assistant, just graduated, staying at the school to work. If it weren't for Yang Hao saving me yesterday, my life might have. The male lead stepped forward and patted Feng Hua on the shoulder, offering comfort. Don't dwell on the bad things anymore. Let the past rest. Yang Hao placed his hand on his chest, proudly introducing himself. I am a dormitory manager and both my parents are farmers. I have always had a dream of going to university, so aside from my job, I study on my own, hoping that one day I'll pass the entrance exam. Suddenly, his voice dropped. I never expected that the apocalypse would arrive so suddenly. Next, I want to find Kai Jing. She is the one I care about most in this city. He then assessed the situation, clearly planning to return home to find his parents. I want you all to have your own arrangements too. While the military hasn't arrived yet, think carefully. Feng Hua, consider it. If it were up to Gu King Yi, she could help Yang Hao without dragging him down. Yang Hao turned around. All right, before the rescue team arrives, everyone should rest for now. We need to maintain our spirits. Health is the most important thing. The scene shifted to the principal's dormitory, where Yang Hao was lying on the bed, looking at his phone. There was no signal, and he had no idea how his parents were doing. His parents, living in the countryside, were probably relatively safe. What Yang Hao didn't know was that someone was standing behind him, staring at him intently. The figure suddenly laid down, embracing his body. The male lead startled, looking behind him. He jumped up, grabbing the person's hand, who suddenly, he stopped short, seeing Feng King, whose hand he had twisted and pinned to the bed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Why is it you?" She hurriedly spoke, "It's me. I'm here to atone for my mistakes. Let's talk." Yang Hao let go of her, sat on the edge of the bed, and said to her, "I have nothing to say to you. You can leave now." She looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do you really hate me that much?" The male lead walked toward the window and replied, "Yes, you've repeatedly tested my limits. If it weren't for the danger outside, I would have thrown you out already." She became a little angry and responded, "Can't you give me a chance to apologize?" She then sat on the bed, shyly continuing, "I know I've done many things wrong to you, and that's why you hate me. But I really know I was wrong, especially after you not only plotted against me, but also saved me. So as long as you can forgive me, I'll accept whatever you do to me." Hearing this, the male lead punched the door, causing a glass to crack. He glanced at her and coughed, saying, "You don't need to do this. Although I hate you, it's only your arrogant, overbearing attitude that I despise. Just don't act like that anymore. As long as you don't cause me any more trouble, I'll be grateful. I don't ask for anything more." Suddenly, the sound of something breaking caught their attention. King Yi and Feng Wu rushed in. "Yang Hao, the military is here." Yang Hao looked down and asked, "Are there any survivors nearby? We're here to rescue them." Boom! A military team was firing at the zombies to clear a path toward the survivors. The male lead observed from above and saw everything happening faster than expected. "All right, you must have a plan for where to go next, right?" Feng Ho replied, "I'm just following the reinforcements. She's upset and unwilling, but she doesn't say anything out of fear. Following Yang Hao would only bring trouble to him." Feng Yi looked at the male lead. "Yang Hao, go with me. After we find Kai Jing, don't we still need to head to Zhanzhou? It just so happens that I'm going that way as well." Yang Hao advised her, "You should go with them to the assembly point first. I can go alone. After all, searching for Kai Jing is a personal matter for me, or we can wait until I find her and then head out together." Feng King suddenly lost her temper and threw a pillow at the male lead. "Hey, want to be the lone hero again? Do you think you're the main character in a web novel? Everyone is really worried about you. You should come with us and I'll ask my father to send some people to search for Kai Jing with you." Yang Hao caught the pillow. "There's no need to waste manpower. I can handle it alone. Besides, the sooner we search, the better Kai Jing's chances of survival." Feng King was furious, sitting cross-legged on the bed, complaining, "What a thankless task. How am I supposed to make up for my mistakes like this? I appreciate your good intentions, but there's no need to go that far." With that, the male lead stepped up to Feng Hua. "I remember you were with Kai Jing. Do you know where she went in the end? Before she left, she mentioned going to her brother's house at 233 Song Kiao Villa District." Knowing what he wanted, Yang Hao quickly put on his clothes. King asked, "Brother, can you manage on your own? The Song Qiao Villa is an hour away by car. What if you run into zombies?" Yang Hao replied, "Don't worry, nothing's going to happen." "Okay." King fell silent, swallowing her anger. She really admired Tai Jing, who could receive such attention from Yang Hao. Yang Hao left, and the Imperial Doctor and Feng Ho watched as his figure gradually disappeared. After all, when Yang Hao was at his weakest, only Kai Jing had cared for him. King fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After a while, she spoke up. "Yang Hao cares for her so much, but I saw her leave the school with a man of the same age." Boom! Outside, chaos ensued with fires and explosions everywhere. Yang Hao used the roof of a building to gain momentum and jumped onto the next roof. "I'm so smart. The rooftops are almost free of zombies. Just walking on the roofs, no problem at all." As for the three girls, they had been picked up by the army and were being escorted to a gathering point. "Everyone stay close. Don't get left behind. Roar, roar, roar." The sound of zombies' growls echoed everywhere. Corpses of zombies lay scattered throughout the hallways. Some zombies, still alive, were slowly evolving. They were feeding on the corpses of their own kind. Grr, grr. After consuming the bodies of their own kind, their bodies gradually grew larger. Grr. What's more, they were starting to regain a will similar to that of humans, becoming smarter. The mouth of one evolved zombie had the shape of a 5-pointed star, capable of adjusting its width at will. It opened its mouth wide and bit into a living zombie. With just one gulp, it swallowed the zombie whole, its face full of satisfaction. Gao! The zombie grew larger, stronger, its muscles bulging as it roared. Boom! It slammed its hand lightly onto the ground, causing the entire area to shake. Spikes sprouted from its back, and sharp fangs grew from its mouth as it howled. The scene shifted to the male protagonist who had arrived at the Song Tiao Villa. He looked up, finally reaching his destination. He wondered if Kai Jing was inside. Knock, knock. Yang Hao walked up and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? He imagined Kai Jing opening the door for him, but felt a bit anxious, unsure if she would recognize him. Moreover, if she wasn't here, where would he go to find her? Lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Who's there?" "Go away! Be careful or I'll kill you!" Yang Hao stood frozen. The door creaked open, and a man holding a club stuck his head out and asked, "Are you the male protagonist? Chen Bo, what are you doing here?" Chen Bo froze for a moment before leaping forward to hug the male protagonist, joyfully shouting, "Damn, Yang Hao, my brother, how come you've lost so much weight?" He let go of him, and the male protagonist replied, "This is something I can't explain right now, but what about you? What are you doing in Kai Jing's house? Where are Kai Jing and she herself?" Chen Bo didn't rush to answer his question. He said, "With so many zombies outside, why did you run over here? Fortunately, we didn't encounter any zombies on the way here. Is Kai Jing here?" "Yes, she's inside. In my opinion, Yang Hao's mind is a bit confused. Kai Jing is really here." Chen Bo opened the bedroom door and called out, "Kai Jing, we're coming in." The response was silence. Seeing Kai Jing deeply asleep on the bed, Chen Bo turned to the main character and said, "Her brother is sick. We took care of him all night last night, and she's just fallen asleep." Then he happily walked over to the bed. "Kai Jing, wake up and see who's here." Yang Hao reached for Chen Bo's hand. "Don't call her. Let her rest. It's fine." Then the main character asked him, "Chen Bo, tell me, how did you guys manage to get through when the zombies first broke out? Why are you living with Kai Jing?" Hearing his question, Chen Bo hesitated. "Kai Jing? I." The main character squinted. "Answer me. Stop avoiding the question." Chen Bo turned his face away, hesitated, and answered, "Yang Hao, actually, I've known her for a long time before this. It was Kai Jing who brought me here." Yang Hao recalled the scene of the goddess bringing him food and replied, "You're my best bro at school. Why did you lie to me before saying you didn't like her?" His face darkened, and countless questions surged in his mind. Why is this happening? Why? Not receiving an answer, the male lead turned and walked away. "Then I should leave here so I won't disturb the world of the two of you." He left Chen Bo standing still there. Seeing him slowly fade into the distance, Chen Bo regained his composure and shouted, "Yang Hao, wait, stay here. It's too dangerous outside with so many zombies. It's risky for you to go out alone." Yang Hao didn't bother to look back. "I can handle it myself. No need for you to worry. I came here to check if Kai Jing is safe. If you're protecting her, then I can rest easy. By the way, Yang Hao, Kai Jing prepared something for you. If you want to take a look before deciding." The male lead turned back around. "What is it?" Chen Bo led him to the door of a room, then asked, "What is it?" Chen Bo opened the door. The room was pitch dark, and he spoke. "It's on the table inside. You can check it yourself." Yang Hao stepped in and looked around. "It's too dark. I can't see anything." He turned back to Chen Bo and asked, "Where's the light?" "It's too dark. I can't see clearly." His face grew malicious, and he slowly closed the door. "You can search for it inside yourself." Bang! He locked the door tightly, and the male lead didn't have time to react, so he was trapped inside. Chen Bo stood outside, leaning against the door, smiling with satisfaction. "Fool, who would think of you as a brother? You believe anything I say. You should know, to win Kai Jing over, I've put in a lot of effort just to make friends with her brother. Just before the zombie outbreak, she happened to visit her brother." Then he changed into the face of a villain after the zombie outbreak turned her brother into a zombie, and he was planning to have some fun with her. "You came here and delayed my good plans. I won't be able to feel at ease until I kill you. So stay inside and let your brother Kai Jing feast on you. Hey." As Chen Bo laughed heartily suddenly, bang, the door was kicked open and he cried out in pain. "I considered you my brother and now you want to kill me?" Chen Bo, terrified, turned around. Yang Hao grabbed the zombie by the neck and pulled it toward Chen Bo, speaking to him. "Forgot to tell you, I've killed over 100 zombies. One zombie is nothing to me." The zombie screamed, wanting to lunge at Chen Bo and bite him. Chen Bo racked his brain, not expecting him to be this powerful. If he couldn't deal with him, he might as well make peace first and think of a way to handle it later. He stood up and nervously said, "Yang Hao, you misunderstood. Listen to me. Sorry, I don't trust you anymore. Let him speak to you for me." With that, Yang Hao let go of the zombie's neck and it charged toward Chen Bo. Chen Bo, in fear, backed away. "Don't come near me." The scream echoed throughout the house. Kai Jing's house was bright, lying on the bed, and she slowly regained consciousness. Oh, my head hurts. What's going on outside? Everything feels so strange. As she was still trying to make sense of things, a hand lifted her blanket and Kai Jing, confused, glanced toward the back. He saw Kai Jing being tied up on the bed, squinting his eyes, and sure enough, it was just as he thought. The bastard, Chen Bo, saw him, and with that face was the male lead who walked over to rip the tape off Kai Jing's mouth. She immediately asked him, "Are you Yang Hao?" "Yes, I will untie you now." The ropes on Kai Jing's hands automatically loosened. She sat on the edge of the bed, wondering how he had become so tall. This story is a long one. Seeing that he hesitated to answer, Kai Jing decided to leave. Wait until I deal with that mad beast of a man first. Right now, I just want to throw him down to the 18th level of hell. Bang! A large rock slammed into the face of Kai Jing's older brother. Chen Bo, holding the large rock, was sitting on Kai Jing's brother, continuously smashing it into his face. This zombie bastard couldn't even fight Yang Hao. He could only bite, damn it. He was so close to having a good time with Kai Jing, but that bastard Yang Hao ruined everything. If that's the case, then I'll make you all die with me. Kai Jing, furiously running toward Chen Bo, suddenly stopped. Seeing her brother beaten to a pulp and lying on the ground, she teared up and cursed the villain, that bastard Chen Bo who owed blood and would pay with blood. Chen Bo slowly turned his head. He crazily charged toward Kai Jing. She was stunned. He had turned into a zombie. Suddenly, a knife flew from behind Kai Jing. Boom! It struck directly into the body of that guy, Chen Bo. He fell backward, impaled straight into the wall in front of Kai Jing. The male lead approached and placed his hand on Kai Jing's shoulder. She spoke to him. "Yang Hao, don't stop me." He replied, "Stop you? No, I'm handing you the knife." Kai Jing looked at him in surprise. The blade pierced straight into Chen Bo's forehead. Tai Jing, with all her strength, drove the knife deep into his forehead, her eyes filled with hatred. "You idiot, damn it. Even if you turn into a zombie, I won't forgive you." She yanked the sword out forcefully and shouted, "Why did you lie to me? Why did you do this to my brother? You bastard." Whoosh! She brought the blade down in his eyes. "I shouldn't have brought you back." Kai Jing said. The male lead embraced her from behind and softly said, "All right, it's over now. It's all over. If you want to cry, go ahead." The sword in Kai Jing's hand dropped to the ground, and she cried loudly. Hugo. Behind a villa's garden, Kai Jing was kneeling in front of her brother's grave. Yang Hao slowly walked up to her. Kai Jing knelt by the grave, tears streaming down her face. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I was the one who got you killed. If I hadn't brought Chen Bo back, you'd still be alive. Your revenge, Yang Hao and I have taken care of it for you. Rest in peace." The male lead said to her, "Chen Bo is too unpredictable. This is not your fault. You should suppress your sorrow." "That's right, Kai Jing. How did Chen Bo manage to get to your house?" Kai Jing collapsed, crying loudly. "Before the apocalypse, my brother was ill and asked me to bring him some medicine. On the way, I met Chen Bo, and he said he wanted to visit my brother too. I didn't expect this beast." Yang Hao sat down and patted Kai Jing's head. "All right, it's over now. I hear no one can harm you anymore." Kai Jing stared at him, her eyes full of affection, and said, "Yang Hao, thank you for saving me. Did you come here because of me? Also, why have you suddenly become so tall and strong?" The male lead scratched his head. "You helped me before, so it's only natural for me to save you. As for the change, it's a bit hard to explain." Hearing his response, Kai Jing understood that Yang Hao must have some secret, but since he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. "Yang Hao, actually you came to save me because you like me, right?" Yang Hao blushed and awkwardly answered, "So sudden, huh?" Kai Jing moved closer to him. "Don't you like me?" The male lead blushed even more, stammering, "No, I didn't mean that. Actually, I've always liked you. At school, you were the only one who didn't look down on me and treated me like any other student." Kai Jing shyly turned her hand. "Really? Actually, I've always been paying attention to you. The silly and honest look you had before was really cute." Then she stood on tiptoe and whispered, "Yang Hao, actually, I like you too." After that, she kissed him forcefully, and he stared at her wide-eyed and confused. From the garden, the two moved into the bedroom, their shoes scattered on the floor, their hands tightly intertwined. Yang Hao lay on top of Kai Jing. After 77-49 rounds, they both collapsed and rested. Tai Jing placed her hand on Yang Hao's chest. "Yang Hao, thank you for coming so far to find me, and for helping me take revenge. It feels really good to be protected by someone." "That's right." Kai Jing stood up. "You probably haven't eaten anything since yesterday. You must be hungry. I'll cook for you." Bang! Tai Jing fell face down on the ground. Yang Hao quickly jumped up. "Kai Jing, are you okay? How did you fall? Are you hurt? Hearing his hurried questions, Kai Jing turned her head and replied, I'm fine, just felt like my actions were a bit too quick. Yang Hao got off the bed and walked over to Kai Jing. He thought to himself, could it be that Kai Jing's body changed because of our 3 dots? Does this system have this kind of unexpected function? The only way to figure out what's going on is... Kai Jing slipped and fell again. Yang Hao quickly picked her up in his arms. Sorry, one more round, my love. Kai Jing shyly hit him, you jerk. It was dark, and a group of people armed with weapons appeared in Kai Jing's neighborhood. The leader spoke, the Songqiao Villa area. One of his subordinates replied, That's right, it's where the rich live. There must be plenty of supplies for us to loot, but we need to be careful. There are probably quite a few zombies here. Let's split up, but stay safe. Boss, look at this. This zombie seems crazy. It's even eating concrete now. The boss's face changed color. There was another zombie nearby, and it was eating a refrigerator. Zombies usually only eat people, but these ones were eating concrete and refrigerators. He immediately ordered, Shut up! Run! Run! The arrogant subordinate responded, Boss, you're such a coward. How many zombies have we killed already? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge zombie lunged at him. Wow. He struck hard at the zombie, cutting into it as much as he could. Suddenly, he froze. Why couldn't he cut it? The zombie looked up at him, his body completely unharmed, not a single hair out of place. The subordinate was bitten on the neck by the zombie. He screamed, Boss, helped. Save me. Ha ha! The boss didn't bother saving him and hurriedly ran away. These zombies have mutated. They're not something we can deal with. Forget about him. Everyone else follow me quickly. They ran to a house, and the man in the red shirt shouted, Boss, there's light over there. Could there be people? The boss immediately gave the order, let's go over there, run over there. Inside the house, Jing Yang Hao and Kai Jing were sitting and eating. After finishing the meal, Kai Jing sat down to drink tea. He watched her fall into deep thought. Just earlier, after the experiment, Kai Jing's speed had improved. As expected, her body was changing because of him. Although the change was subtle, it was indeed happening. After gradually accumulating, she would be able to alter her body and gain the ability to protect herself. Yang Hao leaned back in his chair and said, By the way, Kai Jing, next I'm planning to gather some supplies and then go to the refuge area to pick up people and look for your parents. Right now, the outside is filled with zombies. It's too dangerous. When the time comes, you should stay at the concentration area and wait for me to return home. Kai Jing slammed her hand on the table and stood up. No, I'm going with you. I also want to find my parents. Yang Hao also slammed his hand on the table and leaned forward. It will be even more dangerous outside than it is now. I will help find your parents, and once I do, I'll return to meet you. Kai Jing sat back down with a thud. Yang Hao, do you see me as a burden, someone you can only protect? She stood up again, leaned her hands on the table, and said seriously, Yang Hao, the old Kai Jing died along with her brother. The person standing before you now is no longer that weak Kai Jing. I will strive to protect myself and not cause you more trouble. Yang Hao sat back in his chair, arms crossed, looking relaxed. All right, since you've insisted, I will also do my best to protect you. If that's the case, we'll set off to the concentration area tomorrow. Is it that fast? That's great. Let's start gathering supplies right away. As she spoke, Kai Jing walked away. Xiao Lin from next door always stocked up on a lot of snacks whenever she was home. There must be a lot of food. Let's go check it out. He watched her retreating figure and said, No need to rush. We can go tomorrow. Kai Jing twisted the doorknob and turned her head to look at him. Didn't you want to leave early to find your parents? Suddenly, a hand gripped the edge of the door. The group of people violently pushed the door open, and Kai Jing, terrified, asked them, Who are you? These people didn't seem like good ones. The man in the red shirt stared at Kai Jing, and an impure thought crossed his mind. He hadn't expected the person inside to be a woman, and with this figure, hey. Kai Jing quickly pulled the door back and said, We don't welcome strangers here. The boss quickly stopped the door, saying, Wait a second, girl, we're not bad people. She couldn't match his strength and reluctantly allowed the door to open slightly. The boss, worried, wasn't sure if there were any men inside and decided to calm her down first. He then spoke, We came here to find our relatives, but we didn't expect them to be dead, and now we're being chased by zombies. Please have mercy and let us in. Yang Hao, who had been watching from inside, had observed the entire situation. Just by looking at their faces, I can tell they're lying. Why do people keep using such stupid excuses? If they like acting, I'll act along with them to the end. Then he shouted out to Kai Jing, telling them to come in. She looked at him confused, but the group entered, which was great. There was only one man. With so many of us, it shouldn't be hard to handle him. Thanks, my brother. If it weren't for you, we might have ended up as the zombies' dinner. Yang Hao sat with his legs crossed on the chair, looking at them arrogantly, and said, "The outside is that dangerous. You guys didn't go looking for the army for help, but came here to rely on ordinary folks like us. Doesn't sound right. The more I think about it, the more it seems like you're trying to take advantage of the chaos." The boss quickly explained, "You misunderstood, my friend. We hadn't even finished speaking when his chubby subordinate came at us with a knife. Well, we're here now. Besides, you're the only man here. Even if we told you that we're just trying to take advantage of the situation, what can you do?" The male lead crossed his arms and squinted his eyes. "Ha ha, so quickly showing your true nature." The fatty pointed the knife at him and, enraged, yelled, "You're the only one here still acting tough. I'll kill you right now." The boss quickly stopped him. "Hey, big head, use your pig brain and think for a second. It's obvious we could have done something to him, but he still lets us go. What is he afraid of? If we kill him, that girl is ours." As soon as he finished speaking, the table flew straight into his face. Whoosh! My blade's been waiting for some action. Once I'm done with you, maybe I'll have a chat with that girl. Come on, fight back. Weren't you full of confidence just a moment ago? Whoosh! He shouted in alarm. Where did he go? Right behind you. Too late now. With that, Yang Hao kicked him square in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. "So this is what you meant by fighting back? That's a strange request." The man in the red shirt narrowed his eyes, clearly afraid. "This guy, he's way too strong." Seeing the fear in him, Yang Hao gave a faint smile and turned around. He glanced at his system. Strength +2, speed +0.5, something like that. After a bit of fighting, he gained a few stats, but honestly, they weren't very useful. Just then, barking echoed nearby. Yang Hao turned and saw the man in the red shirt holding a knife close to Kai Jing's neck, trying to threaten him. "Stay right there, or she gets hurt." He stuck out his tongue, warning, "This blade's coated with something nasty. One wrong move." Kai Jing's eyes narrowed sharply. She stomped hard on his foot. "Don't think I'm easy to deal with just because I'm a girl." The man winced, flustered. In his panic, he accidentally nicked his own tongue. Seizing the moment, Kai Jing dashed toward Yang Hao while the two men behind her panicked. "This is bad. He's not okay. We can't let anything worse happen." The boss rushed over and grabbed the red-shirted man's neck. "Sorry, brother," the man gasped in pain, tears and saliva streaming down his face. The red-shirted man fell to the ground while the protagonist stood at a corner watching them. Among this group, this was the only guy with a little bit of brains. The boss lowered his head in front of the protagonist. "We've met a master today. I admit defeat. I'll take Fatty and leave. Please spare our lives." There was a loud noise coming from the door, and the boss turned pale as he looked towards it. "What's that sound?" Yang Hao and Kai Jing both moved toward the door. Bang! The door was broken in half. A huge explosion occurred, and rubble flew everywhere. Roar! A massive zombie appeared, breaking through Kai Jing's wall. A zombie this big was rare in the horde. The zombie entered the house. "Got it." Yang Hao turned around, picking up Kai Jing and teasing her. She blushed shyly. "Ah!" The three of them hurriedly ran for cover as the zombie punched through the wall and charged into the house. Clatter! Yang Hao, carrying Kai Jing, slipped and hurriedly sat down. The massive zombie got stuck outside due to its size. Yang Hao set Kai Jing down, then turned to look at the boss. "I know you're different from the other two. Protect my girlfriend. If a single hair on her head gets harmed, I'll make sure your death is an ugly one." "Huh? All right." Kai Jing tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Yang Hao, are you okay on your own? Or?" The male lead looked at her tenderly. "I'm fine. On my way here, I don't even know how many of them I've already cut down." The zombie pulled its head out from the wall, turned to look at Yang Hao, and with a swift motion, drew its sword and charged. He leaped up, aiming to strike it from above. Boom! The sword collided with the zombie, creating a loud explosion of sound. Suddenly, he froze. Why couldn't he pull it out? The zombie countered, and Yang Hao quickly retreated. The zombie used 2 fingers to snap the sword that was stuck in its own hand. Grr! It clasped its hands together and raised them high. This zombie is completely different from the mutated ones before, isn't it? Boom! It slammed its hands onto the ground, and the male lead quickly leaped up to dodge the attack. He conjured a spear and hurled it downward. Whoosh! The spear flew straight toward the zombie. The zombie caught it, breaking it with one hand. Yang Hao then conjured an axe. "I don't believe there's no soft spot on you." The two charged at each other, with the male lead leaping up to strike its shoulder. The zombie punched, but he dodged. It went into a frenzied series of wild punches. This zombie's weakness seems to be its continuous attack pattern. Grr! It growled, and a blade-like arc slashed across its mouth. An opportunity. Bang! The protagonist struck him in the mouth, causing him to stagger and fall flat on the ground. Grr! Bang! He lay sideways on the ground, with bricks and stones flying into the air. He was still fine, pushing himself up with his hands to rise. The protagonist stood frozen, staring at him. Sound waves emanated from his mouth. As for the ordinary zombies, they were all drawn to the shining light. They crowded around the gap created by the giant zombie. Damn it, they called the others in. Roar, roar. Yang Hao threw 2 crossbows to the boss and looked behind him. The giant zombie that was attacking was fast, so he dodged. Yang Hao didn't evade, standing still. The protagonist took the punch from the zombie and still dared to play dirty. Boom! The protagonist was sent flying by the punch. Yang Hao, are you still alive? Yang Hao planted his foot firmly on the ground and stood tall. A small injury like this wouldn't be enough to kill him. With such a strong impact, it didn't even hurt. The combat armor he wore seemed to be very effective. Yang Hao walked over to the giant zombie. Hey, you fat bastard, are you pretending to be strong? You've got no power at all. Right in front of you is some fresh meat. Come over and eat it. The giant zombie became furious and hurriedly ran toward Yang Hao. He slammed his fist hard into the ground, and the male protagonist dodged the strike. Right, keep going, but come over here like that. Just focus your attention on me, and Kai Jing will be safe. The two of them played like a cat teasing a mouse, making a lot of noise, and Fatty slowly began to regain consciousness. Dazed, he held his head and sat up, surprised at how strong the kid's legs were. He saw the huge zombie running toward him, and he panicked, backing up. Damn, what's going on? Has that guy turned into a zombie? Humph, even if you've turned into one, I'll still. Thinking this, he got up and charged at the zombie. Thud, the zombie was punched, and Fatty lost a few more teeth. Crash, Fatty shot into the wall like a missile, ending up pinned there, unable to move. Yang Hao looked at him, forgot he was still alive. Why didn't he dodge? Before he could process it, another zombie charged at him. The male protagonist slashed at it. The zombies were thrown away toward him. This guy knows how to throw things. These low-level ones don't even drop any attributes when they're thrown. Such a hassle. The male protagonist narrowed his eyes, slashing through the swarm of low-level zombies with ease, but suddenly his axe snapped in half. Damn it. He'd barely used it. This hammer was crap. The giant zombie continued throwing low-level zombies at him. Whoosh! 2 arrows suddenly shot straight into the giant zombie's eyes. Yang Hao reminded the boss, focus on your side, I can handle things over here. He raised his crossbow, stepping on the corpse of the zombie. Don't worry, it's already taken care of here. The zombie was in so much pain that it couldn't see anything, stumbling aimlessly. Once it lost its basic vision, it was no longer a threat. This seemed like a good moment to try using his current strongest power and see if it had any effect. After thinking for a moment, he squinted his eyes, clenched his fist, and said, die. He punched straight into the zombie's stomach. Boom! A large hole appeared in its body. Let me show you my full-strength strike. The hole in the zombie's body was so big that half of Yang Hao's upper body could be seen through it. The zombie toppled like a banana peel, crashing to the ground with dust flying everywhere. System notification. Yang Hao strength 22 plus 40, speed 70, spirit 80 plus 10. Received injured original dragon raids with an enhanced titanium alloy blade. Yang Hao looked at the system and sighed. A significant boost to his strength attributes and some equipment was added. Just in time too, as some of his weapons were already damaged and needed replacing. Yang Hao woke up from unconsciousness. The first thing that greeted his eyes was a pair of firm, white breasts. Kai Jing, seeing that he had regained consciousness, smiled with squinted eyes and patted the male lead's head. Yang Hao, you're awake. How long have you been unconscious? Quite a while. During that time, it was the other person who blocked the door to prevent the zombies from getting in. Hearing this, Yang Hao sprang up. He saw the boss calling Fatty to wake up. Get up. This guy is fairly obedient, but didn't expect the zombies to have mutated. We need to confirm the situation with the parents as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. He turned to look at his girlfriend, Kai Jing. We need to head to the gathering point quickly. After we find the others, we'll go look for your parents. All right, we've handled everything here. We can leave anytime. Fatty woke up and sat on the chair. The boss turned to look at the 2 main guides. If you trust us, can we come with you? Upon hearing this, Yang Hao squinted, unsure of what to say. Near the villa area, zombies were scurrying everywhere. The scene was chaotic. Yang Hao rushed in, slashing through them. He turned to Kai Jing and said, Kai Jing, you're from here. You know the traffic in the city. Do you even know how long it takes to get from here to the northern outskirts? The gathering point is nearby, and at the pace we're going, killing zombies as we go, it'll probably take us more than half a day. Suddenly, a voice called out, Mr. Hao, we found a car. The boss and Fatty, armed with weapons, were standing next to the car, fending off zombies. It seemed like having them along was useful. Yang Hao charged forward, killing the zombies, closing in on the two of them. Yang Hao was like a rocket, darting through a horde of zombies, making them spurt blood and fall dead. Slash. With just one swipe, 3 or 4 zombies died at once. Fatty stared at the protagonist, utterly amazed. Mr. Hao is so powerful, killing zombies like he's slicing vegetables. Yang Hao took a break between rounds, rubbing his shoulder. Last night, I could punch and kill a giant zombie with one blow. Do you think that's strong? Then he turned to Fatty. Why do you two want to challenge me? Fatty shook his head and waved his hand. No. Then the 4 of them got into the car. The protagonist took the wheel, surprised to find the tank still full of gas. They were lucky. Kajing, do you know the way of the northern suburbs? Guide us and let's get there quickly. Bam. A horde of zombies chased after the car. Roar. A huge, supersized zombie appeared. It grabbed the smaller zombies, crushed them to death, then stuffed them into its mouth and chewed. Meanwhile, at the gathering zone, people were lining up to receive their rations. Feng Hoa and King Yi were distributing food to the crowd. The line moved slowly, with everyone getting their share. Lu Huantian stepped up to King Yi, smoothing his hair, and reached out with an invitation. You still look as beautiful as ever today. Why are you in Zone 2? Only these lowly folks suffer here. Come with me to Zone 1 and enjoy life. King Yi glared at him, crossing her arms over her chest. Little Huantian asked, Why are you over here again? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Is living with your trashy friends in Area 1 not good? King Yi asked. Area 1 is great. No need to work, food and drinks every day. There's even security. And with me around, no one would dare to do anything to you. As for my friends, that guy is now getting food and drinks from me. King Yi pointed the loaf of bread at Lu Huantian's face, warning him, You trash, you're already living in the apocalypse and still leeching off society. I should have had Yang Hao feed you all to the zombies from the start. He angrily swatted the loaf of bread away. You bitch, I gave you face, and you still dare to mention that bastard's name in front of me. I've told you countless times to come live in Area 1, yet you've repaid me with ingratitude. King Yi slammed her hand on the table, saying, We're not as free as you guys, and yet you dare come here to disturb us. If you want me to break your legs? Lu Huantian was so embarrassed that he angrily walked away. That damn woman, relying on her little bit of ancient martial arts, she dares to act so arrogantly. Feng Hua noticed the little girl still lingering, waiting to collect her items, and called out, Little girl, are you here to pick up your things today? The little girl obediently replied, Yes, Sister King Yi, I want 2 portions today, 1 for my grandpa. King Yi happily handed the items to her. You're such a thoughtful child. I'll give you some extra candy, thank you. The little girl left, waving goodbye. Goodbye, sister. Lu Huantian saw this scene and suddenly thought of despicable schemes and vile tricks. Gu King Yi, do you really like this little girl so much? Then I'll give her a surprise for you. Hey, at the second gathering point, Feng Hua was brushing King Yi's hair. Over at the first gathering point, Feng King sometimes took the initiative to help, unlike Lu Huantian and the others, who only knew how to tease others. After all, Feng King was sharp-tongued, but had a Buddha's heart, definitely not someone comparable to the trash like Lu Huantian. But every time he comes over, you always mention Yang Hao. It makes me really curious, when exactly is Yang Hao coming here? Could she have heard King Yi's words? Feng Hua was a bit flustered. Just as she didn't know how to respond, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Feng Hua quickly ran to open the door. Come in. Feng Hua covered her mouth in fear. Huh? What's wrong with your little sister? Hurry up and come in. The little girl, who had taken something earlier this morning, was covered in rags and filthy all over, standing at the door of her room. Sister Feng Hua, help! The little girl screamed. It turned out that the little girl had turned into a zombie. Her eyes were bloodshot as she lunged forward, pouncing at Feng Hua. Feng Hua, scared, took a step back. King Yi kicked the little girl, sending her crashing straight into the wall. Feng Hua collapsed to the ground. Little girl, this is a safe gathering point. How did she get infected? King Yi thought of something, her face tense. I need to go find the guards and ask for clarification. King Yi opened the door and was shocked by the scene in front of her. The guards were taking their positions for battle. In a hurry, King Yi ran to one of the guards and asked, What happened at the assembly point? I just encountered a zombie that was recently infected. The guard was panicked. What? Are you all okay? Just now, I don't know why a large number of zombies appeared at the assembly point. Inside the surveillance room, a guard was reporting to Colonel Fang Zhongyu, the commander of the assembly point. He displayed the chaotic scene at the assembly point, showing the current situation there. Feng King ran in from outside. Dad, there are so many zombies at the assembly point. Hurry and send people to handle them, or they will keep multiplying. I know, we've already arranged for people. Team leader Liu, take my daughter to the safe room. The rest of you follow me to deal with the zombies. Understood. Fang King tugged at Fang Zhongyu's sleeve. Dad, I have friends in Area 2. Can you send a few people with me? After I find them, we can go to the safe room together. Fang Zhongyu angrily shouted, go with team leader Liu to the safe room and wait there. Area 2 has its own guards. They will take good care of your friends. Fang King stood there in a daze, watching her father leave. She couldn't feel at ease unless she saw them safe with her own eyes. What now? Fang King snatched the gun from team leader Liu and ran off. After all, she didn't expect him to help her. She would go on her own. King passed by her father, who reached out and called her back. Hey King, stop. At the entrance of the gathering point, the four main characters had already arrived. What happened inside the gathering point? Boom, boom, boom. Inside the gathering point, gunshots rang out continuously, followed by a large fire and thick smoke billowed. Yang Hao's face darkened. Gu Qingyi and the others were still inside. He had to go find them. The main character manifested a blade. Everyone find a safe spot and protect Sai Jing. I'll go in and check it out. Yang Hao jumped over the iron gate and Kai Jing, worried about him, shouted loudly, Yang Hao, you must come back safely. Don't worry. Inside the building of the second zone of the gathering point, King Yi and Feng He were inspecting with the guards. The guard said to them, follow me closely. I'll take you to the safe room. I haven't seen anyone else on the way. Maybe they've already gone to the safe zone. Is that possible? Suddenly, an old man stood in their way. Grandpa, aren't you supposed to be with the other guards? The old man replied, Comrade, have you seen my granddaughter? She went to get food at noon and still hasn't come back. I'm afraid she couldn't find me, so I secretly came out here. King Yi and Feng He froze. Could it be that he's the grandfather of that little girl? How should we tell him? The old man slowly continued, I only have one granddaughter. What if something happens to her? As the old man was speaking, he suddenly stumbled. A zombie's head appeared from behind him. The bodyguard saw this and shouted, Sir, get out of the way. Then he fired at the group of zombies behind the old man, one of them biting into the old man's neck. The others moved towards the group of King Yi. Boom! The bodyguard shook as he shot at the zombies. Damn it! Why did so many zombies appear all of a sudden? He then ran, shouting, damn it, if we don't move, we could all be in danger. Running in the opposite direction, they were blocked by another zombie. This is bad. King Yi swung her staff to fight them off. Thwack! She struck the zombie blocking the way in the head. The bodyguard turned to look at her. Thank you. A scream. Another zombie crawled through the window. A scream. It suddenly lunged and bit into the bodyguard's neck. He screamed in fear. When did this one show up? He grabbed the zombie by the neck, kicked it away, and shot it. Damn it. The bodyguard turned to look at the two girls. If you head north, you'll reach the safe room. As for the other path, you two will have to go on your own. Feng He looked back, reluctant. Bodyguard. Then the two girls held back their tears and ran. Feng He turned back to look at the bodyguard. I'm sorry. The bodyguard aimed his gun at his temple. Phew, I don't want to become a zombie. Bang. King Yi and Feng He ran north, but there were zombies here as well, so King Yi moved forward to fight them. Finally, they reached the first floor. We have to find the safe room quickly. King Yi, it's dangerous. Bop! King Yi was blocked by the zombie, causing the staff in her hand to snap. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie lunged toward her, and she quickly recoiled in fear. The staff was broken. She had been too careless, and this time there was no way to avoid it. Just as she was in danger, 3 bullets flew from a distance, knocking the zombie away from King Yi. In that moment, King Yi rushed at its face. Fang King, holding the smoking gun, boldly said, Hey, are you two all right? I'm here to save you. King Yi turned her head. Fang King asked, What made you come over here? Was it because you were worried about us? No need to thank me. Fang King cautiously scanned her surroundings. 2 zombies rushed in, surrounding her. She screamed, no, and rose on her toes. Bop! King Yi leaped forward, shielding Fang King, and punched the zombie, sending it flying. Then, she struck the head of another zombie. A series of punches and kicks followed, knocking down several more zombies onto the ground. Fang King, standing nearby, widened her eyes. Was this ancient martial arts? It was so powerful. Stop standing there. Let's get out of here quickly. Ancient martial arts consume too much energy. We need to leave fast. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, blocking the girl's path. A mutated zombie emerged from the dust. This one was different from the others. King Yi said, Should we run now? She squinted, gritted her teeth, and recalling the speed of her previous attack, immediately began to sprint. Sooner or later, they'd be caught if they didn't escape. The two of them went to the safe room first. I'll deal with the zombie and join everyone later. After saying this, King Yi rushed toward the mutated zombie. King and Feng Ho were frightened. King Yi, it's too dangerous for you alone. Let us help you. You two should leave. Staying here will only distract me as I try to protect you. All right, we'll go find the guards to help you. King Yi, hold on. Once they left, it was time for me to focus on dealing with you. King Yi dodged the zombie's attack, leaping up to kick its back. While fighting, the zombie grabbed her by the ankle. It roared and threw her, pinning her straight into the wall. King Yi fell to the ground instinctively, still unwilling to accept the outcome. Is this the end? Suddenly, the ground shook. The zombie sped toward King Yi. It roared and raised its fist, but before it could strike, bam, a blade shot in from outside, shattering the glass and stabbing directly into the zombie's abdomen. Grr! The zombie staggered backward, a foot stepping forward. King Yi looked at the figure in front of her, surprised. A dashing male lead stood before her. How dare you hurt my friend? The only ending for you is death. Yang Hao roared. A horde of low-level zombies swarmed toward the male lead. He had to quickly deal with the zombies around and get King Yi out. Yang Hao leaped into the air. Die, all of you. He swung down fiercely, and the zombie was cleaved in half. Next, he dealt with the remaining zombies. Boom! He stopped his sword, and a loud explosion went off behind him, smoke billowing everywhere. Yang Hao reached out and took King Yi's hand. The zombies nearby have all been dealt with. Then he put his arm around her shoulder and they walked away. By the way, where are the others? I'll take you there. In the safe room, the guards were desperately trying to prevent the zombies from advancing. Feng Hoa sat inside crying. It's been so long. Why hasn't King Yi come over yet? The guards don't have anyone to send reinforcements. She's not in any danger, is she? Trust King Yi. She'll definitely make it here. Lu Huantian walked over to where Feng Hua and King were sitting. Yo, isn't this the commander's daughter? He said as he grabbed King's hand, not hiding behind her father, but boldly walking toward the door. You really enjoy torturing yourself. You might as well come with me. There's food and shelter, and I can make you feel comfortable. King glared at him with fury. Go with you. Aren't you here hiding from danger as well? Lu Huantian sat down, throwing his arm around King's shoulder. Hiding from danger? Who told you I'm here hiding from danger? My father has arranged for a helicopter to take me to another safe zone. You should know there's a super-level zombie here, and the guards stand no chance against it. King angrily tightened her grip on his wrist. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. What super-level zombie? Lu Huantian whispered into King's ear. Do you want to change the place where we talk? Little did he know behind him, a deadly gaze was staring at him. Yang Hao reached out, gripping Lu Huantian's neck tightly, lifting him up. Is the zombie in the concentration camp related to you? The man turned pale, unable to say anything, while King was taken by surprise. Yang Hao, I can't believe you're here. King Yi, you're okay. That's such a relief. Yang Hao, you're still alive. Yang Hao tightened his grip even more. Whether I'm alive or dead doesn't concern you. You, on the other hand, better explain yourself. If you're not careful, I'll throw you to the zombies. Please don't throw me outside. I'm telling you, as the argument attracted attention, more people started gathering. What's going on over there? The male lead threw Lu Huantian to the ground with force. He grimaced in pain before slowly sitting up. After Suksang entered the concentration camp not long after, I don't know how he turned into a zombie. I happened to discover him then, and at that time he wasn't strong yet, so I used him as a tool to scare others. King Yi heard this and shouted, What? Didn't they conduct body checks when entering the camp? How come no one noticed he was infected? Cough, cough. Maybe he had contact with a zombie before that. It's possible it was an incubation period, and with people like us, you think the checks are as strict as yours. Suddenly, Lu Huantian smirked wickedly. Suksang turning into a zombie helped me get rid of quite a few obstacles. Too bad, though, when handling a little girl, I carelessly let Suksang turn into a zombie and escape. Yang Hao, in a fit of rage, grabbed his collar. Damn it, you're nothing but trash. I should have killed you from the start. Haha, you're just upset because you don't understand the feeling of watching someone die, begging and pleading for help. It really gets the adrenaline going. Lu Huantian, you bastard, is this a zombie? Why is it moving so fast? Help. Haha, looks like these people ran into a Suksang zombie. Yang Hao's eyes darted around. Could it be that the Suksang zombie had evolved? The male lead threw Lu Huantian to the ground and hurriedly left. Wait for me, I'll check it out. This zombie couldn't be allowed to do whatever it wanted. King Yi ran after him. Yang Hao, stop trying to be the lone hero. I'm going with you. Thanks. On one of the floors in the safe house, a girl stood frozen, trembling with fear. The Suksang zombie was getting closer to her. Stop. Xiang looked confused, turning around just in time to see the male lead rush at her. He kicked her in the face and added, "Give it to me." Xiang fell to the ground. Yang Hao waved his hand. "Go hurry." As Xiang struggled to get up, the girl dashed off. "Okay, thanks." Yang Hao unsheathed his sword. "Xiang, you used to act so arrogantly, and now you're getting what you deserve. Let me send you off on your final journey." Yang Hao swung his blade down. Xiang looked at him and smiled, then leaped into the air to dodge his strike, swiftly retaliating with a counterattack. Yang Hao hurriedly dodged the strike, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, this zombie is fast." Whoosh! Xiang moved through the air like the wind, relentless and elusive, making it impossible to find an opening to attack. Xiang attempted a sneak attack on the male protagonist, but fortunately, he managed to block it. Grr! He appeared behind him, and Yang Hao, still lost in thought, didn't notice. He was wondering where Xiang had gone. Just as Xiang was about to launch another surprise attack, a brick flew out of nowhere and struck him in the back of the head. Bang! He fell hard to the ground, creating a large hole in the floor. King Yi, fiddling with a stone in her hand, scolded Yang Hao, "You're so fast, next time wait for me." Yang Hao seized the opportunity and struck again. "Well, you're just slow." Ting Yi cursed, frustrated. "Damn it, I let him get away again." Xiang removed his shirt. Why were there thorns growing on his back? Xiang turned around, and the thorns on his back shot out towards Yang Hao. "Idiot!" "Humph! These sharp thorns won't be a problem for me." Enraged, Xiang charged toward King Yi. "Yang Hao, he's coming toward me." "A zombie still wants to play tricks?" Yang Hao said as he dashed toward him. He was as fast as lightning, thrusting the dagger in his opponent's body. The man clenched the blade tightly. Yang Hao pinned Xiang against the wall. "Got you now." Yang Hao grasped the hilt of the dagger and struck Xiang twice. "Die." Yang Hao shouldered the blade and turned to leave. "Xiang is dead. We can head back." As for Lu Huantian, he needs to experience pain. Near the safe house, the zombies crowded around the entrance, and the guards were desperately firing at them. Bang! Bang! Yang Hao and King Yi stood in a nearby corner, watching the situation unfold. King Yi spoke up near the safe room. "Why are there so many zombies?" The male lead slung his sword over his shoulder and stepped forward confidently. "It's fine, we'll kill them all, one by one." The guards were exhausted, and the zombies were growing in number and becoming more aggressive. In the distance, explosions could be heard one after another. Damn it, these zombies are getting faster, and we're running out of ammo. A zombie was split in half, and one of the guards panicked. Yang Hao approached the guards. "Are you all okay?" "What happened? Why are there so many zombies near the safe house?" A black-haired student suddenly ran out, deliberately attracting the surrounding zombies toward him. The male lead's face darkened as he immediately thought of someone. A black-haired student, could it be? While talking, the guard's face turned purple and he braced his hand against his leg, crying out, "It's so uncomfortable. I feel like I'm about to suffocate." This is the symptom of being infected. The guard, holding his injured arm, looked terrified and said, "I've been infected. Please kill me now. I don't want to become a monster." Yang Hao looked at him and asked, "Are you sure? Don't you want to meet your family?" The guard replied, "No need. I'm an orphan. I have no family." Yang Hao nodded. "All right, I understand." Thud! Yang Hao plunged the knife into the guard's abdomen and said, "Sorry, I hope that in the next life we can be born into a better era." With his last breath, the guard weakly said, "Thank you, my friend." The guard collapsed. At this moment, Yang Hao was consumed with rage, shouting, "Lu Huantian, I swear I'll make sure you die with no place to bury you." The male protagonist gently laid the guard's body on the ground. Suddenly behind him, a zombie appeared, preparing to ambush. Hearing the gunshot, Yang Hao turned with his knife and saw that the zombie had been shot back, writhing in pain on the ground. Could it be that the other guard from the concentration area had arrived here? Colonel Fang Zhongyu gave the order. For now, the only remaining zombies are near the safe zone. Focus all firepower and wipe them out. With his gun out of bullets, Colonel Fang Zhongyu was reloading when a zombie knocked one of the guards away. The guard shouted, "Everyone be careful, the zombie is charging at the colonel." The colonel aimed his gun at the zombie. Just after taking down one, two more strong ones appeared behind him. It seemed like the zombies would never end. He used his elbow to block one of them, then continued dealing with the zombies in front of him. He shot for the body of another zombie. Colonel Fang Zhongyu grabbed the hand of the zombie behind him. He slammed it hard onto the ground, then pressed his gun to its head. After taking care of that zombie, he stood up, only to find that the other zombies had surrounded him and his team. There was no time to reload. Fang Zhongyu used his gun as a weapon to strike the zombies. "Die, all of you." A blade flew toward him. "Watch out behind you." The blade pierced the zombie behind the colonel. He quickly pulled the blade out and decapitated the zombie. After finishing off the zombie, he squatted down. The male protagonist stood behind him, then stepped forward, bent down, and reached out his hand. Colonel Fang Zhang Yu leaned on his blade to stand up and thanked him. The protagonist politely replied, "Not at all, you helped us just now as well." The colonel patted his shoulder. "At such a young age, you're able to handle so many zombies on your own. Truly impressive. It's just a small matter. Don't mention it." The colonel turned and walked away, pointing at himself. "Ha! The rest is up to us. Everyone, hurry to the safe house." "All right, you've all worked hard." Yang Hao grabbed Qing Yi's hand and pulled her along, needing to make use of the time to settle things with Lu Huantian. The male lead held Qing Yi's hand as they headed towards the safe zone when a helicopter slowly descended above them. He looked up. "Why is there a helicopter flying here? Could it be reinforcements?" Inside the safe house, Yang Hao and Qing Yi ran in. "What happened here? Is everyone all right?" Lu Huantian and Feng King were there with her hand. "My hand is fine." Lu Huantian heard the sound of the helicopter outside and rushed out frantically. "I was going to keep him here until you return, but he dragged me and got me hurt. You need to go catch him. Don't let him escape." Yang Hao frowned and walked away. "Hu Qing Yi, stay here and protect the others. I'm going to settle things with Lu Huantian." Yang Hao saw Lu Huantian climbing up the building opposite the safe house. "Why is that guy climbing the building? Is the helicopter here to pick him up?" "Humph, trying to attract zombies to mess with a gathering point. Now he wants to escape? Dream on." Lu Huantian slashed at a zombie. "Damn it, you guys just don't stop coming, but I'm about to say goodbye to all of you. Haha." Lu Huantian had made it to the rooftop. The sound of aircraft flying closely overhead filled the air. A loud roar echoed. Lu Huantian waved his hand to signal the helicopter. "Father, we're here." The people on the helicopter lowered a rope ladder for Lu Huantian to climb. His father was sitting at the door of the helicopter and shouted, Tian, hurry up. The zombies are about to crawl up here." Lu Huantian slowly climbed up the rope ladder, then looked down at the ground and saw Yang Hao entering the building. "Humph, that's Yang Hao. He hasn't died yet, but if he's already been chased all the way here." Lu Huantian grinned maliciously, then slowly climbed down. "Father, wait a few more minutes. I still have someone I want to take care of myself." In the hallway, Yang Hao was making his way through the zombies and running toward the rooftop when he suddenly stopped. A shadow. "Ha, Lu Huantian, do you think your little bit of cleverness can catch me off guard? Wait another 180,000 years," he thought as he continued running forward. But as he reached the door, he paused. Lu Huantian smiled smugly. "This is the moment. Yang Hao, let me send you on your way." Ha! Lu Huantian swung the club down, but the male lead dashed past like a gust of wind. Where did he go? Yang Hao was standing behind him, his eyes turning red, a sinister smile on his face. "I'll let you taste the feeling of being bitten by a zombie." "What?" Yang Hao pushed Lu Huantian forward. "Go in." The male lead shoved him into the hallway, where a group of zombies were waiting. Lu Huantian screamed in terror. "No, please, no." Enjoy it." The zombies lunged at Lu Huantian, tearing into him. His father screamed from the plane, Tian. Then he pulled out a gun. "You bastard, you will pay for my son's life." The old man fired a barrage of bullets at the male lead. Bang, bang, the bullets flew toward Yang Hao. He lifted his foot and pushed the enemy back. The male lead ducked behind the staircase. Rumbling, Lu Huantian's father cursed from the plane, ordering the helicopter to circle around, searching for the male lead. He stood below, sneering. "Is that all? You want to shoot us?" He found his target, aimed the gun. "I don't believe I can't kill you." Still not finished? A few more bullets flew toward the male lead. He quickly ran away. Yang Hao summoned his sword. "I didn't want to lay a hand on you, but you keep pestering me. Now, down you go." He hurled the sword. The blade struck the helicopter's rotor, splitting it in half. The pilot panicked, trying to control the helicopter, but it was futile. "Boss, hurry up and parachute out. The helicopter's gone down. Damn bastard, you'll pay for this." The helicopter, smoking, was plunging down while the other two jumped out with parachutes. "I will make you pay for this." Bang, 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 the zombies were shot to pieces. "Report, Colonel has cleared all the zombies at the concentration point." "Okay, now let's check on the lucky survivors and make sure there aren't any infected people we've missed." Meanwhile, Lu Huantian's father pointed his finger at the Colonel's face and shouted, "Fang Zhang Yu, I spent so much money to supply materials to ensure the safety of the concentration zone, and you couldn't even protect my son. I give you 3 minutes to find out who harmed my son, or you can forget about any more supplies." The male lead casually walked over, hands in his pockets. No need to search, I'm here. Luo Huantian's father grabbed the guard's gun. You bastard, you dare to come out here? I will make you suffer beyond death. King Qing and the others from the safe zone stepped out and stopped him. Whoever touches Yang Hao, I guarantee that person won't leave here alive. Lu Huantian's son secretly hid the zombies. The disaster in the concentration zone was caused by him. He deserves to die for this. That's right. Fortunately, Yang Hao was here. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died by now. Previously, Lu Huantian had been caught hiding the zombies on his own. Moreover, when he ran away alone, he even attracted zombies to attack the concentration camp, showing that he had no regard for the lives of others. That's right, if it weren't for Lu Huantian, the concentration camp wouldn't have turned out like this. Exactly, a monster like Lu Huantian deserves to die. Rich kids like him are rarely good people. Lu Huantian's father's face darkened. Colonel Fang, as long as you agree to kill this man, I will supply 5 times the amount of materials in the future, and I'll send more guards for security. Doesn't that sound reasonable? The others began to waver. 5 times the materials? That would make life easier. That's right, and with more people to protect us, we'll be stronger than with just Yang Hao. But what? Can Yang Hao really protect so many people on his own? Plus, with all those supplies, what if one day he decides he doesn't like us and kills us instead? An eye for an eye. Yang Hao must die. Colonel, for our future, kill Yang Hao. Lu Huantian's father aimed his gun at Yang Hao, ready to shoot. Colonel Fang, did you hear that? Get someone to capture this man. I want to torture him and make him understand what it's like to live a life worse than death. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. A group of people, each with their own agenda, were starting to lie for their own benefit. The Law family is really skilled in their schemes. Humph, but fortunately with his arrival, I can finally see clearly. This disgusting place. It's fine if I don't need to stay here. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Lu Huantian's father angrily pointed at the colonel. Colonel Fang, why didn't you stop him? Damn, can't you understand human language? The colonel grabbed the old man's collar and lifted him up. I'll tell you this, the camp ended up like this because of the good work your son did. If it weren't for Yang Hao, everyone here would be dead by now. It's already a favor I'm doing by letting him stay in the camp. If it weren't for the fact that I'm giving you supplies, I wouldn't even bother with you. Keep talking and I'll toss you out for the zombies to eat. After the warning, the colonel let go of him. The old man collapsed to the ground. You dare. Qing Yi turned to Feng Hua and said, I have to go with Yang Hao to find my sister. Besides, these people are too disgusting. Do you want to come along? Let's go. I don't want to stay here either. As the two were about to leave, King ran over. Wait for me. I'm going too. Colonel Fang Zhang, you lost his temper. Feng King, you're not going. Stay here with me. King made a face and stuck out her tongue. Who cares? This place is full of greedy people. I want to go with Yang Hao. The colonel approached King. What do you want to do, father? The colonel slapped King across the face. She stood there, holding her cheek. The colonel ordered, guards, take her to a room to calm down. King Yi stood in front of the colonel. Uncle Fang, uncle. The colonel crossed his arms and said firmly, if you want to leave, then go, but Feng King's matter is our family's business, and it's none of your concern. King Yi froze, unable to say anything. She turned her face away and sighed. Each tree has its flowers, and every family has its own circumstances. On King's side, she yanked her hands away from the two guards. Let me go. She was on the verge of tears. Fang Zhang Yu, not only did you hit me, but you also want to imprison me. My mother up in heaven will never forgive you. The colonel sadly turned around and locked her up. King struggled fiercely. Let me go. Yang Hao, Qing Yi, and Feng Hua reached the entrance of the detention area. The three of them, along with Kai Jing, walked over. Mr. Hao, we're here. Mr. Hao, how's it going inside? Where do we go next? Are we not staying here to fix things up? The male lead coldly replied, leave here. The 6 of them got into the car and sped down the road. Feng Hua spoke to Kai Jing. I didn't expect so many things to happen at the villa. No wonder your aura is so different from before. It's all in the past now. Luckily for Yang Hao, without him, I wouldn't have the life I have now. But everyone in the detention area is ungrateful. Yang Hao helped them like this, and in the end, they betrayed him. That's right. Those bastards in the concentration camp, only thinking about their own interests, say such things. If I were there, I would have to kill those troublemakers. Otherwise, I couldn't swallow my anger. Forget it. Anyway, it's no longer our business, so let's not mention it again. As they were walking, Yang Hao suddenly slowed down. What's going on? Be cautious. The screeching sound of the brakes echoed on the road. Ahead of them, a crowd of people was rushing into the street. Could those people be the military bringing the supplies everyone was talking about? No, they are zombies. There seems to be some mutated ones among them. Moving in such an organized, large-scale manner, they must have a purpose. Could they be heading towards the concentration camp? Should we turn back and tell them? Why go back? They are all just a bunch of petty, self-serving people. They deserve to be killed by zombies. Yang Hao remained silent at that moment. King Yi looked at him. But Fang King is still there. We can't let her die with those people. Yang Hao stepped hard on the accelerator. At the observation post in the concentration camp, there were no unusual signs from Colonel of Zone A. Over. Understood. Maintenance is being carried out internally. Everyone should not let their guard down to prevent any further outbreaks of riots. Understood. Over. Wait. Enemy alert. Warning, a large group of zombies has been detected 1,000 meters to the northeast, heading toward us. What? I'll immediately send someone over for support. You focus on the movements of those zombies. Over. You go mobilize the remaining guards, split them between reinforcing the buildings and providing support at the watchtower. Then go check the weapons inventory. We might be in for another fierce battle. Right, let the remaining refugees go back home safely. Prepare a convoy of vehicles and be ready to abandon the concentration camp at any time. Yes, Colonel. Colonel, it's bad. Your daughter. She ambushed me from behind. After knocking me out, she took my gun and ran off. The Colonel slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Why does bad luck keep piling up like this? Fang King is outside. I don't know if it's still possible to catch up with them now, and I don't even know which way they went. She was walking down the road when a car came toward her from the opposite direction. Could this car be from Yang Hao and the others? King opened the car door, and inside was a mother and child. The mother was unconscious, and the child was crying loudly. Wow, this child must have been locked up here for so long, crying her voice raw. If I just ignore this child, then how am I any different from the father who abandoned me after my mother passed away? Am I not neglecting my duty as well? Grr, the mother over there has been infected by the virus and turned into a zombie. It's over. This person has been infected, turned into a zombie now. I'm sorry. King shot the mother dead and picked up the baby. We have to get this baby to the concentration zone quickly. It seems like it hasn't eaten for a long time. Be good. I'll take you to the concentration zone. Yang Hao, wait for me to settle this baby. I will definitely come find you. A huge zombie jumped onto the car just now. Yeah, behind it was a swarm of mutated zombies. The guards fired their submachine guns, falling into the mass of monsters. The bullet hit the forehead of one zombie. The gunfire continued, but the remaining zombies dodged the bullets and charged forward. The fat zombie spat out a pool of green saliva. Its saliva quickly corroded the watchtower. Another zombie grew tentacles from its stomach, grabbed a guard, and lifted him up. The guard kept firing. Damn it, these mutated zombies are too hard to deal with. Some of them can't even be killed by gunfire. Colonel Fang Zhang, you arrived, and no matter what, they have to resist. The concentration zone couldn't handle a second wave of chaos. Use all available weapons. 2 guards were assembling missile launchers. Suddenly, one of the guards turned pale. A large rock was flying straight toward them. Swish, swish! The blade sliced through the large stone, shattering it into pieces. Yang Hao, with his confident appearance, appeared standing in the corridor. Are you 2 injured? He turned to the colonel. You should take cover first. Don't let the soldiers sacrifice themselves in vain. I'll buy you some time. There's no way to deal with this zombie horde all at once. The colonel spoke into the radio. Commander, have a team from the safety department escort the people to the shelter. Also, send the demolition team to the armory. Yang Hao will lead the zombies to the concentration area and will blow up these creatures. The colonel patted Yang Hao on the shoulder. Not a bad plan, but remember to protect my men. Of course, but you need to stay safe too. You're everyone's hope, so don't be reckless and get hurt. You must return safely. Definitely. This is the timer. In 20 minutes, we'll detonate the armory. You need to quickly lure the zombies in there. Understood. After their conversation, Yang Hao shot off like a bolt of lightning. He charged towards the zombie horde. 20 minutes might be enough as long as nothing unexpected happens. Slash, slash. The large zombie fell. The colonel ordered the guard team to retreat. A giant zombie punched the ground where the male protagonist stood. He quickly sprang up to dodge. Try my spear. The spear struck the zombie's neck. He moved forward, pulling the spear out, leaving nothing but garbage behind. One strike killed several zombies at once. Another zombie lunged from above. Yang Hao thrust his spear into the ground. Damn it, you think you can ambush me like this? Die! Yang Hao swung his spear, driving it into the zombie's forehead. Though these zombies were easy to deal with, their numbers were overwhelming. With each wave, they surrounded him, ready to finish him off. The protagonist slashed a wide arc toward the zombies. He leaped into the air, attacking from above. See my 200 centimeters spear. The spear pierced the zombie's body, creating a massive explosion. He raised the spear, lifting the zombie into the air, then slammed it hard into the ground, killing a few more. System notification. Speed plus 14 plus 05. Strength 3 plus 1 plus 21. Didn't expect such a juicy haul with so many stats dropping. Let's see if you guys can still touch me now. One zombie lifted a large stone to block in front of the protagonist. The male lead smashed the falling boulder and charged toward the zombie. He wielded his spear and zombies collapsed all over the ground, lying face down and motionless. Strength, 2 plus 1.6 plus bonus 3.1. Speed, 3 plus 2.4 plus bonus 0.7. Spirit, 1 plus 0.4 plus bonus 1.3. Azure Scythe bonus, 1. Not bad. Quite a haul. On King King's side, things weren't looking good. She was stuck up high with nothing but zombies below. The zombie horde broke out again so fast. How do we get it now? I need to get this kid to the safe zone quickly and then slip away quietly. Isn't that Yang Hao? Didn't he already leave? Yang Hao was fighting zombies below. He sensed something and turned around. Hey, Yang Hao. Feng King King. The male lead leaped up to Feng King King. What's going on? Why are you here? I tried to sneak off to find you guys, but I ran into this kid on the way. His mom had turned into a zombie. I wanted to get him settled before continuing my search for you. All right, this place is too dangerous. Take the kid to safety right away. Yang Hao checked his watch. 10 minutes had already passed. There wasn't much time left. He reached out and lifted both Feng King King and the child into his arms. Don't struggle. Hold the kid tight. We're in a hurry. Down in the basement, King Yi was helping the guards check their wounds. It's almost time. Why? Yang Hao still hasn't come back. Don't worry, that guy is no ordinary person. He'll be back in time. Clunk. Colonel Fang Zhongyu stared at the object in his palm. It was a watch containing a picture of a young Feng King King. Kid, nothing must happen to you. This is the only wish your father has. Crash. Large bricks fell into the pit. The roof of the pit was cracking. What was that just now? Something jumped down from above. Vroom! Yang Hao was being chased by 3 huge zombies inside. Open the door. Kaijing shouted, It's Yang Hao. Open the door quickly. The boss ran toward the door. He was surprised. Damn it. Luo Huantian's father pointed a gun at him. Don't open the door. If anyone does, I'll shoot. Kaijing was furious. Why should we listen to you? He killed my son. He deserves to die. Then the old man turned and aimed the gun at Kaijing. Do you want to be a hero rescuing the damsel in distress? Before he could fire, bang, a bullet went through his head. Colonel Fang Zhongyu had shot him, and Lu Huantian's father fell. The colonel gave an order. Open the door quickly, let them in. We need to prepare to detonate. Suddenly, the colonel's face changed. Yang Hao, the situation has changed. Hold off on opening the door. A mutated zombie, glowing red all over, blocked the path of the protagonist. When did this thing set up an ambush here? This area has always been safe during this time, but now it suddenly appears here. Could it be that it was intentionally waiting for me? Yang Hao set King King and the baby down. I'll attract its attention later, lure it to the weapons cache, and then you take the opportunity to run into the underground shelter. What about you? Forget about me now, take the baby, and hide quickly. Yang Hao raised his middle finger, challenging the zombie. Hey, big guy, if you're so tough, come chase me. The zombie's face darkened, its eyes blazing with fury. Yang Hao turned and fled. At that moment, Feng King King carried the baby and ran towards the shelter's door. The zombie chased after Yang Hao. He turned around to face it. Big guy. Next, let me be your opponent. Gru, meeting me today, you're really unlucky. Prepare to die. The zombie swung its arm down with a clang. It brought its hand down, and a protagonist used a spear to block its attack. The large zombie lifted its foot, stomping down hard, causing the ground beneath it to crack. Whoosh! It gritted its teeth, tightening its fist. Unexpectedly, it was quick despite its size. You've managed to take the initiative. Watch this. The two collided, causing an explosion. Damn it, Yang Hao's spear broke in half, and the longsword's surprise attack was also shattered, proving that its strength was on par with his. Now, there weren't many weapons left. What happened to the Tula scythe that had fallen earlier? Receiving the Tulio scythe, it adds 50 to attack, 10% to speed, and 10 to ice attribute enhancement. The Tulio scythe adds 10 to strength, 5 to speed, and reduces 10 to spirit. The Tulio scythe, when attacking, comes with an ice attribute and has a chance to trigger a freezing effect. The red text can be ignored. I don't care. This weapon suits me perfectly. If the spear doesn't work, then let's see how my scythe does. On King King's side, the boss opened the door for her to enter. She then threw the baby to the boss, watching for me. She grabbed a gun and headed outside. Closed the door. I can't leave Yang Hao to risk it alone. I'm going to help him. At this moment, the elder Fang Zhongyu finally saw his daughter. He anxiously shouted, King King, those mutated zombies are not something you can deal with. Don't worry, old man, I can protect myself. I'm not going to throw away my life. On the other side, Yang Hao was standing before a group of mutated zombies. Lower-level zombies charged forward. Too bad, you picked the wrong person. Damn it. The freezing effect is terrifying. King King sat in a corner observing the situation. There were no zombies around, and she was able to hide while watching Yang Hao fight. King King's hands trembled as she tried to steady her aim. Fang King King remained calm. You're here to help Yang Hao, not to drag him down. The bullet lodged right in the forehead of the zombie behind Yang Hao. Not bad, a perfect shot, but it's time to move. Can't stay in one place too long. Yang Hao continued fighting the zombies. That shot just now was fired by Fang King King. This girl's got guts. A huge zombie charged toward Yang Hao. He frowned at it. Huff, finally lost your patience and came at me yourself, huh? Huff, couldn't hold back anymore and decided to attack yourself, huh? Get lost. The elite-level mutant zombie slammed aside two low-level zombies. It yanked Yang Hao into the air like a rocket. He swung his scythe midair. Yang Hao slashed at the elite-level mutant zombie, then landed with a flourish. The elite-level mutant zombie, now missing both arms, roared in agony. The protagonist stood in a combat stance as if he were some big shot. He hacked the elite-level mutant zombie into pieces. Those pieces twitched and began to grow. You henchmen just keep coming, don't you? The scythe brushed across the zombies and they instantly froze solid. Only then did Yang Hao turn his attention to the elite-level mutant zombie. Damn it, what the hell is this? Its body parts are reassembling. Just die already. The protagonist kept slamming the scythe into the monster's body. Yang Hao turned around in shock. Damn, it can still regenerate. He charged back into battle with it. Damn it, is this a hack? You just came back to life and already brought extra armor. I want to see how many times you can come back. The mutated zombie monster at the elite monster level fought back against him. Their battle created sounds that were maddeningly loud. Everyone in the bunker covered their ears. Weren't they fighting? Why is this such a piercing sound? My ears are about to explode. Yang Hao attacked the mutant zombie elite monster's weak spot, catching it off guard. One slashed down its body, and a chunk of flesh shot out from the zombie's body. The piece of flesh grew into a full-bodied replica that began crawling on the ground. Yang Hao observed it. Not this again. Several pieces of flesh fell from its body and transformed into clones. Why is it transforming so quickly this time? Yang Hao found himself trapped between two mutant zombie elite monsters. Kai Jing, observing from the inside, was extremely worried for him. Colonel Fang, is there any way to save Yang Hao? If this goes on, Yang Hao will be exhausted. I wish I could. Only by detonating the weapons cache could we wipe them all out in one go. But Yang Hao and King King are within the blast radius. If the cache explodes, they'll die along with the zombies outside. This is the only place in the whole base where the shockwave from the explosion can be blocked. Oh my god, what should we do? We can only hope Yang Hao can quickly deal with that one, then get King King to safety. At the same time, King King was hiding behind a tree near where Yang Hao was fighting when another zombie appeared. At this rate, Yang Hao would be exhausted to death, and he only had 2 more shots left. He had to save them for a critical moment. Yang Hao severed the arm of a mutated zombie, a monster-level elite. Its body had strength comparable to the original form, and with 1 more of them, it would be over. He needed to quickly deal with these 2 troublesome foes. Yang Hao glanced backward. The other mutated zombie, a monster-level elite, attempted a sneak attack, but he swiftly dodged the blow. As soon as he dodged that one, the other zombie attacked. Yang Hao took the full force of its punch. Everyone shouted in worry, Yang Hao! The protagonist braced his foot on the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, Don't come over. I'm fine. He stood up, spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the first time he had been seriously injured since his body was enhanced. This feeling was exhilarating. He slashed at the mutated zombie, a monster-level elite, sending it crashing to the ground. A pile of ice shards grew on its chest. The other one rushed toward him, but the original body had already fallen. You're still coming at me? You want to die? I'll make it quick. Ha! It even knows how to command other zombies to attack the safe house. Clang! Yang Hao kicked the mutated monster-level elite zombie in the face. Then he quickly ran toward the safe house, blocking the lower-level zombies. He couldn't let them ruin the Colonel's plan. The mutated zombie with elite monster level jumped up to block his attack. The protagonist was surprised. What? King shot it in the head. Yang Hao, are you all right? I'm fine, just a light injury. Damn it, that dog dared to harm me. King kept shooting it. If it had hit me earlier, wouldn't it have been over? While the protagonist was lost in thought, the mutated elite zombie, furious, ran towards King, covering its eyes. Fang King, run. Bang! It struck the spot where King had been standing. She couldn't withstand the force and was sent flying. She fell hard, her head hitting the ground. Tai Jing froze. Yang Hao rushed over quickly. Fang King. Yang Hao helped King up, desperately trying to wake her up. Fang King. At that moment, the mutated elite zombie lifted its left foot, intending to stomp both of them to death. Yang Hao spread out his hand, which had been supporting King's head, now completely drenched in red. The protagonist reached out to block the monster's stomp. Damn it, it's as persistent as a leech. Yang Hao angrily punched the monster, sending it flying. It fell with a thud to the ground. Anyone who dares to hurt my friend, Yang Hao leaped into the air, must die. From above, Yang Hao punched down. The monster, just getting up, was slammed back down, crushed into the ground. Yang Hao stood atop the mutated elite-level zombie. Leave me something before you die. He reached into the chest of the mutated elite-level zombie, digging around to find it. This time, it's really dead for good. The spirit consciousness of the mutated elite-level zombie dissipated, turning into an item for Yang Hao. A green light drifted toward the protagonist. You're surprised, Pub. This is it. It pierced into his chest. Skill acquired, weakness perception. Perceive the opponent's weaknesses within a certain range. Yang Hao slung the scythe over his shoulder, full of confidence. The rest of you, just lie down and die. Two zombies, one thin and one fat, emerged from the smoke to block his path. A panel appeared above their heads. Information displayed. Zombie A, normal level monster, strength 18, speed 11, spirit 21, weakness, neck. Zombie B, normal level monster, strength 20, speed 15, spirit 9, weakness, tongue. Weakness perception also reveals the zombie's stats, but with trash numbers like these, they might as well go beat the King of Hell. Then Yang Hao slashed at their weak points, and they dropped dead. Mutated elite level zombie, strength B, speed 80, spirit 12. Damn it. Wasn't this thing already down? So this guy's stats are way higher than mine, but your weakness is way too obvious. Weakness perception activated in the center of his forehead. The mutated zombie raised its hand to block Yang Hao's strike. Have you been stopped? Haha. Next time you won't be so lucky. Yang Hao attacked again. He swung his scythe repeatedly at the mutated zombie, causing it to howl in pain and reveal its sharp teeth. The elite mutated zombie weakened, lost its balance, and fell. The low-level zombies, hearing the sound, seemed to receive an order and let out a scream. The group of low-level zombies quickly gathered and rushed toward the unconscious King. Yang Hao turned his head. Fang King, if you no longer care about your dignity like this, I'll help you a bit. Yang Hao struck at the weak point of the mutated zombie. It fell to the ground again, and he thought to himself, I'll deal with you later. Yang Hao hurried toward King. The path he took was filled with low-level monsters, and those hit by his attack froze in place. Our boss is here to help you. Everyone, don't get too eager for battle. Let's survive this wave. 15 of you. Follow me to the weapons cache. King, you must hold on. Everyone maintain firepower, and buy time for Yang Hao. Experience, minimal, strength plus 0.8, plus 0.6, speed plus 0.3, plus 0.4, plus 0.2, plus 0.1, spirit plus 0.7, plus 0.4, plus 0. Yang Hao turned to look at the elite mutated zombie. It had disappeared. Suddenly, it lunged at him from behind. Fortunately, Yang Hao noticed in time and quickly dodged. Not knowing one's own strength, Yang Hao swung his scythe in rapid succession towards it. He raised the scythe. The attack, like a storm, struck towards the opponent. The monster froze, and a large water trench appeared beneath its feet. The block of ice it was encased in began to crack. It was thrown to the ground, creating a large crater. Finally, it's done. The freezing attack is indeed powerful. This one may be tough to beat, but it dropped a decent amount of attributes. I'm going to make a fortune. If I could catch a zombie like this to raise, I could just kill its clones whenever I wanted to farm experience. But that's not possible. A guard cheered. We can win. The giant zombie has fallen. We can win. Yang Hao. Strength, no increase. Speed, no increase. Spirit, no increase. Receive medicinal potion, recovery elixir. After use, it can heal fatal wounds, but the increased effect is unknown. Definitely a boss with no shortage of attributes. This potion is quite interesting. It should work for King King. I managed to defeat this monster partly thanks to her. Everyone hurry up. Keep up the fire suppression. Boss, I'm coming to support you. Yang Hao, hurry into the bunker and rest. More zombies are coming. Who knows what kind of monster will show up this time. Fang King King, Strength 5, Speed 5.6, Spirit 5.63. Kai Jing, Strength 86, Speed 24, Spirit 31. Lai Long Dao, Strength 57, Speed 9, Spirit 5. Everyone, quickly take King King back to the bunker. The rest leave it to me. Even the attributes of ordinary people can be seen, but after being injured, King King must be treated quickly. Lai Long Dao carried King King on his back, and together with Kai Jing, they took her away. Yang Hao, hurry back. We'll wait for you. Don't worry, I'll lead these zombies to the weapons depot and send them to meet their ancestors from 18 generations ago. Earlier, those brats were eyeing your grandpa's spot. Yang Hao raised his hand. Look at this, is it good? The zombie's eyes lit up, drooling. Yang Hao swaggered. If you want to eat, come over here. The zombies, as if enchanted, swarmed towards the main southern entrance, sensing the weak spot. With just you guys, you think you can't be dealt with by me. These zombies posed no threat to him. At the weapons depot, a large, powerful zombie was heading toward the door. It slammed hard into the door. The zombie broke through the weapons depot door. The guards inside opened fire on it. One of the guards grabbed the radio to report. The main door is about to give way. All units be alert. Sir, zombies detected 30 meters ahead attacking. Another guard was observing from a distance through binoculars. Did these zombies come over here on their own, or were they lured here? Could it be that Yang Hao failed? Wait a minute! The guard noticed the zombies gathering in one place and getting wiped out. It seems that among the zombies, there's something else. It's Yang Hao. He's fine. On Yang Hao's side, he was breathing heavily, exhausted. Fortunately, he was just in time. If he had been any later, their leaders would have been in serious danger. Bang! Yang Hao moved towards the zombie that was trying to break through the weapons cache door. Its weak spot was clear. As for you, Danet, I'm here to give you all some food, he said, swinging the scythe. He made 2 slashes at the weak spot of the large zombie. The weapons cache door was kicked to the ground, and the guards were in a panic. Yang Hao threw the scythe over his shoulder, hands in his pockets, arrogantly saying, Fang Zhang Guan, mission accomplished. All the zombies are here now. Fang Zhang Guan ordered, quick, everyone retreat to the underground shelter. 5 minutes later, Yang Hao pressed a button on his wrist, and a bright light appeared behind the zombies. A huge explosion rocked the area, followed by a roaring sound as the explosion quickly spread to the surrounding areas. King Ching lay soundly asleep in the hospital bed. Yang Hao bowed his head. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect her. This isn't your fault. Without you, we could all have died. The male lead handed the colonel a bottle of miraculous medicine. Give this to King King. Colonel looked at the miraculous young man with a puzzled expression. This is Yang Hao, he explained. It's a rapid treatment drug retrieved from an abandoned supply vehicle. It might work on King King. Colonel Fang Zhang Guan fell into deep thought. There hadn't been any supply vehicles lately, but since Yang Hao had demonstrated his abilities, this medicine clearly wasn't ordinary. Yang Hao, I had some prejudices against you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. It's all right, Colonel Fang. The misunderstanding has been cleared now. While administering the medicine to King King, Fang Zhang Guan said, I thank you on behalf of King King. System display. Fang King King. Seriously injured ordinary human. Strength 2 plus 0.5. Speed 20 plus 0.5. Spirit 10 plus 0.3. Yang Hao crossed his arms and watched as King King began to recover. It seemed there was no problem. King King furrowed her brows, her body breaking into a sweat. System display. Fang King King. Severely injured but physically strong. Strength 35. Speed 21. Spirit 30. Seeing King King in discomfort, the male lead became worried. What's going on? Suddenly, King King's eyes flew open. She was awake. Fang Zhang Guan joyfully grabbed her hand. King King, thank goodness you're all right. You had me worried to death. System display. Fang King King. Ordinary human. Strength. Speed. Spirit. Strange. Unable to retrieve Fang King King's data. Fang Zhang Guan hugged King King tightly, but she looked at him in confusion and pushed him away. Who are you? Get away from me. I don't know you. King King, I'm your father. What's wrong with you? Yang Hao, what's going on? Could it be that King King has lost her memory? Yang Hao stroked his chin and stepped forward to observe King King. She had just gone through some emotional distress, so it could be possible. King King's eyes brightened. She jumped up and hugged Yang Hao tightly. Fang Zhang Guan was startled and exclaimed, What? The scene just now reminded him of the image of a cabbage chasing after a pig. As for the young couple, King looked at the male protagonist like a little puppy, obedient and affectionate. "You are Yang Hao." Yang Hao happily pointed at Fang Jianguan and said, King, you've remembered. Now look, who is this man?" King looked at Fang Jianguan with fear, then threw herself into the male protagonist's arms. "He's a bad man," causing Fang Jianguan to freeze in place. He collapsed onto the ground, holding his face and crying. "Phew, my daughter doesn't recognize me anymore." Yang Hao sat down and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Fang Jianguan, don't rush. King may have just woken up, and she hasn't fully adjusted yet. King's brain was injured, and for her to wake up this quickly is already a miracle. How about this? During this time, let her stay with me. I'll protect her and help her recover her memory." Fang Jianguan sighed sadly. "I guess there's no other choice." The next day, as the sun began to rise over the mountain peak and the wind blew fiercely, Lai Long Dao and the others were loading their things onto the car, preparing to set off. Fang Jianguan watched them and asked, "Do you really have to leave? Can't you stay with us? We're preparing to head toward the west to find the backup squad." Yang Hao replied, "There is no place safe in the apocalypse. I heard people say that recently a group has formed a small team of survivors rescuing many urban citizens. I want to join them and search for my parents." King, standing beside him, stuck out her tongue at Fang Jianguan. He patted the male protagonist on the shoulder and said, King is relying on you. There's a satellite phone in the car. If you need anything, just contact me. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Fang Jianguan still has many students to look after. Please take care of yourself too. The car engine started, the two vehicles rolled forward, and the people at the gathering spot waved their hands. Hero, we'll meet again someday. Goodbye. Hero, we'll always remember your kindness. Yang Hao waved back at everyone. Lai Long Dao, who was driving, spoke up, Boss, should we wait a little longer? No, let's take advantage of the time and go now. The male protagonist watched the people waving and crying as they saw him off. He smiled inwardly. These honors in the apocalypse only turn into burdens. We need to stay alert 24/7. Only then can we protect those around us and ourselves. Half a day later, as the sky gradually darkened, Yang Hao's car stopped at an urban area. They got out, and there were signs of previous habitation, indicating that someone had stopped here before. Lai Long Dao entered a house to investigate and then reported, Boss, there's no one inside. It's safe. Everyone get down, stay alert, rest for a bit, and then we'll head out. I'm so hungry. I wonder if there's anything in the kitchen. If there is, I'll cook something for everyone. This villa must be really solid, well defended. I wonder why the previous occupants left. Maybe their goal was the same as ours, to find their loved ones. I hope you all remember that, even though we are living through chaotic times, we are still human, and we must retain our humanity. Otherwise, the table was set with a feast of food. Everyone ate greedily. It had been so long since they had enjoyed such a meal. Kai Jing's cooking skills were amazing. If the food was this good, they ate more, because next time it might not be available. The moon was high overhead, and the light from the house illuminated a street corner. A cowboy zombie stood there, holding a rope. Behind him was a herd of aggressive, red-eyed cows charging forward. The crazed, virus-infected cows stampeded like a swarm of angry bees, charging toward them in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, the lead cow dashed forward, tossing the cowboy zombie aside. The loud sound drew the attention of Yang Hao and the others. Outside, the zombie cows had surrounded the gate where everyone was resting. This is bad, boss. We're surrounded by these cows. Yang Hao noticed that these mutated cows were targeting them. It seemed they were used to feeding on humans and wanted them as their next meal. Yang Hao was advised that they should quickly escape to the basement and wait for the cows to leave before making their move. Yang Hao sneered, This guy is really timid. Just a few mutant buffalo and he's already scared? You go command everyone to get ready. Once we've eaten our fill, we'll use these buffalo to get some exercise. Suddenly, a mutated buffalo poked its head through the door, its blood-red eyes filled with disgust. King, who was closest to it, trembled all over, covering her mouth with both hands, not daring to move. Seeing no reaction, the buffalo pulled its head back out. Faggy thought the buffalo hadn't noticed anyone and didn't seem all that smart. Suddenly, the buffalo let out a fierce roar, its eyes filled with ferocity as it glared at the group. So it understood human speech. But that wasn't the important part. The important thing was that it had turned its head to call its companions to charge in. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Hao took command, ordering everyone to stay hidden and look for the right opportunity to kill the mute buffalo. The buffalo moved in groups, aggressively searching for people to attack. One group used guns to assault the buffalo, scattering them, while others wielded dual blades, tearing the creatures into chunks, causing them to let out agonizing screams. A buffalo charged in from behind, catching the dual blades off guard. Fortunately, an axe came to the rescue just in time, saving the wielder of the dual blades. The helper supported the one with the dual blades and helped him up, saying, "Yeah, that was actually pretty good just now. Right now, teamwork is absolutely crucial." A barrage of flaming bullets rained down, and the herd of buffalo fell one by one like wheat being harvested, eyes shut, no breath left in them. Yang Hao laughed triumphantly. Everyone's coordination is getting smoother. This kind of shoulder-to-shoulder fighting is truly amazing. Yang Hao attacked the mutated buffalo with his sickle, determined not to be left behind. With one swing, the buffalo was cleaved in two, a display of sheer brutality. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from afar. Yang Hao quickly assessed the situation and recognized the source. The mutated buffalo charged towards King like lightning, and she shouted frantically, "Get out of the way." Fortunately, a distant gunshot rang out, freezing the buffalo in its tracks. That was close. Just a little more, and someone could have lost their life. King rushed toward Yang Hao like an arrow, throwing herself into his arms. That was really terrifying. Yang Hao comforted her gently, asking, "Are you okay?" Onlookers were left wondering, is King's speed really human? Yang Hao checked King's stats on the interface, noticing the effects of the drug hadn't worn off yet, but her stats were still absent. 2 hours later, the area gradually returned to its usual tranquility. Everyone had dealt with the mutated buffaloes. Yang Hao glanced at his steadily increasing stats with some satisfaction. After the previous battle with the zombies, it seemed that regular monster levels were difficult to level up. "Yang Hao, everyone from the Wu team has worked hard. You fought beautifully," someone commented. Suddenly, something in the midst of the buffalo herd caught Yang Hao's attention. Could it be that? A gun, gleaming with a dazzling golden light, lay on the ground. Yang Hao picked it up, and the system displayed its name, Fire Unicorn. He felt that this weapon was just right and perfectly suited for Lai Long Dao. Suddenly, the sound of distant noise rushed into Yang Hao's ears. A hero thanks a hero. Many people, unsure of where they came from, knelt before him. "Thank you, life-saving benefactor," they cried out. Yang Hao felt a deep sense of loss and quickly helped the old man to his feet. "What are you doing?" he asked. The old man, with tears streaming down his face, explained that they were residents living nearby. Since the mutated cattle appeared, they had been attacking people every day, not letting them live in peace, constantly needing to devour humans. Many groups that passed through here had been killed by these cattle. He believed that Yang Hao's group was very strong and wondered if they could rely on them to wipe out these mutated cattle. "You people can only hide in basements, too scared to step outside. Your food is all gone, and without Yang Hao's group, you might be done for. Surviving in the end times, people are worse than dogs. Who knows when it will all end?" Yang Hao ordered the villa to quickly give these people the remaining food supplies. He said that they didn't have much left and would need to save some for the journey. Yang Hao was slightly displeased and told them to go on ahead. As for the food, they could find more on the road. The villa immediately obeyed. Everything was done according to the boss's orders. These people received the remaining chocolate from Fatty. Fatty cried, tears rolling down his face. This is the stock he had been saving for a long time. The old man looked at the remaining chocolate in their car with a greedy gleam in his eyes. He bowed his head in gratitude to the group of people, Yang Hao, who had helped him. Yang Hao had no doubt and said, "It's getting late. You all should return quickly. Be careful on your way back. We should leave now as well." The group, feeling thankful for their lifesavers, saw him off for a short distance. Returning to the base, Yang Hao, with his left hand around his waist and his right hand resting idly, was sound asleep. Suddenly, he noticed something, his eyes widening as he realized that there seemed to be someone watching them from outside. The old man earlier spoke to the person beside him, saying I'd already sent news about Yang Hao's route to the nearby gang. The other person asked, "What benefits will they get?" The old man smiled with satisfaction, not only food, but also women to entertain them. This man is a bit greedy, so next time something like this happens, could you remember to think of your brothers? However, the person asked the old man, "Don't you think that's too much?" The old man spat at those who had saved him. "Those people have so much food, they've probably killed many. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will abandon you." Yang Hao dropped down from above and directly confronted the two, asking coldly, "What are you two whispering about?" The old man pleaded, "Great hero, please spare my life." His tone was insincerely flattering. They lied, saying, "We were just discussing how to say goodbye to everyone tomorrow." The person beside him agreed, "Yang Hao gave us so much food, we don't even know how to thank him enough." Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. We'll set off early tomorrow. It's late, and there are still many zombies outside. It wouldn't be wise for you two to stay out here." The two of them hurriedly left as soon as they heard the news, quickly putting on a fake, cheerful face before departing. Yang Hao remained silent, saying nothing more. The next day, the convoy set off early as planned. Lai Long Dao held the fire unicorn in his hands, clearly delighted. I really like this weapon. Yang Hao said, everything you promised, you already given to me. Up ahead, there was a gas station. Yang Hao ordered everyone to stop the vehicles and quickly gathered to check if there were any supplies left that they could use. In the cargo vehicle, there were many foam boxes, and Yang Hao wondered what could be inside that warranted so many. To his surprise, the boxes were full of food. Fatty and the villa both found it quite amusing, and it was indeed a bit strange. Why is there so much food? Could this be a trap? Yang Hao observed the landing spot, and it seemed someone had used this location to store supplies. He also noticed a weapons crate on the rooftop. Yang Hao's face turned pale. This was odd. Why would there be weapons up there? His eyes widened. Could it be? Yang Hao quickly realized the problem. It was an ambush. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire began to rain down on them from the opposite side. Yang Hao quickly commanded, everyone take cover. Everyone immediately ran to hide behind the truck. Yang Hao also rushed over to take cover. The villa asked Yang Hao, the firepower of the attackers is too strong. What should we do now? Suddenly, someone from the opposite side opened fire as well, but luckily they managed to dodge in time. Yang Hao said that there were likely ambushes all around and instructed everyone to carefully find cover. The bullets fired at Yang Hao were all forcefully deflected by him. He truly had the presence of a boss. Yang Hao said the firepower from the supermarket side was relatively weak, and that he would go out in a moment to draw their attention so the others could rush in and take cover. Yang Hao shouted to the enemy group, "What's so great about hurting others? If you're tough, come out here and fight me one-on-one." Suddenly, from one direction, a straight line of bullets came flying. Yang Hao immediately spotted the source. It was from that position. With one swift throw of his blade, he charged straight ahead, his grin even more intense than before. A scream of pain rang out from within. He had struck the right spot. Having identified the enemy, Yang Hao led everyone in a charge inside. The sniper fired continuously, showing no sign of letting up. Yang Hao quickly retaliated, then rushed straight into the building. Inside, everything was already set up for an ambush. Yang Hao was surrounded by 4 people, but with a single spin of his blade, he swiftly gained the upper hand and took all 4 of them down. The people whose hands had been frozen were all stunned. What kind of weapon was this? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brother, take it easy. We're not from Dong Lai." A middle-aged man with a bamboo pipe in his mouth stepped forward, dressed entirely in black. Yang Hao was not happy. A single disagreement and he opened fire on them. Now, he's looking for a reason to beg for mercy. The man holding the cigarette sneered, exhaling a puff of smoke, and said, "No. They mistook you for someone else earlier, thinking you were part of the trash from the west. The gunfire was just a warning. The weapons, with powerful forces eyeing them from all directions, won't be easy to take." Yang Hao glared. The forces from all directions aren't the people from the west your people? After a while, once the situation had calmed, the man introduced himself. He is the chairman of the Su family group, Su Ling Yun. The person Yang Hao injured earlier was one of yours. There are 3 more forces in this area, all aiming at the weapons being supplied to the military. To the left is the territory of the lecherous brutes. The ones who opened fire earlier from the west, they may be Yang Hao's subordinates. The people of Dong Lai are a bunch of ruthless bastards. They've imprisoned many young girls within their territory. To the east is Zhu Gan Malu, said to be a transport company, the most powerful of them all. Opposite you are the Sanshang brothers, 2 guys who transport goods, strong, vicious, but they've been gone for the past few days. The gunfire earlier was just to stop Dong Lai from taking the weapons. They didn't want them to gain more power and cause further trouble for more girls. Yang Hao, you're formidable. If you want those weapons, I won't stop you, but the other forces won't agree. Yang Hao didn't believe Su Ling Yun's words. If the man took him to meet Dong Lai now, and if things weren't as he had said, it would only end in a worse fate for him. The group of Su Ling Yun left and entered another room. Yang Hao was at the back, about to lock the door behind them. The scene before him was something he could not bear to look at. Some women were kneeling on the floor, while the group of men urged them to crawl down and eat the food on the ground. These people were truly scum, treating the girls like this. Outside, on the 2nd floor of the warehouse, the guards stood watch strict and not allowing anyone to enter. Inside, Dong Lai, with his left hand on a woman's waist, was leisurely caressing the girls with his right hand, feeling quite pleased. He looked at the women before him with satisfaction, thinking they were indeed quite capable. But after a while, it would become boring. A look of disdain appeared on Dong Li's face. He asked if the soldiers outside had not yet finished their task. Weren't there supposed to be a few girls with scorching bodies? Why had they not been brought to him yet? His men quickly left, and Dong Lai eyed the hammer, thinking it wasn't bad. He reminded them not to let it get damaged. Suddenly, the door was forcefully blasted open. Yang Hao and two beauties charged in. Who was so shameless as to carry out the hammer and make plans to target him? Dong Lai shouted angrily, "Who is Yang Hao? How dare you touch my people? Do you want to die?" Yang Hao sneered, "He just shot your people and now you come to reason with me." One of Dong Li's men was about to take aim, but Dong Lai laughed loudly, reasoned, "He advised you to leave two girls beside you, so he could spare your dog life and let the gun in his hand turn you into a pincushion." Yang Hao rushed towards the enemy, truly oblivious to the danger. A group of people unleashed a barrage of firepower towards him, but they couldn't hit him. Yang Hao easily dodged their attacks. Did they really think they could land a shot on him? With a single strike, one of them was immediately taken down. Yang Hao was indeed wielding a weapon of war, not just a simple stick. Dong Lai's gun froze over, and he was caught off guard. What was that? Yang Hao sneered. The gun in Dong Lai's hands was no different from a stick now. Yang Hao angrily shouted, "Charge and take them all down for me quickly." Anyone who could kill was free to do so. This was their territory. They had the numbers. Who was there to fear? One by one, Dong Li's subordinates were sent flying. The villa was torn apart, leaving his men scattered and unrecognizable. At this moment, Dong Lai tried to flee, telling his comrades he would go find reinforcements. His men urged Yang Hao to chase after him while they dealt with the henchmen. Yang Hao sneered, "Don't worry, he won't escape." As soon as Dong Lai ran outside, he gasped for breath. Yang Hao immediately gave chase. Did he think he could keep running? Dong Lai trembled as he raised his gun to aim at the person behind him. Yang Hao slashed with his blade, cutting it down with ease. Was that all he had? Dong Lai sneered, pressing a switch on the wall. Yang Hao, not expecting his trap, fell uncontrollably to the ground. Below, the ground quickly opened up, and Yang Hao directly fell down. Beneath him was a group of grotesque monsters surrounding the ground. Above, Dong Lai laughed loudly. Kid, still daring to fight him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his leg tightly. Do you still think it will end here? Dong Lai shouted loudly, "Let him go, let him go." One of his legs was being dragged down into the stone foundation, and Dong Lai was truly terrified now. Fear appeared on his face, sweat dripping from his brow as he kept shouting with no strength left. In reality, Dong Lai had been pulled down by Yang Hao. He was only holding onto one of his legs to keep him suspended in midair with all the dangers below created by him. Covered in sweat, Dong Lai pleaded for mercy from Yang Hao. "We can talk this out. Beautiful. I have whatever you want." Yang Hao smiled smugly. Isn't it a bit too late to think of that now? Immediately, he released his grip, throwing the bastard down below. Dong Lai crashed into the mutated crowd, and immediately, La Shi King was surrounded by them. Meanwhile, the beautiful women gradually freed the unfortunate girls from their chains. They were truly grateful for the actions of these women. Whether those people would survive after leaving Dong Li's side was uncertain. Yang Hao thought to himself that in the apocalypse, they would have to fend for themselves. Their path was one they would have to walk on their own. Yang Hao was somewhat puzzled. Why hasn't the group from Lai Long Dao returned with the supplies yet? Gu Qingyi said that the girls inside weren't wearing clothes and told them to stay outside. Yang Hao was also reminded to be careful not to look around too much. Yang Hao blushed as he watched each girl wrapped in a towel step outside. Their figures were truly tempting. As he watched the girls leave, Yang Hao said later leave their supplies for these girls to use. Hu Qingyi, annoyed, snapped, "What did you just say? Don't you remember?" With one swift kick, she knocked out the lecherous side of this thick-headed man. "I told you not to look around. This perverted guy is no different from any other man, all driven by their lower halves." Fu Qingyi pouted. Yang Hao replied, "You should go check it out yourself." This was the East area, and Yang Hao remembered it, being within the Zhu Gan Malu zone. From inside, there were sounds of cries and unclear shouts. The groaning was almost a perfect match for the lecherous and energetic Zhu Gan Malu. He kicked the door open, and the young women in danger were waiting for him to save them. The scene inside was truly bizarre. A line of beautiful women, each wearing a neck collar with numbers, were kneeling on the floor, their seductive gazes fixed on Yang Hao, welcoming their master home. Yang Hao was at a loss for words at this sight. What is this? Suddenly, the women surrounded him. "Master, we've been waiting for you for so long." One of the women moved closer, pressing herself against Yang Hao and said, "Please, trample on me." Yang Hao's nose is bleeding again. "Are you sure you're not dreaming? Is this really heaven?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted, looking at the beautiful women in front of him as if they were treasures. The numbers on their shackles caught his attention. Yang Hao shoved one of the women aside and ordered everyone to get away from him. "Call Zhu Gan Malu. Tell him to come here right now." A loud burst of laughter echoed, and indeed, that person seemed to know what was going on. Zhu Gan Malu stepped forward, clearly not pleased with these women. Hero, is he calling for you? Gan Ma Lu nodded. You're the one who dealt with those Dong Lai people for them. Being called a hero is not too much. Yang Hao looked at these women. Were they trying to bribe him? Gan Ma Lu sneered. He would never dare to bribe a hero. It was simply a reward. He then ordered for all the women to be killed and for new ones to be brought in. The women screamed, begging for mercy. Master, please spare us. Yang Hao ordered them to stop. Was it really the case that in their eyes, their lives were worth no more than weeds? Gan Ma Lu wasn't wrong. This was the apocalypse. People with no value were even lower than beasts. But Yang Hao was different. If he joined his group, everything here could be shared with him. He moved closer, pulling the woman into his arms, his expression full of satisfaction and joy. Together, the two of them could establish a base here, undoubtedly growing strong, becoming rulers of the land with as many women as they wanted. The vassal Yang Hao laughed and said, "Is that all you want? You have no interest in this, and even if you really wanted it, why would you need to bring along this bastard's name to do it?" Gan Ma Lu turned his face, not drinking the new wine, but wanting to drink the punishment wine, huh? Yang Hao looked at the petty things he had done. How could he team up with such scum who were worse than animals? Gan Ma Lu had already prepared his covert operations. If it was like this, then don't blame him for being impolite. A steel feather appeared wrapping around Yang Hao. Indeed, this trap had been set beforehand. All the women inside clung tightly to each other, coughing violently. Yang Hao was also puzzled. He shouted loudly, "What the hell has this bastard done to those girls?" Gan Ma Lu laughed loudly. They've already been injected with a virus, soon to turn into zombies. Enjoy it. The kink of his mind. The only thing they fear is that a hero like Yang Hao won't be able to take the throne. Yang Hao truly felt this bastard was worse than an animal. How cruel. The girls begged Yang Hao to save them, saying that as long as they bit him, their master would give them the antidote. Yang Hao drew his weapon and said that they had trusted the wrong person. This virus truly had no cure. Before he could finish, one woman lunged at him. A slash from his sickle ended her life. This virus truly had no cure. You killed all the zombies in the cage one by one, only able to apologize because they had to be born into such circumstances. With one more strike, Yang Hao shattered the cage, stepping out with an air of arrogance. He laughed and said, "All of you Gan Ma Lu deserve to die." Gan Ma Lu realized the situation was going bad, so he quickly ordered his subordinates to kill Yang Hao. Yang Hao was no longer afraid of the weak gunshots, the kind that could kill a fly. He simply dodged them with ease. A single swing of Yang Hao's sickle could easily take out a heavily armed soldier. He shouted, "Ma Lu, get out here now." Ma Lu from above prepared a small cannon, still not moving. Yang Hao scoffed, "Do you really think you can kill me with that thing?" Ma Lu grinned proudly. "You're overestimating yourself. This isn't for killing you. What's in here is a blood signal. Once he fires it, the zombies around will smell the scent and come here. If I don't release him, he'll fire this. Once the zombies charge, neither you nor your friends will escape." Yang Hao sneered, "Threatening me? Let's see who's faster, his hand or your stickle." Suddenly, a zombie darted out from behind Ma Lu, charging toward him like lightning. Ma Lu was bitten from behind by the zombie. Without mercy, his trigger finger was just about to pull the lever. Yang Hao sensed something was wrong. This was truly unexpected. A shell strike pierced through the roof, blasting the ceiling sky high. Seeing this, the zombies turned their eyes toward the trail of the explosion. As the flare burst into the air, the zombies immediately locked onto the location and began swarming toward it. Watching the horde approach from afar, growing larger by the second, Yang Hao realized there was no time to escape. Preparing for battle was the only strategy left. Inside the base, Yang Hao said, "The zombie horde is coming. Everyone, grab your weapons and get ready to fight." He had Su Ling Yun lead the women to a hiding place and ordered them not to come out without his command. The others were to take up arms and follow him into battle. Soon, the zombies were dangerously close to the base, their savage aura thick and terrifying. From above, a sniper aimed at the fuel tank of a long truck, a spot the zombies had passed by without noticing. Fatty fired a precise shot at the tank. The fuel tank exploded, taking out a significant number of zombies in the blast. Seizing the moment, everyone charged forward fully armed. The real battle had begun, and it was clear that these zombies were no match for the advanced weaponry of humankind. Yang Hao didn't need a gun. With just a scythe in hand, he could sweep through hordes of zombies. Indeed, their boss was unbelievably powerful. Fatty observed the battlefield through the scope of his sniper rifle, able to take in the full situation. The zombies were gradually being blown away like dust in the wind when faced with Yang Hao's weapon. This system increases all of Yang Hao's stats. Indeed, this monster farming is not just about killing in terms of quantity. These attribute points are barely enough to fill the gaps. Suddenly, Yang Hao turned around. A monster, much larger than the usual ones, several times bigger, and also at the elite level, was approaching with a large hammer. This monster seemed quite powerful, and Yang Hao was genuinely intrigued. The monster laughed maliciously, and immediately it swung its hammer down, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, forcing Yang Hao to dodge far away. Yang Hao could feel that the monster had incredibly strong physical power, and if an ordinary person were struck, they would be shattered instantly. Fat fired from a distance, attacking the monster, but it seemed ineffective, and the monster took notice of him. The monster used its hammer to block the incoming bullets. Fat truly felt that it was not only strong, but also incredibly intelligent. Its speed was astonishing, and in just a moment, it was almost at the spot where Fat was hiding. Yang Hao chased after the monster, determined not to let it reach the gas station. As Yang Hao's sword was about to strike, the monster noticed and turned to look back. Immediately, the monster raised its hammer to block the incoming blow from Yang Hao. The force of the impact sent Yang Hao flying back. A true worthy opponent had appeared. Yang Hao jumped into an old vehicle, and the noise it made was quite loud. Everyone worried about the recent toss, unsure of Yang Hao's safety. The system displayed one hammer, one training to unlock the Iron Bones. Reaching level 10 can activate Iron Bones level 1. Yang Hao wondered, how can you level up after getting beaten like that? Facing a monster many times larger than himself, the disparity in strength between the two was clear and could be seen with the naked eye. Yet Yang Hao showed no fear. On the contrary, he even seemed to mock it. Come at me, he taunted. The massive creature and Yang Hao charged toward each other at the same time, exchanging a powerful blow. To everyone's surprise, the monster sent Yang Hao flying, leaving everyone baffled at what was going through his mind. The system appeared. One strike, 2 training sessions. Yang Hao gritted his teeth and retreated into a corner. It was incomprehensible. Knowing he couldn't possibly match the monster in strength, why would Yang Hao voluntarily take the hit? The chubby man and the villa owner couldn't understand what their boss was trying to do either. Yang Hao sneered. This time, it's not as strong as last time. Are you giving it your all? Provocative, the monster continued to strike. As expected, it landed a powerful blow directly onto Yang Hao, causing the ground to crater. Yang Hao coughed up blood, and the system appeared again. 1 strike, 3 training sessions. The fat guy over here gets it now. Boss wants to die, Lai Long Dao angrily remarked. If he wants to die, so be it, the other replied. The monster kept pounding him relentlessly. 4th strike, 5th strike, 6th strike, each blow raising Yang Hao's experience points. As smoke billowed, Lai Long Dao wondered if Yang Hao had really reached his limit. Amid the thick haze, both the monster and the onlookers were left wondering what the outcome would be. Yang Hao emerged from the cloud of smoke, holding a club that he had borrowed for training, having acquired the skill of bone refining. The monster was sweating profusely, wondering if there was a type of person who, after taking a beating, still wanted more. Lai Long Dao and Mok were both incredibly excited. Boss is still alive. I knew you were different from ordinary people. Yang Hao glanced at the stats on the screen in his hand. Finally, he could access them. To obtain this ability, he had nearly lost his life. Taking this opportunity, he headed back to the healing pod to recover. Yang Hao vanished, surprising both the monster and his allies. Inside the healing pod, it was clear that Yang Hao had endured several powerful blows from the monster. Fortunately, the healing pod's recovery time was over, otherwise he would have been done for today. Just in time for recovery, the pod was also counting down for nearly a month, 240 hours of cooldown. After his recovery, Yang Hao reappeared. The monster stared wide-eyed. Am I just your game? Yang Hao laughed loudly. That punch felt great, but now it's my turn. Yang Hao charged at the monster like an arrow. This bone-refining technique was one he had been waiting for a long time. Ever since that monster had hit him, he had been filled with hatred. The monster, as before, launched a direct attack at the small target in front of it. Who would have thought that Yang Hao would block its blow with his bare hands? Surprising, right? Surprised, huh, kid? With a sweep of his scythe, Yang Hao chopped the monster into pieces, making it scream in agony. Indeed, it's quite surprising. In such a short amount of time, Yang Hao has grown so much stronger. The energy-based skill that had just been used was still in cooldown. In the meantime, Yang Hao had more than enough time to deal with this monster. The monster was defeated, falling to the ground dead instantly. Collecting the experience from it, Yang Hao felt extremely satisfied. Truly worthy of being an elite mutated zombie, there's quite a lot of loot. Next to him was an object of unknown origin, but it was incredibly sturdy and it couldn't be opened. The next day, everyone gathered at the gas station to monitor the situation. Yang Hao spoke to Su Ling Yun. They need to go to Jiangzhou, and these people are counting on you. You've already made contact with Colonel Fang Zhongyu, right? He will send someone to escort them to a safe place. So Ling Yun felt deeply grateful. These supplies, Yang Hao, you're being too generous. With supplies in hand, Yang Hao gave orders to his companions to head out quickly to Jiangzhou. Before departing, they had to first survey the terrain. According to the map, crossing the bridge ahead would lead them to Jiangzhou. There were no zombies gathering nearby, so Yang Hao and his brute could rest for a while before continuing their journey. However, just earlier, they heard on the radio in the car, a little Lord-class zombie appeared at the Dabaishan base. Fortunately, there was a psychic to protect them, otherwise the entire base would have been destroyed. Yang Hao was slightly puzzled. What does it mean, level war-class zombie with a psychic? Lai Longdao laughed. This boss has talent, but no intelligence, incredibly slow on the uptake. These days, the world has begun adopting international standard classifications for zombies based on their degree of mutation. Normal level, elite level, mutated elite level, and lord level. The expert said if the current development trend continues, even more powerful zombies than the lord level might appear in the future. As for the espers, Lai Long Dao isn't quite sure. It said they all appeared along with the apocalypse. Yang Hao asked, Hu King Yi, do you know what the one with strange powers is? She turned away a little shyly. My family all practiced Yu magic. A martial artist like me wouldn't know about the one with strange powers. After a while, the convoy set off into the cold, snowy weather. Yang Hao wondered, why is there snow this season? It was just summer a moment ago. King hugged Yang Hao. With this cold, your body really is warm. Yang Hao said, don't mess around, you're still driving. The convoy had barely moved forward when it hit something. Go King Yi turned and asked, what happened to Yang Hao? Yang Hao had his face buried in King King's fruit rack, awkwardly replying, it's nothing. He opened the car door, saying he'd go investigate the surroundings. Everyone just stay in the car and wait. Looking at the snowflake-shaped item in his hand, which seemed delicately crafted, Gu King Yi wondered, could this be the work of the one with strange powers? Yang Hao approached the ice statues, wondering aloud, why are there so many ice statues here? These ice statues look incredibly realistic, as if the humans had been frozen into ice. King here is absolutely delighted. There's so much snow, and she wants Yang Hao to play snowman with her. Yang Hao warned, King, stop fooling around. This place is very eerie. Even in the apocalypse, the weather shouldn't be this extreme. One arm in the ice statue moved. Yang Hao glanced back, but it remained still. Could the snow be causing him to hallucinate? King touched one of the snow statues. They were so magical. Everything felt so real. Yang Hao immediately realized something was off, and at the same time, he warned King, don't touch them, or the snow statues will move. The snow statue lunged at King. Perhaps some readers wanted her to be knocked out right then and there. Yang Hao rushed over, slashing through the snow statue to protect King from the reckless trouble she had caused. Yang Hao ordered King, stay behind me. At least you'll get some of the protagonist's glory. He was starting to suspect that these ice statues might be zombies. Why wasn't there any information about them? From above, a woman dressed entirely in black looked down, observing the two as they fought against the snowmen. Yang Hao issued a command, everyone be careful. There are zombies preparing to fight nearby. The beautiful woman, exuding murderous intent, stepped forward, thinking to herself that Yang Hao wasn't bad at all. If she could offer him as a sacrifice to the apocalypse god, that would be perfect. On this side, Lai Long Dao commanded everyone to prepare for battle. They were divided into two teams. One stayed behind to guard the area, while the other went to Yang Hao's location to provide reinforcements. Lai Long Dao felt it was quite miraculous. Aren't Gu King Yi and the others cold? Qing Yi nodded, feeling nothing at all. She wondered if it was because Yang Hao had helped her eliminate the virus in her body last time, enhancing her physical strength, and as a result, her resistance to the cold had increased. The zombies advanced, and everyone quickly launched an attack. At Yang Hao's side, after defeating the weak zombies for a while, he felt a bit disappointed. Is that all? I thought they would be tougher. Suddenly, an ice-based attack came toward him. Yang Hao reacted swiftly, immediately cutting the strike into 100 pieces. The dark-faced woman complimented, Yang Hao's reflexes are impressive. If he joins our organization, he could fight alongside us for the god of the apocalypse. The god of the apocalypse? Yang Hao feared that this beauty had been deceived into joining some strange cult or organization. In this age, the only thing worth trusting was oneself. Yang Hao noticed that this person had a supernatural ability. He didn't expect to encounter a supernatural user so early. The dark-faced woman said, our god's descent organization is different from those frauds. My ice-based ability was granted by the god of the apocalypse. She charged forward to attack. If you're not going to become a follower, then become food for the god of the apocalypse. Yang Hao blocked her ice-type attack. If she truly were a divine savior of all beings, how could she take someone's life? The woman's ice powers had nothing to do with any deity. Yang Hao would personally expose this deception. The woman, her face darkened, shouted, and unleashed thousands of shards of ice, charging towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao felt something was off. How could she be so strong? The closer she got, the more ice shards she sent flying, directly heading toward him. Yang Hao sensed danger and quickly formed a shield of ice. The barrier immediately blocked her ice-based assault. She was somewhat surprised. Did this man also have ice powers? How interesting. While defending against the ice, Yang Hao said, "I have great respect for my opponents. How about we stop fighting and join my team to fulfill our duty of saving the world together? What do you think?" The woman continued her attack on Yang Hao. She was utterly unaware of her own limits, believing only their god could save the world. Yang Hao dodged the strike. Indeed, engaging in physical combat with this woman seemed disadvantageous for him. The woman summoned a mountain of ice from below, and Yang Hao activated his steel bones, ensuring he wouldn't be turned into a skewered roast. Ice spikes gathered around Yang Hao, and for a moment, there was stillness. The ice then shattered, revealing a truly spectacular scene. Yang Hao stood tall and asked with a smile, "Has this woman used up all her skills? Now it's your turn." The ice woman was startled. How could this be? How is this man not injured? At that moment, Madame So stepped forward. "What are you all dawdling for? These people haven't been dealt with yet, and the apocalypse god can't wait any longer. He wants to eat now." The woman drew her blade and killed Madame So. Too noisy. Trash like her has no right to order me around. Inside, a monstrous beast appeared, fat like Minbao. In front of it was a priest feeding it to fatten it up. The priest's eyes gleamed with cunning as he looked at the beast. "My good child, the food is coming soon." Yang Hao looked at the woman who feared death before him. Wasn't she your ally? Why did you kill her? The ice woman let out a cold laugh. "Ally? This is the apocalypse. If I had been as merciful as you, I would have been killed long ago by those so-called allies of yours. Now that no one stands in my way, I can finally finish this with satisfaction." The woman burst forth with power, charging at Yang Hao like a roaring tiger. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyi had arrived at the battlefield. "Who is that guy fighting with?" She suddenly recognized the person. "That's Xiao Quan," she shouted. "Sun-blessed Bronze Hao, stop fighting." That's her younger sister. Yang Hao was stunned. Gu Qingyi's younger sister. At that moment, the ice woman suddenly recognized her sister. Why is she here? Gu Qingyi approached Xiao Quan, feeling joyful as she finally met her younger sister. Xiao Quan immediately shoved Gu Qingyi away, saying that she didn't have a sister like her. Yang Hao was confused about what was going on, and Gu Qingyi sadly admitted that it was her family's fault. When they were young, Gu Qingyi was once struck by Xiao Quan's ice and snow. She knew her sister had the ability to control ice and snow, but because the family couldn't control this special power, they dared not teach Xiao Quan ancient martial arts. They feared that her powers would harm her, leading her to go berserk, so they taught all the ancient martial arts to Gu Qingyi to protect her. She never expected Xiao Quan to misunderstand, run away from home, and disappear without a trace. Xiao Quan angrily said, "What misunderstanding? It's clear that Gu Qingyi was afraid I would surpass her, so she didn't let me practice the ancient martial arts. Now, with the grace of the end of the world god, I will become even stronger." Yang Hao told Gu Qingyi that Xiao Quan had been brainwashed when she joined the organization. From a distance, a scope of a sniper rifle was aimed at Xiao Quan. The man aiming the rifle showed no conscience toward his ally. It seemed she had decided to rebel. A shot rang out, and the man was ready to have the end of the world god decide that she must die. Yang Hao reacted quickly, embracing Xiao Quan and dodging the sudden gunshot. Xiao Quan didn't expect him to be so kind to her, and, feeling embarrassed, said thank you. Yang Hao reminded everyone around that there were enemies, forcing them to be cautious. The man up high looked down, cursing. What kind of reaction speed was that? Immediately, the group of Apocalypse cultists, their faces covered, rushed forward, aiming to capture Yang Hao's group for the sacrifice to their god. Yang Hao knocked away the brainwashed fools with a single blow. Wake up! The so-called Apocalypse god is just a scam. Gu Qingyi asked Xiao Quan what the Apocalypse god was. She calmly replied, "They said that the powers you have are a gift from the Apocalypse god. As long as you worship him, your powers will definitely be able to reach higher levels." Yang Hao would rather ask these people what they had to say about it. Without mercy, Yang Hao grabbed the head of a fool worshipping the god. Gu Qingyi pointed her gun at him and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is the Apocalypse god?" The cultist sneered, "The apocalypse god is not something you can touch. Sooner or later, you will be punished." Then he bit the pill he had prepared and committed suicide. It was terrifying how thoroughly they had been brainwashed. Yang Hao asked Xiao Quan, "How many people are in the organization? Who is the boss?" She said the organization had around 100 members. The boss? Yang Hao mused, probably one of the ancient gods' messengers. Yang Hao was certain that the issue lay with this messenger. They decided to return to their group first and figure things out later. Late at night, the air was still and quiet, with no signs of disturbance. Yang Hao lay on his bed, lost in thought. The apocalypse, what a cruel joke. So many people turning a blind eye, but sooner or later, no one can escape fate. Suddenly, Xiao Quan entered from outside, her gaze thoughtful and serious. "Yang Hao, is something the matter?" She said that Gu Qingyi mentioned Yang Hao had a special method to help strengthen oneself, and she wanted him to teach her. Yang Hao hesitated for a moment. Why would Qing Lai bring this up with her sister? Xiao Quan sat down casually, her eyes glinting with playful defiance. "If you don't help me today, I might just tell everyone about it." Yang Hao sighed inwardly. What a troublesome situation. If others found out, he'd never have peace again. No, that won't do. He quickly composed himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach her, but this had to stay between them. Hearing that, Xiao Quan smiled brightly and agreed to keep it a secret. Hu Tai appeared not long after. Yang Hao looked at Xiao Quan and gently asked, "Are you ready?" Their hands intertwined, drawing closer. The space between them seemed to melt away as a quiet warmth settled in. Yang Hao leaned in slightly, his voice soft and calm. "Don't be nervous, just relax." At last, a final layer was removed. Yang Hao placed his hand gently on Xiao Quan's warm skin. She let out a soft breath, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Her eyes slowly closed as she quietly embraced the moment, taking in the calm and closeness between them. The two exchanged a kiss in the night, the sound intensely filling the air. Xiao Quan's soft moan echoed, causing Hu Dai to blush. The two then lay separately on the bed. Yang Hao asked, "Xiao Quan, how do you feel?" Xiao Quan replied, "Feel what?" Yang Hao, uneasy, said, "The sensation is stronger." Xiao Quan, slightly worried, said, "Let me check." Suddenly, Xiao Quan found she couldn't use her abilities. Yang Hao jumped up, alarmed. What? There was no news regarding any ability users in the system. Yang Hao was confused. What is going on? This has never happened before. Everything went fine in the past. Xiao Quan, extremely displeased, said, "Yang Hao is a liar. Give my abilities back to me." Yang Hao insisted he wasn't deceiving her. Gu Qingyi can testify. Xiao Quan asked, "Is it because we didn't do enough? Should we try again?" The next day came and Yang Hao was exhausted. Xiao Quan, understanding how hard he had tried, decided not to hold it against him, but before her abilities returned, he would need to protect her. Yang Hao agreed, "Leave it to me. I'll take you to your organization's base later." They arrived in front of a tall building in a rather formal manner. This was the base of the Fallen Ones organization, where they often kept living prisoners. The end of the world was inside. Yang Hao observed the base, and as soon as Madame so saw Xiao Quan, she started shooting, treating her like a traitor. Xiao Quan and Yang Hao launched a coordinated dual sword assault, swiftly taking down the group. That foolish Madame so even wanted them to become food for the Doomsday God, believing that in doing so, the deity would show mercy and absolve them of their sins. King was shot, just as expected. Yang Hao shouted, "Kill the enemy immediately," and at once lifted King into his arms. King began to lose consciousness. Yang Hao grew anxious. We must treat her immediately. Xiao Quan wanted to tend to King's wounds as she had studied medicine in the past. Even while unconscious, Feng King kept calling out Yang Hao's name without end. In her comatose state, Yang Hao stood anxiously nearby, unable to stay calm. He asked, "How is she?" Xiao Quan calmly explained, "The bullet wound is severe, having pierced through her body. I've managed to stop the bleeding for now, but it needs to heal quickly. She still has to be taken to a hospital. I once heard there's a doomsday hospital in this city that treats patients free of charge. Perhaps we could try our luck there." Yang Hao was uneasy. In the apocalypse, human life is as fragile as paper. How can we even consider going to a doomsday hospital? It's a shame the healing chamber is still recovering and won't be ready for another 3 days. Yang Hao handed Feng King over to Xiao Quan. "Just hold on for a few more days. I'll find a way to heal her." Lai Long, Dao, and Fatty said they've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of the Doomsday God. That group left long ago, but they noticed someone in black moving around the nearby factory. Well done. Yang Hao quickly gave orders for everyone to go over and check it out. Over here, a masked person was being chased by zombies running desperately. The person ran to a dead end with no way to retreat. He turned around and saw the zombies right behind him. Feeling something was off, the zombies kept attacking forward, their prey firmly trapped. Lai Long Dao wondered, why didn't the zombies stop at the door and not continue? He was also curious, could there be something in the factory that makes them afraid? The group of people exchanged some words, probably some kind of signal between them. The gatekeeper asked, how does the apocalypse god survive? The masked person shouted loudly, offer everything to the god of the apocalypse. The gatekeeper responded with a salute, welcome home, my friend, a fellow worshiper of the god of the apocalypse. When Yang Hao and his group arrived, the gatekeeper remarked, these two don't look like they belong to the organization. Lai Long Dao replied, they're newcomers. If you don't believe it, you can test them with the signal. Yang Hao asked, Lai Long Dao, do you remember the signal? He nodded, I remember. The gatekeeper said that the god of the apocalypse had 13 commandments. Recite 3 of them. Yang Hao and Lai Long Dao froze, cursing. Damn, that wasn't the one earlier. Lai Long Dao said, signals can't be changed arbitrarily. They're newcomers. They probably only remember the apocalypse god's signal, not survival tactics. Maybe they're talking about this. The gatekeeper refused to let the two in, stating that they were not part of the divine decree and were not qualified to receive the blessings of the god of the apocalypse. Leave. Lai Long Dao signaled to Yang Hao, if words don't work, then use force. Yang Hao really didn't want to fight, but in the end, he had no choice but to act. Even the guards were so devoted to the deity. Yang Hao truly wanted to understand how they spread this faith. Yang Hao entered to scout ahead, instructing Lai Long Dao to stay outside and assist Gu King Yi. Long Dao happily accepted the order. Inside, the priest was preaching. The god of the apocalypse requires everyone to offer their strength in order to receive his protection. Now we have a traitor, and the god of the apocalypse will surely punish them. The crowd wholeheartedly responded, repeatedly chanting the name of the god of the apocalypse. Yang Hao observed the scene, seeing how easily people could be led astray, creating a deity that became a lifeline for them. The priest urged everyone to remain silent, declaring that the time had come to offer their bodies to the god of the apocalypse, to continue sinking into the apocalypse until death, or to sacrifice themselves to the deity to fight against the dark world. Either choice was valid. Everyone chose to offer themselves to the god of the apocalypse, each of them scrambling to be the one to die for the deity. Yang Hao immediately realized this was a scam to deceive the sacrifices. The priest said, not everyone can be accepted by the deity. Listen to the divine voice of the god. A radiant light spread out around them, as if this was the priest's stage. The power was immense, and was it because of this that the zombies hadn't dared to enter before? Someone in the crowd asked the priest, has the god of the apocalypse chosen someone to take responsibility in the god's name? A girl in the crowd was singled out by the priest as the one chosen by the deity. She was overjoyed, thanking the divine envoy for selecting her. A moment later, 2 guards stood on either side of the small girl who knelt on the ground, her hands tightly bound. Enormous footsteps echoed, and everyone present immediately felt a powerful frequency. A strange creature emerged, its gaze no different from a zombie starved for days. The girl felt a little confused. Was this really the god? It was hard to believe. The creature quickly lunged toward the small girl, its eyes seeming to devour everything in sight. The little girl at this moment was still dazed, still pleading to offer her body, to bring happiness to everyone. The creature seized the girl, and Yang Hao simultaneously rescued her from the vicious grip of the bloodthirsty creature, holding the woman in his arms as he moved away from the attacking blow of the grotesque being. Indeed, it was a mutated elite zombie, its roar even louder than that of a lion. The little girl did not understand why Yang Hao had saved her. Yang Hao told her, look closely, that is a zombie, not some god. The weapon was summoned, and he urged the girl, run quickly if you don't want to become the zombie's tasty meal. This elite zombie was far superior in speed and stats. This hunt was beginning to look interesting. Yang Hao wanted to start from its legs. The zombie let out a roar and charged to attack. He swiftly drove a blade into its leg, causing it to howl in pain. The zombie screamed, sending out powerful sound waves that pushed its opponent away, preventing Yang Hao from approaching within close range. Its attack range was so vast that he simply couldn't get close. Yang Hao didn't believe it, determined to try again. The result was another counterattack from the zombie, and Yang Hao was once again blasted away. At the same time, the zombie took several shots to its injured leg. Lai Long Dao's group had arrived, bringing reinforcements with them. Yang Hao told them that they arrived just in time. The sound wave of this monster was too strong, and he couldn't get close. He wanted everyone to help divert its attention. Everyone immediately agreed to Yang Hao's request. Fatty provoked the zombie, looking towards them. The zombie unleashed a powerful sound wave, overwhelming everyone. As a result, Lai Long Dao and the other two were thrown far away, and it seemed difficult to ask them to bear the blow in this situation. The zombie was attacked from behind and immediately turned around, a high alert. Go King Yi and the other two had clearly intended to distract its attention. At that moment, Yang Hao immediately struck the monster. With a direct slash to its chest, the creature howled in pain. Its strength was so immense that it snapped the chains binding it. At this point, the creature was truly free, and it was an even greater threat. The chains had been torn apart, and the entire cell began to shake violently as a result. Yang Hao realized the room was about to collapse into rubble, so he quickly urged everyone to leave. The followers outside were somewhat restless. The noise was so loud that it felt like the structure was about to collapse. The priest, with a look of pride in his eyes, shouted, "Did you hear that? God has heard our prayers." Everyone followed the words of the bishop, constantly chanting, "Long live the god of the end times! Long live the priest! Long live the divine envoy!" The zombie appeared, its bloodthirsty gaze focused on humanity. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Wasn't that an elite-level zombie? The priest called out, "People, stay calm. That is the god of the end times, not a zombie." But no one listened to him, quickly scattering in panic. "That's a zombie. The divine envoy is deceiving us." The priest angrily looked at his sinful child. "Why did you listen to me? Going out like this will scare everyone." The zombie let out a growl, a sound wave causing people to collapse. It grabbed a living person in its hand, squeezing tightly, rendering the person unable to struggle. The zombie immediately shoved the person into its mouth, chewing noisily, fresh blood flowing and filling its throat with a disgusting stench. Yang Hao attacked from behind, furious. "You bastard, how many people have you eaten to become this big?" Yang Hao told his men, "Take these sinners to safety. I'll handle the rest." The zombie sound wave was approaching Yang Hao. It was back. "Too bad I don't have any props right now. It would be so much easier." Yang Hao was trying to think of a way to deal with it. He remembered that the system allowed him to exchange attributes for rare props. Maybe he could use. He pressed the button on the shock-resistant jacket, which could be tested like this. Immediately, the jacket was equipped. Yang Hao appeared in the 3 skill space, and the monsters were getting increasingly fierce, seemingly starving. Yang Hao felt extremely satisfied. The 20 attribute points were indeed not wasted. Yang Hao quickly charged forward. "Come on, try my power." With one swing, Yang Hao was about to finish off the monster. Suddenly, flames shot out from its mouth, catching him completely off guard. Yang Hao was hit by this unexpected blow and took it head-on. This monster can spit fire. Could it be hacking? The zombie continued to breathe fire. Yang Hao observed that each time it used this ability, it had a cooldown of about 2 seconds. As long as he could keep track of the rhythm of the fight, just when the zombie launched its attack, he would strike. Yes, now was the moment. Yang Hao charged forward to attack the arrogant monster with incredible ferocity. One swing made it scream, blood spraying everywhere. Noticing its fatal weakness at the neck, Yang Hao's gaze turned deadly. He leaped once again, his moves extraordinarily graceful, and rushed toward the zombie. "One direct strike to your neck, it's mine." After the zombie was dealt with and disappeared into the void, Yang Hao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this zombie to boost so many mental attributes like that. Everyone turned back, worried about Yang Hao's condition. He assured them that he was fine and that the zombie had been dealt with. Lai Long Dao had captured the divine envoy of the cultists. Their goal was to attract as many followers as possible to join their organization and then use them to defeat the zombies. Yang Hao pointed his weapon at the priest and asked, "Why are you breeding zombies? What benefits do they bring to you?" The priest suddenly knelt down, surprising everyone. In front of the zombie's grim expression, he lamented, "Xiao Wai, I've harmed you. Xiao Wai." Yang Hao hadn't expected that this zombie was his son. The priest cried, saying, "It's all my fault. If I had watched Xiao Wai more carefully that day, he wouldn't have run into the park and been infected by the mutated zombie virus. After Xiao Wai was infected, he could only use the living to feed the dead. He didn't even react. I was forced to do it." Yu King Yi, furious, shouted, "Xiao Wai was already dead. He's a zombie now. Because of him, so many innocent people have been dragged into this mess. Are you out of your mind?" The priest felt that in order to ensure his son's well-being, sacrificing as many lives as needed was worth it. Yang Hao had heard enough and immediately delivered a blow that set the priest back to Mother Earth. Isn't someone else's life still a life? Go down to hell and repent for those innocent souls. Yang Hao and the others left the zombie base, realizing that this world truly had everything: spirits, demons, and all sorts of strange creatures. It seemed that this matter had been resolved. Lai Long Dao asked, "What about those believers who ran outside? There are still so many zombies out there." Yang Hao felt that the only person who could handle this situation was Feng King's father, who would have to take care of it. By the time they returned to the base, it was already noon. Yang Hao asked Xiao Quan about King's current condition. She replied, "Not good. Her wound is starting to get infected. We need to operate and stitch it up immediately. She also needs antibiotics or her life will be in danger." Yang Hao was a bit confused. The medical compartment was gradually recovering, but for now, they had to find another solution. Yang Hao remembered that Xiao Quan had once mentioned a post-apocalyptic hospital. Xiao Quan nodded and said, "There's a giant general hospital a few kilometers away. I've heard on the radio that they offer free medical treatment." Yang Hao didn't care. They would just head there first. Everyone encouraged King to hang on, telling her the hospital was close. Yang Hao shouted loudly, "Doctor, is there a doctor?" Suddenly, an attack came from a distance, and everyone found themselves in a passive position. Yang Hao realized there was an ambush and quickly ordered everyone to disperse. A group of people smoking laughed loudly. This hospital is their territory. Anyone who dares to enter without permission has only one path ahead: death. Yang Hao pleaded, "Big brother, they have someone injured in urgent need of surgery and antibiotics. Could you help them?" The man nodded, but made it clear that help wouldn't come for free. Of course, it's not easy for anyone in the apocalypse. There are supplies in Yang Hao's vehicle. If you want, you can take some. The man approached the vehicle, but don't misunderstand. It weren't just taking a little. They intended to take everything they could. And the few pretty girls they had seen, they intended to leave them for themselves. Yang Hao sighed, "All right, but can you leave a few lives?" The man raised his gun, aiming it at Yang Hao. "No one gets left behind." Yang Hao dashed forward like an arrow. "This is what you said," and landed a punch straight to the man's mouth. His weapon was quickly summoned, ruthless and unforgiving. With one punch, Yang Hao sent the sharp-tongued man to meet his ancestors. Yang Hao called his teammates to act quickly, all attacking in unison. It was clear that he had the good intention of asking for a little help, but these people didn't need it. He made it clear that he would spare a few lives for them, but they didn't even want that. They were the ones bringing this upon themselves. There was no more time left. Yang Hao and Xiao Quan went inside to search for medicine. Everyone kept watch outside as per Yang Hao's instructions. Inside the hospital, there was no one around. Strange. Didn't they say this hospital was operational? Why was there no one here? Xiao Quan said they've probably been dealt with by those people from earlier, or they ran off. Yang Hao felt a bit disappointed. "So I came all the way here for nothing?" Xiao Quan shook his head. "We have no other choice. There's still some medicine here. We have to try." Yang Hao immediately carried King into the operating room. Both of them had no other option but to try. Xiao Quan carried out the surgery on King, while Yang Hao stood guard outside. Inside the operating room, a bullet was removed. Xiao Quan couldn't help but sigh. There was still one bullet lodged in the wound. No wonder it hadn't healed. In her coma, King could only remember Yang Hao's name and called out to him. Xiao Quan reassured her, "Don't worry, you'll see him soon." Yang Hao stood guard outside for a long time, hoping the surgery would go smoothly. From a distance, a zombie approached him. Its sounds clearly audible. Yang Hao just wondered why there were zombies in the hospital. One swift strike was enough to kill it before it could even make a sound. From a distance, Yang Hao heard a desperate cry for help. "Is there anyone still here?" A family was being attacked by zombies. The man told his family to run while he would act as bait for the zombies. His daughter screamed, covering her eyes. "Please don't." Without hesitation, Yang Hao struck the zombie with a fatal blow. After finishing off the zombie, he turned around to check if everyone was okay. All three of them knelt and bowed their heads in gratitude to Yang Hao. He is truly their benefactor. Yang Hao helped them up. "It was nothing. I was just wondering, what are you all doing here? The doctors have all run off. If you need treatment, go somewhere else." The girl said her mother was at home, running a high fever that wouldn't go down. She had heard on the radio that this place offered free medical care, so she came to see if they could help. Yang Hao was also puzzled by all logic. With those scoundrels guarding the place, it should be safe here. So where did all these zombies come from? As nightfall approached, the small family bade Yang Hao farewell and left. He told them that there were more medicines in the next room, and they should go take a look. If they encountered danger, they should exit through the door. His friends would also help them outside. Everyone had just left when the space fell silent again. After a while, Xiao Quan opened the door. Yang Hao was allowed to enter. Yang Hao told Xiao Quan to rest and let him take care of King. "It seems like there are zombies in the hospital. I advise you to be careful." Xiao Quan nodded. "Okay." Yang Hao looked at King and sighed. Really, it's either losing her memory or getting shot. Why does it feel like heaven hates her? I hope that after this, she can reflect on herself. On the other side, Xiao Quan walked while thinking. Had Yang Hao forgotten that she had lost her special abilities, she needed to find time to tell him. Suddenly, she heard a cry from afar. A little girl came running, crying and begging for help. Xiao Quan bent down and gently asked, "What's wrong, sweetie?" The little girl cried, "My parents were eaten by zombies." Xiao Quan asked anxiously, "Where are the zombies?" The girl pointed to a room inside and said, "There's a very scary zombie inside." Xiao Quan comforted her, "Don't be scared, I'll take you to a safe place and then I'll go check it out." A moment later, Xiao Quan brought the little girl to the others. Lai Long Dao asked, "Where did this girl come from? They don't have any resources, so they wouldn't do something like this." Xiao Quan replied, "That's none of your concern. Just help me look after her for a while. It seems there's a zombie inside and I'll go check it out." King Yi wanted to go with her younger sister, but King Quan refused. She was an ability user, and with such a weak older sister, having her follow along would only be a hindrance. King Quan stepped inside, holding a gun, feeling a bit anxious. Without any abilities, she had no choice but to rely on the gun, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar. She found it strange. There wasn't even the slightest movement from the zombies. A noise from inside the room caught King Quan's attention. She glanced toward the room, slowly opening the door. Her eyes were filled with a bit of worry, accompanied by a sense of unease. Inside, a doctor was performing surgery. King Quan felt a bit confused. "Is there really a doctor here?" The doctor asked, "King Quan, you don't look like you're here for a checkup. Is something wrong?" King Quan pointed her gun at the doctor. Whoever is lying on the bed pulled a sheet off. The doctor said, "Xiao Quan, calm down. I haven't done anything wrong. There's no need to point the gun at me." The doctor lifted the sheet. "This is a zombie I collected for research and mutated strain, but it's already dead." Xiao Quan covered her nose. It was truly disgusting. She turned around and advised the doctor, "Stop messing with these things. Be careful or you might get infected and turn into a zombie yourself." As soon as the doctor heard that, he lunged at Xiao Quan to attack her. She immediately fired her gun at him, but it seemed ineffective. The doctor, who took a shot, still managed to laugh wickedly. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary human. The doctor pinned Xiao Quan down, his strength overwhelming her. "She looks quite delicious." The doctor gazed at Xiao Quan with a lustful expression. She realized that this person was incredibly strong. Although she was once the one with strange powers who had lost her special abilities, her physical condition was far from ordinary. However, when it came to this guy, she was powerless. She cursed the pervert in front of her, telling him to let her go. The doctor laughed, though that girl managed to run away, capturing someone as tasty as you is still worth it. Xiao Quan kicked him in the groin with all her strength, but no matter what she did, it was useless. He told her to prepare herself to be devoured. Suddenly, a noise from behind made the doctor turn around to investigate. Yang Hao, with a single blow, forced him to dodge to the side, giving Xiao Quan the chance to escape. He was furious, glaring at the opponent and demanding, "Who the hell dares to challenge me?" Yang Hao, hearing the gunshot, rushed over, only to discover that the zombie had disguised itself as a human doctor. Looking at the zombie's attributes, Yang Hao was stunned, for this zombie had extraordinarily high stats. No longer hiding his true form, the doctor transformed into his real shape, a massive mutated elite zombie. He didn't understand how Yang Hao had been able to see through his disguise, but at this point, it was clear that today was the day Yang Hao would die. Yang Hao was taken aback because this zombie was a combination of both animal and human traits. The zombie laughed and replied, "Isn't its masterpiece truly wonderful?" After the apocalypse arrived, it merged the genes of a lion zombie and became a hybrid zombie. It was through the constant actions of ordinary people foolishly sticking their heads into danger that it was able to grow into what it was today. Xiao Quan never expected that the apocalyptic hospital reported on the news was intentionally released by this zombie. The zombie laughed again and said, "It's fine. In this world lacking resources, you still want free treatment. Humans are really naive." Yang glanced at the clothes on the ground. "Aren't these the clothes of those three little girls? How did they end up here?" Yang Hao asked the zombie where the little girl's family had gone. The zombie answered, "Apart from that girl, her entire family is already in my mouth. Want to take a sniff? That girl's meat is definitely going to be tastier than her parents." Yang Hao didn't want to hear any more and immediately struck it. "You bastard, die already." However, the blade couldn't even cut through its skin because it was too thick. Xiao Quan supported Yang Hao by shooting at it, but even the gun was no more than a grain of sand against the zombie's tough hide. No way? Even the gun doesn't work. Yang Hao felt that this battle would not be an easy one. Then the zombie moved toward Xiao Quan, saying, "Become my nourishment." Yang Hao absolutely wouldn't let it get close to Xiao Quan. "You freak, what do you want with the girl?" If you're so tough, come for me. With a swift kick, Yang Hao severed the lustful intentions of the monster. At the same time, he told Xiao Quan to quickly go outside and call for reinforcements. I'll hold it off here. The monster refused to let Xiao Quan leave. Neither of you will escape from here. In an instant, it charged at Xiao Quan like an arrow, forcing her to flee in panic. As the monster closed in on Xiao Quan, its sharp teeth snarled at her, die. Yang Hao swiftly blocked its attack. The monster mocked him. Seeing him as an obstacle, it will bite off your head. Yang Hao activated his steel bone technique, and his body turned as hard as iron. When the monster's bite landed on his head, its teeth broke. How can your head be so hard? Xiao Quan, frantic, called out Yang Hao's name, deeply worried for him. Yang Hao smiled and replied, I promise to protect you, and I will. Now go quickly and call for reinforcements. Xiao Quan hurriedly left, and Sun-blessed Bronze gritted his teeth. She will go and call for backup. Yang Hao silently thought to himself, this guy must have a weakness, if I can find it. At that moment, a red gleam flickered on the monster's head, and Yang Hao quickly deduced, I see the weakness is hidden beneath its hair. With that, Yang Hao charged forward, aiming for the monster's fatal weak point. The monster was swiftly defeated, and the system immediately displayed a notification about his increased stats. Yang Hao glanced at it and began to calculate. With so many mental attributes now, should I lean toward becoming a mentalist? Right after that, the system congratulated him on receiving a new title reward, the Hero of the Apocalypse, with his basic attributes increased by 30. Looking at his current equipment, Yang Hao couldn't help but sigh. This set isn't bad. Next time, I won't have to worry about being burned. The system also provided him with another reward, supply chest activation. Yang Hao suddenly recalled the time he had found it before and wondered why he couldn't open it. It turned out there was this limitation. He thought to himself, I wonder what's inside. The chest slowly opened in front of Yang Hao, and the system announced expanding system functions, upgrading the healing pod function, receiving the attribute-based potion crafting function, initializing recovery time. Upon reading this, Yang Hao couldn't help but be amazed. It can do that too? Doesn't this mean it can help them get stronger? Suddenly, the door opened and someone entered, looking a bit surprised. Boss, how did you take care of the zombies before we even had a chance to do anything? Yang Hao calmly responded, there will be a chance for you to contribute in the future. You all head back first, I'll go pick up King King. The scene shifted to another room. Yang Hao looked at Fang King King lying on the sick, calculating in his mind. As soon as the healing pod's cooldown finished, he fully healed King King. He said, we've stayed here too long, need to move quickly. Right after that, Yang Hao gave an order and the healing pod began to work. The treatment room immediately began the assessment. Noticing that the patient's consciousness was disturbed, Fang King King was weak and lying on the bed. The treatment room conducted a thorough examination at the same time, starting the recovery process. Yang Hao was overjoyed. There was hope now. 30 minutes later, Fang King King woke up. Yang Hao happily called her, you're awake. Seeing Yang Hao in front of her, she immediately asked in confusion, how did I end up here? Where is this? How did I get here? Where is my father? The system panel also displayed her information. Yang Hao felt relieved and thought to himself, indeed, she was finally healed. At this moment, the group outside had also seen the two of them coming out. They were out. Yang Hao kneeled on one knee and spoke to the little girl in a gentle tone. I helped you get revenge. From now on, you'll stay with us, and if anything dangerous happens, we'll protect you. The little girl became emotional, tears welling up as if she were about to cry. Yang Hao gently patted her head and comforted her. Go ahead and cry. It's good to cry. Then, unable to hold back, the little girl rushed into his arms and cried loudly. Meanwhile, Yang Hao reminded the others, we've been here too long. Everyone get ready to head to Jiangzhou. He silently hoped, I hope my parents are all right. The car stopped at the outskirts of Jiangzhou. The male lead stepped out of the car first and said to the people inside, stay here. I'll check things out. Something doesn't feel right. He stepped inside, a bit of doubt in his heart. It seemed like no one had been here for a while. Are my parents all right? I need to check everything carefully. After a while, the male lead stepped out and reminded those outside. There's no one here. Everyone, turn on your Bluetooth. I'll send over my parents' documents. Help me track their whereabouts. The group responded in unison. Got it. At this moment, the male lead was jumping from roof to roof when a voice shouted out, don't come over here, don't. The male lead thought to himself, there are people. A group of men were surrounding a girl, angrily shouting, stop shouting, there's no one in this damn place. The apocalypse is here and you're still pretending to be innocent with me. One person even reminded them, be careful, don't attract the zombies over here. The thugs began to press the girl down, planning to have their way with her before throwing her to the zombies for them to feast on. The gods wouldn't know, the devils wouldn't care. With a flash, the male lead directly defeated the thugs. He approached the girl and asked her, "Are you all right?" She thanked him. He held up a picture on his phone and asked her, "Do you live around here? Have you seen these two people before?" The girl admitted, "No." The male lead sighed and turned around in frustration. "Is that so?" Suddenly, the girl remembered something. "Wait, if those two people you're asking about live around here, I know where to find them." The male protagonist, upon hearing this, immediately turned around and asked her, "Really? Where to?" She, upon hearing this, quickly recounted everything she knew to him. Some time ago, a group of people came here and took the lucky survivors away. The 3 men who were just killed were also from their organization. They had taken over the Sankao Resort Center over there, with their headquarters being the large hotel at the center. After saying this, she gestured towards the large building ahead. The girl had barely finished speaking when Yang Hao immediately decided to act. He quickly jumped onto the roof above them, not forgetting to reply, "Let me check it out over there. You better pray for your luck. It seems like they've chosen a good spot. The facilities there are well developed, and there's food and shelter." Yang Hao judged this choice to be a good one. At the Sankao Resort Center, 2 men stood in front of a large billboard with a hot picture of a beautiful woman, admiring it and sighing. "Not bad," the other man quickly responded. "Yeah, if I had a girlfriend with a figure like that, I'd die without regret." While they were busy admiring the woman's alluring figure in the photo, one of the men suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Did you say the boss's parents are here? Should we go in and check it out? Maybe we can find some good stuff." As they were chatting casually, the 2 men were suddenly attacked. From the smooth ground beneath them, 2 long shapes suddenly emerged. Wrapped in panic, both men suddenly saw a woman with short hair approaching from the front. In a soft voice, she asked, "Where are you from?" Her dignified appearance and stern expression left the 2 men frozen in place. They feared she was also a psychic. After a moment of thought, they realized they were no match for Xu Hong and hastily begged loudly, "Beautiful lady, we're just looking for someone. We mean no harm. Can you let us go?" However, this plea barely reached the icy heart of Xu Hong. She coldly responded, "Let you go? How fortunate. We're in need of labor. You 2 will become our slaves." And with that, she tightened her grip around their necks. By the time they fainted after acquiring 2 new slaves, Xu Hong quickly ordered someone from behind to come forward and take them away. Elsewhere in New Peng district, the 2 men who had been knocked out by Xu Hong were now tightly bound together in another dilapidated area. Beside them, 2 other people were sitting and talking. "Captured 2 more laborers. It will be easier on us." The man next to him quickly responded, "There are so many zombies outside. We're safe here. But Xiao Hao, oh my, we absolutely have to keep Hao Hao safe." While they were talking, suddenly footsteps approached them. A group of people came closer to the poor souls sitting on the road. The leader approached with an extremely ferocious look in his eyes, demanding that the 2 of them each hand over around 5 viruses. This was the common internal currency of the virus organization. The man didn't know Kuai Shao. Hadn't they just paid for the viruses? The leader grabbed the man and said, "Last week was last week. Whenever I want payment, everyone has to pay up. If anyone dares to argue, they're asking for a beating." Suddenly, a woman brushed off Kuai Shao's filthy hand. "Please don't be angry," she said. "Uncle Yang isn't well. Let me pay this for him." Kuai Shao smiled and replied, "You're such a good person. But to be a good person, you've got to go all the way. Not only pay, but also serve me in bed." The girl sweated nervously. "I can't do that, Kuai Shao." Immediately, he slapped her hard. "Dare refuse me? Want to die?" Lai Long Dao and Fatty woke up from their stupor. They had no idea where they were. The girl who had been slapped was named Ling Zi. As she fell, the elderly couple immediately knelt and begged Kuai Shao, "Please stop hitting her. We'll give him the virus." Ling Zi, still sad, replied, Yang, I'm fine. It would be nice if Mr. Hao were here." Kuai Shao arrogantly laughed. That fatso Yang Hao, with his plump body, wouldn't get far before being eaten by zombies. He wouldn't even have a chance to be scavenged. Fatty stood there stunned. Did I hear that right? This guy just called someone boss. Lai Long Dao nodded. No mistake, I heard it too. And it seems like those over there are the boss's parents. Kuai Shao grabbed Ling Zi's hair, yanking her up and dragging her tiny body along with him. Seeing the woman being bullied, Lai Long Dao spoke up. "What do you mean, bullying a woman? What's so impressive about that? If you're so tough, come over here." As soon as these 2 spoke up, Kuai Shao's soldiers stepped forward, cracking their knuckles. It seemed like these 2 newcomers weren't really listening, so it was time to teach them a lesson. Immediately, Lai Long Dao and his group were taught a brutal lesson in combat. He felt intense hatred. If only he had brought his fire unicorn with him, he would have killed them all. King Quan stepped out from inside, her face showing a bit of distress. Yang Hao asked if she had any news, but she shook her head. Lai Long Dao and Fatty Liu Wai, not knowing what was going on, hadn't replied to her messages. Yang Hao had always thought he just wanted to make a lot of money and bring them here for some enjoyment, but now, with everything gone and the people lost, he realized there might be something happening inside. Both of them cautiously stuck their heads out to see what was going on. Their faces showed signs of nervousness. A group of people faced off against a huge zombie, neither side gaining the upper hand against the mutated elite zombie, whose stacks were incredibly high. Unexpectedly, a mutated elite zombie appeared here. Its attributes are too strong. The person who was relentlessly attacked by zombies ran towards Yang Hao. The protagonist's aura really attracted trouble. That person sneered maliciously. These idiots actually dared to confront the mutated elite zombies. Luckily, he was smart enough to find a safe place to hide and watch the show. Yang Hao and King Quan waved at the man, inviting him to come closer. As soon as he approached, King Quan attacked him. Yang Hao showed him a picture of his parents and asked, "Have you seen these two people anywhere?" The man struggled, saying that he knew, so they shouldn't hold back. Yang Hao ordered him to clearly state where they were. The man broke into a cold sweat and pointed to the other side. All the slaves are locked up in the New Peng area. They must be there as well. Yang Hao was puzzled. "What do you mean by slaves? How many guards are there?" The man explained that slaves were the people responsible for working the farming fields, mainly doing agricultural labor. They earned money through hard work, and the virus circulated within the organization. There weren't many guards there, because it was very dangerous for ordinary people to try to leave on their own. Yang Hao gave the man a heavy punch. "Thanks for telling me. You can shut up now." Yang Hao and King Quan quickly left, rushing through the chaos to save people. On this side, Ling Zi was being tortured by Kui Xiao. He said that any woman he had set his eyes on was sure to be his. Ling Zi cried and begged, "Kui Xiao, please spare me." Kui Xiao, furious, shouted, "Spare you? What's so good about that fat Yang Hao? What's so special about him? Are you telling me you can't even compare to him? When he comes back, do you think I'll kill him right away? I'm a young master, not your father." Yang Hao immediately appeared with the right timing, this time for a farewell. He landed, looked around, and said, "Why are there so many unruly kids around here? With a personality like that, they must not have any decent background." Kui Xiao was taken aback. "Is that really Yang Hao? He's nothing like what I imagined." Yang Hao shot him a glare and said, "Aren't you leaving yet, Kui Xiao?" Ling Zi was stunned, unable to believe it. "Is that really Yang Hao? Am I hearing things?" Yang Hao landed a punch that sent Kui Xiao flying and yelled, "Try hitting me, I dare you." Ling Zi was utterly surprised, thinking to herself, he must have been bitten by a spider or something. Yang Hao approached and helped Ling Zi to her feet, asking, "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" Ling Zi looked at Yang Hao with joy and said, "They're very close by. I'll take you to meet them." Yang Hao's parents were sitting absent-mindedly in a corner. As soon as they saw Yang Hao, they immediately recognized him and called his name. King Quan drove up and said, "Yang Hao, hurry up and get in the car." Yang Hao told her to quickly take everyone and leave, while he stayed behind to stop the thugs. Yang Hao faced the group, feeling completely calm. The leader sneered, "Yang Hao, you're out of options now." The leader's body suddenly changed. Yang Hao didn't expect his body to be so tough. It turned out he was the one with strange powers, but this toughness was still far inferior to his own. Immediately, he pushed Kui Xiao away. Kui Xiao asked, "Yang Hao is still alive. That's truly a miracle." Ling Zi was surprised. "So Mr. Hao is still alive. That's great. His parents are still waiting for him." Kui Xiao attacked Yang Hao, saying, "You came back just in time. Today, I'll show you how powerful I am." Yang Hao's parents stroked their son's high cheekbones, looking worried. "How come you're so thin after just leaving? Did you not get enough to eat?" Yang Hao replied, "Mom and Dad, you've worked hard." He continued, "I'm fine, and I've even built up some muscles." Yang Hao told his parents that things were urgent, and there was no time to explain. "Everyone, follow me and leave quickly." The guards, seeing slaves trying to escape, immediately chased after them. They asked where these people were going and quickly ran to stop them. A car roared toward them, blocking the pursuers. Kui Xiao was sent flying and it immediately called for reinforcements. Immediately, another person with two fiery arms rushed forward to launch a relentless attack. Kui Xiao instructed his teammates, "Be careful. Yang Hao is very strong. He could kick you and injure you." These arrogant people didn't believe that the three of them couldn't handle this one little brat. All three attacked at the same time. Yang Hao was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Why are there so many ability users at the same time?" Yang Hao moved incredibly swiftly, leaving these people stunned. He looked at them with contempt and said, "Use all your skills. Don't disappoint me just because you're ability users." One of them charged, his eyes filled with arrogance as if he wanted to kill his opponent in front of him. He smirked sinisterly and said, "You bastard, die now." Yang Hao immediately kicked the bastard away, thinking, "You're an opponent, not my father." Kuai Xiao attacked immediately. Yang Hao quickly realized the destructive power was stable, but the speed was too slow. He could spot it with just a glance. Thanks to the fact that they were attacking simultaneously, the fire from one of them finally got close to him. It turned out that the previous strike was just a test. Luckily, his new gear had fire resistance. The fire user controlled the range, the one with scales had the most strength, and the praying mantis had the fastest speed. Since they were coordinating, they were quite troublesome. He had to deal with one of them first. Looking at the name of the blade wielder, Yang Hao thought he seemed to be the weakest. He decided to deal with him first. The blade wielder struck Yang Hao, and his attack was not insignificant. He laughed with satisfaction. "Caught you well done. This time you'll be breathing your last." Yang Hao smiled happily. "I still have 600 seconds to recover. Sorry for making this guy fail. Just one strike, my friend banished for 10,000 lifetimes, hidden from the world." Flame immediately attacked Yang Hao. He was actually willing to abandon his teammate to finish off his opponent. Yang Hao quickly appeared behind him, and Flame was taken completely by surprise. Where did he come from? Yang Hao spoke, his voice calm and low. "I'm right behind you." The words immediately echoed in Flame's mind. "Kuai Xiao, I didn't expect Yang Hao to be this strong." He quickly ran off to report to the boss. Yang Hao looked at the defeated opponent. Something strange was on his head. He wondered what it was. This didn't seem to align with the usual attributes. It appeared to be a fire attribute, and the attack power seemed related to the user's level. He received a fire control ability card. The rarity of the ability cards was classified as normal, rare, epic, and legendary. Combining cards of the same level could increase their rank. Inserting the ability card into his own body or someone else's would allow them to use it, but once used, it could not be recovered. Yang Hao did not expect that after defeating the ability user, this would drop. However, it seemed like it wasn't a 100% guarantee to drop, as the other person didn't get anything at all. Suddenly, he heard a noise from behind. It was the mutated elite level zombie. Truly unlucky. The zombie immediately attacked Yang Hao. Without hesitation, Yang Hao countered. Could it be that those people lured this zombie here? The zombie shoved Yang Hao away, sending him crashing to the ground. Yang Hao coughed up blood. This damn zombie is really strong. It was attacked by so many people earlier, yet it doesn't seem to have weakened at all. The zombie launched another attack, and Yang Hao activated his weakness detection. This zombie was truly strange. Why were there so many weak points? Yang Hao decided to test striking at these weak points. Damn it, even attacking its weak points doesn't cause any reaction. Yang Hao tried to calm himself. This one has so many weak points and was just attacked for so long. There must be an opening. I can definitely find it. Finally, Yang Hao came up with a plan. He decided to attack all the weak points. Perhaps that would lead to a result. Immediately, Yang Hao struck at all the marked weak points. The monster fell to the ground, but the outcome was still uncertain. The system interface appeared. Yang Hao had completed the task of defeating the elite mutated zombies. He received seeds as a reward for his victory. The system asked him if he wanted to upgrade the seed cultivation chamber. Yang Hao nodded and said yes. The system was truly powerful. It could even create a physical seed cultivation chamber. He stepped closer to the chamber and wondered, is this real? Inside, there was a seed cultivation chamber, nurturing liquid, a conditioning machine, a fertilizer production compartment, pest control equipment. Everything was fully equipped. He had also unlocked the function for creating attribute medicines earlier, but hadn't used it yet. Maybe he would try it next time. Yang Hao looked at the instructions. After using it, crops and vegetables could be harvested in less than a week. That was incredibly overpowered. Yang Hao felt delighted. This was truly a treasure. He should go inform everyone. Maybe they wouldn't have to wander around anymore. On the side, Lai Long, Dao, and Fatty were still puzzled. Where is everyone? Why is no one here? Fatty wondered if maybe there was a massive zombie army outside. Had they abandoned them? They were still waiting for Yang Hao to find this place and rescue them. Back at the base, everyone along with King Quan had reached safety. Yang Hao's parents were very worried about him. Lingzi firmly reassured them that Yang Hao was strong and didn't need to worry. Finally, Yang Hao was back. He asked everyone, is everyone okay? Aunt Yang quickly rushed over to hug her son, continuously asking, are you okay? Is there anywhere that hurts? Yang Hao said he was fine and that he had something he wanted to discuss with his parents. He wanted to know why they had been locked up there and to understand the situation more clearly. Aunt Yang replied, after the apocalypse, the two of them hid inside the house, too afraid to go outside. Then, one day, they heard someone calling from outside, saying there was a shelter nearby and they should come to it. Who would have thought that the shelter was actually a trap? They were locked up and forced to work every day to gather supplies. Based on the amount of work and the harvest, they were given Venus coins, which they could exchange for goods and food. They were even beaten if they didn't meet the quota. Some people tried to escape, but they were caught and executed. And everywhere, there were zombies and mutated creatures, so they didn't dare run away. Yang Hao asked, "Then how did you two manage to escape?" Og Yang answered, "They only managed to escape when Yang Hao and the others arrived." Yang Hao told his parents that the two of them had endured a lot, that asked further, "Do you know who their leader is? How many ability users do they have?" Yang Hao's parents replied, "They were locked up in the New Pang area, so they don't know much about those details." Did Lingzi notice anything? Yang Hao continued, "They don't have any people, just the patrols with guns. There are 14 leaders, responsible for the earth element, fire element, body enhancement, and mantis transformation. As for the leader, she hasn't seen them." Yang Hao pondered. 2 out of the 4 had already died. The one who had enhanced his body into flesh was not worth worrying about, leaving only the leader and the woman who used earth abilities. Everyone had gone through many battles. He still had a special ability card in his possession, which could probably handle the situation. Yang Hao had something to discuss with everyone. He had an item that could be turned into a seed, so naturally, he could come up with a plan for the future. He intended to stay in Jiangzhou and establish a base here. What did everyone think? He wanted to gather their opinions. Uncle Yang said, "Wherever you go now, there are zombies everywhere. Setting up a base is not a bad idea." King Quan felt it was better to stay here. In these times, no place was truly safe. King, he also agreed. When would the end really come? King Quan agreed as well, but she wasn't sure what everyone else thought. Everyone didn't need to hear more. By now, those who had been with Yang Hao all this time had already regarded him as their leader. Yang Hao nodded. "If everyone agrees, then I have an idea to build a base at the coastal center. Earlier, I saw an elite mutated zombie driving the others away." Everyone was surprised. At the resort center, Yang Hao felt that he had already checked out the resort center before returning. The location was acceptable, and the defense setup was very solid. Among them were the combat supplies, plants, and drinking water they needed, and the sea was also close by. In case something really happened, they could retreat by boat. Indeed, Yang Hao, I didn't expect you to investigate so thoroughly. With such good conditions, Jiangzhou probably wouldn't find another place like this. Lingzi trusted Yang Hao's decision and his judgment. Yang Hao smiled happily. "So, what are we waiting for? Let's go." They arrived at the resort center at noon, and everyone had gathered. Next, Yang Hao would assign tasks to each person. Gu Qingyi, you are responsible for training some combat personnel. Once Lai Long, Dao, and Li Wei return, they will take over the lookout duties. Yi Fang Ho will be in charge of farming and helping with the crops to create food supplies. Finally, they reached Lai Long, Dao, and Li Wei's place. The two of them had thought they were abandoned by the boss. They didn't understand why they were still left here. As for Kai Jing, Yang Hao gave her a gift, which she was sure to love. Kai Jing asked, "What kind of gift is it?" Yang Hao told her to close her eyes, and she followed without hesitation. Yang Hao handed her a special ability card for her to absorb. As soon as the card touched her body, there was a reaction. Kai Jing asked Yang Hao, "What is this?" Yang Hao told her she could try to imagine the feeling of holding fire in her hand. Kai Jing followed Yang Hao's instructions and was truly able to create fire from her own hands. She asked Yang Hao about it. "What exactly is going on? Why do I have these special abilities?" Yang Hao smiled wryly and said, "This has to do with my own abilities." A man who overheard their conversation sneered. "Go ahead and laugh, but it won't be long before you too won't be able to laugh anymore." It seemed he was a member of Kuai Xiao's group who had been defeated by Yang Hao. When night fell, a horde of zombies arrived with a loud rumble. The number of zombies in this army was considerable. He handed his phone to someone named Old Wang the Seventh, wanting to know the situation on his side. The voice on the other end said, "Su Hong isn't here. Their people were ambushed and killed by mutated zombies. The resort center is now completely occupied by some unknown group." The person on this end had grasped the situation and instructed Old Wang the Seventh to continue observing. The elite mutated zombies had been killed, so it seemed he would have to take some risks and make further preparations. Back at the base, night had fallen across the area. Yang Hao had stockpiled a lot of attribute crystals earlier, but had not absorbed them yet. He didn't know how many healing potions he could make with them. The system appeared, successfully crafting an attribute-enhancing potion that could increase all attributes by 50 points for 10 minutes. It turned out it only worked for a limited time. He had thought it would be permanent, but even so, boosting these attributes was still quite powerful. He would find an opportunity for his teammates to try it. Lai Long Dao and Fatty were on guard at the rooftop. Finally, they no longer needed to move around everywhere. He felt that this place wasn't bad. Lai Long Dao nodded, but regretted that they were still too weak to be of much help to Yang Hao. Suddenly, Lai Long Dao noticed something in the distance. It wasn't good. A large army of zombies was approaching. Lai Long Dao would send a signal while Fatty was tasked with notifying everyone. The signal flare went off, and as soon as the zombies appeared, the sky erupted in explosions, flooding the entire base. Yang Hao was taken aback. This signal flare means something bad is happening. Yang Hao rushed to the front hall. What's going on? Fatty replied, a group of zombies stormed through. The number is unclear. Yang Hao figured it out. They arrived just as the zombies attacked. It seems this is no simple matter, but it's also a good training opportunity. Everyone carried out their assigned duties for the day, leading teams to face the zombies so Yang Hao could see how capable they were. Everyone was excited. Watch this, boss. Let's fight for the safety of our home. Lai Long Dao directed everyone to use their guns, maintaining long-range fire suppression, focusing on efficiency, and only aiming for the zombies' brains. Kai Jing activated her special ability. Tell everyone to be careful. If you get burned, it's not my problem. Everyone was shocked. Kai Jing has a special ability. King Quan glanced at Yang Hao. Kai Jing's special ability must be related to Yang Hao. This isn't enough. She needs to work harder. Yang Hao nodded. Everyone has indeed gotten much stronger. It's time for me to step in as well. If your judgment is correct, then these zombies are being controlled. The one controlling them is probably in the direction where Yang Hao swung his sword. Yang Hao landed and called out the leader's name. Stop hiding, I found him. The leader appeared. How could he hide now? His glory was already over. He knew that Yang Hao wasn't simple, so he had prepared a big surprise for him. It was here. The sky turned pitch black, not because of a change in the weather, but due to the appearance of a giant monster. The monster appeared like a natural disaster, extremely ferocious and incredibly powerful. The leader only said one sentence, and the monster charged forward. In an instant, the monster bit off the leader's head, life for life. Yang Hao nodded. That's a big gamble. With the leader gone, a black shadow emerged. Yang Hao was surprised. What's this? It was the orb of the ability card. Could it be that the ability users who die within sight have a chance of dropping an ability card, or... Yang Hao almost forgot that he still had to fight the giant monster in front of him. The monster launched an unforgiving attack, but since it had no eyes, it missed. He nearly forgot his mission. Right now, the objective was to kill this monster. Yang Hao assessed. This monster is much weaker than the elite mutated zombie from before. I can tell from its attack, it almost hit me. It's clear it still has some skills. Yang Hao accidentally got some of its silk on him, not expecting the spider monster's silk to be this thick. He became tense with the creature, his gaze growing more impatient. In his hand, he can just have one weapon. Yang Hao drew his gun, let it taste the feeling of a bullet smashing its head. The giant spider collapsed to the ground, instantly defeated. The ability to sense weak points was truly useful. Dealing with these henchmen was as easy as flipping a switch. Yang Hao received some attributes. All of his stats slightly increased. He wondered about the mutant ability card he had picked up earlier. Yang Hao was surprised when the mutant ability card appeared. This was a zombie control skill, with an incredibly rare level of execution. This power was somewhat overpowered. If it could be used, it would likely add a considerable amount of combat power to the base. But who could use it? Meanwhile, Kai Jing had finished dealing with the zombies and even captured a person. Yang Hao nodded. The problem here is resolved as well. The person who was captured looked utterly confused. Yang Hao asked about his background. Why target them? The man pleaded, please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'm with Virus. The supplies to the East District were delayed for too long, so the boss sent me here to handle it. East District. Does Virus have another base station? Yang Hao asked. What about the Donglu District? Could it be that the entire Jiangzhou is under the control of this Virus organization? The person shook his head. The Virus only has 3 districts in total. The Dong District mainly focuses on supply, while the other 2 districts are for frontline personnel. This area is on the outskirts. They are very cautious about security, which is why many people don't know about it. Yang Hao fell silent, thinking to himself, could it be that the 3 ability users from earlier were all soldiers? This is really troublesome. He was very curious. Why are there so many ability users in Jiangzhou? I didn't encounter this many ability users in the previous city. The captured person replied, according to what the old man said, it's because there is a secret laboratory here. Everyone was surprised. A secret laboratory? The person continued, he doesn't know the specifics. These ability users were all created in laboratories around the world. It seems that the apocalypse itself is also related to these laboratories. Their boss said, he knows everything. As long as he follows him, the virus will eventually become the ruler of the world. Yang Hao wanted to learn more, but the person only knew that much. After all, he was just a henchman. Yang Hao demanded, tell me everything you know, all about the virus situation. Also, are there any other factions in this city? The virus outside the Eastern District also has the Southern and Northern Districts, with the Southern District being the place where the leader resides. There are many powers, large and small, in this city, with the major powers known by name, as well as the Free Court and the Destroyer Alliance. 5 minutes later, Father asked, Yang Hao, do you have the necessary information now? If so, throw this person to the zombies. This person screamed, pleading for his life, but how could someone who had dared to betray his comrades be spared? Next, Yang Hao had something else to say to everyone. It's certain that Kai Jing has a special ability. Everyone already knows that. Right now, I still have one more special ability in my hands, and I will give it to the person who has contributed the most to the base. So everyone, do your best. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future, and the distribution will depend on your contribution to the team. Everyone agreed. Indeed, their boss was wonderful. They felt that following him was the right choice, and they couldn't go wrong. Yang Hao said, the virus surely won't just give up like that. Everyone, let's work hard to build the base. We're really working hard together to build the base, from planting everything to taking care of every detail. Who would have thought we could have peaceful days like this? Yang Hao's decision was truly wise. A week later, the seeds had sprouted, the food had ripened, and it was ready for harvest. Unbelievable. The crops really could mature in a week. Thankfully, Yi Fanghua was there. She was an agricultural doctor and had been of great help. Lai Longdao said that there were a group of people who wanted to join them. Yang Hao nodded, all right, let's go and check it out. One man was somewhat skeptical. What exactly is going on? In just 1 week, the crops have ripened. Could it be that they have some advanced technology in their experimental room? At the virus headquarters, the place was extremely luxurious and vast. The leader asked everyone, what's the current situation in the East Zone? According to the report, there was good news. The farm you took over earlier could help the crops ripen within a week. If we take control of the East Zone, we could acquire their technology, and after that, we won't have to worry about supply issues anymore. You sent people there before, but they failed. This time, send more people over there. It must succeed. There can be no failure. Turning to Yang Hao, he announced something. As I said last week, I have special ability cards in my hands, and they give everyone special abilities. This is also one of my powers. Now, I will give it to one of them. The person who deserves it is Yi Fanghua. You've worked hard these days. This is something you truly deserve. Others don't need to feel envious. Don't worry. Work hard to build the base, and in the future, everyone will have a chance to be rewarded. All right. Yang Hao dismissed everyone. Lai Fanghua, stay. The rest of you can leave. Be cautious during this time. He said that this special ability could control the movements of zombies. If used well, it will be a very powerful ability. Remember, for now, don't let anyone else know your abilities. Wait until I'm free and we'll go hunt zombies together. Yi Fanghua gave Yang Hao a kiss as a token of her gratitude, feeling incredibly happy. Yang Hao, embarrassed, said, it's nothing. Those harem guys are a pain. Yi Fanghua left, feeling joyful that Yang Hao valued her. Meanwhile, for her observations, it was clear that the eastern area had plenty of supplies, and a lot of them at that. If they could get hold of the strategy, they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. This village was perfect for living and farming. They couldn't let it be destroyed. They needed to act together to capture the leader of this area. At infrared detection level, which was invisible to the naked eye, there had already been an intrusion. Lai Longdao noticed this sensor go off and immediately realized that an outsider had entered. He reported to the boss, 3 people have crossed the perimeter. I can't believe this security system is actually so useful. Yang Hao was pleased it had finally begun. He instructed everyone not to act recklessly and to let him handle it. 2 minutes later, Yang Hao stood face to face with the outsiders. Virus, what are you doing here? The group was caught off guard, not expecting to be discovered. Yang Hao looked at them with disdain, thinking how naive they were to think they could sneak in unnoticed. They were too innocent. The group blamed Yang Hao for daring to oppose them after knowing who they were. You little brat, seems like you've run out of options. All 3 of them charged forward, quickly launching their attack. Yang Hao handed over 2 of the henchmen to the Goose sisters. Leave the one at the back to me. He was indeed naive. The leader said, does Yang Hao really think he can defeat him? Does he think the technique to ripen the flowers is in his hands? Yang Hao couldn't help but admire the sharpness of these people's intel. Clearly, they had been paying attention to him for a while. Kai Jing advanced toward the henchman, whose fire ability was very familiar. He activated his petrification power, turning his body into something tougher than steel. Kai Jing unleashed a powerful and forceful attack. Even if there was resistance to the burn, Could one really withstand such a high temperature? The surrounding stone was painfully hot. King Yi was extremely dissatisfied. They haven't even made a move yet, and Kai Jing rushed in first. Meanwhile, King Yi's gunfire was quickly intercepted by the henchman's allies. King Quan charged forward, receiving a power boost from Yang Hao. Do you still want to play some more? Finally, she was able to use her freezing ability, looking stunning and aloof. She wasn't sure if the thing Yang Hao gave her to drink had actually worked. The henchman's legs were instantly frozen, and he became passive. Her ability had really recovered, and King Quan was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Useless, his body has turned into steel." King Quan didn't believe him and immediately plunged a dagger into the back of his neck. He couldn't understand why it had to be this way. It was simply absurd. King Quan said, "Using it alone really has no effect, but if combined with your ice ability, it will be different. Rest in peace." The man whose eyes had been burned out screamed in agony. Finally, this one was dealt with. Kai Jing turned and walked away arrogantly. It was all dealt with so quickly, he hadn't heard that Yang Hao's group had so many abilities like this. Yang Hao said they were stealing, and they didn't even investigate these things properly. Too reckless. The man turned into a full-fledged zombie, either submitting to them or dying. A zombie bee. Yang Hao thought that he had swollen his mouth from eating bees and turned into this. Ridiculous. He had been bitten by a zombie. That's how he became like this. Yang Hao thought about the lion-headed guy and the mantis, and now it was his turn. It seemed that combining abilities with animals was quite common. The mutated bee attacking Yang Hao, its form was even more monstrous than the demons in Asterisk Journey to the West Asterisk. Yang Hao slashed with his sword and severed one of its pincers. Hey, I haven't even made my move and it's already disabled. Pretty fast, but sadly, it's still too weak. The man was furious and said, "Don't get cocky, the battle has just begun." He charged towards his teammate, claiming he would save him. The man kicked into the sea of fire, completely trusting. "Quick, take him along." The bee immediately shot venom from its mouth toward its teammate. The venom struck his neck, causing excruciating pain like a stinger. The mutated bee stood tall in the sky. He suddenly fell silent, unable to speak. Everyone was taken by surprise. What's going on? The person made of stone was drained of all nutrients, becoming dry and withered before collapsing and dying. The mutated bee charged toward Yang Hao. Die already. Kai Jing suddenly leaped forward to help him deal with this one. The mutated bee shot a needle of venom toward her. Kai Jing was struck by the poisonous needle, her eyes bulging and her mouth open in pain. At first, she had simply watched, thinking everything would be fine. Yang Hao, seeing this, became extremely worried. "Are you okay?" Kai Jing's body began to turn pale. Yang Hao instructed everyone to stay back, not to approach. He activated the upgraded treatment chamber and quickly placed Kai Jing inside. The mutated bee was stunned. Ute disappeared. The player, the bee mutant, looked around into the void, dazed. Huh? Where did she go? He had no idea that Yang Hao had quickly placed Kai Jing into the treatment chamber. After injecting her with a dose of medicine, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the chamber had a space-altering feature, which, though slow-acting, allowed him to avoid using the super-fast healing function. Meanwhile, the bee mutant flew high into the air and looked down, aiming to target the two sisters, Gu King Yi. King Quan gritted her teeth and conjured an ice shield, managing to block the mutant's attack just in time. Yang Hao returned to the battle, his hand gripping the demonic fiend's scythe. This weapon not only increased his familiarity, but also released 3 ice chains, catching the insect-like ability user off guard. Enraged, he turned to face Yang Hao, his sharp insect legs extending as he attempted to kill him. A continuous barrage of attacks flew toward Yang Hao. Yang Hao sneered, his agile body easily dodging all of them. At this moment, the ability user's face had tightened with anxiety, his body tensing as he couldn't help but lament. Just a moment ago, he had absorbed the powers of Lai Lu, and yet he couldn't compare to Yang Hao's agility. Both could last a few more minutes, but Yang Hao seemed far superior. Yang Hao waited to see what the man would do next, but the ability user immediately turned and fled. He knew his powers were running out, so it would be better to deal with the ice ability girl first. But running wasn't so easy. Yang Hao swung his scythe again, sending a barrage of ice arrows toward the man's back, leaving him in shock. The insect-like ability user furrowed his brow, curling his legs to dodge just in time. He wondered what Yang Hao's ability was. The sudden disappearance earlier probably meant space manipulation, but what about this ice ability? He focused on the ice-wielding girl. Yang Hao shouted from a distance, "Restrict him. Don't confront him directly." King Quan received the order. She then straightened up, extended both hands, and formed circles of ice so that the man didn't have time to react. When he looked down, he realized that his legs were already bound by blocks of ice, rendering him immobile. It was over. he shouted, and from behind, Yang Hao appeared, speaking triumphantly. My brother, this is the punishment for theft. After saying that, he flicked his tongue out and then lowered it, slashing across the back of the mutated man, causing blood to spurt out. The man howled in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but didn't forget to utter a final curse. Damn it, the virus will wipe you all out. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground. From his body, a glowing golden orb, shining like a firefly, flew out. Yang Hao walked over, his gaze inspecting the object. He reached out to catch it, his eyes filled with interest. What's this? Do ability users drop attribute orbs too? The system quickly updated his stats: strength plus 36, speed plus 11, spirit plus 10. Yang Hao knew that virus had already sent people over twice, and things would only get more serious from here, so his group had to be more proactive now. At the virus headquarters, a massive, imposing building. In a large room, a group of people wearing cloaks sat, the leader positioned in a chair at the head, his face obscured, making it impossible to discern his features. Below are his subordinates, one of whom is kneeling down to report. After Huang Feng led their group into the resort village, they didn't come out again. I think they've already been dealt with. A bald man interjected, saying, Boss, let's send in more people. Wipe them out in one go. The boss responded in a low, grim tone, his eyes flashing a dangerous red beneath his cloak. No need. I have made arrangements. Countless questions raced through his mind. We sent so many ability users and still couldn't handle it. What exactly is the background of the enemy? Could they be from a faction that split off from other powers? After the meeting, two men left the headquarters. Climbing up a slanted roof, one asked the younger man with bangs, What do you think? Is the resort center run by the Free Court? The other man replied, I'm not so sure. The Destroyer Alliance had previously sent spies to infiltrate us, and it's possible the intel position in the center has already been compromised. The two continued their conversation, unaware that the two sisters, Gu King Yi and Gu King Quan, were hiding behind a wall, eavesdropping on everything. King Quan, more anxious, said, Let me go in alone later, you stay here and keep watch. King Yi, unwilling to back down, quickly shut down her younger sister's idea. No, that's not possible. We don't know the exact number of their ability users. I can't be at ease if you go in alone. A while later, they only saw a few members of the virus group fighting with some strange green creatures. They couldn't help but wonder why there were zombies encased in ice like that. Could they have come from the cold storage? A frozen zombie, its body covered in ice blocks, bared its teeth and lunged at one of the men, causing him to panic and shout, Hurry, call an ability user here. We can't handle this with just us. While the others were busy calling for reinforcements to deal with the zombies, the two sisters, King Yi and King Quan, quickly infiltrated the building. In the distance, King was watching their actions, telling herself that she couldn't fall behind. She gazed at the building, her eyes full of determination. If she performed better than the two sisters this time, Yang Hao would definitely give her an ability card. As King Yi and King Quan entered the headquarters building, they infiltrated the weapons storage. Looking at the guns in front of them, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. With so many weapons, if the enemy wanted to attack the base, wouldn't it be very easy? Sweating, King Yi said they needed to destroy everything here. Spotting a box full of grenades, she reminded King Quan later manipulate the zombies to come over and set them off. Before they could act, King Yi froze in surprise when she heard a voice from outside. Someone was giving orders for a group to enter and check out the weapons storage. King Yi was startled when she heard someone approaching the armory. She hadn't had a chance to say anything to King Quan before the door swung open. 4 members of Virus entered, one with a shaved head, another with spiky hair, a third who resembled Sun Wukong. Behind them was the one-eyed blonde man who appeared to be the leader. He ordered the 3 others to thoroughly search the armory as the zombies they had encountered earlier were highly suspicious. The shaved head guy suddenly caught sight of someone's shadow swiftly passing by. He bared his teeth and growled, I found them. But before he could finish his sentence, King Yi ordered King Quan to freeze him. At the command, King Quan rushed toward the shaved head guy and launched an attack that immediately froze him. The one-eyed man shouted for them to capture her. Unexpectedly, King Quan, quick on his feet, threw a smoke grenade. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the area, and King Quan grabbed King Yi's hand, hoping to seize this opportunity to escape. However, the others quickly pushed through the smoke. The one-eyed man shouted, How dare you infiltrate the virus headquarters? You got some nerve. His subordinates immediately chased after King Yi and King Quan. The 2 sisters ran down the corridor toward the intersection ahead. The spiky-haired guy and the monkey-faced man were hot on their heels, and the situation was becoming increasingly perilous. King Quan turned around, taking a bow stance, shooting out countless sharp ice shards. However, at that moment, the 2 figures had transformed into a grizzly bear and a polar bear. They roared, baring their sharp fangs, their eyes filled with ferocity. The grizzly bear raised its paw, extending its claws, and shattered all the ice shards in one swift motion. At the end of the corridor, a group of virus appear, charging towards them and blocking all retreat for the two sisters. It seems like there's no way out, King Quan said to her sister, her hands clenched into fists. At this point, they could only each handle one side and act based on the situation. King Yi swung her sword at the polar bear, but it swiftly dodged. Then the polar bear extended its claws towards King Yi's head. Luckily, she managed to dodge the strike, otherwise her skull would have probably met the wall and shattered into pieces by now. King Yi couldn't help but be cautious of this creature. Despite its large and clumsy appearance, its speed and strength were incredibly high. Despite the danger, King Quan remained calm and composed, standing tall to face the enemy. Holding two swords, the ice aura gathered around her. The narrowness of the corridor worked in their favor, allowing her to use a special move. Immediately, countless ice spikes shot up from the ground beneath the polar bear, catching it off guard. Yet he easily crushed everything with a single hand, and King Quan was horrified. What? Seeing the two sisters cornered, the leader, squinting his eyes, raised both hands, and two swirling vortexes with strange green light appeared. He smirked, stepped forward, his gaze showing interest in King Quan's power. He said, "So you're a power user too." Without waiting for the two sisters to react, he extended his hand toward them, and from his palm, a massive swirling vortex surged toward them like a storm, intending to devour its prey. In a weakened state, King Quan tried to create an ice shield, but it quickly began to show signs of breaking, just as expected. The shield shattered, and the powerful wind from the green vortex hurled the two sisters far away. They cried out in pain. King Yi couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. King Quan anxiously called for her sister. The squint-eyed man stepped forward, his face full of smugness and mockery. "Do you understand the difference between us now?" He knelt down to look at King Quan lying on the floor, his smile never fading, his expression one of false generosity. "If you submit to me, I might consider sparing both of you." King Quan would rather die than submit. She sprang to her feet, and with a flick of her hand, she shot a barrage of ice spikes toward him, forcing him to take several steps back. She took out the healing potion flask that Yang Hao had given her, thinking it was time to use it. After a brief moment, she uncorked the bottle and drank it in large gulps. The effect kicked in immediately. The one-eyed man widened his eyes in shock as the ice shot toward him. By now, King Quan had fully recovered and even gained additional strength. Standing within the ice rings, she stared at the man seriously. The battle had only just begun. In front of this girl were three fierce ability users, a white bear, a gray bear, and the one-eyed man who led them. The one-eyed man looked at King Quan and spoke in a commanding tone. "I'm giving you a chance to be with me. Don't be ungrateful." The white bear chuckled in agreement with his leader. "That's right. If it weren't for your courage, we'd have already defeated you and your sister." The one-eyed man smirked and continued his offer. "The ability user virus organization is well known here in Jiangzhou. If you follow me, you will live a comfortable life from now on." A shard of ice shot toward them, quickly deflected by the gray bear. King Quan rushed forward, drawing a sword made of ice, followed by countless other shards aimed at the three men. With a look of utter disdain, she said, "A bunch of fools, not even worthy to carry my sister's shoes." Then she leaped into the air, shouting, "Die!" She aimed to strike the one-eyed man in the head. Seeing this, the white bear quickly ran forward to block, swinging his claws with deadly sharpness. "Don't interfere." King Quan kicked him in the head, causing his face to rotate 90 degrees. The one-eyed man glared at the white bear, stunned by the fact that a single kick had sent him crashing into the opposite wall. He couldn't help but freeze in shock. What's going on? Her strength is completely different from before. After the white bear was taken down, the gray bear charged forward, his anger flaring. He roared loudly, "Get lost." His hand reached out, attempting to crush King Quan's head. King Quan remained emotionless, snapping her fingers with a lowered tone. "Have you not eaten yet? That's all the strength you have." The gray bear was taken aback by how easily she had blocked his attack. Realizing the situation was turning against him, the one-eyed man knew he had to step in. He ordered, "Kill her together." He unleashed a powerful gust of wind with a palm strike. The medicine Yang Hao had given was far more potent than King Quan had expected. With just a small vial, she was able to withstand these blows. As the one-eyed man's attack came, King Quan effortlessly dodged. Then she looked upwards, forming a circle of blue ice, determined to wipe out the virus headquarters today. Once she had gathered enough ice, King Quan threw it all at the two of them. The gray bear stood in front of the one-eyed man, using his large body to shield him from the incoming strikes, blood splattering everywhere. The one-eyed man cried out upon seeing his injured underling. "Mo Lin!" The Ray Bear was pierced by countless shards of ice concentrating around his abdomen and chest. His fur gradually turned red from the blood. Taking advantage of the moment when the one-eyed man was off guard, King Quan charged forward, her icy sword aiming directly at his heart. But before she could strike, she heard a voice calling from behind, immediately halting her action. Turning around, she saw the leader of the virus gang restraining a girl with black hair. The girl was struggling, trying to break free from him, and said to King Quan, "Don't worry about me. I don't want to drag you into this." King Quan, panicked, called out, "Ching King, how did you get caught?" At that moment, King King was not only being held tightly by the red-eyed leader, but one of his subordinates was also pointing a gun at her head. The leader ordered his underling to restrain them. Helpless, King Yi and King Quan were bound together. By now, the effects of the drug had worn off, and King Quan had no idea how to escape with everyone. The two henchmen, noticing the beauty of the two sisters, couldn't help but feel dark desires stirring within them. The leader told his subordinates to remain calm, as there were more important matters to deal with first. With that, he looked deeply into King King's eyes, one of which seemed to glow with a powerful, fiery red light. He opened his mouth and demanded, "Ching King, become my slave and reveal everything you know." King King raised her head to look at him, her eyes also glowing with the same light, her gaze blank as if she were hypnotized, obediently following his command. What happened afterward remained unclear, but the scene shifted to Yang Hao, who heard King King running toward the picture, her voice frantic as she announced, "Sisters King Yi and King Quan have been captured." He frowned, sensing danger. Earlier, he had prepared a remedy for them. According to this, escaping should have been no problem. But now, with them being captured like this, could it be that they had encountered a master-level expert? With a serious expression, he said to King King, "Come with me. We need to rescue them." In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Just yesterday, Yi Fenghua had arranged to go hunting zombies together. Now he had no choice but to leave her hanging and send Kaijing to go with her instead. Half an hour later, both he and King King appeared in front of the virus headquarters, where two guards stood. Yang Hao reacted swiftly, immediately leaping up, his saya raised and aiming downward, freezing both of them before they had a chance to react. However, something was odd. Clearly, this was the headquarters. How could the guard's vigilance be so lax? He proceeded deeper inside and opened the door, only to find King Yi and King Quan shackled on the floor, but strangely, they didn't respond. Yang Hao didn't think too much about it. He put the rope away and told them to leave quickly. But unexpectedly, the two sisters drew their swords and pointed them at him, as if he were the enemy. Yang Hao turned around, surprised by their reaction. Both girls simultaneously aimed their swords at him. Thankfully, Yang Hao quickly used his scythe to block. He realized something was wrong and furrowed his brows, asking, "What's going on with you two?" But no one answered. In fact, King Quan even launched several consecutive attacks, forcing him to step back to avoid them. Yang Hao spent a few seconds deducing, guessing that King Yi and King Quan had most likely been controlled by someone. As he mentioned them, the voice of the leader echoed behind him. "So you really came." Yang Hao turned around, surprised. The man was cloaked from head to toe, his appearance obscured, but what stood out were his two glowing red eyes that had the power to manipulate. His lips curled into a faint, unreadable smile, and he thought to himself, "As long as I can control Yang Hao, everything will be over." Yang Hao, full of questions, turned back to look at the leader, his mouth slightly agape. The man calmly picked his nose while looking at Yang Hao, unexpectedly realizing that Yang Hao's willpower was strong enough to resist him. In the next moment, Yang Hao rose into the air, his cloak fluttering. Holding his scythe, he looked down at the leader. "So was you playing tricks?" He noticed that two more people with guns had somehow appeared beside the leader. With his skilled use of the scythe, Yang Hao deflected each bullet that came flying at him. Descending from above, he landed with such force that the floor cracked beneath him. His eyes were filled with determination, his hands gripping the scythe tightly. The two men shed their human forms and transformed into their animal states. One became a green frog with an extended tongue, the other a hedgehog-like creature covered in sharp spikes. One leaped forward, the other charged directly at Yang Hao. Seeing this, he immediately heightened his vigilance. This is the virus headquarters. Logically speaking, the number of espers here shouldn't be this few. I must be careful. The frog above punched down. Yang Hao jumped up, skillfully dodging just in time. While fighting, he was also thinking of a way to bring the battle to their boss. Once he killed the boss, the control he had over everyone would be lifted. Suddenly, a strange twisted object rose from the ground, grabbing Yang Hao's leg. There was also someone on the ground, dead. Yang Hao thought as he was struck down, his face contorted in pain, his back slamming hard against the ground. At the same time, King Quan shot ice towards him. The one-eyed man unleashed a large vortex, and the hedgehog-like person shot a rain of sharp spines. All three were determined to kill Yang Hao. The three attacks collided, causing an enormous impact. Yang Hao rushed out of the smoke. By this point, he was furious. They wanted him dead. In their dreams, his eyes glowed as he activated his Iron Bone ability for 595 seconds. With a swift swipe, his scythe struck the frog and the hedgehog, causing them both to wince in pain. The twisted object again reached up from the floor, trying to use the same trick to grab Yang Hao. But like the old saying goes, you can't bathe in the same river twice, and he wasn't going to fall for the same trap again. He easily sliced through the strange object, causing its black blood to spray out. Its body was severed, and it quickly retreated, hiding beneath the ground. Yang Hao looked at the hole in the floor, smoke rising from it after his attack. Truly worthy of being a tenacious creature, even severed, it was still alive. The leader, who had been observing until now, finally spoke up. Very good. The ability to make blades and spears ineffective for 10 minutes per second has already been activated. He picked up the radio and continued calling for reinforcements. How long until you guys get back? Meanwhile, Yang Hao was still engaged in battle. He rushed towards the one-eyed man, finding his long-range attacks troublesome, so he decided to deal with them first. The one-eyed man was startled when the scythe came flying toward him. He concentrated the wind at his feet and flew up, sneering as he reminded Yang Hao, "Kid, don't compare me to those useless guys from before. I've long since mastered my ability to a high level." Yang Hao looked up and replied, "I still think you're all very weak." He extended his hand and performed a skill that took nothing, with several green rings appearing at his fingertips. The one-eyed man sneered at him, laughing. "Typical of youth, so easy to become complacent and lose your guard. We know all your abilities." While the one-eyed man was still basking in his own self-satisfaction, a heavy stone appeared behind him out of nowhere. He was caught off guard when he saw the massive object coming toward him and didn't have time to dodge. How was Yang Hao's spatial ability different from what they had gathered in the intelligence? A heavy rock hit the one-eyed man's head, causing him immense pain. In that moment, Yang Hao charged forward, the scythe slashing through the man's body, making him cry out. As he swung, Yang Hao warned, "My ability isn't limited to just the tricks you got from your intel." At this moment, the one-eyed man was lying flat on the ground, his dark-colored cloak stained with blood from the wound on his back. Yang Hao took slow, deliberate steps toward him, saying, "You must be proud of yourself for landing that hit." As he spoke, he glanced at the black energy orb rising into the air and smiled, feeling that his luck wasn't too bad. At that moment, the leader had managed to gather a few more of his subordinates. The leader sneered and praised, "Well done. The special ability of this Yang Hao won't be able to activate for a few more minutes. Deal with him quickly." The four subordinates included a swordsman, a man with his hair tied up, a man with frizzy hair, and a scout. They received the order and unleashed a variety of attacks toward Yang Hao. Yang Hao groaned seriously. So many ability users at once. When the scout lunged at him, claws outstretched, he swiftly jumped up, kicking him in the back while dodging the red laser beam. Despite his evasion, the laser still managed to create a large hole in his cloak, from which sparks flew. Just as Yang Hao was running out of strength, Kai Jing arrived with Ling Zi in time. She conjured a large flame to block the swordsman's punch and with a bold tone declared she would wipe out all the virus members. Since Lu Wai hadn't arrived yet, Ling Zi stood up, using a mirror to shield Kai Jing, urging her not to be too rash. The leader, standing from a distance, laughed arrogantly. "It doesn't matter how many of you come, all of you will become pawns of mine." Suddenly, both girls stopped fighting with the swordsman. Yang Hao was extremely worried about the two of them, and he raised his voice to warn them. "Be careful, there are people underneath who are shaking. Don't look into the boss's eyes. He knows how to use his gaze to control others, but it's too late. They've already been manipulated." Yang Hao was taken aback when he saw Kai Jing shoot flames at him. He jumped up and dodged. No way, already hit so quickly. From behind him, someone stabbed a sword towards him. People were coming at him from all directions, front, back, left, and right, all trying to kill him. Yang Hao couldn't help but worry for his life. At this rate, he feared he'd fall into a passive state. He was sweating coldly, wondering how many people that virus leader could control. Was there no limit? Then, two trembling bodies rose from the floor and lunged at Yang Hao. He continued to dodge the attacks, trying to find a way to reach the boss. Unexpectedly, an ice shard struck his stomach, leaving him no time to react. It turned out that the blow came from King Quan. Yang Hao cried out in pain and fell from the high ground, crashing into the stone floor. Having so many people around was indeed exhausting. He struggled to lean on his staff and sit up, his face showing bruises, with blood at the corner of his mouth and his cloak tattered. Despite that, his eyes remained incredibly resolute as he stared ahead. His recovery ability was waiting to recharge. He had to persevere. With that thought, Yang Hao used both his body and weapon, swiftly dodging and countering the relentless attacks from his opponents. In the distance, Yang Hao's underlings were approaching, armed and determined to rescue their boss. Aware of the danger they would face, Yang Hao glanced at them and said, "Go quickly, don't come here." How unlucky can we get? The virus leader extended his hand, and the air around him gathered in a strange, ominous way, like a black hole, his eyes glowing red as usual. At this moment, all of Yang Hao's underlings had become his puppets, surrounding him, a dangerous ring of red energy emanating from them. The leader, standing outside the encirclement, spoke to Yang Hao. "This is the outcome when you face off with virus. Surrender." Yang Hao gritted his teeth, watching his teammates being manipulated. Surrender. In your dreams. He thought to himself that Liu Wei and the others had arrived, which meant Yi Fenghua had successfully controlled the zombies. While Yang Hao was lost in thought, the green frog-like figure delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. He stuck out his tongue in disdain. Facing so many people, and you still have time to stand your ground. Before he could recover, another blow came. Yang Hao silently cursed his luck. Behind him, Kai Jing clenched his fist, ready to strike. Yang Hao gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, his mind counting down the seconds. Asterisk is iron bone, not recovered yet asterisk. He was slammed down hard, the floor cracking beneath him. Lying there motionless, Yang Hao stared blankly upwards, his heart sinking as he muttered, "Damn it, could it be that I'm actually going to end up being killed by my own people?" Suddenly, a wall cracked and shattered, sending chunks of concrete flying inward, leaving Virus's henchmen wondering what had just happened. A gigantic creature appeared, blood-red eyes blazing, razor-sharp teeth bared. Its skin was ashen, with ridged patterns like crocodile scales. Someone shouted, "Zombie!" The fat one from earlier seemed to be the leader. He bared his teeth and charged forward. Gradually, through the swirling dust and smoke, a horde of zombies emerged, each looking different. Some wore full clothing, others only trousers, but all shared one thing in common: lifeless, blood-red eyes. Virus's subordinates recoiled in shock, cold sweat pouring down their faces as they stammered, "Where did all these zombies come from?" The fat one opened his mouth, releasing a stream of red light. At the same time, a swarm of zombies lunged toward the victims, fighting each other, ripped their prey apart. One of Virus's men seemed to realize something was wrong. He trembled and said, "This isn't right. Why are all the zombies targeting only us?" Outside the gates of Virus's headquarters, Yi Fenghola had arrived. She looked in and said, "Finally caught up. Now let's see how I perform." She narrowed her eyes and smiled, then commanded the zombies, "My servants, kill every last one of the virus scum." The henchmen panicked, desperately trying to hold out against the endless wave of zombies. The informant looked at their leader and said, "Boss, there are too many zombies. We have to retreat." The leader's name began to worry, yet he stubbornly gave the order. No matter what, today I must capture Yang Hao. I must avenge the brothers who died." At this moment, Yang Hao, though battered, had recovered some of his strength. He stood up and looked at the zombies that were ignoring him and attacking his enemies, feeling a sense of gratitude. That's right. Yi Fenghua and the others caught so many zombies like this. Are they afraid of losing control? King Quan, still under the control of the virus leader, launched ice attacks at several zombies, sending them flying. Similarly, Lane Z, holding a sword, stabbed through the chest of one zombie. But in this situation, numbers outweighed quality. The zombies kept coming in greater numbers with no sign of weakening. Seeing an opportunity, Yang Hao charged forward, overjoyed that these zombies were holding the others back, giving him the chance to focus on dealing with the dangerous leader. When the leader saw dozens of zombies rushing towards him, he started to panic. Yang Hao thought to himself, if he could defeat this man, all his teammates would be freed from control. With that in mind, he leaped up, swinging his scythe behind him, preparing for a decisive strike. The ground cracked after the first swing, and the leader had a lot of luck. He managed to survive that first blow. Seeing this, Yang Hao became even more determined to kill him. Though the leader still had his life, the previous slash had successfully cut into his arm. He clutched his arm and groaned, "Ah, my arm." The subordinates grew anxious upon seeing their boss injured, but they couldn't rush forward to protect him as the zombies had already surrounded them. The boss, having lost too much blood from his other arm, collapsed onto the ground. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Hao, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, inwardly cursing, "Asterisk, damn it, my control power has weakened. I can only release control from part of the people first." Asterisk. King Ching and Ling Zi were the first two to be free from his control. They stood dazed, unsure of where they were. King Kang snapped back to reality and screamed upon seeing the overwhelming number of zombies. Yang Hao noticed this and smiled, pleased that his strike had taken effect. Curling his lips into a smirk, he gripped his weapon tightly, then forcefully launched himself off the floor and charged at the leader, shouting loudly, "Release everyone from your control immediately." Suddenly, the leader placed his hand on the ground, and a series of sharp spikes shot up from the floor, simultaneously shielding him and threatening his opponent. He grinned broadly at Yang Hao, as if to say, "Asterisk, what can you do to me?" Asterisk, the rising spikes also slowed the advance of the zombie horde. Yang Hao stared at them, stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. A blonde-haired guy in the virus group shouted loudly, eyes wide in surprise, "Sister Xu Hong is back." The sharp clack of high heels echoed across the tiled floor. A short-haired woman stepped forward, clad in an elegant green outfit, her face utterly composed amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Next to her was a man with disheveled hair, whose body, apart from his normal head, was entirely gray, as if made of stone. He was only wearing pants, proudly displaying his six-pack abs, and his face exuded a fierce, menacing expression. The leader, seeing his sister like an angel sent to protect him, was both surprised and delighted. He said, "Xu Hong, you came at just the right time. Quickly, kill this guy." Xu Hong sneered, her tone completely unafraid. "Don't worry, I'll handle it thoroughly." Yang Hao noticed the sharp spikes beginning to surround him. He realized that Xu Hong was an earth-based ability user. The sharp spikes kept emerging, forcing him to switch from offense to defense. The wall behind Yang Hao cracked open and sharp thorns shot up, attempting to ambush him. They were as flexible and twisting as vines, coiling around Yang Hao, tightening their grip and causing him to groan in pain. King froze, looking up. Seeing Yang Hao in trouble, she knew she had to help. She carefully moved behind the leader, thinking that perhaps everyone, like herself, was under his control. If she could manage a successful sneak attack, she might be able to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the leader was smiling smugly, praising Xu Hong and ordering her to kill Yang Hao. Xu Hong obeyed the order, glanced at the prey in front of her, and said, "Don't worry, I never show mercy." With that, she gripped her weapon tightly. Before she could celebrate, the leader looked up, and to his surprise, King had somehow jumped high, sword raised, ready to strike his head. He leaned to one side, dodging his strike, and cursed loudly, "This damn girl." At the same time, Xu Hong charged forward, the sharp point of her sword aimed at Yang Hao's chest, yelling, "Die you." King panicked, quickly grabbing a grenade and screamed, "No," saying that she immediately pulled out the safety pin. A huge explosion rang out, smoke and fire billowing in all directions. Xu Hong closed her eyes due to the dust, raising her hand to shield herself, wondering, "Is the boss okay? It seems like I was forced to use my abilities." Yang Hao opened his eyes wide. Someone had triggered the grenade. Who was it? Then he saw the girl lying unconscious nearby, her body covered in wounds. Recognizing her, Yang Hao called out loudly, "Fang King." Amid the chaos, the leader sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall and letting out a relieved breath. Fortunately, Xu Hong had been forced to use her energy to create a barrier around herself, otherwise he would truly be done for. He clutched his stomach, his eyelids heavy as he observed, grumbling, "How annoying. With injuries like this, I've lost all control." Then, the chains around Yang Hao loosened, suddenly retracting from his body. Yang Hao fell to the ground. In front of him, Xu Hong no longer seemed hostile. She was stunned, as if a curse had been lifted, completely unaware of where she was or what she was doing. She saw King lying motionless amid the flames from the explosion. Yang Hao hurriedly ran over, charging into the flames, lifting King up while scolding her. "Why are you so foolish?" He was at a loss, not knowing what to do. In this situation, it was already too late to use the healing chamber's energy. On the other side, Yang Hao's teammates rejoiced at being freed from the control of the virus leader. The leader glared at them with hatred, clearly on the verge of victory, only to have it ruined by that girl. Yang Hao held King in his arms, his eyes glancing toward Xu Hong, as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you all going to continue fighting, or are you surrendering?" Hearing this, Xu Hong couldn't help but sweat. She calmly explained, "Fortunately, with your friend's help, we were freed from their control. Now we have no reason to continue opposing you." Yang Hao walked toward the leader, who was lying injured on the ground. He approached and coldly said, "Come here." Sensing danger, the leader instinctively backed away and asked, "What do you want to do?" It was clear that Yang Hao intended to deal with him. He grabbed the leader by the head and dragged him toward the door, then said to his comrades, "Stay here. While he's still alive, I have something to ask him." The leader screamed. Standing above him, Yang Hao looked down with a serious expression, wanting to get to the bottom of things. "Hey, I heard you came out of the experimental room. What's the deal with this apocalyptic situation?" Expecting the leader to be scared, Yang Hao was surprised when the man suddenly laughed maniacally. "So you want to know about this? I don't mind telling you, not like you're any match for them anyway." The leader should honestly admit that the cause of the apocalypse indeed came from the laboratory. Moreover, the laboratory is distributed worldwide. He introduced himself as Ju, then continued recounting his mind recalling a building. Everything began with the laboratory where I, Jiang Cheng, was. That laboratory was the lowest level D-class laboratory. In his memory, the scientists had pressed Ju down onto the hospital bed. He screamed when they injected him. It turns out that this laboratory carried out injections of medicine for him and others. It was said to be used to activate people's special abilities, but the side effect was that those who failed would turn into zombies, and they were also contagious. Then, one day, the laboratory's computers suddenly malfunctioned and all the doors were unlocked. Ju took advantage of this opportunity to escape. Ju knew that people with special abilities like him and Yang Hao had advantages that ordinary people didn't have, so he helped those he knew in the laboratory escape with him. But the situation outside was even more terrifying. After understanding the world after the apocalypse, they began to build their power. Since everyone had early special abilities and these abilities were enhanced and trained, they became the strongest force in Jiangzhou. At that time, Ju, along with his brothers from NNH, used guns to eliminate all the rebels, igniting deep fear and resentment in everyone. Because of this, Ju and his group proclaimed themselves as the Destruction Alliance. Originally, Ju wanted to destroy everything with everyone, but later an event occurred that caused him and the Alliance to disband. Because the regiment leader stole his girlfriend, Ju back then could only kneel on the ground, helplessly reaching out toward the car that had taken his beloved Tin away. Returning to the present, he looked at Yang Hao, clutching the wound on his chest, and said, "After that incident, I founded Virus on my own." Then Ju asked in a mysterious tone, "Also, do you know why I've told you so much?" Placing his hand on his chest, trying to hold back the blood seeping into his cloak, his expression remained calm as he asked Yang Hao, "Do you know why I've revealed all this to you?" Yang Hao cautiously asked back, "Why?" Ju's face darkened, his mouth opened into a wildly insane grin, and he exclaimed excitedly, "The people from the Destroyer Alliance are coming, which means you and your comrades will be buried here." As if uttering his last words, Ju collapsed. Yang Hao was utterly shocked, reaching out and trying to speak to Ju. "You cursed him with that mouth of yours, and now you're the one collapsing. Hey, Dubdai, tell me clearly who exactly is coming." Before he could finish dealing with Ju, Yang Hao suddenly received a notification from the system. After defeating Ju, he was awarded a large number of points, specifically 40 strength points, 20 speed points, and 18 spirit points. In front of him, the system interface displayed the next message. Attribute points had surpassed 1,000. Title updated to Apocalypse Hero. The condition for earning the title was having attributes exceed 1,000, and the reward was a 3D robot. The system released a window and asked Yang Hao, "Do you want to use the 3D robot?" He wiped his sweat, looking at it in confusion, then replied bluntly, "No." After communicating with the system, Yang Hao turned to his subordinates, his face serious, and said, "The people from the Destroyer Alliance are coming. Everyone should take the supplies here. We'll leave soon." Su Hong and the muscular brother approached Yang Hao, begging him, "Please take us with you. If the Alliance's people arrive, we won't survive." Yang Hao responded generously, "Of course, no problem. Our base is under construction and we need people." Saying this, he threw several bags on the ground and instructed his men, "These all have storage equipment. Each of you take one, put the supplies in it, then we'll go." Su Hong, holding one of the bags, marveled, "This is unreal. It feels more like a backpack in a game." The muscular brother, holding the belt, cherished it like a treasure, unconsciously comparing it to a cultivation ring that stores items. 10 minutes later, a goat-headed man in a suit led a group of subordinates into the room. Seeing the place was empty, he immediately questioned, "Isn't this the virus headquarters? Why is there no one here?" His subordinates also widened their eyes in shock, thinking this was a great opportunity to eradicate the virus, but was it actually a false report? One of them chimed in, "It can't be fake. Could this be a trap?" The goat-headed man turned around, furrowing his brows and giving an order. "Investigate this for me. Lu Fan wouldn't send random messages. We need to get to the bottom of this." At the central base of Yang Hao, the sky today was beautiful. The sun shone brightly against the blue backdrop, which was truly tragic. Today was the day Feng King had departed. She had been buried beneath a tombstone engraved with Feng King's grave. Yang Hao knelt, his face filled with sorrow as he looked at the tombstone and spoke to Yifeng He. "This time we're lucky to have you. If not, the death toll might not have been limited to just King. Yifeng He stood beside him, unable to tear her eyes away from the tombstone before her. Her face was full of regret, blaming herself. "It's all because we arrived too late. If we had come sooner, Her words trailed off, filled with an unspoken implication of a fate that could no longer be avoided. Yang Hao understood that Yi Fenghua was feeling guilty, so he comforted her. This isn't your fault. My own strength wasn't enough to stand firm in Jiang Zhao. The battles ahead will only grow more difficult. Suppressing his sorrow, Yang Hao stood up and turned to Yi Fenghua, reminding her, "You need to arrange the zombies around here, create the illusion that no one is present. Meanwhile, I'll use the time to strengthen myself." Yi Fenghua nodded in agreement. Got it. As night fell, the full moon rose, its light mingling with the stars above. In the bedroom, Yang Hao sat on the bed, wearing only a pair of shorts. His mouth had been bandaged. He raised his hand, a beam of light appeared, swirling into a circle. He opened his mouth and called out, "You, 3D printer, come out here." Suddenly, a cylindrical metallic creature emerged with a limb-like appendage at its top that had flexible joints. Yang Hao exclaimed, "This thing is huge. What can it actually do?" Understanding his question, the robot replied, "In theory, I can print anything. Bowls, chopsticks, cars, even entire houses. As long as there are materials for me to scan or blueprints, I can print anything." Yang Hao, extremely curious, moved closer to it and discovered a door leading into the interior of the robot's cylindrical body. The robot instructed him to read the manual for more details. Upon entering, the robot was indeed a small workshop, with a long table designed with a circle connected to a rectangle. Following the instructions, Yang Hao placed a metal plate on the circular table and said, "Print this metal plate into a sword." Immediately, a part of the robot began scanning the metal plate. Then, from the rectangular table, a sharp sword emerged. The robot announced that the printing was complete. Yang Hao picked up the sword, inspected its quality, and complimented it. Impressive. Seeing that he seemed to underestimate it, the robot continued to provide him with more information about the chamber. This chamber uses space compression technology, so you don't need to worry about documents not fitting. Moreover, as long as there's material, I can print even an 80-story building. Don't doubt my capabilities. Hearing that, Yang Hao was overjoyed. That's great. With this, there's nothing to worry about when building the base. 6 days later, the base was already surrounded by solid walls. Yang Hao strolled past, his hand brushing the wall to check its quality, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It truly wasn't a simple task to construct a ring of golden walls around the entire base. His peace was suddenly disrupted when Lai Long Dao came running, shouting loudly, "Boss, something's wrong. Our garden and crops are being attacked by nude beasts." Lai Long Dao rushed over, his face panicked as he reported to Yang Hao, "Boss, it's bad. Our crops and garden are under attack by nude beasts." Yang Hao asked anxiously, "Don't we have golden walls? How did the beasts get in?" Recalling the pangolin like mutant beast, Lai Long Dao looked disheartened, sweat dripping from his face as he hurriedly explained, "If it were just small ones digging tunnels, we could barely manage to fend them off. But this beast is unimaginably large." Yang Hao muttered dejectedly, "Why is there always some kind of problem?" At that moment in the garden, Liu Wei was firing a machine gun continuously at a horde of bizarre pangolin-like creatures. The hard shell on their backs easily deflected the bullets, leaving Liu Wei helpless and cursing out loud. Thanks to their body structure, these mutant beasts seemed invincible. They charged forward with guttural growls, their long, sharp claws extended. King Quan appeared. Joining the battle, she launched shards of ice at a massive armadillo. Seeing that it wasn't harmed in the slightest, she couldn't help but feel disheartened. These creatures are even harder to deal with than zombies. The giant armadillo spun around, using its spiked tail to strike in a circular motion. Fortunately, King Quan reacted in time, leaping high and avoiding the brutal tail strike. Sweating coldly, King Quan gritted her teeth and wondered, where on earth do these damned creatures come from? Seeing that King Quan's ice couldn't defeat the gigantic creature, Kaijing joined the fray, using all of his internal energy to fill the surroundings with force. Yet the creature, with its iron-like body, still managed to push through the heat without being turned into a roasted armadillo. Kaijing widened his eyes, utterly stunned that his fire had no effect on the creature. Yang Hao didn't make his comrades wait long. He ordered everyone to retreat, then charged forward with his sickle. He struck the beast fiercely, but all it did was grimace slightly. It seemed that this attack was no more than a mere scratch. Not harmed in the least, the creature took a few steps, then let out a proud roar. Yang Hao was so shocked he swore, "It's too tough, no way. It's as tough as my bone-breaking strike." The massive armadillo advanced, its tail swaying back and forth, causing the ground to tremble. However, Yang Hao and his team didn't run away. They stood their ground, cautiously facing the creature, searching for a way to defeat it. Outside Yang Hao's base, the Goatman arrived with his subordinates. He laughed loudly. "Kid, we finally found it. The ones who killed the virus. One of his subordinates stepped forward and asked, "Commander, should we take action?" The goat man calmly responded, "No need to rush. If they can kill the virus, it means they're not weak. We'll just sit back and wait for the right moment to strike." Saying this, a calculating look appeared on his face, and his sharp fangs were exposed in a grin. He ordered to be on the safe side, "Gather everyone here. If we can swallow this place, our power will grow significantly in the future." "Understood, Commander," his subordinate quickly replied. Back to the intense battle, Yang Hao was relentlessly attacking, swinging his sickle to strike down the mutated beasts. Although he had no trouble dealing with the smaller ones, he couldn't help but worry about the larger one. Despite the danger and deadlock, Yang Hao still bravely faced the giant mutated beast. He told himself that he absolutely could not let the vegetable garden be destroyed like this. Then Yang Hao leaped into the air, swinging his sickle towards the creature's back, testing whether the freezing effect would work. He silently planned in his mind. The sharp tip of the sickle struck the creature's back, and blocks of ice rapidly formed on its scales. However, that was not enough to control it. The beast swung its tail, forcing Yang Hao to struggle, narrowly avoiding the attack. At that moment, an idea suddenly clicked in his mind. Wait, if they're animals, could these mutated beasts be connected to the laboratory? Xiao Ju mentioned, "Don't leave Yang Hao alone." Kai Jing ran towards King Quan, shouting loudly, "Yang Hao, let's join forces." The two girls executed the Ice Blossom Twin Strike, and then one red, one blue. They rushed forward like a whirlwind of fire and ice. However, the creature curled up into a ball, using its scaly armor as a shield. A loud explosion echoed, causing the earth and sky to tremble. Everyone thought the strange beast was at least injured, but it calmly emerged from the smoke, sneering arrogantly with a malicious grin. Yang Hao sensed something was off and began to hypothesize. Do you think these strange creatures are linked to the Destroyer Alliance? In the tense moment, Yi Fenghua stepped forward to report to Yang Hao. "I think so too. These creatures are being controlled. I just sent a zombie to scout around." Yang Hao nodded in response. "Good for now, let's try to hold off this big one." Looking at the creature, Yi Fenghua proposed a strategy. "As for this, I have a suggestion. We can figure out a way to block its vision." Yang Hao looked at her with interest and asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Fenghua quickly replied, "The one controlling it might be similar to me, able to share its vision. If we cut off its line of sight, its actions will be restricted." Yang Hao smiled, feeling a glimmer of hope. He said, "This idea is not bad. Coincidentally, I collected a lot of smoke bombs from the virus last time." After speaking, he pulled a grenade from his jacket pocket and shouted, "Everyone, get back." Then Yang Hao swung his arm and threw the grenade. It quickly exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke. At this moment, Yang Hao began directing everyone, saying, "Use long-range attacks to distract it. Once the smoke clears, we'll reinforce immediately." The white smoke spread everywhere. Taking advantage of the situation, Yi Fenghua pointed in one direction and said to Yang Hao, "I see her." Over there, Yang Hao nodded, "All right, take me there." The two of them ran away from the scene, jumped over the fence, and stopped under a tree. Yi Fenghua pointed up, indicating that the person they were looking for was probably the one controlling everything. Indeed, perched on a branch was a red-haired girl in black clothes, sitting calmly with a hedgehog pet beside her. The red-haired girl squinted her eyes and smiled faintly, saying, "The fact that you found me shows that you have some skill." Yang Hao looked up at her with a diplomatic attitude and gently advised her, "We have no grudges against each other." The red-haired girl lowered her eyelids and looked down, laughing as she mocked. "Ha ha, negotiating with a beast tamer like us? I'm afraid you're not qualified." Hearing her uncooperative response, Yang Hao furrowed his brows in surprise. "Beast tamer? So, you're not part of the Destroyer Alliance?" Knowing this information made Yang Hao inevitably anxious. If things continued this way, the fate of his base would be the same as viruses. That meant his 3D printing robot had to be deployed immediately. The red-haired girl was still smiling. Her next sentence affirmed that she and the Destroyer Alliance were not the same kind of people. Then she asked Yang Hao, "Do you really have the technology to make crops ripen faster?" Hearing her words, Yang Hao smiled, but there was no friendliness in it. He gripped his sickle in an attacking stance and said, "News really travels fast, huh? So everyone wants to know about this technology. But I'm sorry, I won't hand over a fake." The red-haired girl, though still smiling, now showed anger on her face. She threatened, "You really won't cry until you see the coffin, huh?" Then she commanded her two pets, a porcupine and a cat, to leap down from the tree and roar. The porcupine, though smaller than the giant pangolin, was still bigger than Yang Hao. It charged into him, and at the same time, Yang Hao struck back with a counterattack. Retreating to recover, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Its quills are too tough. It seemed that was all, but unexpectedly, the porcupine could shoot its quills, startling Yang Hao. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, so he could move nimbly. With just a sickle, he was able to block all the flying quills. Meanwhile, Yi Feng Hoa was struggling against the cat. It tried to pounce on her, its massive body causing tremors and cracks across the ground. Yi Feng Hoa jumped up to dodge it, unable to help but sigh. Could she really control any creature? This is too terrifying. The cat landed and let out a roar, but this roar was no ordinary sound. It was a loud echo that caught Yi Feng Hoa off guard. Seeing her lose control temporarily, the beast lunged, its sharp claws aimed to tear at the girl's face. But in the end, it once again plunged into the ground. Yang Hao shouted a warning. Be careful! He quickly wrapped his arms around Yi Feng Hoa, pulling her away from the cat. In Yang Hao's embrace, Yi Feng Hoa couldn't help but blush. She awkwardly stammered out her thanks and informed him, the zombies I control are coming. Yang Hao and Yi Feng Hoa stood up. He volunteered to deal with the lynx while her zombies would hold back the porcupine. The cat once again used its old trick, letting out a roar that caused tremors. Yang Hao swung his sickle, blocking each wave of sound that came at him. From a distance, the zombies began to join the battle. It turned out that Yi Feng Hoa had commanded them to stop the porcupine. The porcupine continued to shoot a barrage of quills, but the zombies, oblivious to pain, took the spines into their bodies and still pressed forward. While Yang Hao handled the situation, the cat thought to itself, I need to take care of this one first, then deal with the girl. If I let her call for more strange beasts, it will be disadvantageous for us. Above on the branch, the red-haired girl was still observing everything, her face betraying a hint of worry when she saw Yi Feng Hoa was able to control the zombie. Lost in thought, she jumped in shock. She suspected that Yang Hao had somehow killed her pet cat without her noticing. He was charging toward her with a sickle in hand. Seeing that he was preparing to strike, the red-haired girl commanded, Hedgehog, stop him. The hedgehog obeyed, shifting its attack toward Yang Hao, growling fiercely. Yang Hao glanced at it, then quickly turned around and threw a grenade. The grenade landed on the left side of the hedgehog, exploding with a loud bang, causing it to contort in pain. Seeing an opportunity, Yang Hao pulled out 2 more grenades and said, While you're weak, I'll take your life. The hedgehog turned to dodge, but it was too late, and it howled in agony as it ran toward both grenades, determined to take them down with it. Seizing the moment when Yang Hao wasn't paying attention, the red-haired girl jumped down from the tree, smirking as she ran off, thinking to herself, Ha ha, I gathered some useful intel now. I want both the technique for ripening crops faster and that girl who controls zombies. Looking back at Yang Hao, she shouted, This time, I'll let you go, but next time we meet, it will be when you submit to us. Just as she thought she could escape, a group of zombies surrounded her. They bared their teeth, their eyes narrowing with malice. Yi Feng Hoa immediately told Yang Hao that the girl was being eaten by zombies. He was taken aback upon hearing this. What did you say? Quickly tell them to stop. However, Yang Hao and Yi Feng Hoa were too late to reach her. These zombies were no longer under Yi Feng Ho's control. He couldn't help but feel regret. We're still a step too late. I had originally wanted to gather information from her. The red-haired girl had fallen to the ground in a curl-up position. A card flew out from her body. The card flew into his hand. Yang Hao was surprised. Is this a new ability card? The card depicted 2 fierce beasts with a person standing on a pedestal, holding a whip behind them. This card was called the Beast Taming card. Yang Hao silently rejoiced. This was her ability. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time to trigger the system's falling mechanism. Although he had lost the chance to gather information, he wasn't going to pass up the valuable item that had been delivered to him. Thinking this, he smiled contentedly and said to Yi Feng Hoa, Let's go, we're heading back. He thought that with the girl dead, the mutated beasts would no longer attack his garden. However, when they returned, Yang Hao saw that the pangolin was still confronting everyone. The battle was still intense. He shouted loudly, Everyone stop, leave this to me. He then approached Gu King Yi, extended the new, freshly activated card, and said, Gu King Yi, this ability card is for you. This is the Beast Taming ability card. For now, it's the most suitable for you. Gu King Yi was surprised but still took the card. Thank you. Then she closed her eyes to feel the aura of the card. Finally, she had gained a special ability like everyone else. She reminded herself that recently there had been constant issues at the base and she needed to contribute even more. Qing Yi stepped forward toward the ferocious beasts, raising her hand high, a green light enveloping her hand. Thanks to you, it must work smoothly. The small green light immediately turned red, spreading across King Yi's arm. She then called out to the strange beasts. Follow my orders, gather here. A few pangolins raised their heads, their eyes flashing when they saw the red light. But instead of becoming more aggressive, they obediently approached Qing Yi. She smiled and said, Great, Yang Hao, I've succeeded. Yang Hao let out a relieved sigh. Finally, it was over. He also reminded her, everyone, be careful. I've received intel that many forces are targeting us. Not far away, the Goatman heard a subordinate report. Commander, teams 3 and 4 have arrived. The Goatman gritted his teeth. All right, everyone, don't be careless. Their fake abilities should not be underestimated. The subordinates replied in unison and ran toward the protective walls of Yang Hao's base. Yang Hao was suddenly startled when he saw the red alarm lights flashing. He anxiously muttered, "Seriously? They're here already? Can't they even give us some time to develop?" From behind him, the Goatman appeared suddenly, leading his large gang. He put on a friendly facade, as if his place wasn't half bad. Then he got straight to the point. From today, this place will belong to the Destroyer Alliance. Yang Hao opened his mouth, his face showing disbelief. Seriously, this is happening? He paused, analyzing his opponent. These people were from the Destroyer Alliance, and their attributes were far too strong, surpassing that of ordinary humans. Some of them were even close to the level of mutated zombies. Yang Hao's assessment wasn't wrong. The strength stats of these people were exceptionally high, especially the Goatman, whose power was 3 to 5 times that of his subordinates, and his own strength was above 600. The Goatman noticed Yang Hao's hesitation and laughed arrogantly. "Hey, buddy, get your boss out here to meet me." Yang Hao frowned, his guard up as he replied, trying not to show any fear. "I am the boss. This space belongs to me and my friends, so don't even think about it." Though he tried to act confident, Yang Hao was actually feeling very troubled. What should he do? Right now, he didn't want any more casualties at the base, but negotiating peacefully with these guys definitely wouldn't be easy. The Goatman sneered, barely acknowledging Yang Hao, let alone listening to his demands. He scoffed. "Demands? You're mistaken, buddy. This is an order. All the resources and women here belong to us. I can let you all live." He then put on an air of a gentleman and said, "Quite fair." Lai Long Dao and Li Wai immediately rebutted, "Fair my foot, do you think we're easy to bully?" Yang Hao, seeing his brothers getting agitated, raised his hand to signal them to stop. Then he continued speaking to the goat-like man. "Your so-called the Destroyer Alliance is no different from a bunch of viruses." The Goatman burst into loud laughter, as if he had heard a joke. "Don't lump us with them, they're just a bunch of traitors." Realizing that verbal threats wouldn't solve anything, he pointed at Yang Hao and ordered his subordinates, "Take them all." Gu Qingyi reacted swiftly, raising his hand and commanding the giant pangolin behind them, "Go! Protect the base along with the leader." The pangolins charged forward, using their tough bodies to ram into the subordinates of the Destroyer Alliance. Lai Long Dao also joined in, knocking out the teeth of one of them. On either side of the battlefield, Yang Hao stood alongside King Yi, while the Goatman was on the other. The Goatman couldn't help but be surprised, his mind filled with confusion. Where are these strange beasts supposed to be under the control of the beast tamer? Why were they now following the enemy's orders? But he didn't dwell on the issue for long, thinking to himself, "Never mind, just kill the boss first and deal with everything later." Then the 2 horns on his head split apart and flew toward Yang Hao like throwing darts. Yang Hao quickly countered the horns with his sickle, and indeed, it was something he had never encountered before. He couldn't help but exclaim, "That Goatman can actually control his horns? What kind of weird ability is this?" With his sharp reasoning ability, Yang Hao suddenly recalled recent events. Indeed, he had been facing individuals with animal-like abilities. Could it be that all the D-level laboratories conducted experiments like this? Seeing that Yang Hao had managed to block the attack, the Goatman raised his hand again to control his horns. But this time, it wasn't just 2 horns. They split into countless smaller horns, each as sharp as the originals. He shouted loudly at the flying horns. The horns seemed to understand, and they shot toward Yang Hao. He gripped his weapon tightly, eyes focused on the attack. The scythe spun in his hands, and Yang Hao frowned as he tried to deflect several horns at once. He couldn't help but mutter, "There are too many of them. It's impossible to block them all." Though the situation was dire, Yang Hao, being the strong individual he was, couldn't be defeated so easily. Suddenly, a system window appeared with a message. 1 strike, 1 training. Unlock the self-healing ability after 10 strikes to activate level 1 ability. Upon seeing this, Yang Hao's eyes lit up, and he happily exclaimed, "The new skill can be unlocked now." "Haha, this ability is way more convenient than that treatment chamber." The Goatman, seeing Yang Hao laughing to himself, felt uneasy and asked, "What's so funny, kid?" Yang Hao smirked, casually replying, "None of your business." He waved his hand, his gaze locking onto the Goatman with no fear, and instead, he remained completely calm, even taunting. "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Next time, try putting a little more force into your attacks." The guy saw himself being treated like a helpless little lamb and immediately roared in anger. You're still laughing even though you're injured like that. Fine, I'll send you straight to the afterlife then. Saying that, he summoned a series of new horns. They flew rapidly and impaled Yang Hao's body. Wherever they struck, blood spurted out like a fountain. Yet Yang Hao wasn't afraid of anyone. He planted his sickle into the ground, not bothering to fight back, and simply stared ahead. Meanwhile, the system was counting. On its interface, the numbers kept rising: 1 strike, 2 levels, 1 strike, 3 levels, 1 strike, 4 levels, and so on, increasing steadily. Lai Long Dao and Li Wai, who were on the other side, were also participating in the fight. When they saw their boss like this, they chuckled, thinking their boss was just playing around. Kai Jing, unaware of what was going on, anxiously looked at Yang Hao. Why aren't you dodging? Through the dust and smoke, Yang Hao, though kneeling on the ground, leaning on his sickle, wore an expression of unwavering resolve and reassured her. Don't worry, everything is going according to my plan. The moment had come. The system signaled a 10-level strike. Gaining the basic self-healing ability, Yang Hao smiled smugly. Success! He stood up straight as if he had never been impaled. The system's notification continued to sound. Self-healing effect activated. It could completely heal wounds in a short period, but note that it had no effect on death. It updated Yang Hao's stats. Strength 910, speed 280, spirit 460. Green crosses began to appear around Yang Hao. He raised his hand and looked at the wounds that were healing. This ability was truly useful. The goat man froze at the sight, clenching his fist in frustration, though he had to admit that the wounds on this guy had indeed healed. Yang Hao charged forward, his battle aura even fiercer than before. He grinned, his face brimming with excitement. Come on, let's keep fighting. The goat man tore off one of his horns, his eyes locked on Yang Hao. Challenging me, little brat? Let's see if you heal faster or if my blade strikes faster. Powerful lightning crackled around Yang Hao as he accelerated toward his opponent. Use whatever tricks you've got. The real battle began. The goat man wielded his horn like a blade, aiming it at Yang Hao. The clash of weapons rang out as Yang Hao's scythe parried each of the goat man's strikes. He kept blocking the attack, secretly pleased in his mind. Very good. He was almost used to his opponent's speed now. All that remained was to land a strike on his weak spot. The goat man fought with wild enthusiasm, but his arrogance made him careless. Yang Hao swung his scythe, knocking the horn from the goat man's hand, startling him into exclaiming, "What?" Yang Hao didn't stop, continuing to close in on him. Die! A slash tore across the goat man, forcing him to his knees. He clutched his stomach and let out a scream. Then he spat out a mouthful of black blood, growling, "You can destroy the virus. You really do have the power." Yang Hao placed the sharp, crescent-shaped blade behind his back and spoke with a promise. There will come a day when your alliance will be destroyed by my hands. The goat-like man glanced at Yang Hao and dismissed him as a mere newcomer. Haha, you don't know anything about this city. There are things here far more terrifying than you can imagine. Before Yang Hao could respond, he collapsed and breathed his last. The subordinates of the alliance, upon seeing their leader dead, rushed in a panic while shouting, "Everyone, retreat quickly." The words of the goat-like man still lingered in Yang Hao's mind. Yang Hao walked over to Ling Zi and asked, "Sielo Ling, do you know what's going on in the city center?" Ling Zi looked up at Yang Hao and gently replied, "I've heard the people from Virus talk about a terrifying zombie king in the city center. No one dares to go near it." Upon hearing this, Yang Hao broke into a cold sweat. A zombie king? There's such a thing here. He then turned to his team and gave them instructions. The base has been under constant attack recently, and the enemy will only grow stronger. Everyone stay alert. At this, everyone's expressions became more serious. All of them stood at attention, listening intently, before Yang Hao dismissed them, except for King Yi, who remained behind. Yang Hao reminded her, "In the next few days, you will lead the mutant beasts to dig tunnels for food reserves and to facilitate our quick retreat." Chinky nodded. "Understood. I will command them to proceed." 3 days later, Yang Hao came to see King Yi again, inquiring about the progress. "Have the tunnels and the materials been dealt with?" Yang Hao asked. King Yi reported, "Most of it is well hidden. I instructed them to dig many tunnels, each leading to a distant location." Qing Yi placed her hands on her hips and asked suspiciously, "Yang Hao, are you planning to leave the base with all of this?" Yang Hao replied, "Our position has been discovered by many forces. I'm just taking precautions." "You haven't told anyone about this, have you?" King Yi crossed her arms and responded, "No, I haven't, not even King Quan." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over, panting with urgency, and said, "Boss, there are a few people outside who want to meet you." Yang Hao asked, "Are they from the Destroyer Alliance?" The subordinate, out of breath for running, reported, "No, they brought some mutated beasts with them." Yang Hao actually smirked. "Let's go take a look." This is an opportunity for me. Isn't this just another group delivering extra experience points? If we can get a mutant ability card, the strength of our team will increase. As Yang Hao stepped outside, he saw two people in front of him, one with brown hair and the other with green hair. They were leading two giant rabbits and a huge squirrel, each with glowing red eyes, clearly under some kind of control. One of the two strangers angrily looked at Yang Hao and said, "You are the boss here?" Yang Hao continued, "That's right, what do you want from me?" The girl with green hair crossed her arms over her chest, furrowing her brow as she said, "You killed my friend. Hand over the murderer immediately." The rabbit beside her also wore an expression of anger, ready to fight at any moment. Realizing that these people were here because of the red-haired girl, Yang Hao calmly explained, "Your friend was killed by a zombie. It has nothing to do with us. You should go find that zombie." King Yi had been standing beside him the whole time with the tamed pangolin behind her. The brown-haired guy turned to the green-haired girl and said, "Lai Jia, don't waste words with them. Those pangolins are the best evidence. Who would have thought there'd be a stab wound in his back?" The brown-haired guy widened his eyes. Li Jia had seen him stabbed and bleeding, and she cried out his name in panic, but he had already fallen dead. From another direction, a mysterious man stepped forward. Behind him was a blue tail, its tip sharp like a knife. It was still being dyed, and he walked forward casually, pretending to ignore it. In a very flippant tone, he said, "Oh, I thought it was some monkey making noise. Got a little carried away with my hands. Sorry about that." Li Jia warily asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, the man approached, and his appearance became clearer. Not only did he have that strange tail, but he also wore earrings. His mouth was full of stitches, and under his eyes were dark circles like a panda. His hair had two shaved lines that looked incredibly stylish. He arrogantly introduced himself, "I am a member of the Alliance, the Destroyer. I've heard there's good stuff here, so I came to check it out." Both Lai Jia and Yang Hao frowned when they heard the infamous name of the Alliance. Not only that, but this person isn't traveling with a group, he's alone. This shark-tailed guy probably possesses strength beyond imagination. Without hesitation, Lai Jia quickly ordered the rabbits to charge and attack. She raised her voice and said to the shark-tailed man, "Our beast tamer faction and you have never interfered with each other, but today you were the ones declaring war." Seeing the situation grow serious, Yang Hao gave instructions to King Yi. She immediately turned to notify everyone. "Prepare to execute Plan B. I'll buy you some time." Qing Yi, along with the strange beasts, proceeded to carry out the mission. Returning to the scene of the battle, after Lai Jia ordered the attack, the strange beast rabbits eagerly leaped toward the shark-tailed man. The man didn't move, showing no fear, but instead, he joyfully remarked, "Ah, the meat of these rabbits doesn't look bad. A rabbit hot pot would definitely be delicious." Suddenly, a muscular blonde man appeared out of nowhere and knocked a rabbit away with a punch. His temper was like molten metal as he roared at the rabbit, "Don't block my way." The man had a massive build, with an intimidating X-shaped scar right in the center of his chest. He also had a long gash on his shoulder and a deep scar at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, a group of subordinates stood ready. The scarred man, with a menacing glare, demanded, "Who killed my people? Come out here." Judging by the heads of the subordinates, it was immediately clear they were from the Destroyer Alliance. Yang Hao didn't hesitate to admit it. In fact, he even showed a hint of defiance. The scar-faced man burst out laughing. "Good, you got the guts to own up. Very well, seize him." At their leader's command, the subordinates charged forward, each with a menacing expression and eyes that looked ready to pierce through their target. Li Jia, seeing how things had turned against her, clenched her teeth. Why was the third corps commander of the Destroyer Alliance here? Realizing she couldn't take him on, she threw down a smoke bomb and decided to retreat for now. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was taking down each subordinate one by one, taunting them as he fought. "Come on, just try to get through me." At the same time, Yang Hao's teammates stood behind him, each armed with a gun to provide cover for their boss. A swarm of Alliance henchmen stormed the building, determined to leave no survivors in the base. In the midst of the chaos, a giant pangolin appeared and blocked the path. The henchmen came to a halt, stammering in shock. A mutant beast? It turned out King Yi had ordered the creature to obstruct the Destroyer Alliance's forces. Taking advantage of the beast interference, King Yi urged everyone to escape through Exit 1. Elsewhere, Kai Jing led a group toward Exit 1, while King Quan arranged for others to flee through Exit 3. By this time, the scar-faced man, none other than the Third Corps commander of the Destroyer Alliance, was completely enraged. Fury radiated off in waves, bulging veins surged across his body, his eyes blazed red, and he growled like a wild beast as he stared at Yang Hao. From his hands, sharp claws grew out. "Kid, let me have some fun with you." Gradually, the district chief revealed a beastly appearance, like a lion baring its teeth and charging forward. He threatened, "If you get caught by the poison, maybe I'll let you live." Yang Hao thought to himself, "It's true, this guy is targeting the food supplies." He wielded his sickle and struck the chief's abdomen with a palm, countering. "That's fine, but in exchange, you'll have to tell us the secret related to the laboratory." Even after the powerful strike, the district chief remained unscathed. His chest only bore a faint bruise, as if bitten by a mosquito. His body now seemed twice as large. Yang Hao, seeing the threatening figure, couldn't help but say to himself, "Ha ha, this is the first time I've seen someone dare to make demands of the Destroyer Alliance." Yang Hao was shocked. "Wait, what? This guy isn't even injured?" The district chief roared, showing off his experience, and said, "But kid, in this apocalypse, the strong rule. If you want to negotiate with me, show me your strength first." Then he raised his sharp claws and slashed at Yang Hao, forcing him to leap back to dodge. One had to admit, this guy was incredibly strong. Yang Hao knew his abilities and realized that he didn't need to defeat the district chief right away. He only needed to stall him long enough for everyone to escape. With that in mind, he slashed his sickle across the chief's arm. The chief froze for a moment, then raised the arm, now wrapped in bandages. That's when he realized that Yang Hao was also a special ability user. Instead of seeing it as a challenge, this guy became even more excited, to the point where his arm muscles tensed and he broke the ice. He laughed in delight. "Ha ha, great, you definitely have to play a fun game with me." With that, he gathered his strength and slammed both fists into the ground, causing a storm of dust and earthquake. Yang Hao could only keep jumping to avoid getting hurt. His face tightened with a serious expression. No way. The freezing effect of the weapon was ineffective against this guy. Outside the base, the subordinates were still struggling with the pangolins. One of them said to his comrades, "These mutated animals are too tough. Everyone split up and surround them from different sides to trap them." Who would have thought that while avoiding one trouble, they would run into another? They hadn't even finished dealing with the pangolins when the Alliance's subordinates had to face zombies. They broke into a cold sweat as they watched the zombies growl and approach, each person sweating profusely and wondering to themselves, what is it with all these strange creatures in Yang Hao's base? The subordinates fought back while trying to avoid being overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. One of them spoke up, "Why are these zombies helping the enemy?" Another person quickly deduced, "Maybe this is some sort of ability to control zombies. Isn't that a bit too perverse?" Indeed, inside the base, Yi Feng-ho stood with her eyes closed, controlling the zombies. She clasped her hands in prayer. Just a little longer, we must ensure that they all leave. But then, she immediately sensed an ominous sign. Suddenly, her long-range vision disappeared. Could it be that all the zombies had been dealt with in an instant? Sure enough, her zombies were now piled up on the ground. They had just been knocked down by the pointed end of the Destroyer Alliance. Looking down at the pile of zombies, the leader couldn't help but express a slight disdain as he spoke to his subordinates. "These ones are too slow. If it were me, I could have taken down this base in 3 minutes." At this point, the sharp-headed man had already positioned himself at the door, peering inside with an intrigued expression, clearly observing the tight security. "I too want to see what's inside." The arrogant man with the shark tail led his subordinates forward, stepping into the base. However, as soon as his foot touched the ground, a cloud of smoke and flames enveloped him, blocking the invaders. Surprised by this move, the sharp-headed man crawled up from the ground, grinding his teeth. "Damn it, there are even landmines. Now I'm even more curious to see what other tricks you people have to stop me." With that, he roared and kicked the door open. But the scene he had been expecting did not appear. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Where have all the people gone? This place is empty, not a soul in sight." Outside the battlefield, Yang Hao was still engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the soldier from the Long Army. This man possessed both strength and speed like a wild beast, causing Yang Hao to worry that he might accelerate even further. Behind him, a one-eyed man stood atop the base's gate, muttering something in an incomprehensible language. The one-eyed guy jumped down from the gate, landing next to Yang Hao, and shouted excitedly, "Asterisk, asterisk, there asterisk, asterisk." Seeing him, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel relieved and thought to himself, "Asterisk, asterisk, one-eyed is here, which means everyone else has already left. Looks like Plan B worked perfectly. Time to pull out asterisk, asterisk." But the joy didn't last long. One of the subordinates rushed in to report to the officer. "Asterisk, asterisk, boss. Everyone inside is gone, but we discovered a tunnel." Asterisk, asterisk. Cold sweat broke out on Yang Hao's forehead. Asterisk, asterisk, what? How did they find it? Asterisk, asterisk. The officer roared, stepping closer to Yang Hao. He narrowed his eyes as if seeing through Yang Hao's plan. Asterisk, asterisk, so you wanted to keep me here alone and let your teammates escape. Asterisk, asterisk. Yang Hao remained calm and threw a grenade toward him. Asterisk, asterisk, since you found out, then playtime ends here. Asterisk, asterisk. The grenade exploded, white smoke engulfing the officer. He shouted a warning through the haze. Asterisk, asterisk, you knave brat. The Alliance's reach covers all of Jiangzhou. You're not getting away. Asterisk, asterisk. Taking advantage of the smoke, Yang Hao ran, replying in a mocking tone. Asterisk, asterisk, even better. I'll be waiting for you to come hand over that XP asterisk, asterisk. As he stepped into the base, Yang Hao suddenly spotted a strange tunnel. He didn't recall asking King Yi to dig it. Then him. Asterisk, asterisk, this must be something King Yi left behind. Still, better use the explosives I set up just in case. Asterisk, asterisk. He picked up the walkie-talkie, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. If the enemy had some troublesome mutant ability, then it would be over. Elsewhere in the base, the subordinates were splitting up to search, one team chasing through the tunnel, and another staying behind to continue the search. They had realized that the tunnel might not just be a single one. Suddenly, Yang Hao's base exploded, catching the Alliance's henchmen off guard. At this moment, Yang Hao was far off, his hand resting on a nearby tree. Observing the situation, his heart sinking slightly. After being here for so long, seeing it destroyed like this made him feel a bit reluctant. Unconsciously, he noticed someone approaching. Yang Hao glanced behind him, and another group of Alliance members appeared, led by a burly blonde man, Commander Y. Commander Y, along with his Western assistant, stepped forward. He grumbled, "What's with this explosion? Didn't you tell me to come and collect the spoils of war?" The henchman stammered in reply, We're not sure about this either." Commander Y shot them a cold glance and then ordered, "We've invested considerable military strength to take this base. I don't want to leave empty-handed. Start investigating now." Fortunately, this group of people didn't see Yang Hao as he was hiding behind a tree. If they had encountered him, it would have been difficult to retreat unscathed. At the Jiangzhou city's natural park, some of Yang Hao's men had now safely arrived. They were resting alongside a group of pangolins. From afar, King Yi walked forward and spoke to everyone. "I've already had the zombies dealt with by the strange beasts recently. We'll rest here tonight." Meanwhile, at the commercial district of Duanhai in Jiangzhou City, Yi Fenghua had brought several people up to the rooftop of a building, reminding them to rest. In a generous tone, she said, "You don't need to worry about food and supplies. I've already sent the zombies to gather them. They will be here soon." A girl couldn't help but praise admiringly, "Miss Yi is so reliable." As for Kai Jing, she wasn't at either of the two locations. She had gone to the outskirts of Jiangzhou City to meet Yang Hao's parents. Unable to find him, his mother was extremely worried, placing her hand on her chest and asking Kai Jing, "Why hasn't Hao arrived yet? Could something have happened to him?" Kai Jing wanted to reassure the parents, so she took her phone and called Yang Hao. However, all she could hear was the automated message. "The subscriber you are trying to reach is out of network coverage. Please try again later." Kai Jing couldn't help but glance at Yang Hao's parents, an unusual sense of anxiety rising within her. She had been able to contact everyone else, but still no luck with Yang Hao, not wanting to make the parents even more anxious. Kai Jing could only force a smile and calmly say, "Uncle, Aunt, please don't worry. Yang Hao might not be following the same route as us. I already contacted the others, and if there's any news, I'll make sure to report it to you." As night fell, Yang Hao no longer had a place to go back to, and could only walk down the street like a homeless person. He picked up his phone in confusion and sighed. "What's going on? Why is there no signal? This way I can't contact anyone." He stared at the phone, feeling disheartened. He had dug so many underground tunnels, yet he had no idea which path they had taken. How long would it take to find them by checking every single path? Exhausted, Yang Hao passed by a hotel with a spa and decided to rest there for the night. The hot spring was at the back, an open space blending with nature. At this point, Yang Hao only had a towel wrapped around his waist, and he slowly stepped into the hot spring. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief after such a tiring day. This was a natural hot spring, truly a hidden gem. He sat down, closed his eyes, and let the warm spring water surround him. He didn't expect there would be such a hot spring for him to soak in. This felt great. Unexpectedly, a moment later, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching the hot spring. Liu Mai stood at the entrance, holding her towel, turning her back to him, her face showing contentment. "After running for so long, I can finally rest." Yang Hao hid behind a large rock, sinking his body into the water, leaving only his head above the surface. It seemed that Liu Mai hadn't noticed him. Slowly, she dipped herself into the water. Yang Hao couldn't help but glance at her figure, her curves perfectly defined, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She's so beautiful. He thought he could quietly observe for a while longer, but unexpectedly, a small stone fell into the water with a splash. Liu Mai, noticing the disturbance, immediately raised her guard and asked someone. Yang Hao stood up, both hands raised in surrender, saying, "Don't scream, I'm not a bad guy." Despite appearing serious, he couldn't help it. Blood was flowing from his nose in a stream. Liu Mai blushed as she recognized him. He told her not to scream, but she couldn't hold herself back and shouted, "Pervert!" This unintentionally drew the attention of the zombies outside the hotel. The aggressive horde followed the sound and began smashing the door to get in. Hearing their growls, both Yang Hao and Liu Mai froze. He sighed, "Just finished showering, and now we're back to this." Picking up the towel, Yang Hao reminded Liu Mai, "Hurry up, put your clothes on, and get out of here." Liu Mai, unimpressed, placed her hands on her hips and said, "Do I really need you to remind me?" Suddenly, a corner of the wall was shattered by a mutated zombie. This zombie was large, with grayish skin, one eye wide open and the other completely closed. It grinned and lunged toward Liu Mei. She screamed in fear. Yang Hao stepped up behind her, now dressed and holding a weapon. He reassured her, "Don't be afraid, it's just a mutated elite zombie." Liu Mai looked at him, her mind filled with questions. How did he suddenly have a weapon in his hand? Could he be a space-based ability user? Yang Hao approached the massive mutated zombie, watching as it let out a roar. Its expression had remained arrogant from the start, intimidating its prey with its enormous body. From its two arms extended sharp, spear-like spikes. It swung its spiked arms in an attempt to impale Yang Hao, but he swiftly leaped into the air. Yang Hao stepped onto its head and with a graceful slash of his scythe, drew a clean line. Blood gushed from the creature's body. It collapsed backward onto the ground, causing a slight tremor. Yang Hao landed and sneered mockingly. A zombie that big, it couldn't even withstand a single strike. Liu Mai had been watching the battle all along. Seeing Yang Hao approach without a single scratch, she couldn't help but admire him. This man is incredible. She clasped her hands together and looked up at Yang Hao, her gaze full of admiration. "I didn't expect your skills to be this good." Yang Hao humbly replied, "You're overpraising me, but should you get dressed before talking?" Hearing this, Liu Mai was startled and realized she was still only wearing a bath towel. A few minutes later, both of them were fully dressed. Liu Mai approached once again and asked, "Could I ask you for help?" Yang Hao turned around and bluntly refused. "I'm busy, plus I need to meet with my friends." He didn't forget to remind Liu Mai, "You should leave quickly. I'm afraid other zombies might be attracted here." Seeing Yang Hao about to leave, Liu Mai quickly chased after him, grabbed his sleeve, and furrowed her brows. "Wait a second. I think this is your first time here. I know this place better than you." Fearing she hadn't convinced him yet, she emphasized her identity. "I'm the daughter of the commander of the Freedom Legion. If you take me to the Legion, I can help you find your friends." Liu Mai looked at Yang Hao and asserted without hesitation, "I'm the daughter of the commander of the Freedom Legion. If you take me to the Legion, I can help you find your friends." Yang Hao's eyes showed a trace of surprise when he heard her mention the Freedom Legion. He recalled that one of the people captured before had mentioned it, and perhaps they could be of great help. Thinking this, Yang Hao agreed, but suggested, "Let's find a place to rest. It's already late. We'll head out tomorrow." Liu Mai nodded. Late at night, the hotel room was still lit. Inside the room, Yang Hao and Liu Mai were resting on separate beds. She leaned back, staring at the ceiling, and said, "I'll tell you about the situation in the city center first." Yang Hao sat on the bed next to her, listening intently. Liu Mai began to recount. After the apocalypse, pharmaceutical substances in the secret laboratory leaked out. Due to the spread of these substances in the city, especially near the laboratory, zombies and mutated animals were stronger. I heard there's also a zombie king. As she spoke, Liu Mai couldn't help but imagine a giant spiked zombie. Of course, the same applied to the mutants. The closer they were to the laboratory, the stronger their abilities became. The area nearest to the laboratory was called the Forbidden Zone, and it was said that no one who ventured there ever came back. All those who went to explore had disappeared. After receiving the information from Liu Mai, Yang Hao placed his hand on his chin, pondering. It seemed the truth. He was looking for Lei in the Forbidden Zone. He thought of something and turned to ask Liu Mai, "By the way, how did you end up here? Wouldn't it be safer to stay with the army?" At this question, Liu Mai had no choice but to explain her situation. A long story. "I came here to carry out a mission, but I was ambushed. All my teammates died." Yang Hao widened his eyes in surprise. Ambushed. Just as mentioned, she appeared. Sure enough, in the building next to the hotel, a girl with green hair tied halfway up was lying prone. She wore black clothes and a mask, so her face couldn't be seen. Holding a gun, she aimed at the brightly lit room across from her. While adjusting her aim, she muttered, "It was worth waiting here for so long." As expected, Liu Mai hasn't gone far. While focusing on the target, the green-haired girl paused for a moment, wondering who the person with Liu Mai was. Through the scope, she could see Liu Mai talking with Yang Hao. The green-haired girl was confused, thinking to herself, "Didn't I eliminate all of her teammates?" Not wanting to waste any more time, the green-haired girl decided to ignore it. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger, planning to deal with Liu Mai first and figure the rest out later. However, her instincts told her that Sun-Blessed Bronze was dangerous. He reacted quickly, using his scythe to block the bullet. Just as they say, speak of the devil and he shall appear. The green-haired girl broke into a sweat, realizing she could no longer underestimate Yang Hao. The bullet she fired had actually been stopped. She threw a rope to the hotel, the hook embedding into the wall, securing it. Grabbing the rope, she swung toward the hotel, holding a blade in her hand, thinking to herself, "It's not easy to find Liu Mai. I must kill her." Reaching the hotel room, the green-haired girl shattered the window and charged in, her eyes filled with murderous intent, locking onto Liu Mai. Before she could make a move, Yang Hao swung his scythe, drawing the green-haired girl's attention. He looked at the woman with blue hair, surprised to discover that she was also a mutant. The blue-haired woman relentlessly lunged at Yang Hao while he used his sickle to defend himself. Liu Mai seemed to recognize the blue-haired woman and froze. "Sister Xiao Dong, why is it you?" Xiao Dong glared at Liu Mai, then threw a dagger at her. She wouldn't be able to escape this time. Liu Mai drew out a spiked green whip, slashing the dagger away, that confidently said, "Not so fast, I've found a reliable ally now." Xiao Dong couldn't eliminate Liu Mai as long as Yang Hao was here. Liu Mai stood to the side, cheering Yang Hao on. "Don't forget our deal. She's yours to deal with." Hearing this, Yang Hao shifted into serious mode. "Don't worry." He swung the sickle down towards Xiao Dong's head, but she was surprisingly agile, dodging the strike effortlessly, though a rip appeared on the upper part of her chest. Yang Hao furrowed his brow and complained, "This power is really troublesome." Then Xiao Dong drew a gun. Holding it in her hand, the battle grew even fiercer. She pointed the gun at Liu Mai and shouted, "Die." Liu Mai was stunned and hadn't even registered what was happening when Xiao Dong fired 2 shots. Fortunately, Yang Hao rushed in just in time, blocking with the hilt of his sickle. Xiao Dong, continuously being countered, was extremely frustrated. She kept firing while cursing, "Damn it, don't interfere with my business." Yang Hao flexibly rotated the grip of his gun to deflect the bullets. He emphasized, "I told you, I won't let you kill her." It seemed like he only had to face Xiao Dong, but Yang Hao was distracted by the sound of a window breaking. When he looked out, he saw a swarm of bats charging in. Xiao Dong was stunned. Could these bats have been attracted here by my gunshots just now? She hesitated as she watched the bats flying toward her, as if recalling something. If these bats are here, it means that Guy is here too. No sooner had she thought of this, a mutated zombie leaped through the broken window. Like the other zombies, this one was gray, but it had 2 horns on its head, a small dot in the middle of its forehead, and its jawline was more pronounced. A row of sharp spikes ran down its spine. The zombie squinted and grinned wickedly, giving a slight chuckle as it lunged toward Yang Hao and the others. The system immediately sent Yang Hao information about the monster. Mutated elite zombie, strength 820, speed 260, spirit 670. Yang Hao felt as if he had inhaled a cold breath. The attributes of this thing are perverse, especially its mental attribute. As expected, the closer we get to the city center, the more terrifying the zombies become. They hadn't even attacked it yet when the mutated zombie let out a strange pink gas from its mouth. At the same time, both Xiao Dong and Liu Mai were affected, their vision blurred and their pupils turned pink. Xiao Dong was the first to react. She removed her mask, revealing her flushed face, and winked at Yang Hao. "Handsome, you really have such a strong, masculine charm." Yang Hao, caught off guard by her arm around his, had no time to respond before he was startled by Liu Mai, who came over with a coquettish smile. "I want you handsome." Caught between 2 beautiful girls, Yang Hao surprisingly had no interest. He squirmed and tried to snap them out of it. "Let go of me." Now's not the time for this. Despite his words, the 2 girls remained close, gazing at him with infatuated eyes. Yang Hao looked at the mutated zombie, certain it was his doing that had caused them to act this way. From his spatial pocket, he pulled out a rope. He quickly and skillfully tied the 2 girls up, causing them to pout and whine, "Don't." After securing Xiao Dong and Liu Mai in the space chamber, Yang Hao called out, "You 2 stay there and hold on. I'll untie you once I've finished what I'm doing." With Xiao Dong and Liu Mai taken care of, Yang Hao turned his attention back to the elite zombie. "It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong zombie. Don't disappoint me." He swung his weapon in a downward arc, but the zombie leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Then it turned around and lunged at Yang Hao. The system screen appeared, updating the opponent's new stats, which left Yang Hao stunned. The zombie's attribute numbers had actually increased. Surrounding the elite zombie were the bats from earlier. Yang Hao observed and made his own judgment. Wait a minute, why are these bats staying in place? Moreover, their numbers seem to have increased. To verify his guess, Yang Hao used his ability to detect weak points. A flash of light gleamed from his eyes as he scanned the enemy. These bats were linked to the elite zombie, and it turned out that they were its minions, the source of its power. Seeing that Yang Hao was not paying attention, the zombie stuck out its long tongue like a frog preparing to catch its prey. It flicked its tongue back and forth in the air, but never managed to catch Yang Hao. He decided that rather than dealing with the zombie itself, he would start with its minions, the bats. Following the plan, he leaped over the elite zombie and targeted the bat swarm. With a series of swift slashes and the bats gathering in one spot, Yang Hao struck with precision, creating a blood-soaked scene. He swung his blade with ease, effortlessly eliminating the large number of bats. If his guess was correct, then after taking out half of these bats, the elite zombie's power would likely diminish. Just as expected, the system immediately updated the zombie's new stats, showing a significant decrease in its strength, speed, and mental state. Yang Hao was overjoyed. As expected, the attributes had decreased and the zombie's movements had slowed down. He wondered, if I kill it completely, how much will the attributes drop? 3 minutes later, the elite zombie's abilities were reduced to about half of their original strength. Yang Hao thought to himself, no way, this attribute drop is so significant. He then jumped forward and struck a vertical slash on the elite zombie, smiling at the power of his attack. You really disappoint me. Soon, the zombie was defeated. Yang Hao watched it lie motionless on the ground as his own attributes were boosted. He suddenly remembered it's finally over. The two of them must be feeling very uncomfortable with those restraints on. I should quickly release them. Just then, the system popped up with a new notification. Congratulations on obtaining a new title. Post-apocalyptic heartthrob. Female attractiveness plus 30. Yang Hao chuckled wryly. There's even a title like that. Then, thinking of the 2 girls, he summoned the cabin from the space. Xiao Dong and Lu Mai were still bound, so he walked over to check on them. Hey, are you 2 okay? Have you regained some consciousness? The ropes around the 2 girls had loosened and fallen to the ground. However, neither of them had fully recovered their senses. They spread their arms and rushed toward him, eagerly inviting Yang Hao over. He was taken aback by the scene. Despite his best efforts to stop them, the 2 girls still lunged forward and embraced him. Yang Hao, trapped between the 2 girls, could only scream in desperation. Stop! What do I have to do to make them return to normal? The next morning, Yang Hao woke up. Somehow, he had managed to get the 2 girls to fall back asleep, but he was still stuck. His face darkened. Despite the urgent need to use the bathroom, he couldn't move, because even the slightest movement would wake one of the girls beside him. He definitely didn't want what had happened last night to happen again. Liu Ai slowly opened her eyes, immediately pulling back, raising her hands in apology. Yang Hao felt an immense sense of relief. It seemed the girls had finally returned to normal. Xiao Dong, however, reacted differently. She sprang up, clutching her chest, avoiding Yang Hao as if he were a plague, cursing him continuously as a vile, shameless, despicable man. She couldn't believe that last night she had lost her mind and ended up with a complete stranger. Yang Hao sat up to explain, this has nothing to do with me. It was all that zombie's doing. You should be thanking me. If it weren't for me yesterday, that zombie would have eaten you by now. Only then did Xiao Dong understand, and hesitantly, she thanked him. Just when things seemed to calm down, Xiao Dong suddenly pulled out a knife and said to Liu Mai, I won't give up on killing you. Yang Hao stepped in between them, shouting, wait. Standing between the 2 girls, he looked at them and continued, I think you 2 must know each other. Please don't argue, don't fight. Just do me a favor for saving your lives and sit down to talk. Okay. He didn't forget to add one last crucial sentence, his tone extremely urgent. But before that, let me use the bathroom first. When he returned, he took the initiative to introduce himself to Xiao Dong. I am Yang Hao, currently serving as Liu Mai's bodyguard. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a member of the Freedom Legion. So why do people from the same legion have to slaughter each other? Xiao Dong's face grew serious as she elaborated on the internal divisions within the Freedom Legion. This legion is not as unified as you think. Shortly after our legion was established, due to ideological differences, we split into 2 factions, the Order faction and the Social Nature faction. The Order faction believes that even in the apocalypse, people should still adhere to basic ethical principles and should not engage in random killings. Xiao Dong tilted her head and continued. However, the Social Nature faction argues that we should abandon the previous constraints, unleash our true nature, and enjoy the pleasures of the moment. Right now, the commander is Liu Mai's father, and he supports the Order faction. That means the people from the Social Nature faction sent you to eliminate Liu Mai. Liu Mai, hearing this, was utterly confused and asked, But Sister Xiao Dong, you originally supported the Order faction. Didn't you despise the way of the social nature faction the most? Why are you working with them now? Xiao Dong looked up at Lu Mai and answered with a sad expression. I was forced into this. Xiao Yunfi has taken my family members hostage, and he gave me a week to deal with you. Otherwise, Xiao Dong paused, her gaze flashing. I won't finish the sentence. Let the two of you figure it out. Understanding the meaning, Lu Mai angrily slammed the table, shouting at Xiao Yunfi, calling him a bastard. She then grabbed Xiao Dong's hand, offering comfort and encouragement. Sister Xiao Dong, don't worry. This bodyguard of mine is incredibly capable. Once I get back, I will help you rescue them. Yang Hao couldn't help but sweat when he heard Lu Mai refer to him as a bodyguard. He had only said that earlier to make it easier for her to explain their relationship. He turned to see Lu Mai looking at him, and she said, Yang Hao, that's the basic situation. We still hope you can help us. Once this is over, I'll definitely prepare a reward for you. Yang Hao nodded. The reward is not a problem. Actually, I do have a little trouble that I need to deal with. He casually asked them, do any of you know about the Alliance of the Destroyers? If it's possible to take advantage of the Freedom Legion, I might be able to borrow their power to deal with the Alliance of the Destroyers. Upon hearing that name, Lu Mei's face showed a look of hatred. Of course, she knew about them. They had already swallowed up several smaller organizations in Jiangzhou, and their methods were extremely ruthless. Xiao Dong interjected with a worried expression. Lu Mei, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but Xiao Yunfi has connections with the Alliance of the Destroyers. I'm concerned that the Alliance of the Destroyers might be looking for you as well. Yang Hao listened to the situation and felt the burden grow even heavier. He was stunned. What? So during this time, doesn't that mean I, as the bodyguard, will have it even harder? Lu Mai smiled and reassured him. You're so capable. I believe you can do it. Yang Hao stood up, walked over to the window to observe the sky outside, and then said, the abilities of those in the Alliance of the Destroyers are not so easy to deal with. From now on, we must remain vigilant at all times. Lu Mai agreed with him. All right, we will raise our spirits to 100%. Looking out the window, Yang Hao couldn't help but ponder. His parents were being taken care of by Kai Jing, but he wondered how everyone else was doing at this moment. On top of the hotel, a group of people was observing from below. A girl with pink hair tied in pigtails asked the people behind her, are you sure they're inside? This group consisted of 5 people. The girl with pink hair leading, flanked by a guy with a beast-like face and another with messy hair and thick lips, with 2 girls behind, one with purple hair and one with brown hair. After hearing the question from the pink-haired girl, the beast-faced guy replied, I followed the sound of gunshots last night and found the place. It's definitely correct. He then turned to ask the pink-haired girl, Amandrickson, or should we go up? The girl responded, no rush. Let's wait for the right opportunity and strike when the time is right. The next day, Yang Hao, Xiao Dong, and Lu Mai left the hotel. Wherever they passed, the surroundings seemed to grow eerily quiet. He walked while speaking, throughout the whole journey, weeping like zombie corpses. The city center is indeed more dangerous than other places. Lu Mai replied, these guys are just low level. You might have met anyone stronger yet. Suddenly, Xiao Dong stood up in front, spread his arms to block their way, and said seriously, wait, there seems to be some movement over there. Ahead of them, a giant pangolin was fighting a large cat. On top of the cat was a girl with short hair, her face unclear. Seeing the pangolin, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel excited. Could this mutated beast be from the King Yi group? The cat, following the girl's command, howled, its claws aimed at the pangolin. The girl controlling the cat was a brown-skinned woman with frizzy hair wearing a purple headband named Lin Lai, a beast tamer. In her hand, she held a strange white object with black spots. Lin Li ordered her beast firmly, my treasures, go and kill her. Before the cat could attack, Yang Hao quickly moved forward and struck it with a palm to its side. He then turned his head toward King Yi. Spotting her, he immediately asked about the situation. Are you okay? Why are you here alone? Where are the others? King Yi seemed confused. I couldn't control my surprise when I saw you. I finally found you. My teammates went to join others. I was so worried about you that I came out alone to look for you. While Yang Hao and King Yi were talking, Lin Lai was staring at him intently. Feeling that the guy looked somewhat familiar, she walked up to him and asked directly, are you Yang Hao? Yang Hao widened his eyes as if recognizing an old acquaintance. Hey, Lin Lai, what are you doing here? King Yi couldn't help but wonder. Do you two know each other? Yang Hao smiled. Yes, we were classmates for 6 years, from middle school to high school. Lin Lai looked at him and sighed. Your university is far from Jiangzhou. I didn't expect you to come back. Yang Hao asked her, there were so many things that happened on the way. How did you end up having a conflict with King Yi? Lin Lai laughed and explained it was a misunderstanding. I thought she was on the opposing side. Then Lin Lai changed the subject and complimented Yang Hao with admiration. It's been over 2 years since we last met, and you've gotten even more handsome. If you had looked like this when you wrote me love letters back then, I might have said yes. Hearing about events from the past, Yang Hao squinted, unsure of himself. Love letters? Did I ever do something like that? From a distance, the 5 people who had been quietly observing Yang Hao's side were watching the situation. The man with the wild expression asked, Sinner, Commander, it seems like they know each other. Looks like we can't beat them. Sinner coldly said, his face showing disdain for the opponent. In that case, we'll handle it ourselves. They're just a bunch of dogs and cats, nothing difficult to deal with. An hour later, Sinner ordered her subordinates to charge into battle. She let them go ahead while she slowly removed her outer coat. Throwing it aside, she stood in a strange posture, her arms spread out, feet shoulder-width apart, and silently thought to herself, Asterisk, as long as I can kill Liu Mai, the Freedom Legion will be ours, asterisk. On Yang Hao's side, he was asking Lin Lai about the enemy's forces. Lin Lai, tense, replied, They're like us, just beast controllers, but the mutated beasts they command are mostly wild animals, far stronger than ours. Since most of our team consists of women, they've been overpowering us. If they want, they can take us down anytime. Not long after, a dog and a cat rushed over, controlled by Lin Li's teammates. A girl with animal ears shouted, Lin Li, this is bad, they're coming. It turned out to be Sinner and her group charging forward, all looking fiercely combative. The dangerous group rushed in unison, led by 2 girls, one with brown hair and the other with purple, followed by a beast-faced guy and a man with thick lips and fiery eyes. A giant cat lunged forward, its vertical slit eyes coldly targeting Sinner's group, its sharp claws ready to tear apart anyone in its way. The thick-lipped man growled, his voice booming, Get out of my way. He then threw a punch, as powerful as thunder, straight into the cat's face. The beast grimaced in pain, its enormous body collapsing to the ground, causing a shockwave that sent dust swirling into the air. Both Yang Hao's and Lin Lai's group were stunned by the overwhelming force of the DAC. The fierce and powerful creature, now rendered powerless, lay motionless on the ground. Lin Lai loudly demanded, Who are you? With a thick-lipped, unwavering demeanor, the man picked up a knife and grained a cruel, knife-like smile. His eyes were icy, filled with killing intent. He smirked, and each word came out threateningly. We are the ones who want your lives. Without hesitation, King Yi immediately summoned her gigantic pangolin, charging into the fray. Yang Hao gripped the side of his hilt tightly, his eyes full of concern as he glanced at the strange opponents. A sense of doubt began to stir within him. There was something off about these people. Could it be that they had been lying in wait for a long time, just waiting for us to fight? At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a strange attribute panel, yet the owner of this panel was entirely invisible. The strength revealed on the attribute panel sent a shiver down Yang Hao's spine. He pondered, why is there only the attribute panel, but no visible person? Could it be someone with the ability to turn invisible? The attribute panel suddenly shifted, moving closer to Liu Mai. In that instant, Hao understood the intentions of the strange group. He swung the scythe violently, and the sharp arc of the blade flashed with light, revealing Sinner's figure for a brief moment. She glared at Yang Hao, her eyes showing clear surprise at being exposed. Yang Hao immediately stepped in front of Liu Mai and shouted a warning, Be careful, there's someone with the ability to turn invisible. Liu Mai crossed her arms in front of her chest and shouted loudly, the vines wrapping around her. As soon as her words finished, a series of gigantic vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, forming a shield. She was startled when a slash struck her vines. Yang Hao quickly stepped forward to protect her. Inside, he was full of conflicting thoughts. This isn't good. While he could see the attribute panel, he was too passive if he couldn't detect the attack moves. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had come up with an idea. Yang Hao raised his hand, and a strange golden vortex appeared in front of him, creating a rift that led to an unknown place. He reached into the rift and moments later pulled out a bucket full of bright red propene liquid. As Sinner aimed at him, he tossed the entire contents forward. Sinner was directly hit. She immediately raised her hand to block, but couldn't avoid getting drenched. The liquid slid down, revealing her entire figure to everyone. Sinner looked at Yang Hao with an unwilling gaze, her voice gritted. How did you finally discover my position? Yang Hao simply curled his lips, giving a provocative smile, his gaze cold. That's classified. Realizing that her abilities were useless against Yang Hao, Sinner gripped her twin daggers tightly and ordered her subordinates. No need to hide, everyone attacked together. The battle immediately escalated into a fierce phase. The massive beast of King Yi had been defeated. Now, the arrogant man with a beast-like face stood on its course, cracking his knuckles, his gaze full of contempt. He stomped hard on the beast's back and sneered, "Yes, Commander." Seeing how quickly these people had defeated the mutated beast, Yang Hao couldn't help but marvel. They do have some real strength. King Yi summoned another mutated beast and said to Yang Hao, "Let me hold them off. You focus on dealing with Sinner." Yang Hao nodded, his sharp gaze fixed on the target. At the same time, King Yi charged into Sinner's subordinates, raising her weapon high with a provocative tone. "I'm your opponent." The beast-faced man sneered, his bloodthirsty expression clear. He raised his weapon and advanced, speaking with contempt. "Just you alone." Then he and his subordinates shouted in unison, "Kill her!" The roar of their battle cry mixed with the clash of weapons, signaling the beginning of a merciless fight. The beast-faced man and the thick-lipped man both charged forward, their blades aimed at King Yi, roaring viciously. "Kill her!" The sharp blades whistled through the air, but they only sliced through empty space as King Yi effortlessly leaped to avoid the attack. The beast-faced man frowned, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The woman's movement just now seemed like some ancient martial arts technique. The thick-lipped man emerged from a swirling purple vortex, sneering with disdain. "Just some ancient martial arts. We'll use our mutated powers together. What's there to fear in killing her?" As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly shifted, appearing behind King Yi through the purple vortex. His blade gleamed coldly, almost touching her neck. King Yi reacted swiftly, spinning around and countering with a horizontal slash, her gaze sharp, though her heart felt heavy. Does this guy have space-type abilities? This is going to be tough. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was holding a scythe, facing off against Sin Er. The weapon gleamed brightly with every strike, delivering powerful attacks. He praised her. "Your skills are quite impressive, beautiful." Liu Nai's voice came from behind. "Yang Hao, let me assist." With that, she crossed her arms in front of her chest, and from the ground, strong vines began to sprout, aggressively rushing towards Sinner to attack. She frowned, quickly cutting them down, thinking to herself, "This guy is not easy to deal with. Just relying on myself, killing Liu Mai wouldn't be simple either." Looking around, Sinner saw that her teammates were still fighting King Yi and the giant mutant beast, the pangolin. She couldn't help but feel frustrated, wondering, haven't they dealt with them yet? In that moment of distraction, Yang Hao charged forward, appearing right in front of her. He smirked mockingly, saying, "Why do you still have time to look around? My teammates are not as easy to handle as you think." Sinner was immediately provoked, shouting back angrily, "You spoke too soon." As for King Yi, the situation was growing more and more disadvantageous as she had to face two dangerous opponents at once. In front of her stood the beast-faced man, while behind her was the thick-lipped guy, with continuous space vortexes appearing. She gritted her teeth, gripping her weapon tightly, thinking, this spatial ability is truly unpredictable. If this keeps going, I'll be forced into a passive position just taking hits. The vortexes kept appearing, and from them, the thick-lipped guy relentlessly launched attacks on her. King Yi could only strike at the air or reluctantly dodge. In that moment of being cornered, she silently wished her body could be like Yang Hao's, impervious to pain. She looked up and saw the thick-lipped man and the beast-faced guy both descending from above. This isn't the way, she thought. Then King Yi suddenly took an unexpected action. She threw her weapon far away. Both enemies paused, their eyes filled with astonishment as they saw her raise her empty hand and unexpectedly grip their blades. Blood dripped from her hand, but King Yi's gaze was as cold as ice. She smirked. "Got you." A red flash flickered in her eyes, making the two in front of her shudder instinctively. With a powerful grip, King Yi slammed both of them to the ground. The beast-faced guy and the thick-lipped man grimaced in pain, their heads smashing hard into the earth. She picked up her weapon again and slashed a sharp horizontal line. The thick-lipped man quickly retreated, while the beast-faced guy leaped into the air, curling his body like a ball, evading the attack. King Yi gritted her teeth and muttered, "Damn it, these two are even more agile than monkeys." They continued to create spatial vortices that appeared behind her. The thick-lipped man roared triumphantly, "Die, you crazy bitch." King Yi easily blocked the strike, gripping his blade with one hand and using her weapon to block the beast-faced guy's attack with the other. Suddenly, King Yi realized something. She widened her eyes and saw her hand suddenly turn into metal, the silver gleaming in the dim light. She pondered, could it be that she had just awakened a new ability? The man with thick lips, unwilling to accept this, shouted, "How could you dodge such a deadly move?" King Yi jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to his body, causing him to drop his weapon and fall flat on the ground. A man with a beastly face appeared from another spiral, standing behind her with a cold, sharp gaze. In his mind, he thought, so what if her arm turned into metal? As long as she uses spatial abilities skillfully, there will definitely be a moment when she can't defend herself. He spoke and charged at her, aiming directly at King Yi's metallic arm, ruthlessly delivering a slash. King Yi swung her arm decisively, easily sending the beast-faced man flying far away. Her voice rang out loudly, "This blunt blade won't do anything to me." The beast-faced man collapsed to the ground. From his angle, his blurry gaze looked ahead, where Xin'er was still engaged in a tense battle with Yang Hao. Amidst the swirling dust, the two exchanged sharp strikes, with occasional kicks flying in the close combat. Xin'er glanced toward the beast-faced man and saw him lying there, tongue sticking out in a pitiful state. She gasped in surprise. What? He was defeated. Grinding her teeth in anger, she scolded, "What a useless piece of trash." Nevertheless, she still had to continue struggling to counter Yang Hao's powerful slashes, defending herself with both her weapon and fierce kicks. In another corner, the two girls of Xin'er's team were being cornered by the enormous pangolin, unable to fight back. Meanwhile, the battle between Xin'er and Yang Hao continued to escalate, with weapons flashing through the air, sparks flying with each intense clash. Yang Hao, while fighting, generously remarked, "Beauty, pull back. It's currently a 3-on-1 situation." But Xin'er showed no signs of backing down, charging forward to retaliate, "Dealing with you guys, I alone am enough." Yang Hao kept fighting her, silently admiring, "This girl is really strong." By a large tree, Xiao Dong placed her hand on the trunk and calmly observed the situation. She muttered to herself, "Yang Hao's teammates are too strong. Looks like they don't need my help after all." From a distance, Lin Lai and her team appeared, leading a group of enormous beasts. She called out, "Yang Hao, my team has come to the rescue." Xin'er turned her head in a panic, her voice trembling. What? Her gaze froze as she realized she was now threatened by the massive beasts. A loud voice rang out, "You're surrounded by us." Lin Lai stepped forward, crossing her arms as she looked at Xin'er with a cold expression. "You killed so many of our beasts. It's time to settle the score." Xin'er, undeterred, narrowed her eyes in defiance and placed her hands to her mouth, letting out a sharp whistle. From the air, a circle of purple space appeared. She looked at the entire Yang Hao group and said, "I've never fought without preparation. I'll go ahead this time." She turned to Liu and I with a cold gaze. "Liu Mei, I advise you not to go back, or you won't be able to escape so easily as you did today." Liu Mei withdrew the vines from the ground, aiming them at Xin'er, and replied loudly, "I will definitely go back. I will never allow the Freedom Legion to fall into your hands." But before the vines could reach Xin'er, she had disappeared into the purple space. Liu Mei, irritated, ran forward and complained, "Gan, she's fast." Yang Hao stood in deep thought, his gaze sharp. That woman still had a trick up her sleeve. During the fight earlier, she hadn't shown her full strength. Liu Ai turned her head and asked, "Yang Hao, what should we do next?" Yang Hao replied, "Let me speak with the team for a moment and we will continue with the original plan." At this moment, King Yi led the giant beast back. Yang Hao turned to her and said, "King Yi, my phone is malfunctioning. There's no signal. I still have some things to do. Please send my updates to everyone." Xing Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll report to Kai Jing and Yi Fenghua right away." She picked up her phone to make the call, but only heard the operator's voice. "Hello, your number is unreachable." Xing Yi was stunned. "Why can't I reach anyone? It was working fine before." Liu Mai explained, "This is only natural. This place is not far from the city center, and it is affected by the Zombie King's field. Phones have no signal here and they are useless." Yang Hao turned to King Yi and called out, "Come here, I have a task I need your help with." King Yi responded enthusiastically, "Just leave it to me." 10 minutes later, King Yi was riding on the back of a giant cat alongside Lin Lai. Lin Lai turned back to look at Yang Hao and said, "Well, we'll part ways here. When you're done, come find me at the People's Park." Yang Hao waved them off, reminding them to stay safe and promising they would meet again in the future. Afterward, Yang Hao, along with Liu Mai and Xiao Dong, moved closer to the city center. There was not a single person on the road, only abandoned cars, left to rot. He turned to Liu Mai and asked, "Didn't you say this area had a lot of zombies? Why haven't we encountered any after so long?" Liu Mai was unsure and replied, "According to the intelligence I received, this area is indeed a zombie hotspot." As soon as she finished speaking, a massive zombie appeared. Its body was muscular and towering, with fiery red eyes and a bald head covered in veins. It roared loudly, looking extremely terrifying. It slammed into the wall and let out a deafening growl, heading straight toward Yang Hao and his group. Liu Mai shouted, "It's an elite mutated zombie." Yang Hao immediately leaped into action, swinging his sickle to attack the monster. However, its massive hand easily blocked the strike, and it roared, its fierce gaze fixed on him. Turning his head toward Liu Mai and Xiao Dong, he reassured them, "Don't panic, it seems to be injured. Help me limit its movements." Liu Mai nodded and said, "All right." She then summoned 3 strong vine clouds that surged up from the ground, quickly wrapping tightly around the zombie's arms and legs. Seizing the opportunity while it was restrained, Yang Hao charged forward and delivered a sharp slice with his sickle, cutting deep into the creature, blood pouring out in dark red streams. In a matter of moments, the zombie fell backward, causing the ground to crack open. But before they could relax, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. "Oh, today really is a lucky day." A group of four appeared, led by a short man, followed by a fat guy, a guy with side-swept bangs, and another with a spiky hairstyle tied up. The short man sneered and said, "Not only did you get the zombie's crystal, but you've also earned 3 meat tickets." Yang Hao frowned and asked, "What is a zombie crystal?" But the man didn't bother to answer. Instead, he transformed into a werewolf with a fierce expression and growl, "That's none of your business." Without hesitation, the whole group charged at Yang Hao, attacking him aggressively. Yang Hao turned back to Lu Mai and Xiao Dong, saying, "You two stay still. I'll handle this without any difficulty." With just one swing of my sickle, I easily defeated all 4 of them, sending them sprawling on the ground, groaning in pain. He smirked, glancing at them. "With this little ability, you think you can steal from us?" The short werewolf staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stammered, "How could you defeat all of us with just one move?" Yang Hao held the sickle, pointing it close to his neck, and coldly asked, "What are zombie crystals?" The man trembled, raising his hand in surrender. I'll talk. "Brother, put the knife down. Please spare my life." He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began recounting the story. "This is a secret we heard from a woman of the Alliance of the Destroyers," he said, recalling one evening when a seductive blonde woman had smiled softly, raised her glass, and said to him, "You're handsome. Out of appreciation for your performance today, I'll tell you a secret." She said, "Elite mutated zombies can produce crystals. If you eat these crystals, you'll become stronger." Back to the present. After hearing the story, Lu Mai was shocked. "Really? This is the first time I've heard of this." Yang Hao replied, "Whether it's true or not, we'll find out by searching through the zombie's body." He sat down and reached into the chest of the zombie, pulling out a green stone surrounded by a swirl of dark energy. He raised his voice, saying, "Found it. Indeed, there are crystals, but looking at this strange object, he felt a bit suspicious. Can this thing really be eaten?" The werewolf suddenly turned pale, trembling, pointing behind Yang Hao, stuttering, "It's over. The commander is here." He turned around and was astonished to see a gigantic 3-headed monster, each head filled with countless eyes. Its stats were terrifyingly high. Strength 1560, speed 420, spirit 380. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No way. These attributes are truly monstrous." As if that wasn't enough, behind the zombie commander was a massive army of zombies. Liu Mai and Xiao Dong simultaneously exclaimed, "This time we can't escape." The commander roared as if giving orders, and its army immediately charged. Yang Hao didn't hesitate, gripping his weapon firmly, and decisively said to Liu Mai and Xiao Dong, "You two go into the building first, slow them down, I'll handle the commander, and then we'll figure out the next step." His brave action left the small man from earlier completely stunned. Kill the zombie commander? Is he out of his mind? Liu Mai and Xiao Dong quickly ran into a hole in the wall. Before leaving, Liu Mai turned back to remind Yang Hao, "Be careful." Yang Hao continued to deal with wave after wave of zombies. He swung his sickle, swiftly cutting down each one, black blood splattering everywhere. The 4 men from earlier were astonished. The short leader spoke up, "No way, it's too powerful." At this moment, Yang Hao was directly facing the zombie leader. One of its 3 heads sprayed a large amount of red liquid. Yang Hao quickly jumped to dodge the attack, and the red liquid splashed onto the ground, causing dust and sand to fly everywhere. Suddenly from behind, another zombie roared and charged forward. Yang Hao couldn't help but worry. There are really a lot of zombies. He swung the scythe and with one strike, cleaved through the monster's chest, dark blood pouring out. The zombie leader continued to spray a stream of green liquid from another head. Upon closer inspection, Yang Hao guessed that the abilities of the 3 heads seemed to be different. He kept dodging and thought to himself, "Just one spit and the destructive power is this huge. This is really troublesome." Suddenly, a roar sounded from behind him. A giant zombie appeared, seemingly an elite rank. Yang Hao glanced over, sneered, and muttered, "An elite zombie, huh?" He swung a powerful slash, easily taking it down. As the zombie fell, Yang Hao stepped forward to search its chest wound, but found no crystal. He was disappointed, as it seemed the chances of zombies producing crystals weren't high. With no other option, he reluctantly placed the strange crystal he had just found into his mouth, thinking to himself, "Forget it. I'll eat this one first." Suddenly, a brilliant glow and dazzling lightning emanated from his body. Strange patterns appeared on his face, and his eyes shone brightly. The overwhelming sensation of power surging through him made him tremble. In his mind, the system's voice echoed, Zombie crystal, all attributes significantly enhanced for a short period of time, with certain side effects. Yang Hao chuckled smugly, raising his sight and aiming it at the zombie leader, laughing loudly. Let me test out this new power. The zombie leader continued spewing green liquid, but this time he quickly dodged and taunted, too slow, it's too late. He leaped into the air, and with one swing, he severed the zombie leader's head. The monster roared in fury, swinging its arms to strike Yang Hao, but he blocked the attack with his weapon, smirking. Not enough power. He counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick to its chest, shouting, "Take this." The battle raged on fiercely. The zombie leader was kicked into a building, dust and debris swirling around. Yang Hao did not relent, charging forward with a ruthless expression, laughing maniacally. This power is off the charts, but the monster isn't going down easily. It continued spewing red liquid, this time accompanied by bizarre black creatures. Yang Hao swung his scythe, cleaving through the creatures, then stepped forward and said, "Next is the second head." With a powerful swing, he successfully severed the second head of the monster. Watching the leader weaken, Yang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Let me show you a new move I've just thought of. But before he could strike, the system suddenly rang out, activating the crystal's side effect, randomly transforming him into a type of creature. The effect would last for 3 minutes. Before Yang Hao could react, his body unexpectedly changed. Looking into the glass of a nearby building, he realized he had turned into a rooster. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "What is this side effect?" The zombie leader, seeing this, roared and charged forward with its horde. In his rooster form, Yang Hao had no choice but to run for his life, clucking in panic. He was sweating, thinking to himself, "I'm never eating this stuff again." In his rooster form, Yang Hao desperately flapped his wings, telling himself, "I must survive just 10 more seconds and I'll be back to my original form." Behind him, the zombie leader kept spewing bursts of red goo. Yang Hao flew over the wall and reached an air transmission station with large tanks on both sides and connected pipes. His eyes widened, but then a sudden idea popped into his head. At that very moment, the zombie leader and its minions broke through the wall. But the surprise was that they didn't see Yang Hao running away as before. He stood there, shaking his hips provocatively. "Little zombie, come here and attack me." The zombie leader was provoked and released a new stream of red liquid. The attack didn't hit Yang Hao, but instead, it exploded the air transmission station. Inside the building, Liu Mai and Xiao Dong anxiously looked toward the explosion. Liu Mai choked up. Could it be that Yang Hao died with the zombie leader? She tried to console herself, but her eyes were already filled with tears. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Xiao Dong, look, Yang Hao is still alive." From the sea of flames, Yang Hao stepped out, laughing loudly. "I made it just in time. Hey, this zombie leader is indeed strong, but its IQ is too low." The system's voice rang in his head. Iron Bone cooldown 595 seconds. Self-heal cooldown 595 seconds. Congratulations on defeating the zombie leader. A new title was about to be unlocked before him. The system continued to announce, "Congratulations on achieving the title of Iron Bone Hunter. Self-heal remote object control. Ability level upgraded to intermediate. Self-heal cooldown reduced to 300 seconds. Duration increased by 2 seconds. Remote object control range extended to 10 meters. All attributes increased by 50. Yang Hao looked at his achievements and couldn't help but feel proud. The cooldown time had been reduced by half. Not bad. After defeating the zombie leader, he turned back to ask Xiao Dong and Liu Mai, "Are you two okay?" Liu Mai looked at him with admiration and replied, "We're fine. On the contrary, it's a miracle that you survived the explosion." Yang Hao humbly said, "Without a bit of skill, I wouldn't have made it this far." He looked around and asked, "Where are the others?" Liu Mai answered they didn't escape the zombies' pursuit. They were all eaten. Yang Hao sighed, "I guess we can only chalk it up to bad luck for them. You signal and let's go quickly to where your Freedom Legion is stationed." An hour later, they were hiding behind a wall. Liu Mai pointed ahead. "Right in front, our Order Faction's family members are trapped in the underground shopping area." Yang Hao looked at the location. "So it's here. I know this place. I used to come here often when I was in middle school." Still, Liu Mai reminded him, "Yang Hao, this place is not far from the city center. We need to be cautious." He nodded. "Got it. I'll be careful." Then he leaned in closer and whispered in Liu Mai's ear, "I know the layout of this shopping area. Later, you." He then whispered a plan. Liu Mai nodded after hearing it, understood. With that, he led the two girls towards the underground level. They stepped down the stairs and saw several bodies lying on the ground. Liu Mai reminded them, "Be careful down there, everyone." As they neared the exit, they saw 2 guards standing watch. Liu Mai summoned vines from the earth wrapping around the 2 guards, giving Yang Hao and Xiao Dong the opportunity to take them down. After neutralizing the guards, they entered the underground chamber. Yang Hao was surprised by the unusually quiet scene inside, then wondered, "What's going on?" "There's no one here." Xiao Dong stepped to the side and immediately noticed a time bomb. She was startled and shouted, "We've fallen into a trap." Before they could escape, a large explosion erupted, engulfing them. The walls and columns cracked, creating a chaotic scene. Yang Hao was fortunate not to be hit by falling debris, but the dust filled the air, causing him to cough violently. Sitting up, he remained cautious. This Freedom Legion was truly devious. He wondered, could they have predicted Liu Mei's arrival? He then summoned the healing space and sighed in relief. Luckily, I had placed the two girls in the separate space within the healing chamber. Otherwise, the casualties this time would have been severe. Liu Mei and Xiao Dong stepped out. Xiao Dong gave a thumbs up and said, "Yang Hao, you saved us again." Liu Mei ran to embrace him tightly, her voice filled with emotion as she said, "Thank you, Yang Hao. From now on, my life is in your hands." Yang Hao replied, "No need to be so polite. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a bodyguard." Xiao Dong stepped between them, pulling them apart and reminding, "Hey, we still have unfinished business. We should think about what to do next." Yang Hao turned to both of them and said, "I have an idea. How about you two retreat for now? I'll infiltrate to check out the situation. They probably don't know who I am." Xiao Dong's eyes lit up in approval. "That's a good idea." Liu Mei cautiously reminded, "Then you have to be careful." Elsewhere, a group of people was fighting a mutated zombie. The zombie's body was entirely green with a long tail resembling a reptile. A blonde girl with earrings shouted in panic, "No, this zombie is too strong. We can't handle it. Hurry and call for backup." Above, Yang Hao's group observed the situation. Liu Mei said, "That team is from our Freedom Legion." Yang Hao replied, "Good, I'll head over there immediately. You two find a safe place and remember to leave a signal." The group below was completely unable to withstand the mutated zombie. Even a single punch from it hitting the ground was enough to cause everything to shake, making it impossible for anyone to stand firm. The blonde girl gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, if this continues, we're all going to die." At that moment, Yang Hao appeared. He jumped down from above, landing behind the mutated zombie, and struck a strong blow to the back of its neck, thinking to himself, "This is its weak spot." Sure enough, the zombie collapsed. He turned to the blonde girl and asked, "Are you all okay?" The blonde girl looked at Yang Hao with an impressed expression, placed her hand on her hip and said, "You're handsome. Thank you for the help. My name is Lin Swan. Do you have an organization? Would you like to join us?" Yang Hao stepped forward and asked, "What benefits would joining you offer?" She smiled seductively, showing off her curves, and replied, "There are many. Whether it's supplies or women, you can have both." Yang Hao blushed, eagerly raising his hand. "I'll join at the headquarters of the Freedom Legion. It's already getting dark." Lin Swan led Yang Hao to meet a person sitting high up, accompanied by two girls. She said, "Sal, young master, today we have a new member. I brought him to show you." Sal, young master, a person with long blonde hair with a few strands sticking out in a rebellious fashion, leaned forward with great interest and said, "A new recruit? The Freedom Legion is not a place that anyone can just join." Lin Swan excitedly recounted how Yang Hao single-handedly defeated an elite-level zombie, emphasizing that with his strength, he was certainly qualified. The Xiao young master raised an eyebrow, took the grape from the maid beside him, and smiled. "A talent like this is exactly what we need in the Freedom Legion. What's your name?" Yang Hao broke into a sweat, thinking he had to be careful and not use his real name, so he answered, "My name is He Yang." The Xiao young master's gaze flickered with a dangerous red gleam, his smile cold but showing enthusiasm. "Brother, just so happens that we have a new business venture recently, and we're short of people." Then he turned to Lin Swan, "Take him to join the operation later." Lin Swan received the order and led Yang Hao out of the room. On the way, Yang Hao asked, "What's this new business venture he's talking about?" Lin Swan responded mysteriously, "They'll find out soon enough." She then led him to a room and instructed the two guards outside to leave. Once they were gone, she pressed herself close to Yang Hao and said, "Once you're with us, feel free to relax. The ideal of our Freedom Legion is to live freely according to one's will, so you can do whatever you want with me." Yang Hao's mouth hung open, his face turning red. He thought, "Isn't this a bit too open?" He stepped back, falling backward. Lin Swan was waiting for this moment. She crawled towards him, her voice full of allure. "The world is already like this. What you have left to be closed off about? Are you like those stubborn people from the Order faction, still following those meaningless rules?" Without hesitation, she took off her jacket, pushing her chest forward in a teasing manner. "Come here, you handsome and strong man." Yang Hao blushed. The scene was truly hard to bear. He tried to change the subject, stammering, "Aren't we supposed to have a mission? We can't just..." His face turned bright red when Lin Swan placed her hand on his cheek. Unable to control himself, blood began to stream from his nose. Lin Swan moved closer, her breath lightly grazing his lips. We'll talk about the mission later. Fortunately for Yang Hao, the sound of a knock on the door shattered the awkwardness of the situation. Lin Swan muttered in frustration. What a disappointment. Who dared to interrupt her fun? A voice from outside spoke. The team leader sent me to explain the details of the mission to you. We need to act soon. Lin Swan forced a smile, put her jacket back on, and called, "Come in." The door opened, and a girl with short red hair walked in. With an emotionless expression, she said, "The mission site this time is the Shanghai Business District. Please be careful not to kill anyone. Every piece of meat is very valuable. Also, the second batch of meat tickets is about to be distributed. Among the group, there's someone suspected to have the ability to control zombies. If we can't handle them, kill them immediately." Upon hearing the mention of controlling zombies, Yang Hao immediately had countless questions racing through his mind. Meat tickets controlling zombies? Could it be Yi Feng Hoa? At the Shanghai Business District, Yang Hao's group, along with the Freedom Legion, arrived at the location. Lin Swan looked around, confused. This is the right place. Why is there no one here? One of the group spoke up. Could someone have leaked the information? A pink-haired girl in the group scanned the area thoughtfully and said, "It's not possible. I only found the meat voucher here yesterday." They couldn't have reacted this quickly. Suddenly, a section of the wall cracked and 3 large mutated zombies charged in, their backs and heads covered with sharp spikes. Lin Swan panicked. A zombie horde. Did we already check around and confirm there were no zombies? Where did they come from? One of them opened its mouth and shot a stream of blue light towards the pink-haired girl, causing her to be knocked backwards with a painful scream. Yang Hao observed and realized that these zombies seemed to be ignoring him and targeting others instead. He thought to himself, as expected, they are under Yi Feng Ho's control. This is the perfect opportunity to show my skills. He charged forward, swinging his sword straight at the zombies, while shouting loudly, "Captain, I got them covered. You go ahead and escape." Lin Swan, taking the pink-haired girl with her, turned back and said thanks. She then ordered her teammates, "Everyone, follow me and help out." Half an hour later, Yang Hao stood on top of the fallen corpse of a zombie, smiling faintly. He thought to himself that the Freedom Legion members must have already left. Looking at the empty corner of the wall, he called out loudly, "Fame Hua, come out here." Yi Feng Hoa and King Quan stepped forward, surprised, and asked, "Yang Hao, how come you're with them?" He looked at the corpse of a green-haired girl from the Freedom Legion and said in a deep voice, "It's a long story. Recently, I infiltrated an organization called the Freedom Legion, and I'm trying to investigate internally." Yang Hao bent down, rummaging through the corpse's jacket pocket, explaining as he did, "One faction within that organization has been capturing many people. I'm trying to figure out where they're being held." He pulled out a roll-up map, relieved, feeling lucky that she had a map on her. Unrolling it, he carefully examined it before saying, "Looks like these are the key locations where the Freedom Legion has deployed within the city. We just need to investigate each one, and we'll definitely find something." He turned to Yi Feng Hoa and pointed, "Right now, I need to rescue a group of people. I need your help." Yi Feng Hoa nodded, "Of course, just tell me what you need." At a U-shaped building belonging to the Freedom Legion, with small windows barred with metal, the guard team was on watch. One of them complained, "Guarding this place is so boring." His comrade laughed, "Better than risking our lives out there." Suddenly, a massive wall of water split open and a zombie with a small head and a large body led a horde of smaller zombies into the area. The guards raised their guns, aiming at the intruders, trembling in fear. "Onshi, where did all these zombies come from? Quick, call the headquarters for reinforcements." Taking advantage of the soldiers' chaos, Yang Hao led Liu Mai and Xiao Dong to sneak inside. He used a sickle to break open a prison cell. Inside, a group of prisoners unexpectedly called out to Liu Mai and Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong pointed outside and told them to leave before they did. Yang Hao said, "Feng Hoa, Xiao Dong, you two take everyone to the outskirts to find a safe place first. Remember to leave a marker. Liu Mai and I will stay behind to continue with phase 2 of the plan." Liu Mai asked Yang Hao, "Will you be able to return like this? They will be suspicious." Yang Hao reassured her, "I've worked very closely with Feng Hoa before. They won't suspect me. Besides, the news of the rescue hostages will spread quickly within the Freedom Legion. You stay outside, keep an eye out, and wait for the right moment to convince them." At the Freedom Legion headquarters, the blue-haired man asked Lin Swan, "Captain, do you think Yang will be able to return safely?" Lin Swan folded her arms, thinking for a moment, then calmly replied, "Don't worry, I trust Yang's abilities." As soon as she finished speaking, she was startled when Yang Hao opened the door and walked in. With a confident smile, he greeted everyone. I'm back. Is everyone all right? Lin Zixuan immediately stood up, shook his hand, and said, Indeed, I have a good eye for He Yang. I really want to thank you this time. Yang Hao laughed loudly and said, We're all teammates. Helping each other is what we should do. A person ran in from outside to report, Captain, it's not good. There's been an incident at the prison. The meat coupons and the hostages have escaped, and now many people have left the regiment. Lin Zixuan's expression turned serious, and she immediately ordered, Take her to check it out. Yang Hao silently chuckled as he watched her hurry figure and thought, Now the Freedom Legion will become lively. Elsewhere, a group of 4 people was walking down the hallway discussing among themselves. The square-faced man, impatient, said, Our families are safe. What are we still afraid of? Let's go deal with Xiao Yunfei. The dark-skinned man said, Don't be too hasty. None of us are a match for them. The blonde-haired man spoke up, Now that we're no longer being threatened, we don't have to risk our lives for them anymore. How about we join the Order faction? As the group stepped out of the hallway, the dark-skinned man continued, Will the people from the Order faction accept us? I heard that not long ago, Xiao Yunfei sent someone to kill Liu Mai from the Order faction. The man with the slanted hair asked, Is that true? If so, then we'll have no choice but to leave the Freedom Legion. As they stepped outside, the group froze when they saw the girl standing in front of them. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, the dark pupils contracting. The dark-skinned man spoke up, Liu and I, what are you doing here? Are you here to find Xiao Yunfei for revenge? Liu Mai replied, No, I came to find you. Right now, your loved ones are all safe. Then she gently suggested, as the successor of the Order faction, I hope you can lend me a hand. The next day, Xiao Yunfei sat on the sofa, each arm around a girl. The girl in the pink dress leaned against his chest and asked, Big brother, is it really okay with so many people leaving? Xiao Yunfei's face turned cold, his expression indifferent as he said, If they want to leave, let them. With the addition of the Destroyer Alliance, I no longer lack capable hands. Then he casually remarked, All right, I'm bored now, you two can leave. The 2 girls left, and Xiao Yunfei leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile on his face. It's meeting time. Finally, it's my era now. A moment later, from the conference room, Xiao Yunfei's excited voice rang out, Brothers, listen to me. Next, I want to announce a new mission, one that concerns the future of our Freedom Legion. He stood at the podium, arms wide as he looked at his subordinates, declaring, In the next month, we must fully focus on capturing the mutated elite zombies. Xiao Yunfei tightened his grip on a heart-shaped object in his hand, his eyes filled with ambition as he continued. Using the bodies of these zombies, you can exchange them for this enhanced injection. He then shot out a series of red beams to demonstrate the effects of the drug. The beams passed over Yang Hao and struck the wall, causing it to explode. He gaped in astonishment. At this moment, Xiao Yunfei appeared extremely dangerous, his eyes glowing red. Did everyone see that? This is the power after injecting the enhancement drug. It will greatly enhance your abilities, so we must. Before he could finish speaking, Zixuan interrupted, arms crossed in front of his chest, bravely speaking out, Wait, I don't agree with this. Hunting mutated elite monsters is too dangerous. We joined the Freedom Legion not to do things like this. Supporting Zixuan's opinion, many members of the Freedom Legion also voiced their unanimous opposition to Xiao Yunfei's decision, saying they didn't want to take the risk. Being strong was fine, but life was more important. They could enjoy one day at a time. Xiao Yunfei arrogantly glared at his subordinates as if looking at insignificant creatures and spoke in a low, contemptuous voice. Oppose, huh? Very well. Without hesitation, he immediately struck down one of the people in the crowd, then raised his hand and asked, Anyone else oppose? It was a clear hint at the fate of those who disobeyed. The classroom fell into silence after Xiao Yunfei's brutal action, no one daring to speak after seeing the body on the floor, blood still spilling from the victim's chest. Xiao Yunfei smiled with satisfaction, turned around, and signaled, It seems like no one has any objections. You 5, come here. 5 people stepped forward, each with a distinct demeanor, with Commander Wei leading the way. Yang Hao broke into a sweat as he recognized the familiar faces. He realized that they were members of the Destroyer Alliance. He hadn't expected their influence to have penetrated so deeply. Xiao Yunfei smiled, clasped his hands, and then addressed them. This business is of great importance to us. From now on, everyone will follow the arrangements of the team captains. After the meeting, Yang Hao and Zixuan descended the stairs. He asked her what she thought of their actions this time. Lin Zixuan sighed, her gaze lost in the distance. In truth, everyone knew that Xiao Yunfei's so-called freedom only served his own desires. She felt powerless, but what else could they do? They were too powerful. Yang Hao said with a serious tone. If things continue like this, people could end up losing their lives in vain because of him. Zaxuan turned to Yang Hao, surprised, and asked, "It seems like you have a plan." Yang Hao looked down, then slowly expressed, "No matter how strong Xiao Yunfi and his people are, it only have 6 core members. If everyone joins forces both internally and externally, we can definitely overthrow him." Lin Zexuan was taken aback. Internal and external cooperation? Could he be talking about Liu and I? Yang Hao smiled. "You're right. Not just Liu and I have other people as well." He continued, "I have a plan, and all that's left is for you to cooperate with me." Hearing that, Lin Zixuan eagerly responded, "Don't worry, I will cooperate with all my strength." Yang Hao was pleased that he had convinced Zixuan. He mentioned that he would need her help with something. About a week later, Yang Hao, Zixuan, and 2 others held a small meeting sitting across from each other. Yang Hao said, "Just now, Xiao Yunfi agreed to lead the team leaders in hunting the zombie overlord tomorrow. This is our best and only chance, so everyone needs to prepare thoroughly." Before the meeting ended, he reminded them that the next steps must be executed without any mistakes. Everyone responded in unison. Yang Hao stood up and continued emphasizing, "If that's the case, we will take action when they are exhausted. Success or failure depends entirely on this moment." The next day, Xiao Yunfi and the members of the Destroyer Alliance arrived at his street. He slipped his hands in his jacket pockets and muttered about his subordinates. "These bastards are getting together, saying I just want to enjoy it, but don't want to contribute." He whispered, "If I didn't need them to get the strengthening medicine, I would have killed these trash long ago." A red-haired man with a sharp nose stepped forward, speaking softly. "The zombie overlord might not be easy to deal with." Xiao Yunfei sneered, showing off his pride. "What's there to fear? It's just a warm-up exercise." But deep down, he clearly didn't want to take any risks. If things went south, he would retreat. He led the team forward, reminding everyone to stay focused and keep their spirits up. Behind them, Yang Hao and Zixuan's group hid behind a corner, observing. High above, the giant zombie commander stood tall, holding a massive golden axe. Its body was gray, covered in purple spikes, and its horns of the same color looked incredibly menacing. Xiao Yunfi had to look up to see clearly and couldn't help but exclaim, "The zombie commander is indeed oppressive, but there's something off about it." Commander Y spoke up, "I don't understand. Where did that big axe come from?" The red-haired man also chimed in, "This doesn't make sense scientifically." Xiao Yunfi dismissed them. "And you're talking about science at a time like this?" He grew impatient, walked over to a nearby lamppost, and with a grunt of effort, lifted it up. He shouted loudly, "Enough talk, let's get ready to begin." After pulling out the lamppost, he aimed it at the zombie commander, throwing it with force while arrogantly yelling, "Take this, you bastard!" The zombie commander effortlessly split the lamppost in 2 with its massive axe. It glared angrily, roared, and got into an attacking stance. Its axe slammed down, splitting the ground beneath it and sending dust flying everywhere. Xiao Yunfi jumped aside just in time, narrowly avoiding death. He raised his hands, summoning bright red blades that shot forward, commanding them to attack the zombie commander. The beast swung its axe, knocking the attack aside, but the red blades continued to circle, waiting for a chance to strike back. Yang Hao watched the battle intently. Xiao Yunfi was very powerful. A series of sharp blades aimed at the zombie. He simply shot a glare, his entire body unleashing power, causing all the daggers to fall. Xiao Yunfi gritted his teeth at the sight and ground them together, while simultaneously knocking away all of his attacks. The man with green hair said, "At this rate, we won't have any chance to strike." Staxwan frowned. "No, you too. Look at who that is." The girl with green hair appeared, delivering an air cannon strike straight into the monster's stomach. With a loud crash, the monster was defeated, its body pinned to the ground, unable to move. The girl mocked, "The zombies in this city are so weak." The lion-headed figure on the other side said, "Quick, tell me where the forbidden zone of your city is." Mr. Lin glared. "Who are you? Dare to shout at our fight like that? Are you tired of living?" The girl with green hair threw a punch. "You don't have the right to speak here. I'll give you 7 seconds to answer my question or you die." Xiao Yunfi immediately took out a map. "The forbidden zone is marked on this map." The beauty accepted it. This girl had solved the zombie commander with a single punch, someone not to be messed with. The girl with green hair snatched the map and turned to leave. "Goodbye." Xiao Yunfei and his team sighed in relief, their faces darkened. Commander Y approached to check on Mr. Lin. "Captain, Mr. Lin is gone." But Xiao Yunfei's gaze was cold and expressionless. "Leave him. Quickly gather the zombie bodies and prepare to leave." The girl didn't seem to be from this city, and on top of that, she went to a dangerous place like a forbidden zone. What exactly does she want to do? Yang Hao asked, "Do you know the girl from earlier?" Zag Swan shook her head. I've never seen her before. She's probably not one of us from the Freedom Legion. Yang Hao used a long-range item, thinking to himself, I wonder if there's a crystal in a zombie's body. A crystal appeared from the zombie's body, then shot towards Yang Hao's scythe and attached itself to the weapon. The system displayed Scythe of the Azura Demon successfully leveled up and evolved into Scythe of the Ice Prison Azura Demon. Yang Hao was pleased. Not bad. There's a surprise I didn't expect. Scythe of the Ice Prison Azura Demon, plus 100% attack power, plus 30% speed, plus 50 enhancement attributes with a special effect of sharpness. Zag Swan, let's get moving. Zag Swan nodded. Okay, follow me. Squad leader, are you alright? I've brought reinforcements. They were pretending to have just arrived. Xiao Yunfi said, You're too late. The zombies have already been dealt with. Zag Swan smiled. Commander Wei, let me help you. Commander Wei was carrying a zombie on his shoulder. No need, it's just one zombie. I can handle it. Suddenly, she delivered a powerful strike to Commander Wei's chest, catching him off guard. Commander Wei spat out blood, screaming in pain. Xiao Yunfi, seeing this, panicked. Lin Zag Swan, what are you doing? Yang Hao and two others appeared. Yang Hao asked, What are we doing? Of course, branding is tyranny. Xiao Yunfi replied, That's right, we've had enough of him. Xiao Yunfi hit something behind her and said, Dare to face me, you will regret it. It seems like these bastards came prepared, but I still have my trump card. He pressed the red button on the remote control in his hand. Yang Hao shouted to the three men over there. Right now, Yunfi has trapped him. If you surrender, we can overlook the past. The three men grumbled and responded, Surrender? Don't even think about it. Dealing with people like you, the three of us are more than enough. Yang Hao swung his scythe and said, Then you'll just have to taste the bitter fruit. Hu Qingyi appeared, riding his beast. Looks like we arrived just in time. Yang Hao, leave this to us. Everyone cheered, Lu Mai, great. Lu Mai is back. Zag Swan straightened her leg and kicked the sorcerer in the stomach, saying, This one is mine. Fatty was tangled in vines. The creeping vines were struck by a palm and followed by a punch from me. Gu Qingyi confronted the monk and he launched 4 strands of sword energy toward her, saying, Let's see if I can kill you first. Hu Qingyi didn't dodge. The sharp blades made contact with her, shattering upon impact. Such an attack was completely insufficient. She immediately knocked him down. At this moment, Xiao Yunfi had been surrounded by Yang Hao's men. Lu Ai said, Xiao Yunfi, now you're the only one left. Zag Swan added, Xiao Yunfi, the Freedom Legion ends here. Yang Hao laughed. Lu Ai, with things having progressed this far, I suppose my bodyguard mission is considered a complete success, right? Xiao Yunfi's eyes were bloodshot. Heh, do you think this is the end? How knave. An assistant leaped down from above. I am your opponent. He jumped and a cloud of dust erupted. Everyone stood speechless. He has another assistant? How is that possible? I investigated before and his subordinates were just a few people earlier. He was the captain of Team 3, the Alliance of the Destroyers. Xiao Yunfi, the tools we gave you weren't meant for you to use recklessly. You can't even handle this few people? The others from Yang Hao, swords in hand, said, With this many of us, why should we fear him alone? Everyone, attack him together. Right? Let's kill him. The captain of Team 3 sneered, drew his sword, and said, Just an idiot, daring to act tough, before delivering a strike. With a series of moves like that, all of them were immediately defeated. This weapon is made from super alloy. There's nothing it can't cut through. In this weakened state, it's only fitting that I step in. Zag Swan was left speechless, his weapon in hand flexing easily. This was no way to get close. Yang Hao swung his scythe. Leave him to me. It's just right to use him to test the weapon and level up. The team leader's weapon extended like a long rope, still bearing sharp fragments of a sword. Truly foolish. Turned into mincemeat for me. But to his surprise, Yang Hao's scythe swung out and instantly severed his divine sword. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this cut through even super alloy? Yang Hao laughed. What's super alloy? Right now, there's basically nothing I can't cut through. Xiao Yunfi watched from afar. Is this the level the Alliance of the Destroyers has prepared for themselves? Looks like I'll really have to rely on myself. As long as I can take out this one, the others won't be my match. Then Xiao Yunfi threw a red dagger towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao turned around, using the blade of his scythe to deflect Xiao Yunfi's attack. Hey, still sneaking attacks from behind? You're really lacking in martial virtue. Xiao Yunfi trembled. Damn, does this guy have eyes on the back of his head? Yang Hao decisively swung his sickle, slashing across the captain's body. Wait until I kill him, then it's your turn. Xiao Yunfi turned and fled. They had let their guard down because of what happened earlier, so now was the perfect time to escape. Yang Hao threw the sickle in front of Xiao Yunfi, blocking its path. You can't run away. He activated the ice seal effect, and the ground gradually began to freeze. Xiao Yunfi's legs were entangled by the ice. His legs were now frozen. Yang Hao's face remained expressionless. Xiao Yunfi, let me ask you, where did you get the medicine you had in your hand last time? And also, who exactly are you to the Alliance of the Destroyers? Xiao Yunfi still maintained his arrogance. Huff, Xiao Yunfi is not some petty traitor. You won't get any secrets out of me. Go to hell. He used his hand to throw sharp red darts toward Yang Hao. Yang Hao realized the situation was dire and tried to twist his body to avoid the attack. But it wasn't good. Two of the darts bounced back and attacked Xiao Yunfi instead. He died instantly. Yang Hao muttered, so he committed suicide. Zack Swan was pleased. Though there had been some surprises, our plan had still succeeded. Zack Swan turned to Liu Wenai and said, Liu Wenai, the Freedom Legion doesn't have a leader right now. If you've returned, then become our leader again. Everyone agreed, yes, it's been long overdue. Let's go back, Liu Wenai. Liu Wenai smiled. All right, I won't refuse anymore. However, from now on, I'd like together with Yang Hao, our goal is to eliminate all the zombies again and take back Jiangzhou. Are you all willing to follow me? The three men in the team were all excited. Eradicating the zombies and reclaiming Jiangzhou felt like a fairy tale, but Yang Hao was indeed very strong. I don't worry too much about all that. I only trust Liu Wenai. I believe in her. She won't harm us. Liu Wenai gave the order. Then everyone, please prepare a little. We'll discuss the specifics when we return to the table. Gu Qingyi complimented Yang Hao. It seems the plan on your side is going very smoothly. Yang Hao asked, how's the situation on your side? Gu Qingyi shook her head. Not very smooth. The president is too stubborn. Yang Hao replied, looks like I'll have to go over there myself then. Liu Mai stepped closer. Yang Hao, I really want to thank you this time. Yang Hao waved his hand. No need to be so polite with me. I'm just following what I said before. Liu Mai turned to Gu Qingyi and said, Miss Gu, I have something I want to discuss with Yang Hao. Could you step out for a while? Yang Hao reminded Qingyi, go over there and wait for me for a bit. Gu Qingyi felt disgruntled, but still reluctantly left so the two of them could talk. Yang Hao asked, is there something that needs to be kept so secret? Liu Mei's face flushed. Well, I'm now the leader of the Freedom Legion. As promised, from now on, wherever I'm needed, our Freedom Legion will follow your command. Yang Hao said, Xiao Yunfi is dead. The Alliance of the Destroyers won't let this go. You'll need to be extra careful here as well. Liu Mai nodded. I'll be careful. Yang Hao, aye. Yang Hao asked, what is it? Suddenly, Liu Mai grabbed his collar and kissed him. Yang Hao stood there, stunned, not understanding what was happening. Liu Mai ran off. Don't get the wrong idea. That was just a promised reward for you. Nothing more. Yang Hao's face turned bright red. She really wasn't being straightforward at all. At the central park of Jiangzhou City, Gu Qingyi and Yang Hao sat atop her beast companion. The headquarters of the Beast Association was located here, though unfortunately, the president was too stubborn. I couldn't convince her. Yang Hao shook his head. Then let's not push it. I just hope she'll be willing to trade with me. Lai Lai arrived riding a divine cat. Yang Hao, what brings you here? Yang Hao said, trying to persuade your president takes quite a bit of talking. It's tough, but I'll go discuss things with her. Lai Lai nodded. Then let me take you over there to try. Actually, the president is very conflicted too. Facing off against the Alliance of the Destroyers will definitely lead to casualties among the staff. That's not something she wants to see. Yang Hao followed her. The president of your group is really soft-hearted. The Alliance of the Destroyers isn't exactly benevolent. Lai Lai opened the door, and Yang Hao saw that beside the president there was a giant dog. The dog was enormous. The president of the pet association, Min Xingzhu, asked in surprise, Lai Lai, why did you bring a man here? Yang Hao's face became serious. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I'm the person King Yi and Lin Lai mentioned. However, I'm not here to persuade you to cooperate, but to propose a transaction to you, President. Xingzhu looked at him. Your name is Yang Hao, right? Actually, it's not that I must reject or oppose you. The reason I haven't agreed is because we're all women here, and I can't easily let everyone fall into danger. Yang Hao cast a spell. I know King Yi once mentioned your thoughts. You don't want to rely on any force, nor do you want to oppose any force. But I'm afraid this ideal might not be as easy to achieve as you think. This is a belt with storage functionality, weapons far beyond ordinary magic, and an injection that can enhance psychic powers and physical strength. I hope your mutated dog can find someone to help me. These items can be considered as compensation. Xingzhu immediately picked up the knife, showing interest. Oh, we don't get involved in disputes, but finding people is our specialty. Hand over the smelly stuff to me. At that moment, a person hurriedly ran in. President, it's not good. The livestock staff are here again. They called for you to go there. Singju was furious. Didn't these bastards agree last time to deliver food to them on time every week? What more do they want? Sorry, I'll go handle this first. Then she stormed off. Yang Hao said, let's go together. Maybe we'll have a chance to pull the pet association in. Outside, the livestock staff were waiting for Xingzhu. Where's Min Xingzhu? Why is she so slow? Old Saan threatened my patience has limits. If she doesn't come, we'll storm in there. Min Xingzhu asked, we already agreed to your request. What more do you want? The woman with green hair was startled when she saw Yang Hao. How come it's you? Aren't you the leader of that tourist village? You're still alive. Yang Hao smiled. Why? Do you wish I were dead? She gave a wicked smile. I know you kill a lot of people from the Alliance of the Destroyers before. If we take you back, we might be able to get a nice reward. Old Sion smugly said, that's right. There's an unexpected joy. Min Xingzhu, I'll stop beating around the bush. We've joined the Alliance of the Destroyers. Everything we discussed before is null and void. Xingzhu asked, null and void? What do you mean? He snapped his fingers, backed by the Alliance of the Destroyers. All of you must become our servants. The beast beside him growled, its eyes flashing. Behind, many others appeared. The brothers in our group will always remember the sisters. Xingzhu cursed, truly shameless. I won't let you touch my sisters. She turned and whispered into Yang Hao's ear. Hurry back to the headquarters. There's a secret passage to get out. I'll lead them away. Yang Hao couldn't help but praise Xingzhu's boldness. This girl's something else. Xingzhu mounted her dog and commanded, sisters, execute plan B. Let's break out together. Her subordinates shouted, trying to stop her. Min Xingzhu easily passed through the beasts of her subordinates, but suddenly a leopard leaped up, preparing to tear her apart. Min Xingzhu froze in fear. Tan, am I going to die here? With a swift motion, Yang Hao used his scythe to kill the beast. Watch your step, we're about to charge forward. Xingzhu said, didn't I tell you to leave? Why do you want to stay? Min Xingzhu's dog had already killed a white wolf. Yang Hao used his scythe to take care of the others. I've heard the mutated beasts they control are quite powerful. With your dog, you won't hold them off for long. Two more white wolves lunged forward, continuing their attack. Xingzhu thanked him. Thank you for your help. Regarding a task you entrusted earlier, I'll make sure the sisters quickly go search for it. Yang Hao pointed to the side, towards that direction where there were fewer people. Xingzhu immediately steered the dog in the direction Yang Hao indicated, while the two white wolves continued to chase after them. Suddenly, two subordinates jumped down from the rooftop. Min Xingzhu, you can't escape today. Min Xingzhu was startled. This is bad. That person is their leader. The leader brought along his large lion, Zheng Yao, the leader of the herders. Zheng Yao growled, Min Xingzhu, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as you agree to come with me, I can ensure your safety from now on. Min Xingzhu scoffed, a scum like you thinks you're worthy. Damn it, all the routes were blocked, and the area to the side was restricted. Entering it would be too dangerous. Yang Hao suggested, how about we go into the restricted area? I was actually planning to check it out. And with the restricted area being right here, it might not be far from the laboratory. Min Xingzhu disagreed. Are you crazy? Do you even know what the restricted area means? Yang Hao replied, isn't it just a few more zombies? You saw my skills earlier. With me, you won't die. Xingzhu reluctantly agreed. All right, then I'll trust you this time. Zheng Yao and his subordinates were extremely surprised. What? They're going into the restricted area. The rat-toothed man beside him grunted, isn't it better for them to walk into the trap themselves? They passed through the layer of dust and smoke outside and entered the forbidden zone. A massive building stood before them, but the road was completely deserted. Yang Hao was surprised. Asterisk, is this really the forbidden zone? Why does it feel no different from outside? Asterisk. Min Xingzhu reminded him. Asterisk, don't ever underestimate this place. The danger level here is nothing like outside. Asterisk. Suddenly, a giant monkey charged at them. With a single smash of its hand, the ground beneath shattered. The noise attracted a swarm of zombies. Yang Hao was startled. Asterisk, damn it. Why are there so many zombies? Asterisk. Dumao's legs went weak at the sight of the approaching zombies, frozen in fear and unable to move. Xingzhu said, Asterisk, Dumao, what's wrong with you? Get up, now asterisk. A zombie lunged at them. Yang Hao grabbed Min Xingzhu's hand. She had been terrified by the sudden attack. Asterisk, we have to get out of here. Now asterisk. As soon as the words left his mouth, the zombie launched a punch. Fortunately, they managed to dodge it. The zombie then turned its head and landed a punch squarely on Yang Hao's back. Asterisk, asterisk, iron bone, cooldown time, 299 seconds. Asterisk, asterisk, Yang Hao was sent flying into the building behind them. The attack was so fast he had no time to react. Xingzhu asked, asterisk, asterisk, are you alright? You just took a heavy blow from me like a human shield, asterisk, asterisk. Yang Hao frowned, asterisk, asterisk, I'm fine. While that thing hasn't caught up yet, let's get out of here quickly. Asterisk, asterisk. He originally wanted to have those zombies scan their attributes, but thinking about her safety, he decided to postpone it. The two of them were hiding in an abandoned building. Let's rest here for a while. Yang Hao began analyzing the data. Ding successfully entered the restricted area. Mission to collect enhancement drugs activated. Current completion rate does not grant new abilities. Scanning basic data. Yang Hao wondered, what is scanning basic data? Let's try scanning the full data first. He then looked at Min Xingzhu, and to his surprise, he was able to see right through her. This ability could actually see through. Xingzhu asked, why do you keep staring at me? Yang Hao shook his head, his face turning red. It's nothing. I suddenly remembered a few things. Why did the system suddenly issue a mission? There must be a special reason for it. Could it be because of him? Outside, a person was holding a first aid kit. After scanning, it confirmed that the person had the enhancement drugs required for the mission. It turned out the drugs were in the kit he was holding. However, the zombies in his damn place were all very strong. If she attacked, it was likely to consume a lot of her stamina. Elite mutated zombie. Strength 730, speed 480, spirit 220. Elite mutated zombie. Strength 847, speed 420, spirit 310. Elite mutated zombie. Test subject Lai-Man. Strength 1020, speed 486, spirit 710. Min Xingzhu did not understand what Yang Hao was doing. You're being so serious. What are you looking at? Yang Hao replied, zombie research. You were wandering around in the running room, so I took a walk around to check things out. Min Xingzhu was puzzled. Since just now, he had been acting mysteriously. What exactly was he trying to do? Yang Hao activated the full scan function, immediately seeing which rooms the zombies were located in within the building. There were quite a few zombies in various directions, so it seemed like the only option was to figure out how to lure that zombie into the lobby downstairs. President Man, Beast Tamer, how do you tame mutant beasts? Can you tell me? Xingzhu explained, it depends on the level of the mutant beast. If it's especially strong, you need to weaken its will first. If it's a little weaker, it's much easier. Yang Hao was thrilled. That's great, follow me. You got something to do now. In the basement, there was not a single person, nor were there any zombies. Yang Hao looked at the hole in the ground. Underneath, about 5 meters deep, there were 3 mutated rats. Can your ability tame them? Xingzhu said confidently, don't worry, just a few little rats. It'll only take a few minutes to tame them, and then we can use their strength. The 3 mutated rats began to be influenced by her power, then lowered their heads before the 2 of them. All right, they're ready. Now tell me, what do you want to do? Yang Hao frowned. There's a zombie outside holding something valuable. I want you to use the mouse to lure it over here for me. Min Xingzhu asked, what exactly is the valuable thing? Yang Hao waved his sickle forward. You'll know once I get it. 10 minutes later, Xingzhu and Yang Hao were upstairs watching 2 mice jumping toward them. He's here. That first 8 worker zombie is growling and chasing the 3rd mouse. Yang Hao swung his sickle to attack, guiding it toward them. Very good. But with a sudden asterisk, thud asterisk, unexpectedly, the zombie dodged. Yang Hao grew a bit anxious. So agile. Looks like getting that thing back won't be easy. The zombie roared, unleashing a vortex of power. Yang Hao was startled. What's going on? Suddenly, he couldn't see anything. As he stumbled in confusion and the zombie closed in on him, Xingzhu shouted, Yang Hao, don't just stand there and move. But Yang Hao's vision was temporarily gone, and the zombie struck with a powerful kick to his stomach. Xingzhu stood frozen, bewildered. There had just been such a huge commotion. Why haven't she heard anything? Yang Hao, what on earth is going on? Yang Hao recognized Min Xingzhu's voice. She had been affected too. Could it be that this zombie has a special ability that blocks human sight and hearing, launching a full sensory sweep? At this moment, Min Xingzhu still couldn't hear anything, and she couldn't see anything either. The zombie was jumping right above her head. Yang Hao, where are you? I can't even see now. Yang Hao was startled, but luckily the full scan feature didn't rely on sight to collect information. It directly transmitted the data into his brain. Not good, it was targeting Min Xingzhu. He quickly raised his gun and shot at the zombie. Your opponent is me, he shouted. The zombie dodged the shot and continued attacking Min Xingzhu. Yang Hao quickly saved her, but had to take the blow from the zombie with his own back. This is too dangerous. Iron Bone. Cooldown time, 299 seconds. Min Sing Zhu screamed, Yang Hao, is that you? Help me quickly, I'm so scared. Yang Hao felt awkward. Hey, don't hold on so tight. I can't move like this. Give me a minute. I'll take care of it right away. The ability to alter human perception was indeed a powerful special power. Unfortunately, it had a fatal flaw. He used ice to create a solid foundation, instantly freezing the ground. The zombie's legs were trapped, and he swiftly slashed its head with his scythe. In the end, the zombie was dead, and Yang Hao immediately searched for the first aid kit. Finally, it's over. Now let me see the precious thing you've been holding onto. Min Sing Zhu was finally able to hear and see again. That's great, both my sight and hearing are back. Yang Hao, are you alright? Yang Hao looked at the test tubes in his hand. I'm fine, you should take a look at the good stuff I found. If I'm not mistaken, this medicine is the same as the one Xiao Yun Fi had before. How exactly was this created? System modification. Ding dong, the first stage of the main mission has been completed. Collected 10 tense enhancement potions. Completion rate for the next stage, 0-100. Calculating rewards. Reward, 1 mid-level storage ring with space inside. Yang Hao was delighted. With such a large space, collecting supplies in the future would no longer be a concern. He wasn't sure what these enhancement potions could be used to craft. If they were zombie crystals like before, they would have side effects with too many flaws. To be safe, it would be better to wait for an opportunity to test them later. The system notification came again. Branch mission activated. Obtain 1 recovery injection. Completion rate, 0 first. Yang Hao was confused. What is a recovery injection? There's not even a hint. Where am I supposed to find it? Seeing Yang Hao rummaging through the zombie's bag, Min Sing Zhu asked, Yang Hao, what are you looking for? Yang Hao replied, I'm looking through this guy's stuff. He might be from the lab here, and who knows? There might be something useful on him. Ha! What's this? He pulled out what looked like a journal and opened it to read. Date? Month? Clear skies. I am Lin Man. The reason I started writing this journal today is because I feel something big might happen. This is the diary he wrote before turning into a zombie. Something truly significant has happened. The entire computer system in the laboratory lost control, and the drugs under research have leaked out. Many people have turned into zombies. The experimental subjects have also begun to move. I suspect that the person in charge of the secret laboratory, Dr. Franen, knows something. His calm demeanor is too unusual. Franen ordered to close the exits H3 and G9. Release toxic gas 304. The staff around him were stunned, but Dr. Franen, still inside, knew that there were people alive. Dr. Franen coldly ignored them, saying even if they managed to get out, it's highly likely they have been infected with the virus. We can't take that risk. Dr. Lin Ding and I, along with a few others, secretly fled back to the surface, only to find that the city had already been overrun by zombies. Some of them had even mutated. July 9th, the sky was gloomy. During the journey to another laboratory, I was infected after being injured by a zombie. I've heard that there's a kind of recovery drug that can bring infected people back to normal, but Dr. Franen won't allow me to use such a precious thing, so this is probably my last diary entry. Yang Hao was somewhat surprised after reading it. So that there's a drug that can make infected people normal again. Sing Zhu suggested that if we could find this drug, wouldn't that mean everyone could be saved? Yang Hao looked at the following pages of the diary. He hadn't seen this recovery drug with his own eyes, so the specific details still needed to wait until we find the laboratory to find out. In Nation J's printing press, could it be that the laboratory has disguised itself as a printing workshop? If we head there, perhaps we could find some clues. Let's go. I vaguely remember the location of that company. Lin Ding observed them from a distance. Just now, these two have collected the enhancement drug box. Could they be from the higher level laboratory? It's possible. They have recovery drugs on them as well. Following them earlier was a clue. Yang Hao and Min Sing Zhu stood on the rooftop, looking down at the mass of zombies below. There are so many zombies here. Rushing in will only attract even more. We need to find the right path to get through. Min Sing Zhu pointed in one direction. Yang Hao, look, that mutated beast is huge. Yang Hao was stunned. Mutated beast? With that appearance, it looks just like a zombie. Looking at the mutated beast, it wasn't alone. There was another zombie on it. Min Sing Zhu said, I have a feeling I'm not wrong. It seemed to be a hybrid of a mutated beast and a zombie. Yang Hao thought to himself, the distance is too far. It can't rely on the system to get its attribute data. It looks like there's someone on top. He's not from the same group as the previous breeders. Are they following us? Sing Zhu shook his head. No way. If someone from the breeding side had this kind of power, they would have beaten us a long time ago. The clown stood atop the mutated beast, controlling another monkey. What I need is the enhancement drug, not this trash. Keep searching for me. It's been 5 days and still no enhancement drugs. Guess I'll just have to vent my anger on you lot. Yang Hao suggested, since we can't tell if he's friend or foe, we should take a detour for now. We don't have the strength to deal with him directly. Cutting through this shopping mall would bring them close to Mingrai Printing. There were also many zombies here. Mutant Zombie, strength 346, speed 82, spirit 73. Mutant Zombie, strength 385, speed 93, spirit 82. Common Zombie, strength 56, speed 19, spirit 14. Min Xingzhu was worried. There are so many zombies here. Yang Hao spun his weapon. This place is near the lab. According to that journal, it's no surprise so many are showing up. You hide first. Leave this place to me. Min Xingzhu disagree. Leave it to you? With this many zombies, what can you possibly do? Yang Hao smirked confidently. Don't worry about me. Just find a safe spot and watch. Common zombies barely increase attributes, while mutant zombies are hard to come by. This group was just perfect for grinding stats. He stomped hard on a zombie's head. Strength plus 7 plus 0.2 plus 8. Speed plus 4 plus 0.1 plus 3. Spirit plus 4 plus 0.1 plus 6. And the stats kept rising. As expected, though the gains were slow, all that mattered was the quantity. At this moment, Min Xingzhu was already in awe. This guy is so cool. 15 minutes later, Yang Hao, with a strength of 1310, speed of 620, and spirit of 780, had killed all the zombies in the area. Haha, just a little while and my stats have increased by dozens of points. This forbidden zone is definitely a treasure. Xingzhu complimented, Yang Hao, you're really amazing. Yang Hao nodded, this is nothing, let's go. We should head to the laboratory now. As they opened the laboratory door, both of them were stunned. Whoa, there's a giant tyrant zombie standing right in front of them. Strength 1833, speed 722, spirit 860. Tyrant, this attribute is a bit overpowered. It's even scarier than a previous zombie overlord. The tyrant zombie growled and charged toward them. Yang Hao shouted loudly, Xingzhu, get inside the building first, I'll draw its attention. He quickly dodged a punch from the tyrant zombie. No wonder it's a zombie from the Forbidden Zone. The force behind its attack is insane. A loud explosion sounded behind them, causing Yang Hao to jump in surprise. What happened now? Dog food. A can of dog food was thrown right in front of them, and the tyrant, seeing it, had its eyes light up. It seemed to really like a can of dog food. It hurriedly chased after it. Lin Ding appeared. Both of you, follow me quickly. Yang Hao smiled, thank you. Who are you? Why do you want to save us? And also, what exactly did you throw just now? It turned out that she was the Lin Ding mentioned in the zombie experiment diary. I am Lin Ding. What I threw earlier was food I specially prepared designed to attract the attention of zombies. As for why I want to save you two, you'll know soon enough. Yang Hao recognized Lin Ding. Her name had been mentioned in that diary. At the Xilai Hotel, Lin Ding said, you two look strange. Ordinary people wouldn't come to this restricted area. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the higher-ups, sent to collect enhancement drugs, right? Yang Hao pondered. Higher-ups? Could it be that the person she was referring to was the woman he met earlier, the one who had the strength to kill a zombie with a single punch and had taken the map from Xiao Yunfei? Xingzhu, confused, asked, higher-ups? We. Yang Hao quickly covered up, ah, yes, we are indeed sent by the higher-ups. He's just whispering to cooperate with me a bit. Xingzhu understood and nodded. Got it. If she really is Dr. Lin Ding, pretending to be from the higher-ups might get us more useful information about the laboratory. Dr. Lin Ding, you're in charge of this experiment zone, right? Where can we find the enhancement drugs? Lin Ding smiled. They're in this building. I'll take you to get them. We've arrived. I didn't expect her to lure them here to control both of us. As soon as the door opened, 2 security guards raised their guns toward Yang Hao and Xingzhu, demanding that they raise their hands. Yang Hao asked, what do you want? Lin Ding's expression changed immediately, and she handed over her ID card and access pass. Yang Hao took them out of his jacket pocket and said, so you want to check our identities? Start from the beginning, wait for me a moment, if possible. I like to avoid conflict as much as I can, conserve my strength. After all, this is a restricted area. Lin Ding replied, oh, these things are all in my wallet, but I may have dropped them on the way here. Haha, how about we just follow the procedure again? Lin Ding's expression suddenly changed, no longer pretending to be clueless. Only these 2 things would grant access to the superior laboratory. How could I lose something so important? Yang Hao's face darkened. Looks like things can't be brushed off anymore. We'll have to show our cards to her. Dr. Lin Ding, please calm down. Actually, we're not from the superior laboratory. We were just deceiving you earlier. We came here for another reason. Ling Ding became furious, her hair turning into long, twisted strands. She ordered the two security guards. Whatever you say now is useless. We'll kill you and then judge everything based on the items on your bodies. Yang Hao had no choice but to use his sickle, realizing that the only way to resolve this was through force. Then, with a single slash, the two security guards instantly froze. Two more flat strikes sliced past Lin Ding. Yang Hao's sharp scythe was pressed right against Lin Ding's neck. She was stunned, her power already withdrawn. Too fast. I didn't even have time to react before he neutralized my attack. Yang Hao said, "Perhaps now you understand my strength. I advise you not to act recklessly. Answer me honestly or else." Lin Ding asked, "What do you want to know?" Yang Hao replied, "Naturally, everything related to the laboratory and anything concerning the enhancement drug and the recovery drug." Lin Ding explained the laboratory was built deep underground in the restricted zone, long before the world became like this. After I entered this underground lab base, I was mainly in charge of pharmaceutical research and development. The enhancement drug was created by refining zombie crystals. Xingzhu asked in confusion, "You used zombie crystals to make enhancement drugs. What exactly were you trying to achieve?" Yang Hao thought to himself, just as I suspected. Lin Ding shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure, but Dr. Fran said that the drugs were ordered to be manufactured from above and had to be submitted to higher-ups. As for the recovery drug, I've only seen it once. That time, Dr. Fran used it on one of his students. The student fully recovered and turned back into a human. But now the laboratory has already been taken over by members of the Alliance of the Destroyers. A few of us risked our lives to escape, and we've since lost all contact with Dr. Fran." Yang Hao thought to himself that the laboratory had likely fallen into the hands of the Alliance of the Destroyers. No wonder Xiao Yun Feed had previously ordered his men to gather the bodies of the elite zombies. As far as I know, after the Alliance of the Destroyers took control, they continued to develop enhancement drugs. So, where exactly is this laboratory? Lin Ding furrowed her brows. "Are you concerned about the enhancement drugs? This factory is built deep inside the underground laboratory. It won't be easy to get in." Yang Hao smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. Dr. Fran is very likely still in their hands. It seems that the truth about the recovery drugs and the laboratory will have to come from him and the mysterious woman." Suddenly, something charged into the room they were standing in. The tyrant zombie, having detected the presence of living humans, immediately lunged to attack. It was the tyrant zombie from before. It's the tyrant zombie from before. How did it manage to come this far? Lin Ding looked around. "Do you still have something left to attract zombies like before?" Lin Ding shook her head. "It's all gone. That was the last vial." Yang Hao gave the command. "I'll hold it off. You two get out of here." Lin Ding and Xingzhu turned to leave. "Be careful yourself." As Xingzhu ran, she thought to herself that she had left markers to guide Yang Hao. He should be able to find her. She kept running straight ahead. Ever since entering this forbidden area, she had always been holding Yang Hao back. She couldn't keep going like this. Suddenly, she realized it was a mutated beast. This mutated beast appeared to have some strength, and if she could control it, perhaps it could help Yang Hao. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to weaken its consciousness any longer, so she forced herself to try controlling it. "Become my servant." However, the beast resisted the control, growling and charging at Xingzhu instead. Its momentum was too strong. The mutated beasts from the Forbidden Zone truly were far superior to those outside. Seeing it charging madly towards her, she turned and fled. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your meal." She then jumped over the wall on the other side. She was too weak right now. She would wait for Yang Hao to return and have him tame the mutated beast for her. But as soon as she landed outside, she encountered a group of thugs blocking her way. "Ha ha! Big brother, today's our lucky day. We were out patrolling and stumbled upon such a beautiful woman." Ling Mang grinned. "Nice figure. Let's capture her and throw her in the arena. Maybe she'll attract some attention." Xingzhu asked, "Who are you?" Ling Mang gave the order. "No need to know that. Brothers, come on. Treat this beauty well. Now." Xingzhu drew her sword, a pack of beasts, but at this moment, she was too weak, and one of them blocked her sword with ease. "Beautiful lady, I suggest you cooperate with us willingly." It grabbed her arms and neck. Xingzhu screamed, "Let me go. What do you want from me?" Lin Mang smirked and said, "Don't worry, we're not thugs. Taking you is for a different purpose. Fortunately, Yang Hao arrived just in time. Wait, let her go now." Luckily, I didn't waste time with that zombie. I lured it into the building and quickly followed the trail Xingzhu had left to get here. Xingzhu was delighted. Yang Hao. Yang Hao recognized him. "You're Lin Mang. I didn't expect to run into a rival here at high school level. Back then, this scoundrel Lin Mang bullied me quite a bit." Lin Mang laughed. "The world is so small. Yang Hao, how did you get so thin?" Back then, when you called the cops on me, I got into a lot of trouble. Yang Hao ordered, "She's my friend, let her go." Lin Meng sneered, "Let her go? Why would I do that? There's no reason to let this cooked pigeon escape. Yang Hao, today I'm not just going to humiliate your friend, I'm also going to beat you up." Yang Hao easily dodged his punch. "Ha! Too bad I'm no longer the fatty who was weak and cowardly." He used one hand to toss Lin Meng aside, then proceeded to deal with the remaining men with his sickle. Yang Hao approached and asked, "Xingzhu, are you okay?" Xingzhu replied, "I'm fine. Luckily you arrived in time." Lin Meng thought to himself, "Looks like I've encountered a ghost. I thought Yang Hao had gotten so thin because he had nothing to eat, but turns out his skills have improved as well." Yang Hao mocked Lin Meng. "Who was it just now that said they wanted to beat me up? Is this all the skill you have?" Lin Meng yelled loudly, "Yang Hao, considering we're classmates, please spare me." Yang Hao slammed his side right in front of Lin Meng's feet, causing him to scream in fear. "Ah, the regiment commander has arrived. My subordinates are showing mercy. This guy is my teammate. If he's done anything wrong, I'll apologize on his behalf." Lin Meng, as if finding a lifeline, exclaimed, "Regiment commander, you're here." "That's great." These two dared to resist the alliance of the destroyers. He's the regiment commander, Lai Ru. Strength 1421, speed 614, spirit 760. He didn't explain those meat tickets. Aren't we supposed to take their lives? This guy's stats are even higher than mine. If we fight, I might not even have a chance to win. To my surprise, he knows his own limits. He can't beat Yang Hao, so he knows when to retreat. Lin Meng felt embarrassed. "Sorry, team leader, I wasn't careful just now." Lai Ru introduced himself. "I'm the regiment commander of the recruitment regiment for the Alliance of the Destroyers. We're recruiting capable individuals. How about joining us now?" Yang Hao refused. "No need, we prefer to be free." Lai Ru immediately flipped his attitude. "What I said earlier wasn't a request. In front of you two, there are only two choices. Either join the Alliance of the Destroyers or become gladiators in our arena. If you manage to win 10 matches in the arena, we'll let you go free." Yang Hao sneered. "The arena, huh? I didn't expect the Alliance of the Destroyers to have this kind of entertainment." Lai Ru still didn't understand the situation. "Of course, we'll provide weapons for you. Moreover, each victory gives you a chance to obtain enhancement drugs. With those, I believe you'll change your mind and willingly stay with our Alliance of the Destroyers." Yang Hao grasped the idea. "Ah, so that's what the enhancement drugs are about. Seems like if I can get into the arena, I might even make it straight into the lab the Alliance of the Destroyers controls. Saves me the trouble of blindly searching in the Forbidden Zone." Xingzhu suggested, "The Alliance of the Destroyers has such a poor reputation. I'd rather go to that arena than join them. What do you think?" Yang Hao agreed. "Me too. Looks like we're on the same page. We choose the arena." Lai Ru was pleased. "Ha ha! Good. I like that spirit. Lin Meng, I'm handing them over to you." Lin Meng accepted the order. "Understood." He led them to the arena and entered a passcode. Yang Hao observed the arena. It was actually underground. It seemed the Alliance of the Destroyers had converted a former lab. Lin Meng ordered his subordinates inside. "We've got newcomers. Get things ready." Yang Hao was surprised. This underground space must be several hundred meters deep. How did they even manage to build this? Old Wu had a sly look on his face. "Lin Meng, you're efficient as always. I'll get the rooms ready for them right away." Lin Meng said, "Old Wu, there's something I want to talk to you about later. Please go to the office and wait for me." Old Wu nodded, "All right." Lin Meng called out, "You two, follow us." As he led the way, he thought, "This is perfect. This Yang Hao doesn't know what's good for him, choosing the arena. I'll make sure he gets tortured into a cripple here." Yang Hao was taken aback by the scene before him. He hadn't expected so many people to be here. If he could take these people out, they would form an incredibly powerful force. The people inside were all training for the upcoming match. Lin Meng instructed the two to wait there for a while. The thugs inside, upon seeing Xingzhu, began to tease her. "The new girl is really beautiful. With a figure like that, you little punk, starting from now, she's mine." Yang Hao waved his hand. "I don't want to cause trouble right now. While I'm still calm, you better get out of here quickly." The thug was furious. "Do you know who I am? My dad is with iron blood. You dare talk like that to my father? Do you believe I'll smash you to pieces?" The people around them watched the spectacle unfold, eager to see some drama. It's been a while since we've had a rookie like this. To offend someone from iron blood, he sure has guts. But Yang Hao, upon hearing the threat, wasn't scared. Instead, he provoked him even further. "Is there something wrong with your ears, or do you just not understand human language?" The others around them were dumbfounded. To speak like that to someone from iron blood, this guy was definitely out of his mind. He was as good as dead. The man immediately transformed into a beast, and "I have to tear you apart." Then he swung his claws to attack, but Yang Hao gently kicked him in the stomach, causing his body to slam into the wall behind him, unable to move. The others were once again knocked off balance. The newcomer was too strong, and the others, including Han Big Brother, didn't know what was going on. It seemed like the leader of Iron Blood was having a secret meeting. Yang Hao glanced at them and said, "Are you all coming at once?" They responded meekly, "Well, we're not joining in anymore. Yeah, we're just here to watch." Then the people from the Destruction Alliance appeared. "All right, behave yourselves. Here are the registration cards for both of you. Come with me and prepare for tomorrow's newcomer event." After that, he led the two of them to the dining hall. The chef said, "Eat your fill and go rest. If you're unlucky, this might be your last dinner." Seeing the food before him, Yang Hao was delighted. "This food looks great. It's been a long time since I've had a decent meal like this." But Xingzhu was worried. "Do you think we might die here?" Yang Hao replied, "Don't worry, I've got a plan." The next day, the arena was packed. The host began. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's newcomer challenge is a rare event. Who will emerge victorious in the end?" The audience cheered loudly. What else could they say? Of course, it's the zombies. So thrilling. It's been a long time since we see a newcomer get torn apart by zombies. Her tastes were too dark. I still hope the newcomer wins. The audience seems to have lost their minds. They are treating this life or death match like some kind of entertainment. A member of the Destroyer Alliance led Yang Hao and Xingzhu to the armory. The two of them picked out weapons that suited them. A minute later, the new match began. As Yang Hao lifted his sword to test it, he noticed something unusual. Lin Meng lit a cigarette and sat in the stands. "Yang Hao, enjoy your last moments." The host spoke up. "And now the real show begins." Yang Hao reminded Xingzhu, "Stay close to me later." Xingzhu nodded. Okay, the mighty zombie appeared. Not just one, but countless zombies. Mutated zombie. Strength 356, speed 92, spirit 123. Elite mutated zombie. Strength 1080, speed 489, spirit 250. Elite mutated zombie. Strength 784, speed 243, spirit 189. Yang Hao felt a surge of excitement upon seeing them. At the very least, they were mutated zombies, and their attribute points could be increased. The horde of zombies charged forward, attacking all at once. Yang Hao taunted, "Come on, bring it on." Lin Meng thought to himself, even if you're stronger, you will withstand a single blow in front of the zombie army. The cunning host was calculating. Another profitable opportunity coming up. Humans only care about their interests. Making money really is easy. With just a few quick slashes, Yang Hao simultaneously took down several zombies, and his points kept increasing steadily. Truly, with the added scanning ability, this place had turned into a holy ground for farming points. Xingzhu, while using his weapon to fight off zombies, was astonished. What's going on? Why does it feel like Yang Hao is getting stronger by the minute? Lin Meng, worried that Yang Hao might win, said, "Manager Wu, why are the zombies you chose so weak? This doesn't match what we discussed." Manager Wu frowned and replied, "Don't worry, I've prepared in advance. The mutated elite zombie called Suzy Yu, strength 1280, speed 547, spirit 350. The mutated elite zombie called Wang Bing, strength 1120, speed 480, spirit 290. The mutated elite zombie assistant Zhao Xiao Mai, strength 1310, speed 569, spirit 320. The newly added zombie is full of strength, far from being as simple as the others. This time, Yang Hao used a sword, yet all the zombies were mutated elites. It seemed that Lin Meng had put quite a bit of effort into preparing these to kill him. Xingzhu was puzzled. "Yang Hao, why do these zombies feel so strange to me?" Before they could discuss further, the zombie Zhao Xiao Mai extended both of its arms and launched a simultaneous attack, while Suzy Yu spat out something green. Yang Hao stood in front of Xingzhu, carefully controlling the object from a distance, then struck the green gem away, sending it flying back and attacking the zombies. The undead became panicked, but soon they charged at him in increasing numbers. Xingzhu was worried. "Yang Hao, they can all use their powers. How are we supposed to fight them?" Yang Hao thought for a moment. The difficulty for Min Xingzhu was too high with these monsters. He decided to get her into the treatment pod, for safety first. "Hide in here for now. Leave the zombies here to me." Xingzhu hesitated, but the zombies kept charging. Yang Hao blocked them with his sword, urging Xingzhu to step in first. "Go in quickly. Don't you understand my strength?" The audience in the stands cheered. "Hey, where did that woman go? Everyone look over there. The zombies are acting strange. This is exciting. It's the first time I've seen a mutated zombie up close. Let's go, let's go. It's time to feast on some fresh meat." Manager Wu whispered, There's a rule against using the leader class zombies, but this one, during his transformation, could definitely match a leader class. Using it would be enough to take down Yang Hao. Lin Mang was pleased. As expected, Manager Wu had a plan. Looks like today's harvest would be substantial. The mutated zombie grew enormous, its form terrifying, and its strength surged. Yang Hao gritted his teeth, swung his sword, intending to cleave it in two. But unexpectedly, the creature dodged and even counterattacked. So fast, Ironbone activated. The cooldown for Ironbone is 299 seconds, and Yang Hao's face clearly showed signs of pain. The people in the stands were truly heartless, inhuman. Eat him, eat him, eat him. Yang Hao wondered, no way, why are they releasing so many zombies like this? At this moment, he was surrounded by zombies. If he had to deal with these random ones and also face the mutated zombie from earlier, his stamina would deplete quickly. For every one he took down, thousands more rushed at him. The mutated zombie also kicked towards him. Yang Hao countered with a punch, and even without a weapon, his fist alone was enough to handle it. He gathered all his strength into one leg and kicked the zombie away. The mutated zombie fell flat onto the floor. Yang Hao then unleashed a series of punches, not giving it a chance to fight back. Watching the zombie fall flat on its back, Yang Hao was satisfied. Although it was a bit risky, there were too many attribute boosts coming in fast. Right now, he was probably already at the lowest level of a zombie leader. It was too much. Strength 1520, speed 720, spirit 980. The audience praised, this newcomer is so strong. This is the first time I've seen someone use just their fists to take down an elite mutated zombie. Manager Wu Hao was stunned. How is this possible? A zombie's strength can't compare to a leader's level, and yet he managed to deal with it. Lin Mang was furious, not expecting Yang Hao's strength to be this formidable. It seemed that if he wanted to kill him, he would have to find another way. Yang Hao opened the door to the treatment room. Sing Sunu, it's safe now. Come out quickly. Seeing the zombies lying dead all over the floor, Sing Ju praised him. Yang Hao, you're incredible. You dealt with so many zombies and cleared them all. Manager Wu walked into the arena and exclaimed, truly impressive. The remaining newcomer, Min Sing Zhu, suddenly appeared in the arena. I announced that Yang Hao and Min Sing Zhu have won the first victory in this round for the newcomers. He thought to himself, where did that woman suddenly come from? Could it be that she has spatial abilities? The audience cheered, Yang Hao, Yang Hao, Yang Hao. Sing Zhu, holding the prize in her hands, happily said, haha, this is great. We've received the prize for the first victory. Yang Hao said, that's right. If we win 9 more matches, we'll regain our freedom. When Yang Hao and Sing Zhu entered, everyone was in awe. Yeah, I've heard they're very strong. Are they the newcomers who won today? No matter how strong they are, it can't be stronger than Han Tai from Iron Blood, right? The leader of Iron Blood, Han Tai, appeared behind them, and initially he was about to complain to his leader about how Yang Hao had beaten him. Big brother, the guy who hit me is that one. He really underestimated others. We should make him taste a bitter defeat. Han Tai turned around and grabbed the collar of his subordinate. Humph, do you think I don't know the reason behind your conflict? I hate the most provoking women. If I catch you doing this again in the future, don't even think about being a man anymore. The other man was slammed to the ground by his collar. He cried and pleaded, Big brother, please spare me. I won't do it again. Sing Zhu laughed. It seems like there's internal conflict over at Iron Blood. Yang Hao frowned. Anyway, it's none of our business. Seeing the two of them leaving, Han Tai smiled. This guy is very strong. We might meet him in the arena later. Yang Hao reminded, you should head back first. I'll gather some more information. Yang Hao entered a room and approached a person sitting alone. Big brother, you've been here for a long time, right? You must know this arena very well. The other man glared at him. Who are you? Yang Hao offered a pack of cigarettes. I'm a newcomer, just arrived. There are many things I don't understand, so I have to ask Big Brother for advice. The man smiled and took the cigarettes. Well said, well said. Anything you want to ask, just go ahead. Yang Hao asked, have you ever seen a woman wearing a blue tight-fitting outfit with long green hair? The man shook his head. Never. There are hardly any women here. If one did show up, the news would have spread already. Yang Hao asked again, really? I heard this place used to be a laboratory. Do you know anything about it? Also, do you know anything about Dr. Franin? The other person put on a serious face. The laboratory is still operational, but it's located on a deeper level. As for Dr. Fran, I've heard manager Wu Tian mention him before, but I don't know the details. Yang Hao turned and walked away. All right, thank you. It seems the search for the medicine will have to start with Wu Tian. The second match in the arena concluded. Han Tai struck the monster squarely in the face with his blade, killing it instantly. Manager Wu Tian announced, Han-Tai, Fang-en-le, Fai Jiakang, Wenbing, 9 victory. Next came the second battle for the newcomers, Yang Hao and Min Xingzhu. Xingzhu asked curiously, Yang Hao, aren't you a bit too eager? We just fought yesterday. How come you're already asking to fight again today? Everyone else needs time to rest. Yang Hao smiled. Don't worry, I'll make sure to protect you well. Ferocious wolves were released into the arena. Xingzhu smiled. The opponents this time seem a bit different. Not sure who'll be protecting who. Yang Hao thought, this time they're mutated beasts. Xingzhu activated her power. Stop, all of you. The wolves immediately halted, then sat down obediently under Xingzhu's command. Yang Hao said, wow, looks like I didn't even need to do anything today. The audience erupted in cheers. What just happened? Why did those mutated beasts suddenly become so obedient? Could it be that woman's power? Xingzhu suddenly became tense. Yang Hao, look, that mutated beast is so strange. A wolf in the pack is not obeying Xingzhu's commands. Its eyes are almost human-like. That's not right. I can't control it. It's not a mutated beast. It's a human. I didn't expect someone would disguise as a wolf, pretending to be a mutated beast. On the other side, there were compliments. No wonder you're the newcomer who won yesterday's match and you're even a beast tamer. But in my black bone zone, all of your senses will be blocked. Wait and see. You'll be killed. Today is the day you die. Xingzhu anxiously said, why can't I see anything now? This is bad. Think of something quickly. The attacker charged from behind, aiming to strike Xingzhu. From the intel of the previous match, this woman seemed quite weak, so eliminating her first was the plan. Yang Hao patted him on the shoulder. Looks like you've put in some effort for this fight, huh? He was startled and turned around. Wow, how is that possible? You're unaffected by the black zone. Yang Hao replied confidently, you should thank your own black mist. Without that mist protecting me, I'd have been forced to reveal all my strength. With that, he kicked the attacker away. Your mutant ability is too much, not even as good as the zombies I've faced before, Manager Wu Tian declared. In the second round, Yang Hao and Min Xingzhu won. Xingzhu didn't understand what had just happened. The black bones had dissipated. What exactly occurred earlier? For a moment, she felt as though everything in front of her was pitch black. Yang Hao reminded her, you were just affected by this guy's ability, but I took care of him right away. Seeing the man lying on the ground, Xingzhu was stunned. A notification system popped up. Congratulations, host. Your mental attribute has mutated to 1,000 points, granting you a new ability, Enhanced Senses, primary level. Yang Hao thought to himself, oh, I thought mental attributes only dealt with willpower. Didn't realize it could also enhance sensory abilities. Han-Tai had been observing the fight the entire time. This guy was indeed powerful, but still not a match for him. In a tightly guarded room, Lin Meng and Manager Wu were discussing their plans. Lin Meng said, Manager Wu, the thing you wanted, I found it. Manager Wu took the test tube Lin Meng handed him and said, oh, you really found this, huh? You must have paid quite a price for it. Lin Meng grinned wickedly. As long as it can kill him, what's a low price? Don't worry, that Yang Hao guy at most will only live through one more night. In the break room, Xingzhu pulled out a green insect. I found this. It's called the Emerald Blister Beetle. After mutation, it has a highly corrosive nature capable of easily coring even metals. We can use this beetle to escape. Yang Hao suggested, it's true that we can use these bugs to leave. However, not tonight. Let them make a secret hole for me first. I want to investigate this place a little. After using the bug to create a deep hole, Yang Hao observed. Indeed, there was another layer beneath. Seeing Yang Hao descended to the hole, Xingzhu reminded, be careful, don't let yourself be discovered. Yang Hao jumped down, and below the arena, there were several more layers. His scanning ability prioritized range, so it seemed he would have to search each layer one by one. Suddenly, he heard an argument coming from a room inside. Manager, it's hard for me to obey this order. Killing someone for no reason goes against the principles I follow. It turned out that Han-Tai and Manager Wu Tian were arguing. Han-Tai waved it off. What world are we in now? Still talking about principles? Don't you care about your sister anymore? Mentioning his sister, Han-Tai hesitated. Wu Tian threatened, perhaps you understand very well that someone like your sister, who isn't mutated, would have a hard time surviving without you. So, all I need you to do is kill Yang Hao, and I can ensure that your sister will receive the best protection in the future. Han-Tai had no choice but to agree. Fine, I agree to your terms. But you must keep your promise. Wu Tian, cunning, his eyes gleaming, sneered, sooner or later you'll all die. Whether you deceive or not, what's the difference? Yang Hao outside had overheard the whole conversation. Oh, looks like they'll use any means to eliminate me. He pushed open another door and stepped into a room filled with books. This place seemed to be a storage room for information about the arena. Indeed, there was a map. Great, it seems like the enhancement drugs are on this floor. Are the enhancement drugs really here? Someone's coming. It's the mysterious woman from before. What's she doing here? Seeing the woman approach a bookshelf compartment, Yang Hao thought, this bookshelf. Sure enough, the compartment opened. She stepped inside. Yang Hao was startled. I couldn't find it. Turns out there's another secret. The mysterious woman pressed a code. I remember the codes in this area are uniform. The code box opened, revealing test tubes inside. Why are there so few drugs? That's odd. I checked carefully just now. Yang Hao was puzzled. Wait, that's a storage belt. How does she have something like that? She used a watch to examine it. Indeed, regarding time, the drugs here had been interrupted. This laboratory definitely has some hidden agenda. Before they hand over all the drugs, I absolutely can't give them the recovery drugs. Yang Hao hid to the side. Sure enough, the woman had the recovery drugs he was looking for. The equipment on her was also highly suspicious. It seems there might be even more powerful forces behind this laboratory. The locations of the enhancement potion and the password. I already know them both, but right now still isn't the best time to take the potion. Ultra-corrosive solution. This stuff looks really useful. I'll take a bit. Maybe they won't even notice. Seeing Yang Hao return, Xingzhu finally let out a sigh of relief. Yang Hao, you're back. I was worried something had happened to you. Yang Hao asked. What could possibly happen to me? Xingzhu explained. While you were gone, I received information that tomorrow will be the solo duel. Word is, it's you against someone named Han Tai. Yang Hao said, I figured it would come to this. She reassured him. I'll still win tomorrow. The next day, Yang Hao went to the armory to select his weapon for battle. Han Tai threatened him. Yang Hao cherished this beautiful moment. Today is the day you die. Yang Hao taunted. Bring whatever you've got. I'm not afraid. The audience urged, start already. We can't wait any longer. Wu Tian began the match. All right, before the duel starts, I'll go over the rules. Both sides can use any items they exchanged beforehand. The duel continues until one side dies or surrenders. That's when it ends. Han Tai's eyes gleamed, now clad in armor, as he turned around. There's no grudge between us, but I have my reasons for needing to kill you. I'm truly sorry. Yang Hao brushed it off, saying no need to apologize because you didn't manage to kill me. Han Tai, enraged, swung his knife wildly. In that case, I won't hold back. Suddenly, Yang Hao felt something strange in his body. Hey, why does my body feel so heavy? Impressive, this guy can control gravity, Yang Hao thought to himself. Han Tai smiled. You're definitely going to die. Yang Hao replied, well, not necessarily. Controlling objects from a distance, Han Tai's knife should have struck Yang Hao, but it veered off to the side. Han Tai, surprised, asked, how did you do that? Yang Hao flicked his wrist and said, everyone has their secrets, don't they? Now it's my turn. He raised his sword. It's still not too late to surrender. Han Tai laughed heartily. Surrender? No way. Even if you can operate within my abilities, it's nothing. I'm still confident in my speed. You just arrived here, and the weapons you brought are the most basic ones. As for equipment, it's nowhere near mine. Yang Hao blocked Han Tai's knife with his sword, but of course a regular sword couldn't withstand it, and it broke in two. Han Tai, victorious, said, though the victory wasn't very pretty in the end, I'm still the winner. Wu Tian said to Lin Meng, how's this arrangement? Are you satisfied? Lin Meng nodded. It's fine. In front of the strongest fighter, Yang Hao is just a pawn. You Iron Blood people are so happy, daring to challenge my big brother. You really don't know what gave you the courage. Han Tai raised his blade, preparing to deliver the final blow. Brother, I'm sorry. But Yang Hao remained unfazed. Do you think I'm backing down? Hearing this, Han Tai hesitated slightly before striking. Yang Hao frowned. You're wrong. I'm just thinking about how to attack without killing you. Then he spat a blue liquid which he had gotten from the information room towards Han Tai. Han Tai swung his blade at him, but when he opened his eyes, Yang Hao was nowhere to be seen. Yang Hao used his telekinesis and numerous swords were already poised to strike. Han Tai shook his head. It's useless. The gravity immediately forced the swords to embed firmly into the ground. Yang Hao turned around. This guy was too strong. He needed to maintain a certain distance and play the war of attrition. No matter what kind of supernatural ability was used, it would consume energy. As his ability to control gravity drained, it would definitely weaken over time. He again used his telekinesis, pulling out many different objects from his ring, chairs, stones, vases, sticks, anything and everything. Han Tai glanced at them contemptuously. You really underestimate me. You think you can just drag this fight out, huh? Dumb dream. Unfortunately, you won't get that chance anymore. Yang Hao was startled. What's going on? Why is he suddenly so fast? Han Tai swung his knife and thought to himself, I've increased the gravity around my body, but at the same time, I can still reduce my own weight. So you won't be able to avoid it. Yang Hao turned around to face him directly, wielding his sickle, and struck. Han Ti's blade snapped in half. Han Tai was stunned. Where did your weapon come from? Yang Hao swung another strike with his sickle. I'm done playing with you. The battle is over. Han Tai unleashed his strength. All the small fragments Yang Hao had shot out were embedded in the ground. He must be so heavy right now that he can't even lift his arm right. Even though I can only maintain this state for 5 seconds, it should be enough to kill you. Yang Hao smiled. Don't speak too soon. Look above. Han Tai turned his head upward. Yang Hao was using enhanced long-range object manipulation and said, "Did you really think my previous strategy was to prolong the fight? How naive. Those moves were just to lower your guard. Everything was just to wait for this moment." When he released the gravitational field around him, the impact of the objects falling down was equivalent to artillery shells, and a cloud of dust rose up. All of the objects hit Han Tai simultaneously. Yang Hao thought to himself, phew, it's finally over. Maybe this guy won't die so easily though. He's lost his fighting ability and this match is mine. The audience roared loudly, Yang Hao, Yang Hao, Yang Hao. Lin Meng clenched her teeth. Manager Wu, this trick didn't work either. Wu Tian thought, asterisk, this Yang Hao guy is still hiding his ultimate move. Don't rush, I still have another way, asterisk. Back in the restroom, Yang Hao handed the walkie-talkie to Sing Zhu and instructed, tonight I have to continue the investigation underground. Who knows what dirty tricks that Wu Tian might be up to? If anything happens, use this walkie-talkie to contact me. Sing Zhu said, all right, you be careful too. Suddenly, a canister of toxic gas was thrown into their room. Sing Zhu covered her nose. This is poison gas. Yang Hao was furious. Asterisk that Wu Tian is resorting to such despicable tactics again, asterisk. Sing Zhu passed out. Yang Hao, I can't hold on. Yang Hao shook her. Sing Zhu, is the gas this strong? Sing Zhu has no resistance to toxins. I have to get her into the medical cabinet immediately. Sing Zhu slowly opened her eyes. Yang Hao, this is. Yang Hao reassured her. I just gave you an antidote injection. We can go outside now. 2 henchmen standing outside were already wearing gas masks. They've been in there so long, they must be dead by now, right? Let's check it out. Huh? Where are they? From behind the door, Yang Hao launched a surprise punch. We're right here. The man on the other side dropped instantly. Yang Hao threatened them. Go back and tell your big brother. If you dare to pull off something this blatant, then you better be ready to pay the price for it. 5 minutes later in Manager Wu's office, after listening to the report, Wu Tian nodded. I understand the situation now. I don't expect you useless fools to be able to kill him. You can leave now. Tomorrow, arrange for Han Ti's team to participate in the final match. Someone reported to me that in today's fight, he showed mercy. The guy below is useless now. Yang Hao, you're something else. But just wait. I'll make sure you die without a place to bury you. The next day at the fighter training grounds, Wu Tian announced, due to the arrival of senior leaders, the headquarters has decided that tomorrow will feature a special match. The team entering the competition is the Iron Blood Squad, which has won 9 matches. The Iron Blood members were furious. Big Brother was just injured, and now you're telling us to fight? What does that mean? Are you targeting us? That's right, didn't we arrange the last few matches ourselves? At that moment, Sing Zhu and Yang Hao entered. Sing Zhu said, if you're afraid you won't win, you can come to us. Since it's a special match, there might be no rule against adding more members, right? Wu Tian grunted. So you're saying you want to join the Iron Blood team? The Heavenly Blood team was also surprised. 2 people want to join us? Yang Hao said, anyway, I'm free. I also want to win 10 matches quickly. Wu Tian nodded. No substitutions during the match. I understand that you all have objections. Since Han Tai is injured, I'll allow you to add 2 members. This is my final limit. But the people from Iron Blood disagreed. Even so, we can find others. Who knows if these 2 newcomers will cause trouble. Wu Tian deliberately said, I've already said what needed to be said. The rest of the arrangements are up to you. Han Tai, the leader of Iron Blood, asked, this time in a 10 lives, 1 survival mission, who wants to participate in tomorrow's battle? All the team members were full of enthusiasm. I'll go. Let me do it, big brother. I'm going too. Yang Hao asked, just you few isn't enough. Are you really not considering letting us join? They murmured, we know you're very strong, but this mission is related to our future. We won't let you join. Han Tai interrupted, all right, everyone quiet down. Let me speak first, because this mission is so crucial. I, Yang Hao, accept your suggestion. I hope I'm not mistaken about you. Yang Hao reminded him, don't worry, I'm not like some people who only know how to use underhanded tactics. Wu Tian had achieved exactly what he intended. All right, then it's settled. Looks like tomorrow Yang Hao wants to stir up trouble. I'll give them some extra enhancement items. That night, Yang Hao went back to the data room, opened the drawer, and then put all the test tubes inside, along with the enhancement pills. Main task completed, stage 1. Collect 100 100th enhancement potions. Progress towards next stage, 0/1000. Reward calculation progress. Yang Hao thought, this is great. The recovery time for abilities is now halved, the steel bones heal on their own, and the effect of remote control and full scan information gathering is better. The enhancement of the 5 senses is doubled. Haha, this reward is amazing. Definitely an upgrade to my basic abilities. Next, let's clear out the zombie crystals and treasure in the storage. 5 minutes later, he closed the book as if he had never opened it. Next, I should go find that mysterious woman. He activated the full scan function. Where is she? In the changing room, she knocked out a staff member here, then put on the uniform to impersonate her. Yang Hao looked down from the ceiling. What a coincidence. Using his remote control abilities, he took her belt and mane. All right, with these and a remote-controlled bomb, I can set up a trap. Sure enough, the recovery potion was also in the belt. I'll investigate this when I have time. He moved on to his next objective. Branch mission. Collect recovery potion, completed reward, basic attack system upgrade. She taps the desk. Hey, where's my belt and mane? How is this possible? I clearly left them here just now. Am I seeing things? At Lin Meng's house, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow that bastard Yang Hao is dead. Yang Hao, holding a sickle, stood right behind him. When did I die? You happy about that? He was startled and turned around. Yang Hao, how did you get in here? Yang Hao sneered, I told you before, whatever you do to me, I'll repay it tenfold. Whereas Han Ti's sister locked up. Lin Meng looked at Yang Hao's face, panic-stricken. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you. She's locked in room 326 in the laboratory. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hao swung his sickle at his hand. Lin Meng screamed in pain, clutching his severed arm. Yang Hao held up a bottle of corrosive liquid, shouting, This room has good soundproofing, no one will hear. This must be your final trick, right? With his arm severed, Lin Meng was terrified. He cried, I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Yang Hao ignored his pleas, opening the bottle of liquid. We've never had a life or death feud. It's you push things step by step to a point where it's either death or nothing. So as you wish. Then Yang Hao poured the entire bottle of corrosive liquid onto Lin Meng. Smoke started rising as he screamed in excruciating pain. In the end, he completely disappeared. Yang Hao then focused on rescuing Han Ti's sister. The next day, the audience for the match was packed. Han Tai and Yang Hao's people stepped onto the stage. Yang Hao reminded them, later, once the match begins, you guys hold out for a few minutes. I'll help Big Brother with the injuries he's accumulated before. The person next to him asked, how do you plan to treat them? Han Ti's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Yang Hao reminded him. I'll explain this to you all later. For now, remember to protect Min Singju. The zombies surge forward. They're coming. Brothers, this is it. Either we go all in or we fall. We must win this battle. They're just elite zombies. We can handle them. Big Brother and Yang Hao vanished. In the medical cabin, Han Tai lay on the hospital bed, thinking, what were those machines that just appeared? How could they have healed all my injuries so quickly? Yang Hao smiled. As for my abilities, I'll explain them to you in a bit. Right now, let me first tell you about my plan. A few minutes later, Han Tai burst into tears. You already rescued my sister? Really? From now on, you're my big brother. Whatever you ask of me, Han Tai will never say no. Yang Hao reassured him. No need to be so formal with me. Since I want to invite you into my team, these things are just what I should do. Han Tai nodded and agreed immediately. Big brother, don't worry. No matter how perilous, through fire or blades, we brothers will never back down. We'll follow Big Brother. The Iron Blood men were guarding Min Singzu. Sister-in-law, rest assured, we absolutely won't let anything happen to you. That's right. If Yang Hao can really help Big Brother recover, then even if it costs us our lives, we'll protect his woman. Singju fell silent after hearing that. Don't misunderstand, I'm not Yang Hao's woman. Someone cried out. This is bad, another wave of zombies is coming. Why haven't the Big Brother's group come out yet? If they don't come out soon, it's really going to be trouble. Han Tai, fully healed, came out to fight with Yang Hao. We're here. This is the final battle. Everyone give it your all. The zombies scattered in panic. The lightning attribute attack they just acquired was indeed quite effective. Wu Tian sat anxiously in the stands. Yang Hao has even been hiding a lighting ability. It seems like that's his trump card. Where's Lin Meng? Why isn't he here today? The person behind reported. Manager, I just checked. Lin Meng is dead. He was turned into a pile of flesh by someone yesterday. Wu Tian was startled upon hearing this. What? He whispered into the other side. Go release the special prisoner in the dungeon. The members of the Iron Blood team asked, Yang, big brother, do you need my help to boost your abilities? My power can temporarily enhance someone else's ability. Yang Hao shook his head. No need, these guys are very weak. Don't waste your power. Save it for when it's really needed. Hantai suggested, Yang Hao, big brother, next we'll split up and act according to the plan. Yang Hao reminded them, all right, be careful, everyone. They anxiously looked ahead. Hurry, look over there. What is that? I've never seen a zombie of this rank in the arena. We're done for. A Terran zombie stepped forward with a strength of 2123, speed of 825, and spirit of 957. Yang Hao was puzzled. A Terran zombie? Is this the final trump card of Wu Tian? The tyrant zombie growled and quickly charged toward them. Yang Hao stepped in front. Protect. Everyone fall back. Leave it to me. He then swung his sickle at the tyrant, but it had no effect. What? My full-strength strike didn't cause any damage. The tyrant, gaining momentum, lunged to grab Yang Hao. Yang Hao quickly dodged. This zombie was completely beyond his plan. He had to use it to create chaos. The audience could only enjoy the spectacle. This is a tier-class zombie, right? The power feels overwhelming. Today's battle is truly extraordinary. The fighters are definitely going to die. Wu Tian smiled today. I'm going to finish you all off in one fell swoop. Hantai asked, Big brother, that Wu Tian released this thing to drive us into a corner. What should we do now? Yang Hao remained unfazed. We proceed with the plan. I've come up with a decent idea. Xing Zhu, are you ready? Xing Zhu nodded. Everything is prepared. The command to have these mutated creatures dig a path is almost complete. I hope everything goes smoothly. Yang Hao charged forward. Good, then everyone get ready. We need to get out of this damn place. Follow me, everyone, and obey my orders. Yes. Yang Hao leaped to avoid a zombie's strike. Its eyes gleamed, as if it wanted to tear him apart, and then it charged at him with a roar. Yang Hao thought it was a great move, as he had redirected all its attention to himself. Next, he would use its strength to destroy this place. With a loud crash, the tyrant zombie launched another strike at Yang Hao. Yang Hao saw the massive hole it had torn through the steel net. The strength was truly terrifying. No wonder it's called a tyrant. It was time for him to make his escape and leave it to deal with the mess. Manager Wu was stunned. How is this possible? The net wall of this arena is custom-made. It was so easily destroyed by it. The tyrant suddenly let out a deafening roar. But the other zombies also heard the sound and simultaneously growled. Could it be that Tyrant is commanding them? All the zombies on the floor gathered together. At this moment, Manager Wu trembled in fear and quickly ordered people to stop those zombies. He reassured the spectators in the stands, everyone, don't panic. We still have the guard team here who can eliminate them quickly. It's not just the arena floor, zombies have also appeared over there. Where do these zombies come from? Report to the manager, it's bad. Just now, someone opened all the zombie prison doors. Right now, all the zombies have run out. Wu Tian was stunned. What? How could this happen? Who did this? Yang Hao, carrying a sickle, stood right in front of him and laughed loudly. Of course it was me. You've been watching us fight all this time. Maybe it's been itching in your heart. Well, today, you finally get the chance to join in. He jumped up and clung to the ceiling. The zombie army appeared. People in the stands began running in panic. Why hasn't the guard team arrived yet? We're dead. I don't want to die. Wu Tian, seeing the situation, became even more excited. He injected his special concoction into himself. Everyone, don't panic. There's no need for the guard team to take action. I alone can handle all of this. Finally, I get to use the special enhancement serum that Suixi and Big Brother gave me. In an instant, he had turned into a ferocious zombie, 2 horns growing from his head. Haha, you want me dead? Dream on. He threw a powerful strike, killing a zombie. This enhancement drug allowed a person to simultaneously acquire 2 superpowers in a short time. With his steel-like body and the flame ability, these zombies were no threat to me at all. He didn't expect to be struck by the intense electric currents from Yang Hao, continuously screaming in pain. Yang Hao smiled. I'm still here. Having a steel body doesn't mean you're invincible. Wu Tian begged him to stop. Stop, please spare me. I was wrong. Yang Hao watched as he screamed, being devoured by the zombies around him. This was the fate he deserved. All right, it's time to meet up with the others. Hantai came out with Xing Zhu and his sister. Yang Hao, Big Brother, we followed the plan and secured the elevator route. All the brothers are gathering at the designated spot. We're just waiting for your command. Yang Hao put on his coat. Good, then let's all escape from here together. It's time to use the explosives we prepared earlier. Yang Hao stepped outside and pressed the button to detonate the entire arena. However, his subordinate, confused, asked, "What's going on? Why did the storage explode? Quickly report to Big Brother in the boss's office." The Big Brother, who was enjoying himself at that moment, was none other than the leader of the Alliance of the Destroyers, Soxian. His subordinate reported, "Big Brother, our enhancement drug storage has exploded." Soxian was startled when he heard that. "What did you say?" "Damn it, take me there to see what's going on right now." "Have you found any clues?" One of his subordinates replied, "We couldn't find any enhanced drug residues. I suspect someone took them earlier and then blew up this place to destroy the evidence. Big Brother, we found this." He raised the woman's mysterious headpiece, which was likely part of Yang Hao's plan to mislead their investigation. Soxian immediately recognized it. It belonged to that woman, no doubt about it. The material was custom-made in a lab, and ordinary flames couldn't destroy it. This explosion seemed closely tied to that woman. "Come with me. We're going to find that woman." Another subordinate hesitated. "Big Brother, I have something to report. Something's happened at the arena. The zombies in the cages and the fighters have all run out." At this point, Soxian was so furious that he kicked his subordinate in the face. "Don't bring me these petty issues. Those zombies and disobedient brats are nothing. Just send a team to clean them up, right? Go arrange it. Also, strengthen the nearby defenses and don't let that woman escape." The subordinate, trembling in fear after seeing Soxian lash out at his teammate, stammered, "Yes." Yang Hao's team finally emerged from an alley, having escaped the underground. Han-Ti's little sister was overjoyed. "Ha ha, we're free now." Yang Hao smiled. It had indeed been a long time since he had seen the sun. One of the team members pointed ahead. "Not good, someone's coming." Yang Hao's face grew serious. "How did they get here so fast? They're all wearing uniforms and holding guns. These are the guards. I've already dealt with them. So where did these people come from?" He was one of Soxian's men. The leader gave the order. "Take us down." Big Brother said no one should be left alive. "Kill them." They advanced, firing continuously at Yang Hao's team. Hands high, leaned against the steel door to block their gunfire. Yang Hao ordered, "Everyone go quickly. Take shelter in the nearby buildings." Xingzhu took the lead. "Follow me." Han-Tai laughed. "Yang Hao, Big Brother, you don't need to intervene. I can handle these guys on my own." The gravity suddenly collapsed and the ground cracked open, sending them into a panic. An earthquake. They all fell down below. Yang Hao folded his arms. "I didn't expect your ability could be used like this." Han-Tai explained, "In the past, I didn't want to drag innocent people into it, so I can fully use my powers. But now there's no need for restraint." Yang Hao thought choosing him as a teammate was definitely a smart move. "This place isn't safe to stay for long. We should leave quickly." That evening, Yang Hao told his teammates, "Right now, the Alliance of the Destroyers is searching everywhere. We can't afford to go too far. Everyone wait here for now. I'll prepare everything and then get you out of here." Han-Tai asked, "Big Brother, if there's anything you need us to do, just give the order." Xingzhu nodded. "That's right. Yang Hao, I can control the mutant beast to scout for information. You don't need to take the risk." Yang Hao turned around. "You will definitely need to borrow your abilities later. Follow me." Yang Hao led Xingzhu and Third Brother. "Xingzhu, this operation depends on you and Third Brother." The two of them were surprised. "Us?" Yang Hao took out a test tube. "Xingzhu, this is a strength-enhancing drug for you. I've always been worried about side effects, so I've never dared to use it. But right now, we can't afford to be too cautious. Whether you use it or not is up to you." Xingzhu snatched the test tube from Yang Hao's hand. "Of course, I want to use it. I've always been holding Yang Hao back. Now is the time to step up. As long as I can help, what's a little price to pay?" After that, she injected the strength-enhancing drug into her own body. Yang Hao led the two of them forward. "I previously discovered on the underground arena map that there is another force in this area, a terrorist group. My plan is to have Xingzhu control a mutant beast here. The stronger the better. Gu Di, later you will use your ability to enhance Xingzhu's powers to the extreme." Guki nodded. "Got it." Then he used his powers on Xingzhu. Xingzhu said, "I must succeed. Wake me up when I do." The mutant beast opened its eyes wide, seemingly under control. Xingzhu was overjoyed. "We've succeeded. The search team from the Alliance of the Destroyers has been ordered. Search thoroughly for me. They can't have gone far. You guys go over there and find them. You must find those who have destroyed the arena." Suddenly, the mutated beast, which had been under Xingzhu's control, stepped in front of them. They were suspicious. "Is it this mutated tiger from the terrorist circus? How did it appear here? Wasn't it agreed in the contract that their mutants were not allowed to enter our territory?" The beast roared, attempting to snatch one of the staff members. Don't come here." It bit into his shoulder, blood splattering out. "Is it attacking us? Has it gone mad?" They united their efforts, shooting at the mutated beast. The clown, a member of the terrorist circus, led his mutated beast forward. I told you we're missing one mutated beast. Turns out it was brought here by you. The security team inside was furious. Clown, you violated the agreement. Tell it to stop attacking immediately. The clown shook his head. Violated the agreement? I think you've pissed it off. Fangs, have they been bullying you? If so, growl. Seeing this, Xingzhu immediately controlled the beast. This is our chance. Roar, big cat. The tiger roared, its eyes flashing. The two mutated beasts behind the clown also brightened their eyes. He arrogantly stepped forward. Animals aren't like humans. They don't like to lie. I'm going to make you pay for your lies. Eat it all up. Immediately, the battle between the mutated beasts and the guards broke out. One of the guards shouted loudly, "Clown, do you dare to attack us? The headquarters will definitely wipe out your terrorist circus group." The clown grimaced, "If you've got the guts, come over here. I've been holding back for too long." Yang Hao saw his opportunity. Now was the time for everyone, including himself, to escape the restricted zone. Outside the restricted area, in a park somewhere in Jiangzhou City, they had successfully broken free. Xingzhu sighed with relief, finally out. The other two were also elated. Thank goodness for Big Brother Yang Hao causing that chaos. That's right, I never thought we'd all make it out of the restricted zone alive. Yang Hao gathered his team, and then everyone headed to the outskirts to regroup with their other team members. "Han-Tai, come over here. I'll give you the address and the signal to connect." He whispered, "I still have a few things to take care of, so I split off from you all a while ago." Xingzhu was surprised. "Yang Hao, aren't you going with them?" Yang Hao smiled. "Right now, we don't know how your teammates are. We haven't done much against the Alliance of the Destroyers yet, but it's time to settle the score with those livestock keepers." Xingzhu was full of energy. "Great. This time we'll definitely take care of them once and for all." At the Jiangzhou City Zoo, Wu Qingyi and Lai Lai were observing the deep hole in front of them. The mountain-penetrating armor is almost done with the hole. Tell everyone to get ready. This time, we must rescue the people. Those people are all perverts. If our sisters fall into their hands, they won't be able to live in peace. Let's move out. Qingyi jumped out of the hole and made her way into a room somewhere in the zoo building. Lin Lai said, "Qingyi, it's lucky to have you in action this time. When the president returns, I'll try my best to convince her." Gu Qingyi replied, "You all helped me so much. This is something I should do." There was a sense that something was off. "It's too quiet here." Lin Lai reminded her, "Let's make a quick strike. They don't have many personnel set up here." Qingyi nodded. "All right, we'll take them by surprise first, then have my mutant beast break through the wall ahead." A large hole was created on the other side where Zun Yao and his subordinates were waiting for them. "Oh, two beauties, you finally arrived. Lin Lai, you really haven't changed. Not only are you stupid, but you're also impulsive. The person you let them take before was just prey." Lin Li wasn't afraid. "Zun Yao, I advise you to release my sisters immediately, or when the president returns, this place will be flattened." Zun Yao sneered, "Haha, your president is probably already eaten by the zombies in a restricted area and long gone without a trace. Come on, the thugs surrounded the two of them. Today's meal will be a good one. Don't forget to capture them alive." Qingyi frowned. "Bunch of bastards." Lin Lai said, "We'll risk it. Even if I died today, I'll make sure to kill Zun Yao." Yang Hao appeared behind them. "Don't worry, you don't need to die." Zun Yao furrowed his brows. "Who are you?" Yang Hao replied, "Yang Hao, long time no see." Zun Yao commanded his subordinates, "I remember now, you're the bastard who took Min Xingzhu before. Ahu, go kill this bastard." Ahu directed his mutant beast to leap onto Yang Hao's head. Zun Yao yelled, "Ahu, bite him to death. That would be enough to crush 100 people." Yang Hao swung his sickle, striking swiftly at both the mutant beast and Ahu, handling them with ease. Zun Yao shouted, "This guy's that strong. All of you attack him together." But despite his words, he turned and fled. Yang Hao swung his sickle. "It's too late for your subordinates to run now. Everyone, crush this place for me." The Iron Blood members rushed forward. "Yes, Big Brother. Kill them." Xingzhu spoke to her mutant beast. "It's our turn now. We must show them the consequences of angering me." She simultaneously commanded her mutant beast, a tiger and a chimpanzee. Yang Hao only needed one strike to eliminate them all. "Compared to the zombies in the restricted zone, you guys are too weak." Qingyi reported, "Yang Hao, we've rescued those girls. The people from the hall have finally been freed." "That's great. The leader is fine, the leader. She's back." Xingzhu frowned. "This is all Yang Hao's doing. If you girls want to thank anyone, thank him." The girls' eyes gleamed as they looked at Yang Hao. "Great kill. These bastards have bullied our sisters a lot. Yang Hao, you're amazing. You're our benefactor." Yang Hao's face turned red. Everyone was being too polite about such a small matter. Xingzhu signaled for everyone to be quiet. I have an idea. I want to invite everyone to join Yang Hao's team. Are you all in agreement? Everyone spoke in unison. I agree. Wherever the president goes, I will follow. I agree as well, I'm in. Xingzhu was pleased. Great. Then let's go bring the trapped pets back here and we'll gather with the sisters. Hingy asked Yang Hao, during this time, you haven't encountered any trouble in the restricted area, have you? Yang Hao replied, it's a long story. Let's talk as we walk. At the Central Park in Yangzhou City, Yang Hao asked Zhou, did you get any news from the person you had her contact? Xingzhu responded, I called them to inquire. A girl whispered into the president's ear, report, President, we found the whereabouts of several people from Kaijing. Yang Hao asked, where are they? The girl replied, in a small village on the outskirts. King Yi stood up. That's great, we can finally reunite with everyone. Yang Hao nodded, we've been out here for so long, it's time to return. Xingzhu agreed, then why wait? Let's hurry up and go. On the outskirts of Jiangzhou, Xiao Ling asked Sister Kai Jing, are you still waiting for Mr. Hao and the others? Kai Jing's face showed clear signs of worry. Yes, it's been so many days. They should be returning soon. Suddenly, she was startled. Yang Hao and the others had returned. Kai Jing said, Xiao Ling, we're back. Kai Jing tightly embraced Yang Hao. You're fine. That's such a relief. I've been so worried about you these past few days, afraid you might run into danger. Yang Hao reassured her, don't you know my skills by now? Xiao Ling happily chimed in, Mr. Hao, let's head back quickly, your parents are waiting for you. Yang Hao nodded. All right, Xiao Ling, thanks for everything during this time. Xingyi asked Kai Jing, is everyone still doing well? Kai Jing responded, everyone's fine. This place is quite far from the city center, and it's rare to meet a teacher here. With so many Ember sisters around Yang Hao big brother, it's really something to admire. Yang Hao entered the village's meeting room. His parents, overjoyed, exclaimed, you are back. We were so worried. Yang Hao embraced his mother. Mom, Dad, don't worry, your son is really capable. A few minutes later, Ka Jing signaled for quiet. All right, everyone, please be silent. Yang Hao has something to say to you all. Yang Hao spoke, I have some good news for everyone. In the restricted area, I found something that can help everyone quickly enhance their abilities, which is the enhancement drug in my hands. It can unlock the potential within a person, turning some of you into individuals with special abilities. Furthermore, those who already have special abilities will become even stronger after using it. Everyone was astonished. There really is such a drug. With this, we won't have to fear zombies anymore. With so many of these in Yang Hao Big Brother's hands, our strength will only grow stronger in the future. Yang Hao began explaining, everyone, please be quiet. I will go over the distribution of the medication. Since the quantity is limited, I will base the distribution on the initial plan. The Pet Association and Frenito Legion will divide it into 3 parts for distribution, and everyone can divide it among themselves. Additionally, the enhancement drug cannot be used indefinitely. Using it multiple times will cause side effects, so everyone must be cautious. Each person must inject 1 tube into their arm. Haha, I feel like I'm full of strength. This stuff is incredible. I really have become stronger. Half an hour later, Yang Hao spoke about his plan. Next, I want to talk about the future plan. Our goal is to investigate the truth behind the apocalypse and bring the world back to its proper trajectory. Therefore, we need to accomplish 3 tasks. First, we must establish a new base. Second, we need to deal with the problems posed by the Alliance of the Destroyers. Third, we must eliminate all zombies, especially the Zombie King in the city center. The first task is to choose a location and build a stronghold. This time, I plan to build the base underground. Building underground will be safer, and it will be harder for enemies to detect. The main areas will be for living, food supply, and power supply. Moreover, I managed to obtain some blueprints for underground laboratory designs, and with 3D printing robots, we can quickly build it. However, the biggest current issue is the power supply. Many thermal power stations in the city have stopped operating, so I need everyone to spread out and gather information. Kai Jing spoke up, Yang Hao, actually, when we were investigating the surroundings, we found that the hydropower station on Changlong Mountain is still operational. However, it has already been taken over by the Alliance of the Destroyers. Yang Hao frowned. Oh, it's really a narrow road to misfortune. To take that place, we need to plan carefully. In 15 minutes, all right, let's arrange the strategy gear. Everyone, start moving. The 3D printer robot, he followed Feng Hua's command. Feng Hua, leading a few more people to the resort village, quickly built an underground base. Phoenix nodded. Got it. Yang Hao continued, the rest of you, I'll call by name to follow me to the dam. We need to figure out how to seize it first. Kai Jing, Gu Qingyi, Min Xingzhu, and Liu Mai were at the Qinglong Mountain Dam. Yang Hao signaled Sing Zhu to start moving. Sing Zhu crossed his arms. All right, let's go, Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf jumped straight into the King Long Mountain Dam stronghold. The minions of the Alliance of the Destroyers and King Long rushed out to attack. Where did this beast come from? Come out, I'll deal with you. Then it turned out to be a massive mutant beast, and with a single move, it killed Wild Wolf. The underlings surrounded them. General King Long, is there something unusual about this wolf? King Long shook his head. Well, it's not just that this wolf appeared too suddenly. I hope I'm overthinking it. Let's head back for now. Tell everyone to stay alert. Sing Zhu realized Yang Hao is not easy to deal with. Those people are very strong. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes and looked on. I see. With their combat strength, a direct assault is likely to cause problems. If someone runs away, it'll be troublesome, so I need to prepare a plan B first. We should have some news soon. A subordinate came to report Big Brother. As you predicted, there are indeed people coming from the city, a total of 5 people. Yang Hao gave instructions. Our chance has come. Let's go. The 5 people then disguised themselves as them and moved to take control of the water reserve dam. Half an hour later, Yang Hao reminded everyone, start now. I am Wan Ziyu. You are Jia Leg Ji. You are Lu Q Shui. Remember your identities and the signals, all right? Let's get to work. At the gate, a guard shouted, you guys finally made it, huh? And immediately signaled with a code. Sing Zhu whispered, Yang Hao, are you sure there won't be any problems? Yang Hao muttered, the people from the dam don't know us. As long as the signal is accurate, I don't think there will be much of an issue. But who exactly came up with this signal? It's a bit of a mess. He then shouted loudly, the mission is to leave no one behind alive. The other man smiled with satisfaction. Good, go in. As they entered, Yang Hao was already calculating, let me do the talking later. If anything unexpected happens, everyone stay calm and adapt accordingly. Upon arriving at the meeting place, King Long asked, do you have something to convey this time? Yang Hao nodded. That's right. Something major has happened at the headquarters. Someone raided the warehouse and took all the medicine. So, in order to prevent any further issues, we came here to provide reinforcements. King Long narrowed his eyes, seemingly probing. Brother Ziyu, although we've never met before, I've heard of you more than once. What's your relationship with Miss Yanran? Have you managed to win her over yet? Yang Hao thought to himself, this guy is so cautious. He's probing me. This is troublesome. Is there really a Miss Yanran, or is he just making it up? How should I respond? He gave orders to the 4 girls around him. You 4 go check the security measures first. Leave this place to me. Then he replied, Big Brother, let's focus on the main issue. There's no need to mention other things. King Long frowned. Ziyu, you're acting unusual. You didn't behave like this when we talked about Yanran before. Yang Hao smiled. Oh, really? Suddenly, without warning, he swung the sickle towards King Long in a sharp arc. King Long immediately summoned his monster. It's the monster that killed Wild Wolf earlier. I didn't notice it just now. How was it released? King Long grunted, you're not from the headquarters. Who exactly are you? And those 4 girls who just went outside, are they all pretending too? Yang Hao spun around to attack. You're about to die. You don't need to know so much. King Long shouted loudly, quickly send someone to notify the headquarters. Hand this place over to me. Yang Hao blocked the way with a sickle. It's too late to leave now. They've all been struck by his lightning. Yang Hao looked at the walkie-talkie. Perhaps the 4 of them had already dealt with people from other departments. Come over and take over the dam operation. Got it. Make sure no one escapes. The response from the other end of the walkie-talkie came, understood, Big Brother. 15 minutes later, Yang Hao's subordinate reported, Big Brother, I checked. There are a few power supply lines for the laboratory here. Should we cut off the ones under the city center? Yang Hao shook his head. No need. I don't want to lure them here that quickly. How long will it take to restore power to the base area? The other person replied, not long, just 1 day should be enough. The system notified that the dam takeover had been successfully initiated, with both primary and secondary missions activated. Was there any progress in the checks? Yang Hao gave the order. As for Fang Yan and the others, you can decide. You're the professionals in this area. I have a little matter to take care of, so I'll leave first. The system displayed main mission completed. Build the base in Jiangzhou City. Progress 0%. Submission completed. Collect first phase of ability cards. Progress not shown. It seemed that the construction of the base needed to speed up. Fang Hoa stepped forward with a suggestion. Yang Hao, I have an idea. We could go to the seed company in the city and bring some seeds back here. At the same time, we will tame the 2 dominant zombies to protect our stronghold. Yang Hao agreed. Yeah, that's a good idea. Fang Hoa analyzed, for the fortunate survivors, food and safety are the 2 most troublesome things. With food and a stronghold, I believe many survivors will surely join us. Yang Hao found this suggestion reasonable. Good. Building the stronghold indeed requires more manpower. So what are we waiting for? Let's take action. Yang Hao went outside to hunt mutant beasts. You can't escape. With a thud, a crystal emerged from the mutant beast. Yang Hao immediately collected it. Finally, one appeared. As expected, the mutant beast still had a chance to drop the high-level card. Despite killing so many zombies before, none had dropped any cards. The system displayed control over hair, the ability to control hair to extend and launch attacks. The range and power of the hair attack depended on the rarity level of the hair control ability card. Fei Hua smiled. Yang Hao, so the card you gave me was obtained this way. Yang Hao smiled back. Yes, this card is quite useful. Let's go, the seed company is just ahead. At the Jiangzhou Seed Company, Yi Fenghua looked into the distance. Look, the seed company is right there. It seems that to catch the dominant zombie, we'll need to take a detour. Yang Hao replied, no rush, one step at a time. Yang Hao sensed, there's a very powerful zombie approaching us. Yang Hao picked her up, not good, move aside quickly. Yang Hao said, the smoke here is toxic. Yang Hao and Yi Fenghua ran out of the smoke, quickly leaving the area. A mutated zombie overlord appeared. Haha, you've fallen for it. Even if you manage to escape, it will be useless. Yi Fenghua sensed something was wrong and said, Yang Hao, I can't go any further. I feel so hot all over. Yang Hao, supporting her, said, I can feel it too. Let's get you to the treatment chamber first. The mutated zombie overlord kept charging towards them. You have disappeared. The mutated zombie overlord leaped and said, is this some kind of ability or strange item? It definitely needs to be checked in the treatment chamber. Yang Hao said, fortunately, the treatment chamber is still in usable condition. Come on, lie down, I'll check on you. Yi Fenghua agreed and obeyed. Yi Fenghua lay still, but kept complaining, hot, it's so hot. Yang Hao said, clearly the antidote has been injected, but it's having no effect at all. This is troublesome. He felt confused, and the toxic gas earlier seemed to have little effect on him. What exactly is going on? Yi Fenghua stood up, puffing out her chest, and said, Yang Hao, I can't stand it anymore. This left Yang Hao deeply embarrassed. He quickly excused himself. You stay here, I'll go outside and check. Maybe I can find a way. A group of people appeared outside. Yang Hao was astonished. Why are there suddenly so many zombies? They turned back and began to scream. The entire group of zombies charged toward him. Yang Hao swung his weapon, sending an electric current from it that struck the zombies. Yang Hao thought the powerful zombie aura from before hasn't dissipated. It seems these ones were sent by it to track us down. The mutated zombie leader appeared behind, knocking him to the ground. The sudden strike caught Yang Hao off guard, and he couldn't defend in time. He slammed into a nearby wall, dust and smoke swirling around him. Yang Hao coughed several times. So, it's a level leader zombie. The mutated zombie leader had a strength of 1700, speed of 680, and spirit of 980. It said, tell me, how do you hide? Perhaps I'll spare your life. Yang Hao thought, this one can speak. Could it be that even though she's become a zombie, she still retains some consciousness? Yang Hao replied, how I hide doesn't matter. What matters is you were bitten by a zombie, weren't you? I have a way to help you recover. The mutated zombie leader summoned more zombies. I'm in perfect condition right now, no need for your healing. Keep attacking. All right, Yang Hao quickly counterattacked. Yang Hao looked at the mutated zombie leader and thought, the antidote must be on her. I need to lure her down first. The mutated zombie leader advanced. A bunch of useless fools. I'll handle this myself. The mutated zombie leader used his gaze to release power. Let's see how long you can endure the lustful desire in front of you. Yang Hao was worried. This was a psychic ability and it was over. He was about to lose consciousness. He quickly tried to escape, needing to get away fast. Inside the treatment room, Yang Hao entered. It was so hot. His mind filled with those images. Logically speaking, his mental strength was high, so how could this desire finally? Yi Fenghua was already waiting for him. She spread her arms wide. Yang Hao, I can't take it anymore. Yi Fenghua rushed forward to kiss him. Half an hour later, the two were embracing each other on the bed. Yang Hao thought to himself, I couldn't hold back after all. I'm really useless. Yang Hao awkwardly said, just now. Yi Fenghua interrupted. It's fine. Yi Fenghua smiled. I'm willing. Yi Fenghua asked, what exactly was going on with us just now? Why was the antidote ineffective? In his heart, Yang Hao already had the answer. It seemed that during this time, he'd been so busy fighting, unable to release his emotions, making it easier for the waves of desire to affect him. He answered Yi Feng Hua it was because the mutated zombie leader used his psychic ability. They got up and began dressing. Yi Feng Hua asked, "So, what should we do now?" Yang Hao replied, "Before, it might have been difficult, but now it's much simpler. With your current abilities, you should be able to control her." Yi Feng Hua, with her zombie control ability, strength of 627, speed of 360, and spirit of 1020, looked at him seriously. "I feel like my control over psychic powers is much stronger than before." The mutated zombie leader was already sitting outside the door. The mutated zombie leader laughed and said, "Finally, you're here." Yang Hao responded, "That's right. We're here to subdue you." The mutated zombie leader sneered, "Subdue me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that." Yang Hao took a step forward, thinking Feng Huo's zombie subjugation range is limited. The best strategy right now is to directly control her so she can't take off. The mutated zombie leader held a weapon in her hand. "How foolish, you dare to charge at me without even a weapon." Yang Hao embraced her, using the Iron Bone skill. Iron Bone cooldown time, 149 seconds. Yi Feng Hua beside him also assisted with the subjugation. Yang Hao shouted, "Feng Hua, hurry! I can't hold on much longer." The mutated zombie leader cursed, "Damn it, why are you suddenly hugging me? I'm going to kill you all." The mutated zombie leader summoned her power and a massive explosion erupted in an instant. Yi Feng Hua flew up and said, "Hey, why has my bounce force and reaction speed increased?" Amid the smoke of the enchantment, Yang Hao asked Feng Hua. The zombie flew away. "Did you succeed?" She realized that the rumors she had randomly heard were indeed true. Working with Yang Hao really could enhance her own abilities. She spoke, "Of course, since everyone is not around, shall we try again?" Before Yang Hao could react, she immediately gave him a deep kiss. Half an hour later, Yi Feng Hua was dressed and sitting beside him. "Hey, time to get to work." Yang Hao said, "Feng Hua, you're taking advantage of the situation." Yi Feng Hua interrupted loudly, "Hey, are you serious? You've already had your fill and now you want to take credit?" Yi Feng Hua stood up and pulled him. "All right, get up quickly. Look at all these seeds. This time, we'll definitely have a bumper harvest." 5 minutes later, Yang Hao spoke, "Done. Let's head back." Behind him were the mutated zombie leader, now under control, and Yi Feng Hua. She said, "Let's catch another zombie leader. Right now, my limit is controlling 2 of them." Yang Hao replied, "All right, if we catch another minion and have this insect zombie devour the base, we'll be much safer." 1 week later, at the base farm, in the outer perimeter guard area, the first batch of crops from the base had matured and there was enough food and energy. Finally, they could showcase their abilities. The beautiful women replied, "That's right, Yang Hao. If there's anything else needed, just let us know." Yang Hao informed, "The next step is to start recruiting more people. Kaijing, Liu Mai, you two are in charge of the recruitment." Yang Hao reminded, "Make sure to pay attention and distinguish carefully. Don't let anyone from the alliance of the destroyers infiltrate." "Don't worry," Kaijing replied. Yang Hao turned to the other two. "Qing Yi, Zhuxing, you two take all the beast tamers with you and head to the 100,000 mountains behind us. It used to be a natural sanctuary, so there should be a lot of mutated beasts there. We need to form a powerful army of mutated beasts." King Yi acknowledged, "Understood, that we will organize the people at 100,000 mountains right away." Yang Hao asked King Yi and Zhuxing, "What is the current limit on how many mutated beasts you can control?" Zhuxing answered 2, "But I think with a little increase in strength, I could control 3. King Yi responded similarly, "I can only control 2 as well." Yang Hao warned, "A mutated beast is approaching." A fierce-looking monkey appeared. Yang Hao shouted, "What is that? Is it a monkey?" Yang Hao asked Professor Sun, "What kind of monkey is that?" The professor replied, "That is probably a dog-faced monkey. The dog-faced monkey is the largest species of monkey in the world." Professor Sun warned, "Everyone, be careful. Dog-faced monkeys are quick-tempered, fierce, and aggressive. Moreover, they live in groups, so we might be in trouble." The dog-faced monkey growled, its red eyes glaring. Yang Hao's group looked fearful, surprised by the large pack. "Big brother, what should we do? I've never controlled a mutated beast like this. With the number of us here, we can't control so many." Yang Hao drew his weapon. "No, our opportunity has come. There are 7 of these dog-faced monkeys, and it will be much easier to find other mutated creatures." Yang Hao reasoned that no matter what mutations they had, their herd behavior would not change. If they lived in groups, then there must be an alpha. He immediately activated the full scan imaging. Through the full scan, Yang Hao identified the alpha monkey behind a tree. He said, "Qing Yi, follow me. As long as we control the alpha dog-faced monkey, capturing the others will be much easier." As Yang Hao attacked the members of the herd, he charged straight toward the alpha. He chopped the tree that was obstructing his view of the alpha. "Stop hiding," he said. The alpha dog-faced monkey, ferocious and savage, growled from behind the tree. The monkey launched an attack on Yang Hao. Yang Hao issued a command. "Qing Yi, get ready to catch this alpha monkey." Qing Yi responded, "I'm ready." Qing Yi used Thunderbolt to control it. The dog-faced monkey landed on a rock. The rocks around it immediately flew up, forming a solid armor around its body. They were taken aback. "What is this? It can control rocks to arm itself." Yang Hao hadn't expected the mutated creature to be so intelligent, exploiting the insulating properties of the rocks. Yang Hao swiftly dodged the dog-faced monkey's attack. He immediately counterattacked, saying, "Qing Yi, now's the time," and Qing Yi used a mental control technique to dominate its mind. The dog-faced monkey thrashed and struggled to rise, never having been controlled by Qing Yi. Qing Yi said, "No, it's basically too late to use it." Yang Hao picked up Qing Yi, then let me hold you and protect you from its attacks. Yang Hao avoided the blows from the monkey by holding her. Fortunately, after putting on the stone armor, its defense had greatly improved, but its speed had slowed considerably. Yang Hao looked at her. "Qing Yi, right now its speed can't keep up with mine. You should take advantage of this moment and try to use your ability again." Qing Yi replied, "Okay, let you try again." Qing Yi focused, determined that she would succeed this time. Zhuge Xing called out, "Yang Hao, Qing Yi, hurry up, or we're going to have casualties. Help!" Zhuge Xing cried, "Stop it, please." Qing Yi gave an order and pulled Zhuge Xing up. "Phew, luckily in time. Are you all right?" Ning Xingzhu smiled and said, "Well done. Luckily, you too managed to subdue the alpha dog-faced monkey in time. Now, the next steps will be much easier." Yang Hao suggested, "You've been injured. You should go to the healing chamber first." Qing Yi ordered the dog-faced monkeys to go around and scout the area. With these dog-faced monkeys, the next steps will be much easier. Qing Yi replied, "All right." After a while, Qing Yi said, "The dog-faced monkey group is really useful. We've managed to capture so many mutated beasts without any casualties." Nim Xingzhu wondered, "I wonder how things are going back at the base." Yang Hao said to the two people, "There probably won't be any major issues. However, to be safe, let's stay for another day. Wait for me here while I gather a few more things, and tomorrow we will head back immediately." At the stronghold in the farming district, the group accompanying Kai Jing were looking around. "Wow, this stronghold is so big. In this apocalyptic world where some days we have food and others we don't, this place really is a paradise," said Kai Jing. "Later, you guys will join the security team and be responsible for ensuring safety within the stronghold," they said with excitement. "Thank you, Sister Kai Jing, for taking us in. We will definitely work hard from now on," they responded. "Let's go, get to work. Find the security team leader. Finally, things will stabilize. It hasn't been easy." Someone there asked Kai Jing, "How many new people have we received in the past few days?" Kai Jing replied, "A few hundred, right? I didn't expect that there are still so many survivors in the apocalypse." She chirped happily. "We are all one big family. What's there to distinguish?" Kai Jing humbly said, "This is something we all need to thank everyone for. The people you brought from the restricted area are much more capable than us." Kai Jing asked, "Speaking of Yang Hao, he's been out for a few days now. Have you received any news?" She answered, "Sister Kai Jing, don't worry. Yang Hao is really capable. Even if he faces danger, he can easily turn the situation around." In the city district, sounds echoed, revealing the hidden presence. Sinner, the leader of the alliance of the Destroyer's reconnaissance team, wondered what was going on. This is the second time now that Xiao Dongji, the lucky survivor whom we've been monitoring, mysteriously disappeared. She looked around, thinking that even if she were to die, she should at least leave behind some clue. It was truly suspicious. Sinner asked over the intercom, "Old Fifth, have you found anything on your side?" The voice on the other end replied, "Commander Sinner, we found that these people didn't have an accident. They've already left. They took all the resources with them." Sinner was puzzled left. In this situation, where could they have gone? Could there be another organization expanding? Sinner gave the order to have the headquarters send someone with enhanced sense of smell to assist. "I will go and check the situation here." The orders were acknowledged on the other end. At the 100,000 Mountains base, Yang Hao thought to himself that tonight was likely the last night, so he needed to take advantage of the time to collect a few more mutant beast cards. Qing Yi spoke up, "Yang Hao, where are you going alone?" Yang Hao replied, "Qing Yi, why aren't you asleep yet? I want to gather a few more mutant beast cards while everyone is resting, so I can get back early. I'm worried it will delay tomorrow's progress." "Are you worried about King Quan and the others?" she asked. "To be honest, I'm also a bit uneasy." "Then let's go together." King Yi said, "I'll help you since I can't sleep anyway." A mutant beast struck with a blow, attacking Yang Hao. King Yi looked at it. "Our luck isn't bad. Looks like we can rest early tonight. Suddenly, the beast lifted her up. Yang Hao shouted, "Not good." He called out to King Yi. Yang Hao immediately used his weapon to cut it off. The two reached out their hands to each other. Yang Hao and King Yi embraced, jumping into the water together. Yang Hao looked at King Yi. "Are you okay?" King Yi replied, "No, I'm fine, but I've twisted my ankle." King Yi glanced at her body. "Ah, my things are corroded." Yang Hao pushed her. "Forget about the clothes. Let's get to the shore quickly." King Yi, curious, asked, "What exactly was that thing in the water?" King Yi shed a few tears. "All right, but my foot." Yang Hao piggybacked her. "Then I'll carry you. We need to get to shore before that thing catches up." King Yi thanked him. Once they reached the shore, King Yi asked, "What was that thing just now?" Yang Hao replied, "I think we'll find out soon enough." They both looked down at the water. Those are mutated frog beasts. They shot their long tongues toward them, attacking. Yang Hao shouted, "King Yi, step back a little. I'll handle this." King Yi replied, "Okay." He fought off the mutated frog beasts in a few seconds. Yang Hao thought to himself, "Looks like today's going to be quite fruitful." Yang Hao said, "Nice, another card. Congratulations on completing the branch mission. Ability card collected 10 tenths. Reward plus 100 to all attributes. Acquired the ability to convert ability cards, allowing conversion into any previous card. Daily limit 10 times. Yang Hao hadn't expected there would be such a function. System notification. Ding. Starting new branch mission. Build a zombie army. Current progress. Yang Hao thought to himself, "Oh, so after finishing the mutated beast army now, it's the zombie army? Perhaps if it can be transformed, it will be even easier to build in the future." The waves of water surged in fury, and they stood there stunned. What happened? King Yi glanced around. "Yang Hao, something has appeared. There's a mutated beast this strong in the lake," it cried out. Yang Hao held a large number of cards in his hands. "Don't worry, you'll find a way to tame it quickly." The transformation of the energy cards began. After completing the transformation into a pure Beastman card 10, the Beast Hand card appeared. King Yi raised her arm to initiate the fusion. The system reported that her body's endurance had reached its limit and the fusion failed. Afterward, the fusion succeeded. King Yi announced, I can control the third mutated beast now." Yang Hao rushed toward the mutated frog. "In the water, encountering someone like me who can control electricity, you can only consider yourself unlucky." He struck directly at it. Thunderbolt King Yi. It was at this moment that she immediately took control of the mute beast. The frog seemed to fall under a trance. The mutated frog leaped onto the ground. King Yi beamed. "Great, we did it." Yang Hao panted, "Phew, I'm so tired. Let's head back. Tomorrow morning, we can go straight home." At the land filled with countless zombies, Sin Air appeared. The leader of the scouts from the Alliance of the Destroyers said, "Finally, I've found you. It seems this is the gathering point for those Xiao Donji, the lucky survivors." King Yi and Yang Hao then gathered with everyone. King Yi said, "At present, the base has reached a certain scale and the mutated beast court is already in place. Yang Hao has formulated a plan, and next we will establish a zombie court. This will not only reduce the threat posed by zombies, but also help us avoid large casualties in the future." King Yi was confident. With a combination of the mutated beast court and the zombie court, our combat strength will grow stronger and stronger. Liu Mai agreed, thinking that it indeed seemed like a good plan. Kaijin was worried, but right now, only Feng Hua can control zombies. Would it be too difficult to form a court with her? Yang Hao pointed to Yi Feng Hua. "This is not a problem. Feng Hua's ability has greatly improved. In the future, the creation of the zombie army will be entrusted to her. Everyone just needs to cooperate with her." Yi Feng Hua said, "Don't worry, I have enough experience with this. Leave it to me." Yang Hao sensed something and frowned. Why did he have the feeling that someone was staring at them? Could it be that the one using her powers was her? He realized. Yang Hao recalled that she was a member of the Alliance of the Destroyers. Yang Hao asked, "King Yi, how's the green frog you captured?" King Yi replied, "The situation is very good." Hearing his question, she thought to herself that the mutated green frog had been treated by Yang Hao himself. Was his action perhaps a sign of an enemy nearby? The commander of the Alliance of the Destroyers scouts looked at them, realizing they had gathered all the lucky survivors here. Indeed, coming here was not a waste of time. Soon they would deal with each one of them. An attack source came from behind Sinner, who quickly reacted. The green frog used its tongue to wrap around Sinner, lifting her up and leaving her completely confused. Yang Hao calmly watched. "Oh, we meet again. This time, how about we have a civilized conversation?" The scene shifted to an office. Yang Hao asked, "Speak up. Why did you come here? And why would you risk your life for a trash organization like the Alliance of the Destroyers?" Sinner countered, "Why should I tell you?" Yang Hao leaned in. I know you're strong, and it won't be easy to make you listen, so I have to be a bit harsh with you. The commander of the Alliance of the Destroyer's scouts asked, what do you want to do? Yang Hao stood behind, playing a little tickling game. Sin-Er laughed so hard she was almost in tears. Ha ha, stop it quickly. Ha ha, stop it quickly. I said, the commander of the Alliance of the Destroyer's scouts told the story. They made us drink some kind of poison, and if we don't take the antidote regularly, we'll die from heart failure. Yang Hao snapped his fingers and said, you should have told me earlier. That makes things easier. He pointed to the treatment room. There are just 2 treatment rooms available. Come here, I'll help you solve the poison issue first. Inside the treatment room, Sin-Er had undressed and lay still. She asked, are you sure this is really possible? Yang Hao smiled and replied, don't worry, I take my work as a doctor seriously. 10 minutes later, Yang Hao held the vial of poison in his hand. Look, I've taken it out for you. Sin-Er asked in confusion, how exactly did you manage to do that? Yang Hao answered, that's something you don't need to know. What you need to understand is that not everyone can use this treatment room. The kind of ability required for this has already been shown to you. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? Sin-Er was excited. If this has been taken out, then I don't have to risk my life for those lunatics anymore. Sin-Er leaned in affectionately. This car, Sin-Er will follow you. Do you need me? Yang Hao stammered, I do, of course I do. Sin-Er continued, then let me tell you about the Alliance of the Destroyers. Their plan is to turn everyone into zombies. Yang Hao replied, in that case, it seems we need to change our strategy with the Alliance of the Destroyers. He turned to leave. All right, I need to inform everyone about this. An hour later, he had gathered everyone. Yang Hao said, here's the situation. So from now on, we need to develop carefully step by step. We absolutely cannot let the Alliance of the Destroyers notice us. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Hao said, good, now everyone get ready to take action. Commander Sin-Er, you and your people stay here. I have something to discuss privately with everyone. Yang Hao took out the communication device. I need you to go back to the Alliance of the Destroyers as spies, so I can gather information for them. This is the communication device. If necessary, I will send information to you. Sin-Er observed, I hope you succeed. I don't want to turn into a zombie. At the Alliance of the Destroyers in the underground laboratory, the Alliance of the Destroyers was furious. Why is the power out? You should understand how important the top experimental zombie body is to me. The researchers were terrified. Mr. Soxian, we don't know why this happened. Soxian struck the group of zombies. He ordered, I don't want to hear any excuses. You'd better think carefully before answering my question. One of the researchers spoke up, Mr. Soxian, I believe this power outage is most likely due to insufficient electricity supply caused by issues with the King Long hydroelectric dam. Other nearby power sources have reported their situation. Although General King Long has always reported everything is safe, I feel there is a strong possibility that there is a problem with the dam. Another person agreed, yes, I think so too. The researcher suggested sending someone to inspect it. Soxian clenched his fist. This guess seemed plausible. He then struck both of them. Soxian said, General of Mystic Marshal, come over here and help me check something. General of Mystic Marshal bowed. Master Soxian, do you have any orders? Soxian commanded, go and check the water, make sure not to stir up trouble. Once you have investigated thoroughly, return and report to me. The General of Mystic Marshal complied. Soxian, enraged, said, dare to confront me? I will make sure you all die without a burial place. A week later, Yang Hao asked, Kai Jing, how is the formation of the zombie army going? Kai Jing, standing before the zombies, answered, it's going very smoothly. We've completely avoided alerting the Alliance of the Destroyers. Furthermore, our underground base is almost complete. By the large waterfall, a rainbow reflected below, while the zombie army teleported across space. He thought to himself, I must see who has the guts to invade the territory of the Alliance of the Destroyers. The zombie army looked towards the electrical distribution room, where 2 people were talking inside. Has the situation here been reported to Yang Hao Big Brother? Han Big Brother already sent someone to notify him. 2 others entered and asked, how much longer will the repairs take? The blonde person in the room responded, about another hour, but I suspect the Alliance of the Destroyers might have already sensed something unusual. The person standing behind reassured, don't worry, Yang Hao Big Brother's strength is now very formidable. Even if the Alliance of the Destroyers come here, they won't gain anything. The person standing in front turned his head and said, all right, then I'll head back within the range of the surveillance cameras, and you guys here speed up the repairs. The zombie army behind listened in. Yang Hao was the name of the person who had escaped from the underground gladiator arena, capable of commanding the General King Long. The opponent was definitely not to be underestimated, so it was better to report the situation first. Now, as for the zombie army report, Lord Soxian, the situation at the dam is like this. The person named Yang Hao is likely to be our biggest obstacle. Soxian was taken aback. Obstacle? Aren't we facing a bigger obstacle right now? This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. You should send for the Honorable Patrol Officer. The Honorable Patrol Officer opened the door and entered. You need me for something. Is there news about the pharmaceuticals? Soxian replied, you guessed right, there is news. But the opponent is very strong. It seems that only you can handle this personally. The Honorable Patrol Officer asked, is the information accurate? Humph, this isn't one of your self-scripted dramas, is it? Soxian answered, Honorable Patrol Officer, you're joking. How would we dare to stage a play? The Honorable Patrol Officer responded, all right then, tell me the enemy's intelligence first. In the patrol officer's heart, he was anxious after losing the enhancement drugs in the underground gladiator arena last time. If he went back like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the punishment from the base. He decided to listen to the intelligence first, hoping for a clue. Soxian said, Honorable Patrol Officer, rest assured, I have arranged a team to act with you. Go find Commander Zai Ming. Their team members are surely elite. Yang Hao threw the glasses and realized that they weren't taken from her belt. She could tell just by looking. The patrol officer put on the glasses to observe. Honorable Patrol Officer, look at Yang Hao. They really have enhanced themselves with strong power. Yang Hao suggested, if you need enhancement drugs, we can cooperate. As long as we defeat the Alliance of the Destroyers, I am willing to pay the reward you want. I am a man of my word, and the patrol officer should be careful. Whether he can be trusted, I can still tell. All right. The Honorable Patrol Officer shouted loudly, I agree. The member of the Alliance of the Destroyers thought to himself, the woman's mental strength is too strong. With her abilities, I'm afraid I can only control her for about 10 seconds. While controlling her, he thought the Honorable Patrol Officer activated her power. Huff stealing from us and wanting to attack our headquarters. Dream on. Yang Hao was stunned. What's going on? To turn hostile just like that, the patrol officer used her energy to send a paper crane toward Yang Hao. Yang Hao immediately counterattacked. Yang Hao assessed the power. It was very strong, though the speed wasn't too fast. The group for the Teleportation and Mystic Martial Alliance all joined in to kill that Yang Hao. Yi Fang Ho gave the order they wanted to deal with Big Brother. Quickly tell the zombies to stop them. The group was immediately knocked away as they charged to attack. The patrol officer quickly deployed additional river crane drones. Yang Hao defended himself. Just a moment ago, the woman was acting normally. How did she suddenly begin attacking like she had lost her mind? Could it be? Yang Hao scanned the entire area. It was clear that she had been controlled. I found him. Yang Hao said, hands high. Right now, she won't be able to disable your gravity control anymore. Find a way to stop her without harming her life. Hands High launched his attack. Yang, the big brother, with the strength of a mighty force, stood like a god, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All the attacking energy was directed at the patrol officer, and she collapsed, the world shaking around her. Yang Hao asked, is this your trick? You guessed it. The Alliance of the Destroyers must have controlled her. No wonder she didn't care about anything and attacked us without hesitation, even abandoning her own defense. The Alliance of the Destroyers wants to use us to eliminate her. The person from the Alliance of the Destroyers turned around. Impossible. How did you figure it out? Yang Hao immediately struck him, sending him on his way. No need to thank me. Think about it in your next life. The purple aura began to dissipate from the patrol officer's eyes, and her honorable patrol officer body collapsed in exhaustion. She blankly asked, what just happened? My mind feels empty. Mystic Marshal quickly gave the order, quick, take this opportunity and kill that woman. He rushed towards the honorable patrol officer who was standing there. Mystic Marshal commanded, quick, now's the chance, kill that woman immediately. Everyone was taken aback. At that moment, Mystic Marshal called out, this is the Alliance's territory. The one who destroys us cannot be handed over to you. Big Brother, it's your turn now. Big Brother's eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, I can wipe you all out. He summoned the vicious zombies. Yang Hao was terrified. They were all stronger than the usual zombie leaders. How could someone control so many high-level zombies? 3 elite zombie leaders with superior strength, speed, and mental power. Big Brother gave the order. Go ahead, my sharp-toothed zombies. Take them down in one sweep. The patrol officer was protected inside a shield. Breathing heavily, a shield. Honorable patrol officer thought, never expecting to be ambushed by Soxian. Just now, using sheer force to block, she was nearly exhausted. The elite zombies charged forward to attack the patrol officer. With her weakening strength, she couldn't hold on much longer. The zombies continued their advance. The patrol officer used a ball of energy to protect her body. She anxiously thought, it's over, I can't hold out for more than a few seconds. Soxian on the side watched the scene with delight. Once Yang Hao is dealt with, everything will be taken care of. Two elite zombies attacked Yang Hao on command, and a blow from their staffs caused an explosion in one corner. Yang Hao counterattacked, making the elite zombies growl angrily. He looked at the honorable patrol officer who was surrounded by the zombie team, thinking to himself that the woman wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Han Tai and Yi Fenghuo were also on the verge of falling into a tough battle. Yang Hao decided to take action. Rocks and debris flew, shattering into 100 pieces, and the zombies couldn't maintain their balance. The patrol officer looked at the zombies that had been blocked, electricity coursing through them, causing great pain. Yang Hao asked, "You won't die, will you?" The patrol officer replied, "I'm fine for now." Yi Fenghuo spoke up, "Yang Hao, are you all right? The zombies we train have all been used up." Soxian stood behind them. Hey, don't act like I don't exist." Soxian used his ability, though this move of his was actually quite powerful. He decided to experience it himself a little. Yang Hao was stunned. Why is he? Yang Hao picked up the patrol officer and shouted, "Everyone, retreat quickly." The patrol officer was surprised. This guy was using his own power. Yang Hao and the patrol officer managed to find a place to take cover. A barrage of gunfire was aimed straight at them. Yang Hao said, "Run forward." Yang Hao thought to himself that the attack's range was too wide and the situation was unfavorable. Running was the best option. Soxian was relentless, wanting to flee, but below there was a mass of mutated creatures. Compared to being torn apart, it would be much more comfortable to be killed by me. Yang Hao quickly responded to the strike. Honorable patrol officer reminds, "Move quickly." Soxian was delighted. Go die. The force, along with wind like a storm, completely enveloped the frame, and Soxian stood boldly in the smoke. Soxian assessed that this kid actually had some skills, but unfortunately, escaping from me. In the end, he would become food for mutated frogs. Soxian said, "Xuan Wu, no need for the zombie army anymore. Let's eliminate these two troubles. That's really the way to go." Soxian was startled. What? They are standing on the backs of frogs. Soxian wondered, damn it, why aren't the mutated frogs eating them? Mr. Tai was downcast. "Sorry, big brother, I couldn't hold the dam." Yang Hao replied, "Mr. Tai, don't say that. The range of Thunderbolt Army's attack is too large. I couldn't protect everyone. If we didn't leave, there would be casualties." Yang Hao looked at the mutated frogs. Fortunately, they hadn't yet tamed the mutated frogs. Returning to the base, it seemed they'd have to live without electricity for a few days. Night had fallen. "Can we talk properly now?" he asked. She tied the red main band in her hair. "Of course, I'm very grateful to you for saving me." The patrol officer introduced himself. "My name is Modi. Earlier you mentioned wanting to cooperate with me to defeat the Alliance of the Destroyers. How do you want me to cooperate with you?" Yang Hao said, "This matter depends on what kind of intelligence you can provide us with." Modi asked, "Actually, the location of your base has already been exposed. What about this intelligence?" Yang Hao was stunned. "What? It has been discovered." Modi stretched her back. "Yes, perhaps you were only paying attention to the people from the Alliance of the Destroyers, but you didn't notice the zombies they created. In fact, there are many eyes and ears of the Alliance of the Destroyers zombies in the city. I think they will be here very soon." Yang Hao said, "Is that so? In that case, it seems we need to increase the security level of the base." Yang Hao asked, "Go on. What other intelligence do you know?" Modi continued, "Furthermore, those madmen from the Alliance of the Destroyers have always used zombies and living people for experiments. Their goal is to turn all of Jiangzhou into a zombie nation. If they are not stopped, this small base of yours will definitely not escape unscathed." Yang Hao recalled that this was essentially what Commander Xiner had said. It seemed that this was probably true. Yang Hao expressed his gratitude. "Very good. This intelligence is very valuable. Thank you for your cooperation. I have one last question. I hope you can answer honestly. Who are you really? Which force do you represent here? What do you want to achieve?" Modi said it seemed like 3 questions. Yang Hao smiled faintly. "Ha, don't worry about these small details." Modi reassured him. "Then let me tell you. My identity is a patrol officer from the Hangcheng base. As for the organization I represent, honestly, I don't know what kind of force it is. We all call it the organization. The organization is vast, so large that you can't even imagine. Its influence is spread all over the world, and everything happening during the apocalypse is part of their plan, including the laboratories built in various places, which I am only responsible for overseeing the underground organizations that collect enhancement drugs." Yang Hao was puzzled. The apocalypse plan? What exactly do these mutants want to do? Modi slammed her hand on the table. "I don't know that either. I was only responsible for the drugs at the Hangcheng base. Yang Hao, all I want is to retrieve the enhancement drugs, and as for the contact, the Alliance of the Destroyers doesn't concern me." Yang Hao agreed. "All right, the deal is at the waterfall near the mountain peak." Seokseon crossed his arms. Swan Wu, and you still teleport yourself? Swan Wu answered, I can still teleport once today. Seokseon ordered, good. Go back and tell Bai Hu to bring people to destroy Yang Hao's base. Leave no one alive, regardless of age or gender. Inside, Yang Hao spoke to his group. This is Mo Di. She's a patrol officer from a larger underground laboratory sent by the Hang Cheng Laboratory. Next time, she will cooperate with us to attack the Alliance of the Destroyers. The specific situation regarding the Alliance of the Destroyers will be explained by her to everyone. Mo Di said, the Alliance of the Destroyers is one of the external organizations from which the Hang Cheng base obtains enhancement drugs. Yi Feng Hua expressed admiration. Big Brother is truly impressive. And now there's also a younger sister. King Yi agreed. Exactly. In just half a day, this woman has already agreed to cooperate with us. What you said behind her back is also true. I admire Big Brother the most for this. Patrol Officer Mo Di issued the order. As long as there is a stable supply of enhancement drugs, the Hang Cheng base won't care who the supplier is. That's the situation. Yang Hao said, right now, the Alliance of the Destroyers has discovered the location of our base, and it's very likely that they will launch an attack on us. Everyone must be vigilant. Also, Xingzhu, you must use insects to closely monitor Seokseon's movements. I suspect he may have the ability to copy the powers of others. Xingzhu acknowledged the order. Kai Jing commented, copy the abilities of others. Is that really possible? Such an ability would be incredibly powerful. Yang Hao replied, although we don't know if there are specific conditions required for it to activate from this encounter, it seems to be that kind of ability. This is definitely someone who won't be easy to deal with. In the future, if everyone encounters him, they must be very careful. Everyone replied in unison, yes, Big Brother. At a school, the boys were playing together. Wait for me, Xiao Lei, give me a piece. Haha. A group of people appeared at the school gate. These individuals were from the Alliance of the Destroyers, led by Bai Hu. Bai Hu said, these people are really idle. Just imagine when they face danger, they don't even realize it and show a shocked expression. It's truly thrilling. He commanded, charge zombies. The zombies growled and rushed forward. People shouted to each other, the zombies are here. Everyone quickly takes shelter inside. Their zombie legion is also moving out. Our zombie legion is coming to reinforce. Everyone hurry up. Yi Feng Hua controlled the situation. Why are there so many strong zombies appearing like this? The difference in strength is just too vast. The zombies of the Alliance of the Destroyers are clearly much stronger. We don't seem to be their match. Bai Hu said, just like Big Brother said, weak but acting tough, today's mission is too simple. Yang Hao looked down from above. Mo Di proposed this, huh? Their actions are fast. Do you need my help? They've completely entered your stronghold now. If you let them get any closer, it might not be easy to handle. Yang Hao replied calmly, no need. We've been raising these soldiers for 1,000 days. Today is the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of the stronghold construction. Everyone ran toward Yi Feng Hua. Are you okay? Has our plan worked? She replied happily, it has worked. The bait was taken. Now we can reel them in. Bai Hu's disciple reported, boss, it's not good. We're surrounded. A large number of zombies have appeared behind us. The Alliance of the Destroyers, Bai Hu was furious. Damn it. What's going on? How did they manage to prepare? Well, it's just as well. The zombies I brought aren't just for show. Prepare for a deadly battle. Bai Hu, charge and kill. Bai Hu commanded. King Yi, standing next to the mutant monkeys, said, it's our turn now. Aim carefully at the ones in the distance and smash them. The mutant monkeys followed orders and launched an attack. A single strike sending Bai Hu's zombies stumbling. The explosion of power propelling them far away. Kai Jing is determined we can't fall behind either. The others circle around, wiping out the zombies that had slipped through. Mo Di was surprised. Your people are good. They've been trained and they're strong too. Yang Hao, delighted, said, haha. We've been building the base for a while now. They've been coordinating and training together for quite some time. The mutant beasts and the rest of the group launched their assault, stopping the zombies in their tracks and working together with Kai Jing. The opposing zombies were steadily being pushed back. Kai Jing, along with the others, fought back fiercely, the force of their attacks causing the ground to shake, sending zombies flying in all directions. Bai Hu's soldiers were horrified. These people are way too strong. They're even stronger than those of us who have used enhancement drugs. Bai Hu shouted a challenge. Their zombies have been mostly dealt with. Now it's just those mutant powers left. They were afraid that the opponent was too powerful. General, where is the general? Aren't they going to make a move? Bai Hu laughed loudly. They're all dead now, huh? Well then, I'll just use plan B. Kai Jing reminded him, you're the only one left. Surrender. Kai Jing looked at him. If you can provide us with valuable clues, we might consider sparing your life. Alliance of the Destroyers, Baihu removed his glasses, revealing his eyes, then summoned his power. Surrender? Are you joking? No matter what, I am one of the 4 great generals. Baihu laughed as if he had just heard a funny story and then called upon his power as though ordering a delicious dish from the menu. Kaijing warns, "It's bad, everyone, attack." Baihu said excited. The surging power continued without stopping. Ha ha! Do you think the battle is over? Knave, the war has just begun. Prepare for destruction. Baihu used his eyes to unleash the power that had been hidden until now. Kaijing fell. Everyone, get back. Modi immediately created a protective shield around her and Yang Hao. Modi said, "Even a bright light can't stop me. Aren't you going to help?" Yang Hao trusted. "I believe they have a way to handle it." Liu Mai used her ability to protect Tai Jing and Min Xingzhu. "Sister Kai Jing, what should we do next? I can only hold him back with plant matter for a moment." Did you all see his eyes? They looked like those of a demon. Baihu, with his robust physique, shouted, "You all better obediently step out and face your death. These mere plants can't stop me." Kaijing analyzed. It seems that he absorbed the black aura just now and then launched an attack, so it might have come from the corpses. While there are a large number of corpses here, he can keep up a strong attack for a while. But as long as we stop suffering casualties and find a way to deplete his strength, we can definitely wear him down until we can strike him down with one blow. Liu Mei, King Quan, and I were relatively fast, so avoiding his attacks was not a problem. The others did their best to keep their distance from him. Kaijing divided the tasks. I'll use fire to divert his attention. Liu Mei, you control the plants to block his vision and attacks and help us out. King Quan, you find an opportunity to damage his eyes. Charging forward, Baihu remained fierce, unleashing his powers as he continued to attack with his godly eyes. The power of Baihu was unstoppable, charging straight towards the girls. Liu Mai immediately used her plant control as instructed. Baihu sneered, "This little trick isn't enough to stop me." Liu Mai said, "The plants are growing in number, covering every corner of the alliance of the destroyers Baihu's line of sight." Baihu growled in anger, "Damn it, there are too many plants. I can't locate them." The crosshairs of a gun appeared behind Baihu. One of Yang Hao's team members said, Perfect opportunity. Let's see if you can stop my shot now." The bullet was fired. Baihu suddenly turned his head, thinking to himself, "Damn it, these troublesome idiots." Kaijing said, "Keep attacking him. Don't stop. His defense will also consume his vital energy. Hurry, the defense is weakening." Baihu felt something was wrong. Damn it, could it be that a renowned general like him would die here? He was determined. Huff. Even if he had to die, he would drag someone down with him. The voice of the female commander came from that direction. As she spoke, Baihu exerted all his strength. "Come, die with me." Liu Mei and King Quan shouted loudly. "No." The energy responded directly toward Tai Jing, who was hiding. A hand grabbed her and pulled her away, and his energy exploded, clearing the sky. Alliance of the Destroyers, Baihu jumped out. "Finally, I've killed you." Kaijing spoke, surprising Baihu. "Sorry to disappoint you. Now it's our turn." Kaijing delivered the finishing blow to Baihu. Baihu and Kaijing stared at the thick smoke before them. Liu Mai and King Quan rushed over. "You scared me, sis. Sis Kaijing, you're amazing. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to deal with the intruder from the Alliance of the Destroyers." Kaijing laughed and said, "Ha ha. In the end, it was Yang Hao who saved me." A pair of feet stepped forward and Modi cheered. "That's still impressive. You took down one of the 4 great generals of the Alliance of the Destroyers, plus dozens of people with special abilities. Yang Hao, your people really surprised me." Yang Hao felt proud. They're very capable. Don't underestimate them. Now, 2 of the 4 great generals are dead, and the leader Su Xian is at the water dam. We should be prepared to successfully relocate the fortress. Let's send people to the restricted area to check it out first. Modi said, "You're not wrong, but the underground laboratory is difficult to infiltrate and hard to access. It will definitely be very difficult to obtain. Moreover, I'm concerned about something. When I was with the Alliance of the Destroyers, I've heard rumors that they could control the Zombie King. Although it was just a rumor and I can't verify whether it's true or not, I'm worried it could become a variable." Yang Hao thought for a moment. The Zombie King, huh? If it's true, then it would definitely be a huge problem. But we can't let unverified rumors scare us. We'll just have to adapt and respond accordingly when the time comes. At the restricted zone, Yang Hao's team had arrived. He said curiously, "Why are there no guards from the Alliance of the Destroyers at this entrance?" Yi Fang Hall was cautious. There might have been some internal issue within the Alliance of the Destroyers. We need to be extra careful. Yang Hao continued moving forward, taking action. He then wondered, it's been such a short time, and the restricted zone has changed so much. Also, why aren't there any zombies around? Moki observed, maybe they've all been captured by the Alliance of the Destroyers for experiments. Yang Hao glanced around. As far as I know, they want to merge humans with zombies. Yang Hao noticed a battle taking place behind a quarter wall. He said, there are people fighting over there. Let's go check it out. Zombies and mutant beasts were screeching at each other. Yang Hao peeked his head around. Those are the mutant beasts from the circus. Are mutant beasts supposed to avoid conflict with zombies? Modi said, it's possible those zombies were created or modified by the Alliance of the Destroyers. Hey look, everyone, the target of those mutant beasts seems to be the underground laboratory. A researcher standing behind them said, hello. Yang Hao asked, who are you? The researcher introduced himself. My name is Lin Kun. I'm one of Professor Fran's people. You're Yang Hao, right? Yang Hao asked, how do you know who I am? What do you want from me? Lin Kun said, I saw you before at Hidden Claw. Dr. Fran wants to collaborate with you. We could find a safe place to talk. They spoke in an abandoned commercial building. Lin Kun explained the circus faction wanted to obtain the enhancement drug from the Alliance of the Destroyers, but they were refused. So the two sides clashed. Yang Hao questioned, well, that's great. Let them tear each other apart. Isn't it better if both sides get hurt? Lin Kun sighed. The circus faction's power increased significantly after they accidentally managed to control a naturally formed Terran zombie. That's why they recently dared to provoke the Alliance of the Destroyers. But the Alliance of the Destroyers is close to successfully creating a Terran zombie. If they succeed, it will mean the apocalypse for the city. Yang Hao slammed the table. Creating a Terran zombie? Lin Kun said anxiously, that's right. Last time, there was a power outage during the experiment, which delayed the progress a bit. But they're close to success now. That's why Dr. Fran wants to work with you in a joint effort to stop them. Yang Hao asked, does he have a specific plan? Lin Kun replied, although Fran has never been free, there are quite a few people like us in the underground laboratory. We could find a way to help you infiltrate. However, the premise is that you must eliminate the members of the circus faction. Otherwise, we cannot let you act without being noticed. The demons silently entered the underground laboratory. Yang Hao looked at Lin Kun decisively. All right, I agree with this cooperation. You go back and tell Dr. Fran I will cooperate with him. Lin Kun was overjoyed. That's great. That's great. I'll go back and report to everyone right away. There's finally hope. Yang Hao asked, what about Modi? Did she find any problems? No, at least with my abilities. She is definitely not an evil person, she replied. Yi Fenghuo spoke up. However, Lin Kun just mentioned that the circus has a tyrant zombie. It seems it won't be easy to deal with them. Yang Hao assessed, indeed, it won't be easy. But if we do it right, our combat strength could increase by a significant margin. System notification. Construction of Jiangzhou City Base, 50% completed. Zombie Legion formation mission, 90% complete. Yang Hao thought to himself, the mission to form the Zombie Legion had always been stuck at 90%. It was probably because of the lack of high-level zombies. Perhaps this tyrant zombie could be the key to completing the mission. The next day, Yang Hao gathered everyone and reminded them, our objective for this operation is to eliminate the head of the circus troupe. If there is a breakthrough situation, personal safety must be prioritized. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Yes. Yang Hao continued. Good, let's move out. The circus troupe and the zombies collided fiercely. Yang Hao observed and realized that the members of the Alliance of the Destroyers posed no real threat to the circus troupe's forces. Therefore, he instructed everyone to proceed according to the original plan. Engage. The battle raged on. Green orbs fell from the sky, landing where they were standing. They were curious about what these orbs were. A clown riding a tiger sensed the gas emanating from the orb. Then, everything exploded. Yang Hao armed himself and charged forward. Clown, I'm coming for you. He thought to himself, this smoke probably won't affect them for long. I must be careful of a deadly counterattack. Yang Hao crept up behind the clown, with speed not being the key factor. The most important thing was to remain undetected, making no sound. Yang Hao moved quietly step by step. Yang Hao's decision was made at that very moment. The clown flashed a sinister grin and a fierce snake appeared behind him. Yang Hao realized this was bad. It used its long tail to strike the spot where Yang Hao was standing, causing thick smoke to envelop the entire frame. Yang Hao braced himself, coughing, not expecting that it also had the ability to observe, using its non-visual powers. This guy was indeed hard to handle. Iron Bone's cooldown was 14 seconds. The mutant beast of the clown stepped forward, and the clown laughed loudly. Dare to ambush me? You're really not afraid of death. The clown gave an order, tearing him apart. All the mutant beasts turned their gaze toward Yang Hao, who was now worried. As expected, success wasn't going to be easy, and he had to proceed with the plan as it was. Yang Hao said, everyone outside, retreat. I'll handle things in the air. They responded, yes. Yang Hao felt that this was the right place. The King acupoint had already been dug earlier. Yang Hao faced the surrounding mutant beasts. He looked at the pit in front of him, immediately jumping down and leaving a message, goodbye. The clown asked, so, Sanjun, is that kid still there? It only growled. The clown was irritated. Huff, he ran away? Too bad the hole is too small. Otherwise, I would definitely have the big snake catch him. Oh well, if that's the case, let's go back and tidy up the lair first. Yang Hao, inside the cave, thought, hiding in the cave that had been dug earlier by the pangolin. At that moment, it felt like he was back in the situation where he was in the dark and the enemy was in the light. Next, he would wait for the right opportunity. He looked up at the hole and thought, the time has come. Yang Hao immediately used his power, and the force caused cracks to appear on the ground. Mutant Tiger and the clown couldn't react in time and stumbled, falling over. Yang Hao grabbed his weapon and soared into the air. The clown, enraged, shouted, didn't you run away already? Yang Hao launched his attack. It was over. A lightning strike struck the clown, turning his face pale. With one hand, Yang Hao lifted the clown up. He was taken aback. A powerful tyrant placed the clown on his shoulder. The clown laughed wickedly. You're surprisingly strong. Too bad I don't trust any living person, so you'll never be my master. Only one road awaits you, the road to death. The tyrant threw a rapid punch toward Yang Hao. Yang Hao used his full scan technique and thought to himself, this won't work for a surprise attack from the underground tunnel. The clown said, actually, just now you didn't run away, did you? You used something like an underground tunnel to launch a surprise attack, right? Now, let's see where you can run to. Yang Hao frowned. Now the tyrant has appeared too. This is getting more and more troublesome. However, this might be a good opportunity to try and subdue it. I wonder if a zombie legion formation mission can be completed. Yang Hao waved his hand. Let me test your defense first. The tyrant blocked Yang Hao's attack with its arm. Yang Hao assessed that this guy was really good at taking hits. He struck once, and it had no effect. He shouted, come here, you big idiot. Tyrant laughed gleefully. Tyrant sneered, is that all you've got? Yang Hao was stunned. What's going on? This tyrant can talk. The giant serpent launched a sudden ambush from behind, opening its jaws wide, ready to swallow Yang Hao whole. Yang Hao quickly leaped away to dodge the attack. Tyrant's savage hand reached out. Yang Hao jumped aside, watching as the massive hand left an enormous imprint on the ground. The mutated lion joined the fray, charging to attack him. It unleashed the asterisk Windstorm Furious War asterisk. Yang Hao winced in pain. This beast was no joke. If he could take them all, it would be a tremendous advantage for the base. Yang Hao charged straight toward the giant serpent's body. He said, Humph, you really think I don't have a way to deal with you, you overgrown snake? He leaped directly into the serpent's mouth. You can't catch the cub without entering the tiger's den. Taking the opportunity, the giant serpent swallowed Yang Hao whole. His teammates looked on in alarm. Yang Hao, the clown glanced over. Oh, the kid brought some fine-looking girls along too. Not bad at all. Liu Wai panicked. Sister Feng Hua, what should we do? Yi Feng Hua reassured her. Don't panic, everyone. Just now it looked like Yang Hao entered the serpent's mouth on purpose. Let's wait and see. Yang Hao began his tour inside the giant serpent's body. The digestive fluid was indeed potent. Too bad for you. You messed with the wrong guy. While speaking, he simultaneously used his weapon to attack its body. The clown commanded, Great Serpent, go and bring those girls here to me. Its body writhed in pain. The clown froze, not understanding what was happening. The system announced, self-healing recovery time, 149 seconds. Congratulations, you've acquired a new title, Beast Tamer. All attributes increased by 5%. You can reduce the strength of mutant beasts within a 500-meter radius by 20%. Reward, a special ability card that activates a power once. Please note, once activated, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Yang Hao looked at the system, a 5% attribute increase and a one-time activation of a special ability. This was a big gain. Yang Hao called out, come here, clown. Have the clown control the mutant beast to join me in killing it. Surrounded on all sides by enemies, Yang Hao faced a group of powerful mutant beasts. He launched an immediate attack without holding back. The mutant beasts all collapsed after just a few blows. The clown remarked, my mutant beasts seem to have weakened significantly. Wang Yong, big brother, will rely on you next, Karen responded. It charged forward, throwing punches. Yang Hao used the ability card to activate his power to control zombies. After activating his zombie-controlling ability, the Zombie King, a large zombie, became his. It growled, and the clown, not understanding what had happened, asked it, what's going on? The Zombie King was under control, striking its hand against its neck, causing the clown to jump out. thinking it had successfully controlled the zombie. However, the system notified that the control of a conscious target had failed. Wang Yang did not expect that the zombie would have its own consciousness, making it impossible to control. In that case, he decided to treat it like a human to subdue it. Yang Hao leaped up and struck its face. Although you can't directly control it, you can influence its actions. If it submits to you, you will heal its injured eye. But if it continues to resist, then you will blind its other eye. It's its choice. The zombie, after hearing his words, was terrified and decided to submit, knowing that Yang Hao was very powerful. Thus, the side mission, Establish a Zombie Legion, was completed, rewarding with a reduced iron bone cooldown time, self-heal, and immunity to mental control. The system congratulated him for subduing a Terran zombie. A new mission would begin afterward. Yang Hao stood on the zombie's shoulder and looked down at the clown, saying, "You've been beaten by him for half the day, now it's finally your turn." He ordered the Terran zombie to move forward and strike him. The zombie growled and chased after the clown, who was hurriedly running away. He couldn't understand how Yang Hao was able to control the Zombie King. He commanded his lion to fight the zombie. The lion obeyed, roaring and creating a surge of power. The tyrant zombie quickly blocked the attack. Yang Hao wielded his scythe and charged forward, standing directly in the path of the lion's impending attack. To him, these mutant beasts were not to be killed. Keeping them alive still had its uses, so he merely dodged the lion's strike. All he needed to do was kill the fleeing clown, and everything would be over. Yang Hao swung his scythe down toward the clown, unleashing a surge of powerful energy. The clown narrowly dodged and arrogantly boasted that his survival until now wasn't just thanks to his tyrant and the mutant beasts. He claimed naively that speed was his true strength, but Yang Hao was no fool. He possessed far more than just brute force. He was concentrating streams of power into his hand, wanting to see if the clown could withstand this move. The technique formed a circle of energy enveloping both of them, lightning bolts striking the clown directly, forcing him to clutch his head. Indeed, his speed was remarkable, but unfortunately his defense was weak. Raising his scythe, Yang Hao prepared to finish it. The clown collapsed, screaming in terror, no. But he could say nothing more as Yang Hao's scythe ended him. After killing him, Yang Hao called out, "Qing Yi, Xing Zhu, hurry and subdue the mutant beasts on this side." The two women had already taken control of the strange beasts. King Yi still felt regret over the new mutant beast. The pangolin that had followed her for so long now had to be handed over to someone else. Yang Hao summarized that the harvest from this battle was indeed huge. Not only did they level up their attributes and gain control over the tyrant, but they also managed to capture the mutant beast of the clown. It was time to notify Dr. Fran's team. Ming Xingzhu mentioned that she felt the mutant beasts had weakened considerably. If not for that, she and King Yi might not have been able to control them earlier. Yang Hao explained to her that he now had a type of ability that could reduce the strength of the mutant beasts around him by 20%. This was an active ability, and he could control it. Min Xingzhu understood and asked him what the next steps were. Yang Hao said that he had already informed Lin Kun and he would probably arrive soon. The system had already started the new side mission to enter the central underground laboratory area. Indeed, the mission arrived before the person. Lin Kun appeared and cheerfully greeted them. He didn't expect that they had really done it, and even so quickly. It was impressive. Yang Hao asked him about the situation on their side, asking if they were able to sneak into the underground laboratory yet. Lin Kun said that after the mutant beasts from the circus had retreated, the security of the underground laboratory had become much more relaxed. They could now get them in any time. However, the two generals, Zhuk and Zhuan Wu, under Suxian, were still inside the laboratory. Dr. Fran suggested that you organize a team to launch an attack on the dam. The first goal is to hold back Suxian, and the second is to force the enemy to send one or two generals from this side to reinforce the position. In this way, once you infiltrate, you'll be able to easily seize the laboratory. Yang Hao thought this plan sounded feasible. He said, "He'll keep in touch. You should act immediately." Hu King Yi, feeling doubtful, asked Yang Hao, "But since Fran hasn't been met in person, how can we know if he's trustworthy?" Yang Hao knew that Fran was far from trustworthy, but he also recognized that this was a decent opportunity. The underground laboratory was easy to defend but difficult to assault. They would need to adapt as the situation unfolded. 3 hours later, an explosion occurred. Liv Li commanded the zombies to charge and attack the dam. The two groups of zombies clashed. Someone had arrived to defend the dam. It was a general along with reinforcements. The general and the zombies behind him came to confront those who had launched the surprise attack on the hydroelectric dam. Lin Lai saw that the plan had succeeded. She immediately contacted Yang Hao to inform him, saying, "You can prepare to move now." Yang Hao responded, "Lin Li's team is withdrawing," and reminded, "Be careful in your actions." Meanwhile, Yang Hao was on his way to meet Lin Kun. There was an additional person here. He introduced himself as a colleague of Lin Kun. He said General Swan Wu has already taken part of the troops and left. Only General Zook and a group of ability users remain below. You can prepare to go in. He asked, have your people arrived yet? Yang Hao said that everything was ready and they entered the laboratory. Yang Hao had a question. This passage is too wide, bigger than any passage I've ever seen before. What's the point of making it like this? Lin Kun replied, this place is actually an emergency exit, so there are no elevators and it's extremely spacious. Only Dr. Fran knows about it. He reminded everyone to be cautious. The rolling door ahead leads into the laboratory. Yang Hao turned back to look at Gu Qingyi. The two exchanged a glance and nodded as if they understood. When the laboratory door opened, a man and his subordinates were standing behind it. He criticized, as expected, Lin Kun has issues, daring to collude with outsiders. Lin Kun panicked and stammered. Yang Hao noticed this as well and could tell that he wasn't just pretending. It seemed that these people had indeed discovered his whereabouts. Yang Hao glanced ahead and he guessed correctly. It was General Zuko. Now that this place was under their control, they were restrained and handcuffed. Could he perhaps consider letting them join? Zuko saw that Yang Hao knew who he was, yet still dared to speak so arrogantly, clearly unaware of who he was dealing with. Although they were known as the four great generals, he shouldn't assume that he was like the other three. He immediately ordered his subordinates to capture all the intruders. However, he didn't want to kill them all. He planned to use them as test subjects. Thus, the two groups charged at each other, fighting fiercely. Gu Qingyi rode a lion, while King Quan used ice to block the fire. These women were all very powerful, their strength catching the men on the other side by surprise. They even claimed that they were messengers from above. So why had they joined the opposing side? The men were continuously falling into a disadvantaged position. Yang Hao even made a sarcastic remark to Zuko, saying that his people didn't seem to be in good condition. Zuko remained calm, snapping his fingers and then saying, it seems keeping them alive is a bit difficult now. Well then, let's just kill them all. Afterward, a horde of zombies charged forward from behind. Just as Yang Hao had predicted, the enemy indeed had an army of zombies, but it was still manageable, as there were no Tyrant-level zombies among them. He pressed the button to send a signal, and Min Sing Ju's brew perceived it, mobilizing all the zombies to advance. The sound of zombie footsteps grew louder and louder. Of course, it wasn't just Zhu Pasai that had a vast zombie army. Yang Hao's own army of zombies had also appeared. Zuko hadn't expected how they could have created a zombie army without a laboratory. He noticed something strange about Yang Hao. The two zombie hordes were now charging at each other, tearing each other apart. Through the display showing the battle outside, one person, observing all the developments, was also puzzled. Just how many secrets was Yang Hao hiding? It truly kept everyone on edge. Yang Hao stood smiling, realizing that Zuko had likely played all his trump cards. That was exactly when he decided to give him a surprise. He pressed the signal button once more. This time the signal was to notify everyone that they could now control the mutated beasts and begin the battle. The mutated beasts were released and they were far stronger and fiercer than before. Zuko was furious at this point. He understood that his only option now was to kill Yang Hao first. He had initially thought they were just ordinary invaders. Never did he expect them to be this powerful. Zuko unleashed his power, which manifested as fiery wings. He hurled flames toward Yang Hao, but they were blocked by his side-shaped shield. That only made Yang Hao more spirited. He was eager to see just how formidable the strongest of the four great generals really was. Yang Hao leaped up and engaged Zook in direct combat. As they clashed, both men could feel the incredible strength of the other. Zook sensed that things were going badly and knew he had to finish this quickly. He unleashed a move that caused several metallic tentacles to rise from underground, wrapping tightly around Yang Hao's limbs. Startled, Yang Hao looked back, so he was a dual ability user who could also control metal. No wonder he had risen to become the strongest general. But just as Zuko had him restrained, he launched a powerful punch toward Yang Hao. Unfortunately, Yang Hao was the kind of man who simply couldn't be killed. Because of using Iron Bone, the cooldown time is 74 seconds, and Yang Hao had completely escaped Zook's attack. He used his scythe to strike back at him, but according to Zook, it seemed that his weapon would be ineffective against him. Zook extended his hand, intending to neutralize the weapon, but in front of him appeared only a beam of jade green light, and his body was struck by lightning, turning pitch black with only a white sphere remaining. He didn't know what material the scythe was made from, but from the current situation, it seemed certain that it was not metal. As soon as the sphere shattered, a card appeared. It was a metal control card. This was truly a fine card. Unfortunately, the person carrying it could no longer integrate with the new ability card. Yang Hao raised his hand and said, General Zhu Ke is dead. Please surrender and accept your fate. You can spare their lives. Don't worry, I'll handle the poison in their bodies. Zhu's subordinates were panicked upon hearing that their general had died, and at the same time, they doubted his words when he promised to handle the poison, fearing that he might be deceiving them. Gu Qingyi rode down on a lion, persuading them to surrender. Since their general Zhu Ke had died, they were left with no choice. However, some of them were still fearful, saying, Su Xian is very formidable. He cannot be defeated. Seeing this, Gu Qingyi stopped trying to persuade them and shifted to wiping them out instead. The same approach was taken by King Quan's side. If they refused to surrender, that they could only exterminate them. About 10 minutes later, Gu Qingyi reported that, aside from a small group of those who fled, everyone else had been killed. Yang Hao instructed Lin Kun to continue leading the way, and they went to reroute with Dr. Fran. Lin Kun was overjoyed as Dr. Fran had indeed not misjudged him. He told everyone to follow him. Dr. Fran has hacked into the central computer system of the entire underground laboratory, so there's no need to worry about being detected. He can control all the main door switches. And not just the door switches, nearly everything in the high-tech laboratory was controlled by the computer. Ahead was the very heart of the underground laboratory. In the central hall, Suxian's guard team was inside. The leader of the team had the most terrifying ability capable of disassembling anyone they touched into pieces like Lego blocks. Yang Hao spoke up. I know Dr. Fran is listening and watching me. I will count to 3 and then open the door ahead. As captured by the camera, Yang Hao began to count. Someone with the ability to see through walls reported that he was about to break in. Inside, the leader of Suxian's guard team stood at the front. The henchman sneered at Yang Hao. Ha ha! You think you're invincible now, after defeating Zhu Ke? Looks like our chance to turn things around has come. Just as Yang Hao reached 3, the door was broken open, and Yang Hao rushed inside. What awaited him were zombies and the group of henchmen. Yang Hao, with a single strike of his scythe, took down the entire group. He was incredibly strong. Iron Bone was restored. Yang Hao grinned and charged toward the guard standing in front of him. The guard secretly smiled, starting to use his power. The ground beneath Yang Hao's feet turned into a puddle of water, and his feet sank into it. Seizing the opportunity, the guard touched Yang Hao's forehead and said, This is the consequence of arrogance. Yang Hao's body was torn into pieces, just as Lin Kun had mentioned before, his body seemingly cut into smaller chunks. The guard arrogantly turned his back on him, assuming the matter was finished. However, Yang Hao had already activated Iron Bone, and the self-healing process began. Yang Hao's body gradually recovered. Yang Hao called him back. The leader was startled, not expecting Yang Hao to still be alive. Before he could say anything further, Yang Hao cut him down. It was the leader who had been arrogant, not him. After killing the leader, Yang Hao signaled for everyone to charge forward. His people finally stormed in. Han Tai charged ahead first. Using gravity control, he struck the ground with great force, creating an immense power. In just 5 minutes, they had finished dealing with the rest. Yang Hao loudly called for Dr. Fran to appear. A swirling light appeared behind him, growing larger, accompanied by sounds of praise from within. The swirling portal opened, and a group of people stepped through, now appearing alongside their subordinates. He even thanked you for helping him eliminate those who wouldn't stay quiet. Yang Hao realized that all of this had been a trap. Or perhaps not quite. A better way to put it was what Suxian had said. He merely adapted and turned the situation to his advantage. Isn't everything perfect now? They walked right in, just as we wished. Suddenly, a door to the side was smashed open by a horde of zombies. Sensing the situation turning dire, Yang Hao quickly ordered everyone to handle the monsters while he would take on Suxian himself. Yang Hao charged at Suxian, who greeted him with a twisted smile. Just as Yang Hao's scythe was about to strike him, Suxian vanished using instant teleportation. He reappeared behind Yang Hao, his clawed hand raised, ready to strike. Fortunately, Yang Hao countered in time. The combination of Xuan Wu's teleportation ability and Suxian's cunning was incredibly difficult to deal with. He needed a strategy to neutralize Xuan Wu. Yang Hao unleashed arcs of lightning from his scythe toward Xuan Wu. Xuan Wu, aware that Yang Hao intended to take him out first, was on guard and managed to evade the attack. Yang Hao kept pressing forward, launching repeated assaults at him. Xuan Wu, agile and alert, dodged them all without taking a single hit. Suxian watched with amusement, convinced that all of Yang Hao's efforts were in vain. But Yang Hao suddenly grinned in satisfaction. With a snap of his fingers, something seemed to happen within Xuan Wu's body. Confused and in pain, he collapsed to the ground. It turned out that Yang Hao hadn't attacked him all this time. He had merely been trying to lure him to the position he wanted. Suxian saw a hand holding a knife attacking Xuan Wu. It was the commander of Sin who was using stealth to try to kill Xuan Wu. Yang Hao recalled the hidden pawn he had placed earlier, which he had been waiting to use. He had discussed with everyone that, at the crucial moment, he would snap his fingers to signal them to coordinate. Soxian was furious. He had also used stealth. When Yang Hao couldn't see him, he planned to use this very ability to kill him. Yang Hao had to act quickly. He saw Soxian raising his hand to attack. Using his scythe, he flung Soxian away, catching him off guard. Soxian never expected Yang Hao to be able to see him. The situation had become too dangerous. Yang Hao continued to attack. Soxian realized that stealth was useless, so he had no choice but to openly try to kill him. Taking advantage of his distraction, Sinner tried to end his life, but unfortunately, he noticed her. Soxian grabbed her arm, overpowering her in front of her shocked face. He told her not to think she would succeed with the same trick twice. This time, Sinner was in danger. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Liu Mai saved her. She used thorny ropes to bind Soxian and pulled Sinner away from him. Although Sinner was injured, at least she still kept her life. Soxian also praised them for their impressive abilities, his eyes shifting to a vicious color. He thought of them as merely waiting for death. With him here, they were all doomed today. He forgot that Yang Hao was also here, and he was getting closer to him. All of his 4 great soldiers had died, and now it was his turn. The two of them were like 2 streaks of light facing each other. Soxian was smug, saying that he knew the extent of Yang Hao's abilities, and that there was nothing Yang Hao could do that he didn't already know. He absorbed the lightning into his hands just like Yang Hao did. He claimed that his enhancement level was certainly far superior to Yang Hao's, meaning there was no chance for him to win. Yang Hao charged at him, not understanding why the villains were always so talkative. They should just get to the point. Soxian was slowly forming a sword, taunting that Yang Hao's scythe was a dull one, incapable of winning. His weapon was nothing but a child's toy, while the laboratory metal under his control was the hardest metal. But before he could even fully draw his sword, his hand was gone. It was his own fault for talking too much. Yang Hao had cut his hand off. Where did the pile of metal come from? Soxian didn't expect that Yang Hao could also control metal. He couldn't replicate that ability. Yang Hao shouted die, and the pile of metal shot towards Soxian. Soxian hurriedly used his metallization ability, blowing the surrounding metal away, narrowly saving his life. He transformed his severed arm into a metal one. Yang Hao realized that this person could only replicate the control over lightning and zombies. Other abilities granted by the system seemed beyond his reach. Moreover, his speed and strength were overwhelming. It would take a lethal blow or the use of Han Ti's abilities to control him. He quickly instructed Han Ti to assist in coordinating with him. When Soxian attacked with his metal arm, Yang Hao still managed to dodge the strike. He also used his scythe to slash fiercely at his face. However, the face of this person was strange. He didn't die, but his face deformed. Surprisingly, his face split into 2 and he now had 2 heads. He said, "You've fallen into my trap." Its red eyes shot out 4 bolts of lightning, striking Yang Hao. At that moment, Yang Hao took the full brunt of the lightning strikes and said, "Han Ti, move forward." Han Ti charged ahead, using gravity from behind where Soxian stood, causing him to stagger. Soxian realized the situation was not good, yet he couldn't move. He realized, this person is the gravity-powered individual from before, isn't he? He was clearly weak in controlling gravity back then. At this moment, Yang Hao had fully healed himself. He was the only one whose powers had reached their limits. Actually, your people are the same. You rallied everyone to surrender. Big brother of ours is now in your hands. The underlings didn't expect their big brother to lose. They saw him unable to move anymore. This time they were doomed. Both Big Brother and all the generals had lost. So they quickly dropped their weapons and surrendered. Those who surrendered would follow Yang Hao outside. Suddenly, Kai Jing appeared. She said, "Leave these matters to us. I came here because I care about you. I've already assigned Sing Zhu to handle things outside and conveniently. With your addition, the ability card should be entrusted to me for safekeeping. It will definitely come in handy in the future." At that moment, another person appeared, clapping his hands in congratulations. It was Dr. Fran. He praised everyone for their excellent performance, saying it was quite spectacular. Yang Hao was surprised. Why isn't he locked up? Soxian seized the opportunity to call for Dr. Fran's help. Yang Hao demanded that Dr. Fran explain everything that was happening. He said, "Of course I will explain, but first you need to drop your weapon and surrender with your hands behind your back. If not, your parents and these people will die before you do." No one expected Dr. Fran to deceive Yang Hao, and it seemed they had fallen into a trap. Yang Hao, however, did not back down. He raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. He said, "Let him kill those people. I don't care. I'm going to attack the doctor." Dr. Fran remained calm, standing still, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He used the shield to block the attack. None of his friends could understand why he acted that way. Even his own parents ignored it. Was he still their friend? Even Tai Jing silently looked at him and ended the attack. Dr. Fran never expected that he would turn out to be such a cold-blooded beast, heartless and devoid of emotion. He didn't even care about his biological parents or the many lives at stake. He even told everyone, someone like him, do they really want to follow him? Everyone was in an uproar, seemingly unsure of what to do. Yang Hao said, don't bother playing this shameless game with him. Does he think I can't see through it? Bringing out these clones to deceive. Does he think that makes any sense? He hadn't expected that the man would go so far as to create clones of his parents. He didn't even know where the gene samples had come from, but he had recognized them as clones from the very beginning. One was a clone of Yang Shuming, the other a clone of Mo Shuling, both with clearly defined parameters. No one else had noticed. How had he been able to tell? Yang Hao said that while the man could replicate their appearance, he couldn't replicate their memories. Would he dare let me ask them a few questions? One test and the truth will come out. The doctor hadn't expected him to recognize the clones at just a glance, but now it was his turn. He demanded that the underground laboratory be handed over to him, or else Suxian would die. Suxian was horrified upon seeing this and sought help from the doctor, but Fran paid him no mind. He ordered his subordinates to kill everyone, except for Yang Hao. After all, if his goal was achieved, the useless Suxian would no longer serve any purpose. They had built the zombie army with their advanced science and the newly established underground laboratory. Yang Hao, however, had his own zombie army. Furthermore, he had established a base deep underground, and it was immediately clear that the people there were clones. It seemed that he had a dangerous secret. His zombie army proceeded to attack Yang Hao's group. Yang Hao said, everyone, protect yourselves well. If it becomes too much, retreat. I'll handle the doctor. They responded, don't worry, we know what to do. Han Tai, being clever, used Suxian as a shield, placing him in front of them. Naturally, Suxian ended up taking the brunt of the attack and died. After his death, the orb flew up, and sure enough, a special ability card appeared. Yang Hao was pleased as it meant Kai Jing could now possibly have a second ability. He rushed over to Suxian's body to collect the card. Fran, standing outside, could only watch in confusion, wondering what Yang Hao was doing by the corpse. The special ability card that Suxian had was a replication card, a power that allowed the user to replicate any ability within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that range, it was ineffective. The power and number of uses depended on the user's level. Each ability had a time limit of 5 minutes within a 24-hour period. He tossed the ability card to Kai Jing, telling her to use it first. Kai Jing caught the ability card and immediately transferred it into her body, feeling that the power granted was incredibly strong. She soared into the air, and as she glanced down below, she used a certain ability that wiped out all the zombies beneath her. This was Dr. Fran's ability, and he had no idea how she knew how to use it. At this moment, Yang Hao attacked the doctor with a scythe, his other hand holding the metal-controlling card he had previously collected from Zook. Dr. Fran sneered as he controlled a ring-shaped sword that stabbed toward him from behind. He had already anticipated this and activated a defensive shield at his back. He knew Yang Hao was planning to launch a sneak attack, and the electric shock was just a feint. Yang Hao's expression darkened. He still confidently said, "You can't defeat me." As he drew his gun and shot, it hit Yang Hao in the arm. Yang Hao couldn't dodge in time and was struck, but he quickly activated his healing ability. He also noticed that the doctor seemed to have the ability to predict his next move. Sinner reminded him that, based on the reconnaissance intel, the doctor had the ability to foresee the future. Yang Hao realized then that the doctor had failed to target his weaknesses twice before, indicating that his foresight had a very limited range. As long as he attacked enough times, even knowing the future wouldn't help. Thus, Yang Hao launched a full-scale assault, throwing numerous blades toward the doctor. Frey didn't know exactly what level Yang Hao had reached in his enhancements, but he could feel the tremendous force of the knives he was throwing. Yang Hao continued to hurl knives at him relentlessly. As expected, Fran had begun to use his defensive layer, but you could not completely avoid the continuous attacks. It's over. Yang Hao shifted behind him, ready to continue the assault with more knives. However, Fran anticipated this, so he drew his gun and shot directly at Yang Hao's face. He even laughed loudly, but unfortunately for him, Yang Hao was unharmed. Before Fran could fully comprehend the situation, he was swiftly struck down by Yang Hao, who moved in with lethal precision. It was a shame, as the future Fran could see was short-lived, and he could not fully fathom the extent of Yang Hao's abilities. If Suxian had been there, perhaps the victor would have been him. Seeing that their leader, the doctor, had been killed, the subordinates were thrown into confusion and fear, not knowing what to do. Yang Hao raised his weapon once more and called out, "Surrender! If you don't, death is the only option." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice contradicted him. The doctor, Fran, had not died after all. He was not as easy to kill as that. Yang Hao observed the other Fran closely. Could this be a clone? But something felt off. If it were a clone, the system would have displayed it, meaning that both of them would truly be Dr. Fran. Dr. Fran snapped his fingers and instructed the others to manifest. The walls on both sides where he stood shook, as if something had broken through. An orb of zombies, their bodies resembling sumo wrestlers, broke through the wall. These were the tyrants. Everyone was terrified. Yang Hao hurriedly said, "Everyone run, I'll cover you." His friends ran ahead, and Yang Hao began to summon electric arcs around him. For now, he could only retreat and figure things out later. He tried to set up a shield with the electricity to block the tyrants. This move also caused the base to lose power, and Dr. Fran's subordinates were still determined to chase and capture the others. As Yang Hao's friends ran outside, they were forced to stop when they found the door in front of them was closed. It was a dead end. It seemed they had been prepared from the start, and the enemy would be upon them any moment. What should they do? As they were still thinking, the door was suddenly smashed open. The one who broke it was Xingzhu. She quickly urged everyone to get out, and the others were delighted to see her. Fortunately, Yang Hao had anticipated this and had instructed them to leave someone outside. He hadn't expected his prediction to come true. Yang Hao was becoming more skilled, and after advancing a bit, Xingzhu noticed something up ahead. The person in front was none other than Dr. Fran. He was standing there, reading everyone, saying it had been a long time, and surprisingly, there was another person with him. Yang Hao said, perhaps his ability is to create clones, and immediately charged forward. Fran smiled wickedly, then summoned a gigantic zombie arm that broke through the ground and emerged. This zombie was far larger and more terrifying than the previous ones, its eyes replaced by a brain. Upon seeing it, everyone froze. Behind them, even more massive zombies had surrounded them. The situation was dire. They were about to break through the encirclement. Fran told him that he knew he was exceptional, and that he certainly had many secrets hidden away, so he wouldn't want to end his life like this. He persuaded him to join him in ruling Jiangzhou and then the world. Yang Hao, however, did not have such grand ambitions, nor did he feel that the creatures behind him could control the world. Fran was dissatisfied with his answer. He saw that Yang Hao rejected his offer, so he intended to make him drink the punishment wine. If that was the case, then he would have the Zombie King kill him, but the Zombie King instead crushed him with its hand. Yang Hao was also taken by surprise. The Zombie King said, "The insignificant humans want to control me, how laughable." It roared, ordering the zombies to kill everyone. This Zombie King could speak, and it even had its own thoughts. At the moment the zombies were charging, he commanded Feng Hua to act. Feng Hua jumped down, holding pink grenades in his hand. The grenades exploded, but the zombie, showing no regard, remained unaffected, neither hurt nor itchy. However, the others had already vanished. It let out an angry roar. Back at the base, they sat down to discuss. Luckily, he had prepared in advance, or else they would have suffered heavy loss this time. Yang Hao said, "It really proves that preparation is never too much." He asked about the situation of the underground laboratory. Feng Hua replied that the underground laboratory had been secured. A person who had escaped from the laboratory said, when Fran was killed, the Fran in the lab was also killed by a zombie. Yang Hao thought, it seems that the person just now was the real Fran. I guess each of his avatars has a unique power, and they can communicate with each other. Such a terrifying ability, but at least we've finally dealt with the alliance of the destroyers. Feng Hua continued, the Zombie King has swept through the entire central area, and it's trending towards organizing and spreading. The Zombie King seems to be able to distinguish whether a zombie is controlled or not. The zombies we controlled have all been killed, and it can be confirmed that the alliance of the destroyers has almost been completely wiped out. The situation for the other lucky survivors is not much better. Right now, they don't know how many tyrants there are. The known situation is that fighting fire with fire will surely lead to heavy losses. So his idea is to reinforce the underground base first, rescue the lucky survivors, and then decide the next course of action. Everyone else followed his orders, and after all, the stored food was still enough to feed many people. After the Zombie King appeared, everyone began to fortify their base, seizing the time to rescue the fortunate survivors. 5 days later, Kaijing told him there was a new discovery. In Fanghuang Mountain, there was a missile base. If they could obtain the weapons there, it might help them deal with the Zombie King. Yang Hao happily asked, "Where is the missile base?" This is not something to delay. I want everyone to quickly organize Xiao Dongji and depart immediately. Then, at Fanghuang Mountain, Xiao Dongji had been fully prepared. Someone asked, "This is a nature reserve. Won't there be any powerful mutant beasts?" Hu Qingyi replied, "As long as the mutant beast isn't too unusual, even if they can't control it, they might still be able to avoid it." Just as they mentioned the mutant beasts, one appeared before them. It was a wild boar with glowing red eyes. Yang Hao activated his Beast Tamer skill, reducing the beast power by 20%. He said, "Leave this beast to me." The wild boar was killed with one strike of his scythe. It seemed that the further they were from the city, the weaker the mutant beasts became. Mohi told him they had to hurry. She had been in Jiangzhou for quite a while, and the longer they waited, the more likely people in Hangchang would become suspicious. Yang Hao thought that she felt Hangchang would have the answer to this, but in reality, she couldn't answer this question herself either. In Hangchang, she was just someone on the outskirts. These matters were likely only known by the doctors and lab staff. Liu Ai suddenly noticed something ahead and alerted the two of them. In front of them was a giant, but it also looked like a muscular demon holding a hammer. It wasn't a mutant beast, because mutant beasts would not appear in a human-like posture. This was likely a mutated human, after all. They had once seen a lion man before. Yang Hao reached out his hand, intending to ask, "Are you human? Do you understand what I'm saying?" The monster roared, only saying one word, "Die." Then it charged at him. Seeing that communication seemed impossible, he planned to try to control it, but was unable to do so. Moreover, the Beast Tamer's skill had no effect. It seemed it truly wasn't a mutant beast. Yang Hao ordered Tyrant to attack the monster. Tyrant's strike sent the monster crashing into a tree, breaking it in half. Contrary to his expectations, the monster wasn't crushed by Tyrant's blow. It was clear that this creature was no weakling. It roared once more. This time, it summoned many of its kind who came to surround Yang Hao's group. They also used some kind of purple power to attack Tyrant. Now there are more and more of them, and they don't even know what species these things belong to. What's more troubling is that they seem to possess supernatural abilities. When Tyrant attacked one of them, the wound didn't bleed. This is a characteristic of zombies, perhaps a combination of zombie and mutant. But Yang Hao wondered why these things appeared in such remote places, far from any cities or laboratories. He told everyone to take care of themselves and that he would deal with them. The whole group had to fight against those monsters. Some of them even had tentacles growing from their backs, making their attacks extremely troublesome. Those tentacles wrapped around Mo Di and lifted her into the air. Liu Ai saw this and shouted out to her. Mo Di tried to use her power to escape the tentacles, but it didn't work. These things weren't just capable of turning into metal, they could even heal themselves. She had no choice but to call out to Yang Hao for help. Yang Hao realized something was wrong. The monsters had retreated. Go King Yi said they didn't capture anyone nearby but deliberately went around to capture Mo Di. I'm afraid she's their real target. They took her to a cave its entrance lined and decorated with skulls. Their large hands tore at her clothes, saying they wanted to reproduce. Mo Di thought this was the end. But at that moment, Yang Hao appeared just in time and said, "Mo Di, don't be afraid." The monsters, seeing him as an obstacle, rushed to attack him. Yang Hao simply stood there and chopped them down. When the heads of the monsters fell, they said, "Da King will not spare you before dying." Yang Hao didn't understand who this Da King they mentioned was. Mo Di thanked him for saving her. She stood up and noticed that her clothes had been torn during the earlier fight. At that moment, she felt embarrassed and asked him to turn away. Yang Hao blushed and covered his face with his hand. Although he didn't know the reason, their target was Mo Di. To avoid everyone being surrounded and attacked, he said, "We'll move separately." This situation was too strange. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Qingyi and Liu Mai arrived. They said that after they left, the beastmen had left as well, and asked what they should do next. Yang Hao replied, "You two stay here. Mo Di and I will continue to scout ahead. Wait for news from the two of them." Mo Di and Yang Hao continued to fight with the monsters like before. He said, "It seems like the beastman's lair is up ahead. I'll go take a look. You stay here. If anything unusual happens, come help me." Ahead of them stood a modern-looking base shaped like a mushroom. It was indeed strange. How could something like this exist in such a desolate remote mountain? As the doors of the base opened, a shadow resembling a squid appeared. A bizarre creature, a mix of a robot and a multi-armed mutant, appeared. It said, "I never expected you could make it this far. You're really something special." Yang Hao thought it was the thing that was special. He opened the system information panel, but still couldn't figure out what this was. The system displayed, "They are demons after modification. Produced in the Kepler star system, mutation rank is D." He asked, "What kind of trash is the Kepler star system anyway?" The ghost unexpectedly replied, "You actually know it. But never mind, it will subdue you first." The demon jumped toward him to attack. Before he knew it, Yang Hao had to use Iron Bone. He didn't expect its weapon to be able to withstand the sickle. It seemed like it wasn't made of ordinary metal. He had to use his ultimate skill. With that thought, Yang Hao sliced off several of its arms. But as soon as he cut them, its arms were instantly revived, as if nothing had happened. Yang Hao had no choice but to block the attacks from those many arms. He was furious at this hunk of metal and used his power to freeze it. After freezing it, he gave it a shock, electrocuting it to death. The conductivity of this thing was good and it collapsed immediately. After defeating it, Yang Hao called out to a girl who had just appeared from behind. "Stop hiding, come out, or it'll really die." According to the girl who had just appeared, the robot was actually Da King. The beautiful girl with blue eyes and very long hair was named Lu King Chang. She asked him, "Who are you?" He replied, "You really don't know matters. If you want to know, you should tell me who you are first." But Lu King Chang had already taken a fighting stance and refused to tell him who she was. Just like with that robot, Yang Hao used electric shocks, rendering her powerless. He threatened, "If you don't tell me, I'll keep going." Just this one move made her surrender. He wanted to ask her, "You're so weak. Why is the Kepler system's monster so protective of you?" The girl was taken aback. "Do you know where Duck King is from?" She then asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Hao said, "You don't have the right to ask me. Tell me who you are first." Lu King Chang decided to tell him, as it wasn't really a secret. She had escaped from the Hangcheng laboratory and her name was Lu King Chang. Yang Hao asked, "Did the monsters we just encountered come from there too?" Lu King Chang herself wasn't sure about this, but she said that the demon she raised from childhood had low intelligence but was very obedient to her. As for its origins, she didn't know. She explained, "I stole it to use it for self-defense but didn't expect it to bring along so many beastmen." Lu King Chang continued, "The Hangcheng laboratory is very advanced. They immediately discovered we had escaped and started hunting us down. In the outskirts of Hangcheng, they encountered a terrifying mutant beast, which looked like a gigantic centipede. This mutant beast fought with the pursuers, allowing them to escape from Hangcheng and reach this place." Yang Hao knew what had happened, and he asked her to tell him everything she knew about the Hangcheng laboratory. Lu King Chang agreed, but as she was removing her clothes, she said, "Wait a moment." She blushed, grabbed his hand, and said, "It's hot today. Why don't we find somewhere cooler to talk?" Yang Hao remained calm. He said, "Stop trying to seduce me. My mental power is very strong. This little trick is useless against me." Lu King Chang replied, "You're wrong." My jacket fell to the ground. She explained that her ability wasn't to seduce, but to read. Moreover, she wasn't undressing to tempt him. She was merely catalyzing toxins. At this point, she was very close to him, her hand touching him. She could release hormone toxins within a certain range. This toxin was colorless, odorless, and only affected men. Those poison would gradually be controlled by her and would die 3 days later. "You're strong, yet you can still endure this much. But still, you should just obediently become my slave." While she was still talking, Yang Hao had already handcuffed her. Lu King Chang was taken by surprise. He asked, "You want to poison me to death, and yet you're so kind to me." In any case, the toxin had been neutralized by his self-healing ability, so he was fine. Lu King Chang was unexpectedly scolding him and even forced him to let her go. Yang Hao called Mo Di and told her that she could bring everyone over now as it was safe. Additionally, he had captured someone from the Hangcheng laboratory. He told her to come and see if she recognized the person. Mo Di, upon hearing this, said she would lead everyone over immediately. When the other girls arrived, they were inspecting the surroundings of the base. Yang Hao examined the room and felt that the space inside was much larger than it appeared from the outside. There were even surveillance cameras installed. He suddenly asked Lu King Chang, "What exactly is this room?" Lu King Chang explained that this was called a backpack room, which involved space folding technology. It could be folded into a backpack for portability. Once unfolded into a room, the interior space became significantly larger than what it looked like from the outside. Yang Hao was quite surprised. "You even managed to steal such a space-folding treasure. That means you must have stolen other valuable items from the Hangcheng laboratory, like the reagents hidden in the safe." Lu King Chang did not expect him to know about the reagents. He said, "There's a lot more that I know. You'd better not try anything funny. Just tell us all the secrets." Lu King Chang had no choice but to reveal, "In fact, I didn't just steal the backpack. I also took half portions of 2 types of reagents from the lab where I worked. One is a zombification reagent, and the other is a beastification reagent. The zombification reagent can be used on humans, animals, and mutant beasts. Once zombified, they exhibit zombie-like characteristics, with their combat capabilities significantly enhanced. The beastification drugs can also be used on humans and zombies. After beastification, they will exhibit the characteristics of wild animals, and their combat power will increase significantly. However, both of these drugs have clear side effects. When humans use these drugs, they not only transform into zombie or beast humans, but they will also lose most of their sanity. The beast humans who fight against them are creatures created in this way, and most of them are made by using humans. This is because beast humans created from humans are the easiest to control. In fact, both of these drugs are refined from zombies and mutant beasts, so Hang Chang is essentially a laboratory. It seems that humans all over the world are turning into experimental bodies, and no one can escape this fate. Yang Hao turned to Modi and asked, "You previously took a batch of drugs from her. Did you ask if those drugs could restore beast humans and zombies?" Modi replied, "I've never tried, but I've heard they are effective on regular zombies. As for beast humans and zombie humans, I'm not sure. According to Lu King Chang, the drug works, but in very small quantities. In the Hang Chang laboratory, it's very rare." Modi suddenly remembered and asked, "Why didn't those beast humans specifically target me to take me?" Lu King Chang responded, "Maybe it's because you've used drugs from the Hang Chang laboratory. These drugs have a fatal attraction, beast humans. Those beast humans can only reproduce with someone who has used the drug." Yang Hao understood and made an offer for her to join them, as they were currently taking advantage of their time. As for matters related to the Hang Chang laboratory, they could discuss those later. Lu King Chang thought about it, and joining them seemed like a decent option. She had been able to escape for a while, but she couldn't run forever. Moreover, there were many secrets surrounding him, so she agreed to join them. However, she made it clear that she had no intention of being a savior, nor did she want to take risks. Yang Hao assured her that she could be at ease, as they had no intention of ruining her life. He also asked her to tell him a bit about the missile base. It was not far from here, and she might know something about it. Lu King Chang replied that they were probably looking for heavy weapons, but she apologized because, for her own safety, he had never had direct contact with them. Yang Hao decided to leave the girls behind and went over to check things out. At Fanghuang Mountain, the military base, Yang Hao observed from the outer security fence, but he didn't see any zombies. It seemed likely that this base had been taken over by survivors. He stood before the gate of the base and told the guard that he meant no harm and only wanted to discuss something with them. The guard, showing no interest in a conversation, immediately aimed his gun and shot at him. Yang Hao was already surrounded by bullets. He used his telekinetic power to stop the bullets in midair. He also reassured the person, "Don't be afraid of strangers." The two gatekeepers knew he was a person with abilities and were terrified. The bald man asked the redhead, "Do we need to fire a missile at him?" The redhead said, "Don't act recklessly. We need to report to the higher-ups first." He hoped that Yang Hao wasn't a madman, unlike the ones from before. When the bald man went downstairs to report, the door inside was suddenly breached. The redhead didn't understand when it just happened. The door had been broken by the zombies. They swarmed out, and the soldiers in the base couldn't hold them back and had to flee. Upon hearing the noise from inside, Yang Hao quickly guessed that zombies had invaded. He jumped in, and someone warned him, "Don't go in there. There are zombies behind you." Yang Hao didn't care. They were just zombies. He could handle them. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, they probably didn't want him to kill him. They couldn't understand how he knew. Yang Hao thought that if they wanted to kill him, they wouldn't have bothered raising them this big. They were bred by them. The brew was surprised that he had figured it out. He was raising them, and they were saying there was a tyrant in there, and that he couldn't handle it alone. But for Yang Hao, having just one tyrant was no big deal. Yang Hao snapped his fingers, and his tyrant appeared more ferocious and much larger than the others. His Yangshi easily twisted the neck of the enemy tyrant. He instructed it not to kill the other one, as he intended to subdue it. The tyrant obeyed him. The soldier was shocked, not expecting this to be Yang Hao's tyrant, let alone one that could understand speech. Yang Hao explained that his tyrant was somewhat special, named Yang Shi, and he himself was Yang Hao. The soldier introduced himself as Zhao Weiguo, the person in charge of this place. Yang Hao said, "For now, hand this tyrant over to me. You can handle the rest of the zombies, right?" Zhao Weiguo replied, "No problem." Yang Hao observed Yang Shi. He saw that it was doing fine, just right, since after its upgrade in the last battle, it had become capable of controlling two high-level tyrants. He pointed at the enemy's head and told Yang Shi to help him subdue it. Yang Shi followed his command, firmly gripping the tyrant's head. Yang Hao said to the tyrant lying on the ground, "Since you were a soldier, let's temporarily call you Jun Dao." 10 minutes later, Zhao Weiguo thanked him for helping them deal with the zombies. He said, "You must have come to us for a reason." Yang Hao replied, "That's right. But first, I'd like you to tell me about the situation here." Zhao Weiguo said that their area had few people and strict discipline, so after the outbreak of the apocalypse, they were able to control the situation before it completely got out of hand. However, they didn't want to abandon their former comrades, so they locked all the mutated teammates in the armory, hoping that one day they could find a cure for them. But they didn't anticipate that the zombies would continuously evolve and gain new abilities, making it increasingly difficult to control them in the armory. If it weren't for your help just now, I'm afraid they would have turned into one of those members. So if you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Yang Hao, upon hearing this, didn't hold back. He wanted to borrow rockets from them to eliminate all the zombies and retrieve Jiang Zhao. Zhao Weigu was suspicious of him and asked, "Such a grand plan, how many people do you have? Can you be trusted?" Yang Hao replied, "This is a bit of a long story, but I'll briefly explain our situation to you." He then began to explain, right now they did indeed have the strength to fight zombies, but the casualties would be heavy, so he needed their weapons. After listening, Zhao Weigu said, "No problem." 10 minutes later, trucks loaded with heavy weapons were brought out and handed over to Yang Hao. Zhao Weigu said, "These are our weapons. You're really lucky the entire missile unit is here, and we also have enough personnel for launching. This type of missile has a short range of 400 kilometers with an accuracy of less than 600 meters. It's the most powerful missile we have." But Yang Hao criticized only 600 meters. This accuracy still seems a bit lacking. Zhao Weigu introduced another type to him. This one has a smaller shooting range but higher accuracy, and it can be controlled within 100 meters. However, as long as they fire multiple missiles simultaneously, it doesn't matter even if there is an armored vehicle. Yang Hao thought that what he said made sense, so he instructed the people here to return to the base with him. This time, they were determined to reclaim Jiang Zhou from the zombies. Upon returning to the base, they immediately sat down at the conference table. He repeated the situation, then invited Lu King Chang to speak about the situation at the laboratory. She said, "I don't know who built these laboratories, but I do know their purpose for building them is definitely not to rule the world. Their goal is to use all of humanity as test subjects. Moreover, the laboratories have divided levels for zombies, mutant beasts, and humans. Zombies are categorized into normal zombies, mutated zombies, while the mutant beast ranks are similar to those of zombies. Humans are classified into normal humans, D-level mutated humans, and C-level mutated humans. At the moment, this is all she knows about the ranks. However, these ranks are based on strength, speed, and mental capabilities. If additional complex abilities are factored in, Yang Hao began to feel curious. Is this ranking system a coincidence, or does the system within him have something to do with the laboratory? She also added, all the drugs in the laboratory come from zombies, mutant beasts, and humans. So if we allow the laboratory to continue its research, humanity will eventually be destroyed. The laboratory matter is finished. Now let's move on to researching how to deal with the king-level zombies. Yang Hao asked if anyone had any ideas. Kai Jing suggested testing the new drug on the zombies and mutant beasts that she and King Yi were controlling. King Yi agreed, because if they could still control them after enhancing their strength, it would be a significant asset. Yang Hao slammed the table, agreeing that this was a good idea and told them to head to the training field. At the base's laboratory, the researchers were injecting the drug into the zombies and mutant beasts. Immediately after the injection, changes began to occur. It seemed that the zombie and the mutant beast had become stronger and more aggressive. The mutant beast even exhibited physical mutations. Hu Qingyi felt uneasy as the creatures had completely lost control after being injected. Perhaps this drug wasn't very effective on zombies. Yi Fenghua intended to inject herself with the drug to test it. Yang Hao stopped her, saying that it was absolutely not safe due to too many unpredictable factors. Yang Hao said, "Next, let's have everyone split up. We'll lure as many zombies as possible, especially the Zombie King, into the city center and try to deal with all of them in one go." One day later, inside the underground laboratory, Gu Qingyi was riding the wild boar she had captured the day before, along with some other mutant beasts, fleeing from the zombies behind them. Yang Hao was above, asking through the intercom, "Qingyi, how's the situation in the underground laboratory?" Hu Qingyi replied, "The mutant beasts you controlled have lured the zombies from the underground laboratory out. As long as we can lure the tyrant out, the underground laboratory should be safe. The lights in the lab are still on. Everything is calm. Nothing has happened." Meanwhile, in the city center, the Zombie King was still there with a group of smaller zombies. Yang Hao was on the building above the Zombie King. He spoke to Zhao Weigu. "Start the detonation now. The zombies have already been lured to the city center." The rockets were then fired, speeding toward the Zombie King, shining like stars. Upon seeing the rockets, the Zombie King let out a frenzied scream. The rockets, with their great destructive power, completely obliterated the city center. As expected, the rockets were effective, just as Yang Hao had predicted. Zhao Weigu said, "Unfortunately, the large-scale rocket launch took too long to start. If the rockets hadn't arrived, the zombies might have already scattered. Otherwise, we could have wiped them all out." Yang Hao responded, "Leave the rockets for later use." He reminded everyone not to act rashly, as he would go check the situation first. Yang Hao descended to the area where the explosion had occurred, with zombie corpses scattered below. Indeed, it wasn't bad. The tyrant was also killed in the explosion, but had the Zombie King died? Just as he finished speaking, a massive hand reached up. The Zombie King suddenly appeared in front of him, launching an attack on Yang Hao. As expected, this creature wasn't so easy to kill. Yang Hao swiftly dodged the zombie's hand reaching out toward him. The zombie, however, couldn't stand up. It seemed to have an injured leg. Yang Hao noticed this and happily seized the opportunity to take its life. The Zombie King gathered energy into its green-colored hand for a powerful strike. It hurled the attack at him. Yang Hao dodged, but he didn't know what it was. Despite appearing to have dodged the attack, Yang Hao was blown away by it and crashed hard onto the ground. He had taken a heavy hit and tried to stand up. This attack also carries a slowing effect. It's hard to avoid. That's insane, Yang Hao thought, forced to come up with another plan. He attempted to heal himself from a distance with electric currents. He attacked it with his lightning, but the electricity surrounding the zombie simply vanished, and it was still able to charge at him as usual. Yang Hao grew frustrated. Even the electric shock doesn't harm it at all. The zombie tried to stomp him with its foot, but luckily Yang Hao dodged in time. He leaped into the air, but the eyeless zombie was incredibly fast. Despite its appearance, it reached out to slam him down. So it tricked me into jumping first, and used that moment while I was in the air to throw another bomb, leaving me with no way to dodge. Smarter than I thought. Unfortunately for it, its opponent was him. Yang Hao used his ability to redirect its own attacks back at it. At last, he managed to wound it. He reminded Wei Guo to always be ready for the second explosion. Wei Guo replied, "Don't worry, as soon as you move away, they'll immediately launch the attack." Yang Hao, who was trying to figure out how to deal with the Zombie King, knew he couldn't engage it directly. He kept a safe distance and planned to use a rocket to strike. However, an unexpected variable occurred. Another zombie appeared. This new zombie had the same attack ability as the previous one. Yang Hao struggled to dodge, realizing that it was using its illusionary clone ability. He nearly died. Now he was surrounded by a swarm of these clones. He had no choice but to use an all-scan technique, employing a strategy of deception. With the Zombie King's charge, he finally managed to pinpoint the real body. Yang Hao smirked triumphantly and threw back its own attack at it. The zombie was struck by its own slow-moving attack. The other clones scattered and were about to vanish. The zombie let out a furious growl. It collapsed due to heavy injuries, but its body was enveloped by a green power. Yang Hao had no idea what it was doing. The Zombie King was forming a large ball to attack him. Yang Hao realized it was using its foot as a bomb, and just as he realized this, the Zombie King threw the ball towards him. Now the massive bomb was right in front of him, and Yang Hao could only force it back. He continued to use remote control over materials. At this moment, the Zombie King emitted a whirlwind, which assisted the bomb. Meanwhile, a group of tyrant zombies was charging from behind him. It was the Zombie King summoning the tyrants. Yang Hao had to desperately dodge them. Because of this, he didn't pay attention to the bomb, and by the time he noticed, it was already too late. With the bomb now right in front of him, Yang Hao's face showed signs of worry. The bomb exploded immediately, with a wide range and tremendous power, blowing away even the large and strong tyrant zombies. The Zombie King itself was struggling to withstand the blast. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a crater, with the surrounding area barren and desolate. The Zombie King laughed joyfully, but then suddenly stopped and rushed to investigate. It saw a long path inside the bomb crater and growled angrily. Yang Hao was inside it, and fortunately, the tunnel from the previous fight with the clown was still intact. He then spoke to Gu Big Brother, signaling the start of the next attack. Zhao Waigu heard clearly. Right now, the Zombie King had lost both legs, and even though the large missiles had low accuracy, one could still hit the target with their eyes closed. Thus, the missiles appeared again in the sky, creating another massive mushroom-shaped explosion. Yang Hao, watching from a great distance, saw his attribute points continuously increasing as the system granted him many bonuses. This time, his support in attacking and killing the Zombie King had earned him the title of Zombie King Slayer Supporter, and his suppression of zombies at the King level and below was increased by 10%. With so many rewards, he knew that he had also killed the Zombie King, and furthermore, he was granted a reward that halved the cooldown time for Iron Bone's self-healing and replaced Demon Sight Ijiro's freezing ability with one of the following 3 powers. The Mental Immunity Wall, which protects against mental attacks. The Dreaming Eye, which allows mental control and usage 3 times in 24 hours, each lasting 5 minutes. The Soul-Piercing Spear, an attack that depends on the strength of one's mental power. Yang Hao hesitated between the defensive support and mental attack abilities. Choosing between them was no easy task. He decided on the Dreaming Eye. At this moment, Du Qingyi and Zhao Waigu were approaching to report to him. Zhao Waigu said, "I've finished dealing with all the minions the Zombie King summoned earlier. Basically, the missiles have been fired as well." Du Qingyi was about to join Feng Hua to clean up the aftermath. The system notification indicated that the construction of the Jiangzhou city base was 65% complete. A new branch mission was initiated, involving the attack on a modified alien creature. Yang Hao wondered, is the modified alien creature a demon? But never mind, he decided to complete the main mission first before speaking further. In the underground laboratory, Gu Qingyi and Yi Fenghua were talking to each other. Gu Qingyi said, the zombies here have all been summoned by the Zombie King, so it should be fine to go in and take a look. Yi Fenghua, however, advised her, it's better to be cautious. Let the zombies and mutated beasts be controlled and dealt with first. At that moment, there was a loud noise from the laboratory door. The door began to deform as if it were about to break, startling the two of them. Then the door was actually smashed open and the tyrant zombies burst out. Go Qingyi was startled and attacked by the zombies. Yi Fenghua, standing beside her, was also panicked and shouted, She then grabbed a syringe of zombie chemical, injecting it straight into her leg. She screamed in pain as her body began to transform, her skin changing to resemble that of a zombie. Yi Fenghua, now fully transformed, screamed as well. Gu Qingyi watched in terror. Yi Fenghua quickly used mental control to stop the tyrant zombies from attacking. Gu Qingyi suddenly froze, and they turned back to attack the tyrants instead. So, they're fighting each other. Gu Qingyi said happily, you're saved. Previously, Fenghua could only control a normal tyrant, but now she is able to control 4 stronger tyrants. Is this the power of the zombie transformation drug? While Fenghua was trying to control the tyrants, Gu Qingyi noticed a zombie clinging to the ceiling above her. It opened its mouth, its teeth and tongue, terrifying like a monstrous creature. Gu Qingyi quickly warned Fenghua, be careful, it's jumping down towards you. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Hao appeared. He said, don't worry, I've got this. I'll send that zombie flying somewhere else. He continued, you control the zombies, I'll handle killing them. Now, after increasing his strength, and with the help of the title Zombie King Slayer, attacking tyrants had become much easier. At that moment, Fenghua suddenly spoke, drooling with hunger. She held her head, crazily craving meat, and said, the meat smells so good, while looking at Yang Hao. It was then that Yang Hao realized Fenghua had injected herself with the zombie transformation drug, and so quickly had begun to show zombie traits. She rushed toward Yang Hao, attempting to pounce on him, but he dodged to the side. Unfortunately, that was the direction where the tyrants were attacking. Yang Hao was careless and got hit. Fenghua, clutching her head, screamed, don't touch my meat. Because of that, the zombies stopped attacking him. Yang Hao hadn't expected this to work. While it wasn't exactly how he imagined, with Fenghua controlling the zombies, his kills might not be as bad as he thought. He looked at her as she continued to moan, repeatedly saying that he was her flesh and that they couldn't eat it. About half an hour later, all the tyrants were killed, lying in a heap at his feet. Fenghua was still whispering in his ear, asking for meat. Fortunately, Fenghua still had some sense left and didn't actually bite him, but it seemed like she was only interested in his body. She even lifted his shirt, which made Qingyi panic. Yang Hao said, Qingyi, don't worry. I don't know how long the effect of the zombification drug will last, but I will definitely make sure she recovers. If Hang Cheng could develop this drug, perhaps he also has a cure. Yang Hao told Qingyi to go back first, while he took Fenghua to the underground laboratory to try something. When they entered the laboratory, they could already see the room in ruins from the outside. It seemed that the tyrant zombies earlier had been caused because Dr. Fran's tyrant preparation chamber was left unattended, but it seemed to have been dealt with now. There was even a laptop on the table. Yang Hao opened it and saw Dr. Fran's diary. It turned out that he had a habit of writing journals. In the video diary, there was footage of the two of them talking to each other. Dr. Fran was conversing with someone sitting across from him. Dr. Fran said today was a strange day, although he didn't know the details about them. The technology they controlled was something that couldn't be refused, no matter how much one betrayed humanity. The person told Dr. Fran that all that was needed was to regularly supply the medicine. While he was researching other things, they were not concerned about that. Dr. Fran also said, someone has activated their superpower along with their own life force, making others youthful. Therefore, he has reversed aging. The superpower contains limitless potential, and you must turn everyone in Jiangzhou into an experiment. Perhaps one day he will become immortal. What Yang Hao was wondering was what scientific technique could make Dr. Fran willing to betray all of humanity. At this moment, Gu Qingyi also contacted them through the intercom because something had happened. She said, an unidentified flying object has appeared above the underground laboratory. It's best if you and Fenghua stay inside for now. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao immediately went outside. Indeed, there was a strange aircraft in the sky. The people on board were dressed like scientists and wore strange glasses that covered their eyes. One person referred to the man behind him as M15. He said, it seems this city has just experienced a battle. M15 spoke to N24. They need to land carefully. They are here to investigate, not to die. N24 obeyed the order and they landed the spacecraft on the ground. N24 said they couldn't find Modi and there was no response to their signal. They don't know what to do. M15 replied, "Get ready. Modi is dead. From the looks of things, it seems that the laboratory here has likely been destroyed as well." They found the exit and were about to enter to take a look. Yang Hao had already been standing there, waiting, and stopped them to ask about their identities. They reversed the question back to him, and he said, "I'm the new guard at the laboratory. It seems you're not ordinary people. Could you introduce yourselves? Are you enemies or allies?" Yang Hao was still pretending to be polite with them. They introduced themselves as members of the Hangcheng laboratory. They had previously sent a female envoy to this place. Was she still here? And what exactly had happened here? Yang Hao asked, was she a woman with a strange mutated creature? He didn't know where that woman was, but this place had been attacked by zombies, and they needed help. Then 24 raised another question. If this place was attacked by zombies, how come you didn't see any zombies? Where are the others? Yang Hao smiled friendly and replied, "A missile was just launched here, and right now, everyone is hiding underground. I'm the one responsible for scouting outside." They seemed to believe what he said and ordered him to lead the way. Yang Hao agreed and courteously invited them to follow, planning to get them to let their guard down so he could ambush and deal with them. But as Yang Hao turned around, they shot at him. However, the gun seemed unusual. It only shot out a net. Yang Hao was bound tightly by the net, and he reacted quickly, asking them, "Why are you capturing me?" They said, "You just want to deceive us. How could someone like you, a mere guard, have zombie transformation drugs?" Yang Hao didn't expect they would be able to detect the zombie transformation drug. He had no choice but to lie, saying he bought it from the woman they mentioned. Because of this, they believed that Lu Qingchang had stolen the drug, causing them to be punished. If they could catch her, they would make a great achievement. Yang Hao moved his fingers and right in front of them said, "Everything I know, I've already told you. Can you release me now?" They kept smiling but didn't let him go as they didn't trust him. They also didn't realize that behind them, there was a terrifying tyrant. Just as they were about to kill him, the tyrant roared. It turned out that Feng Hoa, who was behind them, was controlling the tyrant. Taking this opportunity, Yang Hao escaped from the net while the two men were knocked to the ground. On the ground, something that looked like a vibrating foam was lying there. Yang Hao recognized that it was a call from the headquarters. This was a problem. How should he answer it? Just then, Modi arrived right on time. Modi said, "Give it to me, I'll answer it." 2 minutes later, after Modi finished the call, she said, "The headquarters is a bit suspicious. If I can't obtain enough enhancement drugs, there will be big trouble." Yang Hao replied, "Don't worry. I happen to have read Dr. Fran's diary and know where the drugs are hidden." Modi asked, "What are you going to do with the two men lying on the ground?" Yang Hao remembered that one of them had the ability to alter memories, so he wondered if it was possible to erase the memory of them seeing him. 20 minutes later, Yang Hao had altered their memories to make them believe they had completed their mission and were preparing to head back. They had put the two men back on the spacecraft. Modi said, "Although you tricked them this time, according to the rules, the next person who comes won't be you. You all need to plan ahead." After hearing this, Yang Hao agreed and thanked her. As the spacecraft launched and left the ground, Yang Hao called out, "Take care." They then turned their attention back to checking Feng Ho's condition. Yang Hao asked Lu Qingchang, "How is Feng Ho doing now?" Lu Qingchang replied, "Her condition is very bad. If she doesn't take the suppressive medicine within a month, even if she recovers later, her memory will be damaged." Yang Hao asked further, "How can we get the suppressive medicine?" Lu Qingchang explained, "As far as I know, the suppressive medicine is in very limited supply. It was prepared just in case the research staff got infected, so it's very difficult to obtain. That's why you need to hurry to Hangcheng." 3 days later, on the outskirts of Hangcheng, Yang Hao was fighting a horde of zombies. He noticed that Hangcheng was indeed different. The rural outskirts looked no different from the city center of Jiangzhou. It seemed that curing Feng Hoa would be quite difficult. Suddenly, Yang Hao heard a cry for help. He turned toward the sound and saw a mutated monster. The monster is the white fox beast, a genetically modified creature from the small mammal star system with a mutation level of B. It has the form of a snake-like Medusa, chasing after a group of 3 people who are fleeing in desperation. One man from the group has already been devoured by it. His teammates also saw it, but were powerless as the creature was too strong. Yang Hao stood in the corner observing. This white fox beast's name is similar to the legendary white fox and has the body of a human with a snake's tail. Is it a coincidence? Yang Hao said, "Feng Hoa, help me get the tyrants to assist. They're trying to escape." The white fox beast suddenly noticed the tyrants charging towards her. She immediately retaliated, using her whips to strike the tyrants away. Fierce and armed, she attacked the zombies. Yang Hao was taken aback by her power. Though it likely wasn't as strong as a zombie king, she was certainly much stronger than a tyrant. On a nearby building, a black man was watching everything unfold. He didn't expect that anyone could control so many zombies. Could this person be an A-rank mutant? He used a radar machine to monitor the situation and then ordered the White Fox Beast, "Don't let them escape." The White Fox Beast attacked the zombies, pinpointing the location of Manhwa and Yang Hao. Just then, Yang Hao received a side mission to kill a genetically modified alien creature. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to complete the task. He reminded Manhua, "Don't go outside." Yang Hao then rushed forward, charging at the White Fox Beast. Lu Kun, a member of the Dawn Soldiers, was shocked to see him go solo against the king-level mutant beast. The girl following him said, "He should stop eavesdropping. Hurry up and leave or he'll die." Yang Hao was also having a hard time facing this monster. He jumped up onto a street lamp pole. The strength of this monster was very powerful, but why did he feel that its fighting style was very similar to Tyrant, which they had controlled? Could it be that someone was controlling it? From his high vantage point, Yang Hao conducted a full scan of the area. He saw a person holding Rana inside a house. Indeed, his suspicion was correct. When the White Fox Beast destroyed the street lamp he was standing on, Yang Hao had to jump. By chance, he landed inside the place where the person controlling the White Fox Beast was, causing the person to panic. Yang Hao laughed happily. He had caught him. He asked who he was, where the monster outside had come from, and to tell him everything he knew. The man, forced to speak the truth due to Yang Hao's ability to control others, had no choice but to reveal everything. His name was Wan San from Hangcheng. He had found the monster. Previously, there had been an incident at the Hangcheng laboratory where many terrifying zombies and mutated beasts had escaped. Some of these mutated beasts followed humans. This White Fox Beast particularly liked following him. There were rumors that the Hangcheng laboratory was breeding mythical creatures. As for strength, he only knew that the strongest forces around here were the Dawn Soldiers and the Heavenly Gift, while the others were small factions. Yang Hao was thinking about what he had said about breeding mythical creatures. If that's true, then the White Fox Beast from earlier wasn't a coincidence. There are probably even more types like this in the laboratory. He ordered him to tell the monster to obediently come over here without resisting. He complied. A few minutes later, the monster was captured. Yang Hao said, "This snake is a bit hard to kill even if I leave it alone to be beheaded." The system congratulated him on completing the branch task, rewarding him with the total attribute increase of 100 and granting him a new ability, Circuit Armor. After using it, his defense would greatly increase. Finally, he had a defensive skill, no longer needing to rely solely on Iron Bone for protection. He was very satisfied. In a house before him lay a corpse that had been exhausted. Lu Kun said, "The food is running out more and more, and I don't know how we'll survive in the coming days." The girl said, "Unless we capture the laboratory, otherwise, we'll just have to live day by day." She told Lu Kun that she had seen people from Heavenly Gift bullying women. On the other side, there was indeed a group of people teasing the woman in the middle. They mocked her for pretending to be pure in the apocalypse, saying that letting them play with her a little wouldn't cost them anything. Perhaps they might even give her some meat to eat. The girl screamed, cursing them as bastards, telling them to leave. But they even intended to play with her and then hand her over to Big Brother. Lu Kun stepped in. He said, "Those bastards from Heavenly Gift really can't do anything humane." One of the Heavenly Gift members mocked Lu Kun, saying that seeing those idiots pretending to be saints made him feel disgusted. Lu Kun was furious. He was no saint, just someone who couldn't stand the sight of those bastards. Turning his entire body into that of a strange beast, Lu Kun shouted, "These beasts don't deserve to live in this world," and charged at him. The Heavenly Gift person had very unique eyes and confidently said, "You can't kill me." He used some kind of power to attack, causing Lu Kun to scream in pain. The man then mocked, "With your level, you still want to fight against the lab. Dawn Soldiers, you're really idiots." Lu Kun realized that this bastard had grown stronger, and this time it seemed he might die. But just at that moment, something pulled him out of the range of the other man's attack. The person who saved Lu Kun was Yang Hao. He told the Heavenly Gift person that he was here to send him on his way. Lu Kun was surprised to see him, not expecting the person who had just survived the serpent monster earlier to be the one saving him now. Yang Hao said, "We'll talk about this later. That man just called you all Dawn Soldiers. Were they really the ones trying to oppose the lab?" Lu Kun replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Yang Hao immediately decided to protect him. He charged towards the Heavenly Gift person, who was about to attack him. The man sneered, "You don't know the heavens from the earth," but his strike didn't even cause the slightest harm to Yang Hao. He couldn't understand how this could be happening. But at this moment, Yang Hao had already reached in front of him. He also said that his new ability was quite impressive. The armor had protected him from the recent attack. He made them panic and run away. But Yang Hao wasn't going to let them escape so easily. He ordered Feng Hoa to control the zombies and bring them in front of them. They were surrounded by the tyrants, and then their fate was sealed. Yang Hao then asked, Lu Kun, perhaps you know some inside information about the Hangcheng laboratory, don't you? Could you tell me about it? Lu Kun saw that he was too strong, and since Yang Hao had saved him, of course, he was willing to speak. A heavenly gift person was observing through binoculars from atop a building. He saw what had just happened and cursed the Dawn soldiers for daring to kill their people. Yang Hao asked Lu Kun, where is the Hangcheng laboratory? He said that the Hangcheng laboratory was underground, but he wasn't clear on the specific details. He only knew that the laboratory was divided into 5 sections. The laboratory near the tide, a laboratory in the middle of the mountain, the laboratory on the city wall, the laboratory by the river, and the laboratory beneath the city. At the moment, they were within the influence of the laboratory by the river. The neighboring laboratories were the ones near the mountain and the one near the tide. The laboratory was very powerful and also had very advanced weapons. They would capture living zombies and mutated beasts to use as research subjects. Sometimes they would release terrifying experimental bodies into the area inside the city to conduct tests. In short, the entire Hangcheng lived under the shadow of these laboratories. Yang Hao asked, why don't the people with him leave Hangcheng? He explained, because the laboratories occasionally release some modified animals that can be hunted for food. At least in Hangcheng, they won't starve to death. Also, it's said that this place has no way out. If you leave, you'll die. Yang Hao said, don't stay here to recover. Tell me where the Dawn Soldiers' headquarters is so I can go check it out. He was thinking that since they were using the laboratories as their target, it might provide some useful information. Unfortunately, the medical chamber had been left at the base. Otherwise, he could have treated him. Lu Kun handed him a wooden bracelet and said, headquarters is at the shopping center right ahead. He, Sun-Blessed Bronze, put the bracelet on and told them Mr. Hu sent us here, and would let him in. Yang Hao arrived at the headquarters, accompanied by Feng Hoa and the tyrants. This was the Dawn Soldiers' headquarters. Someone at the door asked who he was. Yang Hao showed the bracelet and said they had been introduced by Mr. Hu and wished to join their organization. Someone recognized that it was indeed Mr. Hu's token, so he said, I'll report to the master and have someone else keep watch. The person also said, he can rest assured he is here to report to second young master and third master that 2 people want to join them. He also told them that he brought along 4 tyrant zombies. Second young master said 4 tyrants would indeed be a great help. Meanwhile, third master wanted to assess the situation first to avoid any traps. A few minutes later, the 4 of them met. Second young master wanted them to first state their abilities. Third master asked, why do you want to join us? Yang Hao politely introduced himself. My name is Yang Hao. I have lightning abilities and a mutated body. My cousin Yi Feng Hoa has the ability to control zombies. Yi Feng Hoa couldn't say anything, standing behind him and mumbling his words. She said that she could control zombies but couldn't control herself. He explained, my sister was injected with a drug at the laboratory, so now her intelligence is a bit impaired. I came here because of this. Second young master, upon hearing this, turned his face away with a sigh, once again dealing with that irritating zombie transformation drug. Third master asked him, those 4 undead soldiers seem very strong. Are they tyrants? Yang Hao replied, they are all tyrants. Third master is keying something in his mind. 4 tyrants, if he could handle them, perhaps he could take the position of Boss Lu. That girl is naive and clueless. She might be easy to handle. Just kill him, and that's it. He said he sympathized with what they encountered, but he doesn't accept everyone. His younger sister has no issues, but he himself needs to be tested. The second young master looked at him curiously. They had never had such a rule for accepting survivors. Could he have noticed something? He then called over the large man named Lin Feng and whispered something to him. Lin Feng was his subordinate, so he followed his orders. Third master covered his mouth and spoke to Lin Feng. Kill Yang Hao, leave Feng Hua to work for us. Lin Feng smiled and obeyed his command. After speaking with Lin Feng, he called the man out to fight him. If you win, you can join us. Lin Feng prepared, cracking his knuckles as a threat, and he said, you're calling yourself a kid? Dawn soldiers, they're not just anyone who can join. Then his body began to change, turning green, spikes growing from his back and arms, resembling some kind of dinosaur or divine creature. He swung his massive arm to strike him. Yang Hao jumped up to dodge and began using lightning, daring him to show his move. The lightning struck Lin Feng. However, after taking a hit, he can die. The terrifying face of a monster said, you better use all your skills. He extended his arm towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao recognized that this was extraordinary strength, his arm lengthening. This isn't a test. He wants to kill you. His claws reached Yang Hao's body, but Yang Hao had iron bone. As the monster was still confused about how Yang Hao wasn't harmed, Yang Hao smirked. Don't blame me for being rude. With that, Yang Hao grabbed his claws and stepped closer, preparing to punch him. The punch landed directly on his stomach, shattering the building's glass. The monster was sent flying out of the tall building. Yang Hao stood confidently and asked the two behind him, "Can you join now?" Third Master looked bewildered, not expecting Yang Hao to be even more difficult to handle than he was. Even Second Young Master was surprised. Someone suddenly came to report that many of Heavenly Gift's people had entered through the back door. Second Young Master was worried. Her father and the main force weren't here. What should she do? Third Master said to her, "Don't panic. Don't those two have 4 tyrants? Tell them to block Heavenly Gift's people." Second Young Master was still thinking. The situation was urgent and required flexibility. Although she didn't know what kind of people these two brothers were, she could only take a gamble. Third Master left the decision to her and said, "Go check on Lin Feng." Second Young Master had no choice but to approach Yang Hao and ask, "Can you let Feng Ho's tyrants help block Heavenly Gift's people?" Yang Hao once again used his dreamy eye ability to control others, making them speak only the truth. He said that whether he could help them or not, he would need to ask a few questions to find out. He ordered her to tell them all to leave. Of course, Second Young Master had to comply. She commanded everyone to retreat. Yang Hao then asked, "What exactly happened just now? Why did that large lizard want to kill me?" She answered, "Lin Feng is a person of Third Master." Yang Hao understood and immediately asked, "What is Third Master's combat strength like?" Second Young Master replied, "He can solo kill a tyrant out there." A whole house of Third Master had found Lin Feng. He said, "It's great that Lin Feng is still alive. Quickly tell them what your combat strength is like." Lin Feng whispered, "My strength is slightly weaker than a tyrant, but my speed is very fast and my body is very tough." However, Third Master still used recovery medicine to save him. Lin Feng was deeply grateful. After Third Master listened to everything Lin Feng said, he put the medicine away, his face darkening as he seemed unwilling to give him any more medicine. Lin Feng, confused, asked, "Wasn't that medicine for me?" He then used his ability to punch Lin Feng in the stomach. He said, "It's even better if he dies." At that moment, a person with red hair ran over. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's older brother, as he called Lin Feng little brother. This person's name is Lin Meng. He cannot see what the Third Master is doing from behind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Third Master began to act, saying he must suppress his sorrow. His younger brother is not doing well. Lin Meng cried out, "Which bastard did this to my brother? Was it the person who just arrived?" The Third Master said, "Don't get agitated, you're no match for him. Go and call a few people from Hu Yang to act together, it will be more reliable." At this moment, Lin Meng, in his sorrow, followed the Third Master's advice and ran off to call for help. The Third Master smiled, then he just had to wait for the opportunity. Yang Hao was alone. After devising the plan, the Third Master entered the room. He opened the door and saw Yang Hao sitting alone. He saw that the opportunity had arrived. Yang Hao, still leisurely sipping tea, turned and asked him, "Is Lin Feng all right?" He replied, "Lin Feng is dead and I accept the blame for it. Don't take it to heart." Yang Hao, hearing that Lin Feng was dead, was not surprised. It made sense. If that was the case, then the arrangement to have him killed had been carried out without a witness. Outwardly, the Third Master hesitated, saying, "I was just joking," but inside, he was surprised that Yang Hao had figured it out. The door opened and the group he had called for appeared. He immediately ordered them to advance and kill Yang Hao. If they controlled Feng Hua, then the Dawn soldiers would belong to them. Fast and decisive, those people were foolish enough to listen to him. At this moment, a voice rang out, stopping them. Lin Kun appeared, accusing him of being a wolf in sheep's clothing, urging him to stop. Not only did he ignore his advice, but he also made a killing motion with a strange expression, telling them to kill both of them. Lin Kun continued to advise him. "He only wants what's best for you. He can't even imagine how strong you really are." He dismissed those words as threats, replying, "What's the point of these tricks?" Yang Hao suddenly told him, "Wait." Third Master was afraid that Yang Hao would play tricks and order for his immediate death. But Yang Hao simply wanted to remind everyone that his people had arrived, the tyrants who had just burst through the glass door. They were confused. "Aren't the 4 tyrants of yours locked up already? Why are there still 2 left? Can 2 tyrants really take down all these people?" Yang Hao asked, "Didn't he just say that he would kill me first and talk later?" Third Master, seeing his overwhelming strength, his feet transforming into monstrous claws, leaped into the air and decided that fleeing was the best option. However, while in the air, he suddenly froze, not understanding what was happening. Yang Hao said, "I haven't even made a move yet. Why is he in such a hurry?" He had used his long-range control to restrain him. At this moment, Third Master was finally scared. He stammered, admitting that he was wrong, but it was too late. Yang Hao used a bolt of lightning to kill him. Lu Kun said, "You can solo the monsters created by the laboratory, but you think he can kill you just by relying on himself?" Second young master woke up at this point, confused about what was happening. Lu Kun explained that he had just returned and heard him explaining everything. A few minutes later, Tai Lan Luan understood everything. No wonder Lin Feng attacked him. "I really apologize to him and Feng Hua. I help their people like this, yet they..." Yang Hao said, "It's all right. I actually think Feng Hua is quite compatible with her. He's been following her around for a while now." Tai Lan Luan also invited them to join the Dawn Soldiers. Yang Hao agreed. From prior information gathered, the Great Master had come out of the laboratory. As long as he waited for his return, Yang Hao could simply ask him with a dazed look to get the information he needed. Seeing that he agreed, Tai Lan Luan welcomed him into the Dawn Soldiers. Someone ran up from behind and reported to her that the laboratory had started distributing food. Tai Lan Luan quickly instructed everyone to act and seize the food. Yang Hao said, "I want to go with Feng Hua. They've come all the way from Jiangzhou and they've never seen food being seized." She said that the harvest would be larger with the men collecting. On a building, there was a sign displaying the count, and the current number showed 54. That building was where the food would be distributed this time. With less than 50 seconds remaining, once the countdown ended, the food would be released. She told him to hurry over there. He asked her, "Does the food distribution always happen in different places?" She replied, "Yes, that's right. So it's not something that can be prepared in advance. This time, we're lucky. It's very close to us." As the countdown clock reached 1, everyone below prepared themselves, ready to start. The food boxes fell, equipped with parachutes to safely descend. He asked, "Where do these things come from? Could there be someone up there?" She explained, "I heard from Tai Lan Luan that someone will be operating a laboratory with space-shrinking equipment, so even more items can be dropped from above." He continued, "If you knew the food would be distributed, you shouldn't have let anyone leave. Many could have stayed and gotten a little more." He reassured her, telling everyone to keep a good watch on the cargo trucks and that he would handle the grabbing himself. The others protested, saying, "You alone would take too much. With the supplies scattered like this, you're just good at cutting things and don't even fear the storm." Some even said, "Let's see how you do after everyone rushes in to grab things. It's the first time you've come in already you're talking big like this." Seeing that the group didn't believe him, Yang Hao told them, "Look carefully." He demonstrated his ability to control objects from a distance, pulling all the food crates from the sky towards him. The crates of supplies fell onto the cargo truck of the Dawn group. The crowd stood there, mouths agape, while the Dawn members praised him for being impressive. Is this it then? Normally, it would take them half a day to do what they just managed in less than a minute. The group, excited, started heading back. Tonight, they would have meat and wine to eat. The truck was packed full. Lin Kun then noticed that the people from Heavenly Gift had arrived. They blocked the way in front of the Dawn soldiers. Mr. Fang, the leader of Heavenly Gift, stepped forward and said it wasn't good for them to eat alone like this. Tai Lan Luan asked Mr. Fang, "Are you dissatisfied? Be careful, or you might get dealt with." Mr. Fang laughed loudly. In his eyes, Tai Lan Luan's father had some skills, but as for these young punks, it was laughable. He ordered his subordinates to seize their goods. The subordinates charged forward aggressively, each one looking like members of a rock band. Yang Hao told Fang Hua to take action, and Fang Hua, eager to fight, summoned the Tyran zombies under her control. By the time they reached the Heavenly Gift group, the people there were already terrified. They are doomed, easily defeated by zombies. Mr. Fang wondered, what the hell is going on? After gaping in shock, he quickly fled in fear, ordering his men to retreat. Once they had run far enough, he asked his subordinates, "Where did you get so many Tyrans from? With this, not even a hair would be left." One of them quickly reported, "Bad news. Mr. P's group went to steal from the Dawn soldiers, and as a result, they were all cut down there." He didn't believe it and asked again, "Mr. P is dead? Is that true?" According to one who managed to escape, Mr. P was killed by a young man with many Tyrants. Mr. Fang seemed to recognize the person as you. No wonder Mr. P lost. 6 Tyrants, and one of them is said to be able to kill the Serpent Man monsters. What will they do now? Even if Big Brother and the others join forces, they still can't win. He then laughed cruelly, saying, "No need to worry. This time they found the mutant poisonous orchid flame. This was the essential item needed for the mythical demon creature to evolve. As long as they had it, they could summon the demon to strike once. That demon was a savage beast from the Shanhai Jing, so powerful, it was almost beyond comprehension. With that, they were safe." Mr. Fang said, "This time they will wipe out the Dawn soldiers in one fell swoop." That evening at the headquarters of the Dawn soldiers, Yang Hao was asking Feng Hua, "Are you sure you'll sleep with Tai Lan Luan tonight? Don't come to me in the middle of the night. Tai Lan Luan said, I'll take good care of her. Yang Hao left with peace of mind. After all, he had checked the news and the close distance likely wouldn't be an issue. Feng Hua slept with Tai Lan Luan, still playfully trying to undress her. Tai Lan Luan reminded, stop messing around, she will take off her own clothes. Tai Lan Luan realized that Feng Hua was really strong. She gently patted the head of Feng Hua, who was holding her, and said she should sleep soon. The underground room isn't cold. The two of them hugged and drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Feng Hua woke up and called out Yang Hao's name. Tai Lan Luan also woke up to check on her. Feng Hua suddenly picked her up and said she needed to go find him. Despite Tai Lan Luan's pleas to let her go, Feng Hua ran out saying, Brother Yang Hao misses you. Yang Hao was about to sleep when he saw the two of them burst in. Yang Hao barely had time to ask, what are you two doing? Before he could finish, Feng Hua tossed Tai Lan Luan toward him and said she wanted them to sleep together. Tai Lan Luan, embarrassed, told Feng Hua, let me go, but Feng Hua didn't listen. Yang Hao, also helpless, said Feng Hua, let go, and asked why she had brought Tai Lan Luan here. Just then, he heard the sound of the master returning. Seeing the situation, Yang Hao realized this was going to be a problem. He hurriedly told Feng Hua, stop messing around, but it was no use. Great Master Tai Jian King appeared, and upon seeing the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Immediately, he said with a stern voice, let my daughter go. Feng Hua was still blabbering, everyone else can sleep, and the two of them just have to sit at opposite corners of the bed. Yang Hao saw that the situation was not good, so he used his dazed look to tell him it was all a misunderstanding, but this ability had no effect on Tai Jian King, who found his behavior strange. Tai Jian King then launched a mental attack, forcing him to lie down, and said, Feng Hua fell immediately, while Yang Hao had to struggle to hold on. He is someone with psychic powers, and the dazed look was useless against him. Moreover, his mental attacks were so strong that even Feng Hua, who could control 4 tyrants, couldn't withstand them. Tai Lan Luan quickly intervened, telling her father that things were as he thought and that he was wrongly blaming him. But he didn't listen to his daughter's explanation and said she was too young to understand the malicious nature of people that ordered for her to be dragged outside. Only then did he turn to speak to Yang Hao, asking who he was and what he wanted. If he dared to lay a hand on his daughter, he would take his life. Yang Hao replied that he wasn't interested in his daughter. He just wanted to know where the secret entrance to the Riverside Laboratory was. Yang Hao said seriously, Uncle, I'm not interested in your daughter. I just wanted to know where the secret entrance to the Riverside Laboratory is. The Great Master frowned and said, the Riverside Laboratory? Why do you think I know where the entrance is? Yang Hao explained, as Third Master said, he told us they came from the laboratory. Great Master told him, I have nothing to do with the laboratory, don't listen to Third Master's nonsense. When your sister wakes up later, out of respect for you helping us by seizing food, we won't hold this against you. Thank you. Great Master stepped out of the room and said, keep an eye on his every move, and if there's any abnormality, notify me immediately. Understood. He thought to himself, I couldn't break that brat's spirit, and moreover, he knows about the laboratory. Now I just hope he isn't working as an informant for the laboratory to find the traitor. If that's the case, we'll just have to wait for Mr. Ma to return and take him out. The next day, Yang Hao and Yi Feng Hua went out. I took Feng Hua into the inner city to see how things were. Great Master watched the male lead leave and said, you guys just watch from a distance. Don't stir up trouble. Great Master, rest assured. He frowned, thinking, I still don't understand the reason he joined our organization. We must watch carefully to see if this guy has any ulterior motives. The Riverside Laboratory was located in the central area of this place. The closer you got to the laboratory, the higher the chances of receiving food supplies and sometimes even enhanced medicine. As a result, the mutated beast shamans and the survivors who were fortunate enough to survive would become even stronger. While it was true that the closer you got to the laboratory, the more dangerous it became, it also meant more resources could be obtained. Hence, the competition for power here was extremely fierce. Of course, the danger didn't just come from the environment and the forces at play. The laboratory also conducts various experiments with people around. In short, the status of humans here is similar to that of lab rats. Yang Hao stared in shock at the dead bodies scattered on the road. He looked at the fence, thinking that the Riverside Laboratory was within the restricted area. However, the restricted zone was vast, and charging in head-on was clearly not an option. Suddenly, a scream echoed, they're coming. Run quickly. A pink-haired girl, being chased by a group of people, saw Yang Hao and urgently said, hey, what are you two standing there for? Hurry, run. Yang Hao calmly replied, run. Why? Feng Hua clapped his hands cheerfully. Ha ha, marathon. The laboratory group shot at a man. He screamed, no, don't. The leader ordered, capture all these people. This time, the only requirement is not to kill them. Feel free to use force. Understood. At that moment, Yang Hao quickly pulled Feng Hua to run. Feng Hua, run quickly, run. The protagonist looked back and thought, is that the power of the laboratory? I still don't know enough about them. Running is the safest option. The pink-haired girl glanced behind and said, the two of you didn't manage to leave earlier, and now you're probably already in danger. Suddenly, she unexpectedly looked ahead and saw Yang Hao and Yi Feng Hua running ahead of her. She thought to herself, WTF, they're running so fast? She said, but you two are running in the wrong direction. Hurry up and turn around. Running that way would kill you faster. Yang Hao sweated and said, no way. Suddenly, a giant insect and a group of people from the laboratory appeared. They ordered the insect to stay there, catch them quickly. While pulling Feng Hua to run, Yang Hao said, so it's king-level mutant beasts. This is really a big trouble. He picked Yi Feng Hua up and said, brave warrior, stop it. Yeah, the warrior and the army's saber appeared. The two tyrants can hold them off for a while. Yang Hao ran smoothly, passing the insect. Suddenly, he was startled and looked back, seeing the insect easily defeat the tyrants. He thought, is this the strength of king-level mutant beasts? The two tyrants couldn't even block a single move from it. As Yang Hao ran, he encountered the group of the pink-haired girl who had been running earlier. He was surprised and said, it's the group from before. Why aren't they running anymore? Yang Hao and Feng Hua were puzzled. It's the group from earlier. Why aren't they running anymore? The pink-haired girl awkwardly smiled and said, haha, there's a mantis behind us and a spider in front. It seems like there's no need for anyone to run anymore this time. Yang Hao looked up in shock, only to see a giant spider appearing in the sky. Spider Sub-King. The male protagonist furrowed his brows, holding the sickle, and said, it seems like we have no choice but to take the risk. The others, upon hearing this, spoke up, right, at worst we'll die. This time there are many of us. Who knows, taking a chance might just give us a way out. The person in the laboratory said, Mantis King, you go first. Remember, just survive. Yang Hao rushed towards the king mantis mount, and a muscular young man appeared, grabbing the mantis leg and saying, I've got its leg tightly held. Cover me with fire support. The others took the opportunity to attack, but the mantis easily dodged. It let out a roar and raised its other leg to counterattack. We're done for. No one is blocking this leg. Yang Hao ran over and said, I'll help you. Thanks. The male protagonist thought to himself, this person is skilled. He can even control one of the mantis legs. The pink-haired girl also jumped up and said, everyone, hold it steady. Behind her, a goddess playing the pipa lute appeared. The goddess strummed her instrument and launched an attack. The mantis was struck and writhed in pain, throwing both Yang Hao and the muscular young man off. Iron Bone cooled down 35 seconds. The young man groaned in pain as he sat up. This isn't going to work. This monster's skin is too thick, and our small attacks only provoke it. Continuing like this won't get us anywhere. The male protagonist furrowed his brows again and said, then we'll have to try running to the buildings on either side. Suddenly, tentacles appeared from nowhere and wrapped around them. The muscular young man screamed. Yang Hao, drenched in sweat, thought, this is a legendary creature. The tentacles belonged to He Lu Yu after the transformation of the Endoma System production facility of mutation level. On the rooftop of the building, there was someone using binoculars to observe, and he laughed, saying, ha, that guy managed to pull weapons from the sky. Isn't the laboratory supposed to be able to generate things from thin air? It seems there's a real possibility this guy is connected to the lab. I can go back and report it now. At this moment, Yang Hao and his group were surrounded by the Spider King monsters. They were encircled and panic spread among them as they shouted, did we come to a dead end? We're definitely going to die. Yang Hao frowned. Feng Hua stood behind him. The pink-haired girl spoke anxiously. We're doomed, we're trapped. The protagonist tried to use his scythe to cut the web, but failed. He anxiously thought, we're done for. It's so strong. If it's like this, we're really done. The web's too sticky to cut. We're dead. The person in the laboratory spoke, all right, retract them. Another person in the laboratory echoed, all right, retract them. At this moment, a notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations on completing the main mission. Establish a base in Jiangzhou City. Basic attributes have increased significantly. 50%. Yang Hao thought to himself, a new mission, a new reward. Iron Bone and the Circuit Armor merged into a new power, the Armor of Heavenly Bone. There is no cooldown, and both intensity and duration are determined by physical strength. The Tula Demon Scythe evolved into the King Demon Scythe, which can sense the weaknesses of upgraded beings. It can clearly identify the weaknesses and specific levels of zombies, king-level mutant beasts, and even gain the pet Haihua. A new mission began to destroy the Riverside Laboratory. When Yang Hao saw the mission, he thought, has the base just been completed at the right time? The rain is just in time. But what is Hai Huang? A black dog appeared on the protagonist's shoulder and barked. Seeing this, he thought, Hai Huang sounds so cool. Could it really just be this? Is it a reward for another meal? Yang Hao chuckled with delight and thought about testing the King Demon Scythe first. It worked. The scythe successfully sliced through the spider silk. Ha ha! The Demon Scythe is so sharp after the upgrade. Everyone exclaimed happily. This handsome guy is amazing, keeping it well hidden. With this, we're saved. Yang Hao, looking extremely cool, said, don't rejoice too soon. There are still 2 king-level mutant beasts and a mythical creature to deal with. The protagonist thought to himself, the new mission is to destroy the Riverside Laboratory, right? Well, that fits perfectly with my plans. The people in the laboratory panicked and shouted, even the mutated threads at king level can be cut. Mantis King, go deal with him. Mantis King at King Level 1 with strength of 5100, speed of 2810, and spirit of 1200 finally revealed the attributes of a King Level being. Yang Hao dodged the attack of the Mantis, thinking to himself, that's right, wasn't I supposed to observe its weak points just now? The Mantis' weaknesses appeared before his eyes, and sure enough, he had pinpointed them. Yang Hao jumped up and said, all right, then I will be polite. The Mantis is easily sliced into pieces. Everyone was surprised. He can kill the Mantis King with one strike. How is that possible? Not stopping there, Yang Hao immediately moved toward the Spider King. And what about you? Do you like your life? Milan struck at the Spider King's eye. Don't you know staring at screens is bad for your eyes? The person in the laboratory angrily pointed, damn it, he Lu Yu. Go deal with him. Another person said, what is going on? That guy just took down 2 king-level mutant beasts. Now we can only rely on He Lu Yu. Another person ran over Captain. He Lu Yu ran away, and it seems like something scared him into running. What? The people in the laboratory immediately panicked and started to flee. Damn it, even He Lu Yu ran away. Everyone retreat. Yang Hao scratched his head in confusion. Ha, I didn't mishear that, did I? That mythical creature was scared off by something. Damn, there's something here that can scare a mythical creature. This place is getting scarier by the day. Hai Huang stretched and let out a cry. The others cheered in relief. Finally, out of danger, we thought we were done for this time. Thank goodness. The girl with pink hair smiled and said, my name is Yik Xiao Dong. Thank you for saving my life, big brother. If you need anything from our Than Deep Guild, just let me know. My brother is big brother. Yang Hao smiled and said, I have something I want to ask, or should we find a safe place to talk more clearly? Yik Xiao Dong happily replied, sure, this place is a safe zone. You can ask me anything. Yang Hao said, I want to know how to get into the Lakeside Laboratory. Yik Xiao Dong furrowed her brows and said, as far as I know, the only way is to get caught, unless you can find someone who escaped before, but I guess those people have already been captured. Yang Hao's gaze became serious as he thought, find someone who escaped before, huh? Too bad Lu King Chang's previous location wasn't the Lakeside Laboratory. This will be tricky. Yang Hao held Feng Hua and was about to leave when he said, thank you, Miss Yi. Feng Hua, let's go home. Yik Xiao Dong quickly stopped him. Going to the laboratory is too dangerous. It's best if you abandon that idea. I'll be careful. The male lead thought to himself, even in the apocalypse, this girl is still so kind. It's rare. Great Master looked at his daughter and said, Luan Yang Hao will be back soon. You take Yi Feng Hua with you. I need to have a private talk with Yang Hao. Yes, Tai Lan Luan left, wondering what her father wanted to discuss with Yang Hao that was so mysterious. Great Master said, all right, once Tai Lan Luan takes that girl away, we'll handle that kid. Yang Hao was currently outside fighting with the people of Great Master. Great Master, what is everyone doing? Where is my sister? Yang Hao asked. Great Master smoked his cigarette, speaking calmly, your sister, we will take good care of her. My subordinates, I have noticed that you have the ability to materialize objects out of thin air, just like in the laboratory. Honestly, are you the eyes and ears of the laboratory? Yang Hao replied, no, how would you prove that? What do I need to prove to you? Great Master pointed and said, you refuse to drink the celebratory wine, so now you'll drink the penalty wine. Catch him. Let's see how long he can keep quiet. Yes, big brother, one of the subordinates said, then charged forward. Brothers, let's go. Capture the laboratory's lackey. Yang Hao laughed loudly. To deal with me, you guys aren't enough. The protagonist summoned his armor, and the defensive power of the armor was indeed formidable. He laughed and said, now it's my turn. Yang Hao moved forward, easily overpowering Great Master's people. The man was stunned, dropping his cigarette, thinking to himself, is he really this strong? Yang Hao smiled and said, is this little bit of skill enough for me to be the eyes and ears of an undercover agent? Great Master gritted his teeth in anger. Stop being so arrogant. Suddenly, one of his subordinates ran over. Great Master, it's bad. The people from Heavenly Gift have brought mythical creatures and are attacking us. What? Great Master thought in panic. Why does it have to be now? He hurriedly said, Luaner, don't get into any trouble. Hurry up and come back with me. Yang Hao also hurriedly chased after, thinking, wasn't the mythical creature he Lu Yu the one from before? Its strength must be quite formidable. I need to follow and see. Hopefully Feng Hua is okay. Where's your demon, Great Master? Come out here. Bald Guy appeared and said, and that damn guy who knows how to pop balloons, get out here too. King Luan, clutching her wound, thought in fear. I'm doomed. Dad just went out with Yang Hao, and now it's just me here. She summoned a flock of owls to attack him. She yelled, run, everyone, run quickly. Bald Guy laughed and said, if you want to run, don't even dream about it. The mythical creature immediately attacked King Luan and the others. My body, it seems like my movements are slower now. This light is delaying me. King Luan gasped, thinking, damn it, it's all because my skill is so useless. At this rate, I'm dead. The bald-headed man grinned lecherously and said, Heat, Miss Tai, now we can have some fun, right? Great Master ran over and punched him, saying, Lunar, don't be afraid, Dad's here. He easily dodged and laughed, saying, Taiji and King, you finally made it. But no matter how much you struggle, it's useless. I already invited the demon. Today, you all will have to disband for sure. The Great Master stared in astonishment at the creature rushing towards them, the needles shot by the demon causing excruciating pain to everyone. Ah, it hurts so much. King Luan screamed. Be careful. The Great Master's subordinates collapsed. In his attempt to protect his daughter, the Great Master was injured. King Luan cried out in distress, Dad, 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 what happened? Wake up quickly. It's all because my power is useless. It's all my fault. I hurt everyone. Yang Hao appeared behind her and said, what's the use of crying? He urged her, you have great power. Your skill is summoning the iron birds, right? Help me control those iron birds. King Luan, worried, said, but are you sure? Just listen to me. It will work. She couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Yang Hao whispered to her. King Luan immediately summoned the iron birds. The people from Heavenly Gifts screamed in panic. What are these stupid birds doing? They keep circling and can't be shaken off. Just another useless power. The bald-headed man sneered derisively. King Luan anxiously said, look, my iron birds are useless. They can only be used for reconnaissance. They're just useless powers. Yang Hao chuckled, no, even the little iron birds have great use. The male protagonist summoned a lightning bolt and said, look, my lightning usually targets and hits a single target. But now, with your iron birds. The Heavenly Gift group was struck by lightning and immediately screamed. I can hit all of them with my eyes closed. What's going on? King Luan thought in surprise. He actually used his steel bird as a tool to detect the enemy. It turns out his ability could be used like this. Yang Hao, holding a scythe, ran forward and said, all right, I've dealt with the foot soldiers. You help everyone get the gold first, I'll handle this monster. Guide. King Luan thought to himself that listening to him might actually help them survive this danger. A fatty pointed and said, Kid, do you think you can handle this trash? Heavenly Gift can deal with me? Ridiculous. That means you're not from Heavenly Gift. Wake these people up for me now and I might let you live. He sneered and said, you've overestimated yourself. Demon, kill this trash. Yang Hao leaped and said, oh, coming over here just makes it easier for me to grab you, huh? The million-volt lightning bolts from the scythe were released, but all were absorbed by the mysterious creature. Yang Hao thought, it still has the ability to devour, this will be tricky. Yang Hao stepped forward and severed its arm. Then let's take away your ability to move and I'll destroy your eyes as well. Before Yang Hao could attack again, the mysterious creature's hand quickly grew back. Its eyes began to glow. Yang Hao frowned and said, it regenerates too fast and it doesn't even let me get close anymore. The fatty yelled angrily, damn it, this guy is too agile. Demon, swallow the one behind him first. I need to show him what despair feels like. The mysterious creature hurled everyone aside. Yang Hao, furious, said, damn it, control the object from afar. Fortunately, the gravitational force from the long-distance object control was enough to hold off the demon. Suddenly, the fatty charged toward King Luan and Feng Hua. Ha! Do you think just because you can block the demon, I'll just stand by and watch? You should say goodbye to your two girls. Yang Hao rushed forward. Damn it! Come back here. Suddenly, the protagonist was hit by a red light, freezing him in place. What? He laughed cruelly and said, ha ha, you've fallen for my trick. My attack on them was just to draw your attention. Demon, kill him quickly for me. With a violent swallow, Yang Hao, seeing this, nervously thought, this is trouble. Hai Huang appeared out of nowhere on Yang Hao's shoulder, growling loudly. It leaped toward the mysterious creature and viciously bit into the beast's neck, easily swallowing it whole. Everyone gasped. What the hell is that? The fatty sat down in fear. What are you? How can you swallow a mythical creature? Yang Hao laughed triumphantly and said, Ha ha, Hai Huang, I didn't expect you to be this strong. I should have thought, seems like all the system's gifts are actually worth it. Then it's just you left now. Please don't, he said in pain. Big brother, please don't kill me. It was Heavenly Gift that hired me, paid me to work. I wasn't targeting you, I swear. Yang Hao grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Shut up. He immediately foamed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Yang Hao quickly asked, What about Feng Hua and the others? King Luan replied, Heavenly Gift's goal is to enslave us. Feng Hua and the others aren't seriously injured. They should wake up in a while. Again, thank you for saving us. Glad to hear they're okay. Yang Hao frowned. However, it dared to harm my sister. Tell me where Heavenly Gift's headquarters is. It's time to settle the score with them. 2 hours later, at Heavenly Gift's headquarters, Yang Hao pointed and said, Long-range fire, attack first. We must take Heavenly Gift today. A continuous barrage of firepower shot toward Heavenly Gift's base, but nothing happened. The Great Master said, Heavenly Gift has someone with a special ability to build nests. That's why their headquarters is so well fortified. I sent in a metal bird first to check if there are any weak points. Understood. King Luan's metal bird moved toward Heavenly Gift's base, but they were quickly burned to ashes. Ha ha! You want to attack them? Dream on, you don't know your own limits. Wait until they get their revenge. Ha ha. King Luan anxiously said, It's no use, I can't find any weaknesses. Great Master, furious, said, Humph, if we can't take them down immediately, once we've exhausted our strength, we'll definitely face their counterattack. By then, our entire army might be wiped out. Yang Hao spoke up, Then everyone should conserve their strength. I just need Thailand Luan's iron birds to help, that's all. Yang Hao looked at her and said, Yes, the more iron birds you have, the better. As long as we have enough, I can take this stronghold in 3 minutes. Everyone was shocked. Still using iron birds? Don't you think it's useless if there are too many iron birds? That's right, the architecture is incredibly sturdy. Before the iron birds even get a chance to crash, we'll be dead. I've never seen anyone capable of attacking the Heavenly Gift headquarters. Great Master looked at the main character and said with a smile, Humph, that's impossible, you foolish boy. The organization has committed every kind of evil. Heavenly Gift has survived this long solely because of the strength of its base. Do you think you can defeat Heavenly Gift's base? I'll make you my brother if you can. Yang Hao brushed the dust off his clothes, confidently saying, All right, then it's decided. I'll swear an oath right now. If I would succeed, I'll die to atone. The group of people mocked. All right, this is what you said. King Luan panicked. Yang Hao said, Thailand Luan, don't worry, summon the iron birds again. Follow my instructions, 30 on the left corner of the wall, then on the right side of the wall. Okay, I understand. The iron birds were summoned once more, and the Heavenly Gift members quickly shot them down. Still mocking, do you guys have no brains? Ha ha, what a small fortress. Hee hee, you won't be able to do anything. Just wait for the revenge from us. The iron birds were shot down and fell to the ground. King Luan nervously said, This isn't going to work, Yang Hao. The iron birds can't withstand this kind of firepower. Ha ha, using the iron birds to attack is useless. Humph, that's right, completely useless. Yang Hao suddenly summoned a lightning bolt saying the iron birds indeed can't withstand the firepower, but I want Heavenly Gift to shoot them down. Is he controlling the lightning? It looks like it. Could there be something more to it? Let's watch. The Great Master observed and said, It's useless. Do you think Heavenly Gift hasn't considered defenses against lightning users? They've already equipped many lightning rods. Is that so? Yang Hao said nonchalantly. Lightning bolts surrounded the Heavenly Gift base. Yang Hao smiled confidently, saying, I know they have plenty of lightning rods, but the rods are meant to defend against the sky, not against what I'm about to do. The lightning struck the ground, hitting the iron birds, creating an electric field around their base. The Heavenly Gift group immediately panicked, quickly struck by lightning. It was impossible. Yang Hao smiled and explained, Huff, where the number of iron birds is sufficient, they can help me channel lightning to the ground. As long as the iron birds are close enough, the electrical current can connect across the ground, and the current passing through the earth can shock the base, turning it into something scorched on the outside and soft on the inside, leaving them no escape. Ah, it hurts. The Heavenly Gift group hurriedly ran out. At this moment, the others couldn't help but admire. This is incredible. One strike, so terrifying. That's all it takes. Is this the power of science? Great Master frowned and looked at Yang Hao, thinking, what is this? Does that mean I have to call this kid Big Brother now? He respectfully bowed his head and said, congratulations, you are now the big brother of our Dawn soldiers. Yang Hao was taken aback and said, huh? King Luan explained, Yang Hao, because Heavenly Gift is our mortal enemy, my father once established a rule in the gang. Whoever can destroy Heavenly Gift will be the new leader of the Dawn soldiers. You've done it, so the Dawn soldiers are now yours. There's such a rule. A notification appeared, completed the conquest of the first force in Huang City, system authority upgraded. New Authority 1 can establish a branch base in Hangchang. New Authority 2 can use 2 new 3D printed robots. New Authority 3, the main base in Jiangzhou has obtained permission to develop primary level pharmaceuticals. New Authority 4 can appoint personnel to manage other bases. Yang Hao furrowed his brow and thought to himself, with so many new authorities, just by accidentally eliminating a heavenly gift, I've already completed a mission. It seems that this system is much more powerful than I thought. The protagonist laughed and said, haha, if I'm the big brother now, then let's talk about the laboratory issue. Junior brother, you can't know this now without reporting it. The Great Master helplessly thought, damn, now I not only have to call him brother, but I've even given him the base. What was I thinking in the beginning? At the Dawn Soldiers base, Yang Hao sat on the bed and said, Junior brother, tell me everything you know about the Riverside Laboratory. Yang sighed, 2 big brothers. Although I escaped from the Riverside Laboratory, I don't know much. All I know is that the laboratory is very large. The staff there are ranked according to this AED system, and only those of grade A or higher have names, while those below are assigned numbers as cannon fodder. Also, the mythical creatures they create, while named and ranked similarly to humans under this AEB system, are much stronger than humans of the same level. Grade A is the threshold of corruption. The Great Master explained, mythical creatures of grade A and above not only possess divine power, but they can also unleash divine skills. Moreover, attacking abilities are ineffective against mythical creatures of grade A and above. Such things exist? Yes, but I'm just a small character, grade C+. Besides knowing that the exit to the laboratory is under the Qianlong building, I've only heard about the rest from others. King Luan suddenly opened the door and walked in, saying, Dad, Yang Hao big brother, something's wrong. What happened? There's a mutated zombie king coming from the 10 o'clock direction. Yang Hao and Great Master were startled. Mutated zombie king, a mutated zombie king, has it detected us? King Luan gasped for breath and replied, not yet. Yang Hao remained calm and said, all right, everyone, protect Manhwa carefully. I'll go kill that mutated zombie king. She panicked, saying, what? You want to go kill the mutated zombie king? It's too dangerous. We can just lead it away. That's right, there's no need to take such a pointless risk. Yang Hao confidently responded, don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. The system interface popped up, triggering a new quick mission. Kill a level 3 zombie king. The protagonist thought to himself, a new mission. How can I not go? A mutated zombie king, level 3 king rank, difficulty, nightmare. Yang Hao looked at the zombie king and said, it's probably that one, nightmare difficulty. Even though the level and weaknesses are displayed, killing a mutated zombie king is still extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a voice rang out, prepare for battle. Are they from the laboratory? Manager, we found the mutated zombie king with abnormal mental energy. Yes, we'll be in the capture immediately. The people in the laboratory shouted loudly, get out of the way, let our zombie king and beast king launch their attack. Everyone, immediately handle the surroundings. The mutated zombie king must survive. Yes. Suddenly, a monster charged forward to attack the zombie king. Seeing this, Yang Hao said, it's too strong. Has the mutated zombie king been defeated? What? The mutated zombie king is unharmed after that mental shock attack. The laboratory team responded, everyone, join in fire support for the beast king and zombie king. Damn, this one specializes in mental attacks. Luckily, we've got mental defense helmets, but the zombie king and beast king can't hold on much longer. Quickly shoot cover fire for the Beast King and Zombie King. Yes, Zombie King, Beast King attack. The mutated Zombie King was immediately stunned. The 2 monsters then rushed in to attack it. Yang Hao furrowed his brows and thought, the mental attacks are terrifying. If I go up myself, I'll definitely be no match, but right now, Meng is smiling, thinking that the opportunity for the fisherman benefits from the fight has come. The mutated Zombie King was stunned and continuously attacked. The laboratory people shouted, increase the firepower. The mutated zombie king collapsed, gasping for breath. Good. Everyone, put in more effort. We're almost there. Moreover, this place will become a testing ground tomorrow. If we don't catch it now, there will be no more chances. Really? Yang Hao, wearing armor and holding a scythe, appeared. The protagonist seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow, defeating the mutated Zombie King. A notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the mission to kill the Zombie King on level 3, earning the title Zombie King Slayer. You now have 20% suppression effectiveness against zombies from King level and below, plus 1200 strength, plus 500 speed, and plus 1300 spirit. You have obtained a pet fusion card, which can be used to fuse a controlled pet into a stronger creature. Yang Hao laughed and said, "Nice reward, this card is just right for Manhwa." The laboratory team angrily said, "What is this? A newly developed mecha armor? Surely not. If it were a lab test, they would have notified us. He must be an enemy." Yang Hao quickly defeated the laboratory's monster. Strength plus 340, speed plus 120, spirit plus 110. Incorrect answer, he said. Strength plus 440, speed plus 130, spirit plus 90. As the Beast King and Zombie King been defeated. They panicked. The enemy is attacking. Everyone, charge and take him down. Understood. Yang Hao quickly dodged their attacks. Suddenly, a metal bird flew in and attacked the laboratory team. What is this? King Luan appeared and asked. Yang Hao replied, "Oh, is it King Luan? Thanks a lot." Yang Hao took the opportunity to summon the lightning. Aha, they are terrified now that their helmets have shattered their mental defense helmets. Haha, so now you're out of mental defense skills, right? Think of a way to help me sneak into the laboratory. The other person under control replied, "Anyone entering our laboratory has to go through a DNA test. Outsiders like you can only enter if you're used as test subjects. How will the laboratory handle the test subject's body?" Yang Hao wondered. It depends on the requirements of the laboratory staff. We're only responsible for the capture. Yang Hao frowned and asked, "Then what did you mean when you said this place would turn into a testing field?" The laboratory called the testing area a testing field. Tomorrow, this place would transform into a testing field for the mythical creature, White-Eyed Demon Lord. He laughed and said, "By then, everyone here will be dead." Yang Hao thought in shock. A mythical creature that can easily disregard attacks from abilities will be tested here. I need to warn everyone to disperse quickly. Are you okay? Where's the Demon Lord? I killed him. Taijian King suddenly spoke. What? Killed him? No way. That was the Zombie King. You can't just talk big like that. That's right. Others also said, all of us, along with the entire heavenly gift from before and our actions, still can't kill the Zombie King. Yang Hao held the stone in his hand and said, the crystals from zombies and mutated demons, I'm sure everyone knows about them, right? This is a king-level crystal. Not only did I kill the Zombie King, but I also killed another Zombie King and a mutated Beast King. People started murmuring, hey, it really is a king-level crystal. He really did kill 3 king-level creatures. What? Taijian King said, Big Brother Majestic Might, I know you can do it. No need to flatter me. I have something I need everyone to do. Yang Hao furrowed his brows and said, tomorrow, the people from the laboratory want to experiment with an A-level mythical creature in this area. It's very dangerous. So everyone, go and inform the other factions in this area. Tell them to leave quickly. Guide. 2 hours later, Taijian King returned to report, no way, Big Brother, the other factions don't believe us and refuse to leave. Yang Hao said, it's fine. I've already done my part. Let's continue with the next phase of the plan. This is a 3D printer robot, inside of which stores a vast number of equipment blueprints. As long as the corresponding materials are found, it can print them out. The team instructed everyone to gather materials, print an excavator underground, build underground fortifications, and prepare a retreat route. King Luan admired, saying, wow, you have such a large-scale equipment like this. These 2 robots seem to be high-tech. I'll go organize the team right away. Taijian King thought to himself, haha, this time, I've got the right person. Yang Hao's machinery was digging out the shelter area. The next day, in the hot air balloon flying overhead, the report officer arrived at the designated area. Shall we release the test subject? Release it. Yes. The spatial capsule was released. An A-rank mythical creature, the 100-eyed Fiend Lord. A pill was dropped from above. Boom. The release was complete. A gigantic killing creature appeared after the pill exploded. Taijian King, seeing this, said, it really has arrived. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful mythical creature. King Luan spoke up, this can't be defeated, can it? Yang Hao confidently smiled and said, don't worry. The person before said that the mythical creature check will have supervisors accompanying, and as long as we capture the supervisor and get the drug that controls the mythical creature, handling it will be easy. With that, the main character ran off. Everyone was being escorted underground first. Haihuan, who had failed to digest the previous mythical creature, couldn't help at this moment. Now he had to find the supervisor and take action himself. Help! The giant mythical creature is rampaging around us. So there really are experiments with mythical creatures. If I had known, I should have listened to the Dawn Soldier's warnings. We're doomed now. The people in the laboratory saw this and laughed, saying, "Order the 100-eyed Fiend Lord to activate the spell." Yes. A blue light from the mythical creature's eyes shone on a girl, instantly freezing her. This is the divine petrification skill. Captain, the divine technique was activated successfully. Very good. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "What's so good about it, gentlemen?" Yang Hao held a scythe menacingly and threatened. "Hand over the potion that controls the mythical creature." The people in the laboratory thought to themselves, an enemy ambush? When did this person sneak up behind us? Shaking, he handed over the pill and said, "Big brother, please don't kill me. I'll give you the potion, everything." Yang Hao took it and said, "Humph, at least you're smart. I'll spare you this time, but if I see you helping the lab cause trouble again, I will." He suddenly pressed the red button on the remote control, holding it in his hand and saying, "Humph, what will you do?" The pill exploded suddenly. The mythical creature Neon Beast, after the production facility was modified, an A-rank mutated Sagittarius system appeared. The lab staff laughed, saying, "Ha ha, the kid actually thought of using us to deal with the 100-eyed Fiend Lord. Smart, but did you think we're fools? We didn't bring any bodyguards." Yang Hao had just blocked the mythical creature and thought, "Damn it, they've sent an A-class mythical creature as a bodyguard." 1,000,000 volts. Yang Hao summoned a lightning strike, but the mystical creature was completely unfazed. The protagonist jumped up and thought, "This guy really can ignore abilities?" The lab personnel laughed and said, "Ha ha, using abilities against a Neon Beast really is overestimating yourself. Lately, there have been fewer idiots around. Ha! Having a program to assist is good too." Miraculous 5-colored cannon. The mythical creature attacks again. Yang Hao frowned and thought, "I'm done for. I can't dodge this." Yang Hao frowned and thought, "I'm done for. I can't avoid the iron bone armor," so he summoned his armor. Yang Hao was blown away, his armor was blown off, and the iron bone armor couldn't stop it. As he ran, Yang Hao thought, "The A-class mythical creature is indeed very powerful. I can only run for now." Suddenly, a rope wrapped around his leg, pulling him back. The lab personnel laughed and said, "Humph, you thought you could escape? Neon Beast, kill him." The mythical creature continued to fire explosive shots. Yang Hao was injured, screaming in pain, and fell down. "It's over. The iron bone armor is completely useless. Am I really going to die here today?" Suddenly, a notification popped up. "System detected, the host is about to die. Would you like to activate the final form of the iron bone armor? Activating the final form of the iron bone armor will have serious side effects. Do you accept?" The male lead, seeing that, thought to himself, "What kind of side effect is that supposed to be?" The lab personnel had run out of patience and said, "Neon Beast, the program has come to an end." The ultimate thunderstorm firework, a massive firecracker, was held in Neon Beast's mouth, sending him off to meet his ancestors. Yang Hao shouted in fury, "Damn it, blown up again. Why should I care about side effects? I accept." With that, he clicked the accept box. A column of radiant power beamed down from the sky. The ultimate armor had been equipped. The lab personnel, shocked by what they saw, thought, What? What is that?" Neon Beast advanced quickly. Just now, the aura from that guy felt even more terrifying than a legendary creature. But perhaps he's dead by now. Yang Hao leaped out of the explosion unscathed. The lab personnel were stunned. The male lead attacked the mysterious creature, making it cry out in pain. What? Not only is he unharmed, but he can also fight back with such force. The mysterious creature roared in anger and lunged forward, biting down hard on Yang Hao. The lab personnel laughed and said, "Ha ha, fool." Beastmen may look like they specialize in ranged attacks, but in truth, close combat is their strongest suit. The Neon Beast's teeth, combined with its bite force, are an unbeatable power. The Neon Beast's teeth shattered. Yang Hao lunged forward and bit the mysterious creature. The mysterious creature let out a cry of pain as soon as Yang Hao bit into it. Everyone around them was horrified upon witnessing the scene. How could this be? The Neon Beast is being subdued. It seems like he's actually tearing the Neon Beast apart. This situation has gone beyond just a special ability, right? The Neon Beast fell after being bitten. Yang Hao roared in fury, and the laboratory personnel, seeing this, were terrified and fled in panic. "Damn it! What are you standing around for? Run quickly." The Neon Beast was killed by his bite. This guy was the real monster. The protagonist slammed his fist into the ground. The earth cracked open, accompanied by streaks of lightning. Thunderstruck, the laboratory workers fleeing from Area A of the military district were struck by the lightning. They fell, and the protagonist collapsed as well, exhausted from using too much of his strength. His hand trembled. Is the fighting power of the supreme armor really that strong? Though it causes the loss of reason, turning me into something like a wild beast, the fact that I can tear apart the Nyan beast with my bare hands. This is terrifying. The protagonist gasped for breath, and Yang Hao painfully thought to himself, judging from the fight just now, the side effects of the supreme armor seem to be that I'll lose my reasoning using an excessive amount of electrical power. After using it, my body becomes weak, and the pain is so intense I can't continue fighting. However, it seems like I can only use it once for now. It looks like I'll have to prioritize upgrading the mecha from here on out. Otherwise, if I face an A-level mutant beast, I won't even have the strength for a battle. The male protagonist picked up the syringe from the lab and smiled, saying, well, it seems like we've managed to get the drug to control the hundred-eyed fiend lord. We can go back and deal with that now. At the underground disaster shelter entrance, people had previously mentioned a mythical creature experiment, but we didn't believe it. Now, thanks to everyone for taking us in. That's all right, everyone. Please come in quickly. A girl suddenly pointed and said, Sister Thailand Luan, something's wrong. The monster is coming this way. The giant mythical creature began attacking, destroying buildings. Thailand Luan panicked and shouted, everyone, quickly move over there and prepare to seal the compartment. It's over. Bo and Yang Hao were still outside. The mysterious creature had arrived at the shelter. It attacked the door. Thailand Luan shouted, everyone, be careful. The door has been destroyed. I hope Father and Yang Hao are safe. Tai Jian King, hiding outside, saw this and worriedly said, it's over. The entrance to the shelter seems to have been smashed. We can't get in anymore. The others panicked. This is it. We're done for. Sooner or later, we'll be discovered by the hundred-eyed fiend lord. We really regret not listening to Brother Jian King. Hayes, it's too late to regret now. Yang Hao, clutching his wounds, ran over and said, no, it's not too late. As long as everyone agrees to join the Dawn soldiers, I can deal with that centipede. Tai Jian King joyfully said, brother, you're finally back. The group immediately showed their disdain. You being the scapegoat, aren't even qualified, and you're still trying to deal with the demon lord. That thing could level an entire building. I think you don't know the power of its petrification. Yang Hao confidently spoke, everyone, I am the new leader of the Dawn soldiers. Anyway, the situation is what it is now. Suppose I can deal with the hundred-eyed fiend lord and protect everyone's lives. Will you agree to join us? The group showed contempt. Agree. Of course we agree. Right. It's better than nothing. I was afraid you were just talking nonsense. If you really can save us, we'll go along with whatever you say. Then Yang Hao stepped forward, shouting, hey, he's going out like that. If he wants to see death, at least don't drag us into it. The group panicked. Has he arrived already? Tai Jian King was also worried upon seeing this. Big brother, be careful. Is he really going to die? Of course, he's definitely going to be killed in an instant and still shamelessly boasting. They peeked out from behind the rock and saw the mythical creature screaming. The group immediately fled. We're done for. Even if he sacrifices himself, he's leading the demon lord here. We're definitely going to die. I can't believe I actually trusted that idiot. The mysterious creature glared before collapsing. What's happening? Yang Hao appeared with a cool demeanor and said, ha ha, if you want the medicine to take effect quickly, you still need to inject it at close range. Everyone gasped in astonishment. What? He's not dead. How can that be? Big brother Yang Hao smiled, thinking to himself, Asterisk Kumpf, after battling the Nyan beast, I was completely exhausted. But in order to get it done in one go, I had to take the risk of burrowing into the ground. Taking advantage of the hundred-eyed fiend lord getting close to administer the injection, asterisk. At that moment, Hai Huang appeared from nowhere. Hai Huang? It's devouring mythical creatures with ease. What is this? It's eating the hundred-eyed fiend lord. How did Hai Huang end up here? Does it enjoy eating these mythical creatures? After finishing its meal, Hai Huang rolled over and fell asleep. Asterisk, don't be afraid. This is my pet asterisk, Yang Hao awkwardly introduced. This pet is absolutely amazing. It looks like Hai Huang needs to sleep for a while longer. The protagonist turned and smiled, saying, asterisk, you all better remember your promise from earlier, asterisk. Big brother majestic might. Asterisk, we willingly pledge to join the Dawn soldiers, asterisk. Good. If the danger has been resolved, everyone start digging the tunnel to the base, asterisk. Yes, asterisk. 3 days later, in the Underground Associates meeting room, Thailand Luan said, asterisk report, Big Brother, the forces around here have been secretly merged, but the major force in the nearby Forbidden Zone refuses to cooperate, asterisk. No need to force it. Take it one step at a time. It's normal that other forces aren't willing to join us, asterisk, asterisk. Suddenly, someone rushed in saying, asterisk, asterisk, big brother, the person you told us to watch out for has been found, asterisk, asterisk. Yang Hao stood up and said, you found Mo D. Yes, though she's with the team from the lab. This is great. Leave the rest to me. Yang Hao smiled, thinking finally the chance to join the Riverside lab had come. The lab personnel were currently on patrol, shouting, today's target is the mutated zombie king that suddenly appeared. Everyone stay alert. Yes. The mutated zombie was howling. Yang Hao was hiding in a building, observing, we found Mo D, but she's among that group. I need to find a chance to talk to her. So he turned and said, Manhwa, tell your mutated zombie king to charge in and separate them. Be careful not to hurt Mo D. Manhwa happily said, charge, charge. Before this, Yang Hao got a fusion card and merged Yi Fenghuo's 4 zombie kings into one mutated zombie king. The mutated zombie king charged forward. Damn, we've been spotted. The lab personnel panicked and shouted, quick, scatter and run. Yang Hao jumped out of the window, thinking at last my chance has come. At last my chance has come. Yang Hao jumped out of the window. Hey, Mo Dai. Yang Hao, why are you? The male lead immediately pulled her away. Shh, keep your voice down. Come over here. Let's talk. In a certain room, Mothi asked in confusion, why are you here? Did something happen at Jiangzhou base? Yang Hao said, the Jiangzhou base is fine. I came to find the antidote to save Manhwa. How is she doing right now? Moke furrowed his brows and said, although I brought the strengthening medicine back because it was too late, I got punished. I've gone from being an envoy to a lowly errand boy. I might not be able to help with Fenghua's situation anymore. The male lead laughed and said, it's fine. I want to pretend to be a captured ability user and sneak into the Riverside laboratory. Do you want to help me by catching me? 3 days later, at the entrance of the underground laboratory by the river, Yang Hao and Thailand Luan were captured by the restraining ropes. Modi shouted, don't think about resisting in vain. The high-level enchanted ropes can suppress all of your abilities. Who dares to run? You'll die. Yang Hao smiled to himself. Great. With Modi's help, it's easy to infiltrate. Thailand Luan, thanks for coming with me on this trip. Thailand Luan smiled and said, it's fine. If I can help you, it's like I'm contributing a bit to the base. The laboratory staff pressed the control button. Is this an elevator? Looks like the Riverside laboratory is in a large underground space. The elevator door opened. Don't dawdle. The two of them entered the disinfection chamber. Hurry up. Yang Hao and Thailand Luan both stepped into the chamber. Drops of water fell from above. The male lead thought, it seems the inspection here is really strict. That's good. I've completed my mission early these past few days, and everything is prepared. The flowing water dissolved Thailand Luan's clothes. She blushed and exclaimed, what is going on? Yang Hao, seeing the steamy scene, thought to himself, damn it, even though I was fully prepared, Modi never mentioned this part of the process. The announcement board outside lit up. S17, S18 have completed sterilization. Confirmed, no suspicious items carried. Cell no. 9 activated. Yang Hao and Thailand Luan, wearing only their underwear, stepped out awkwardly. Let's go in. The experimental subjects were transferred to Experiment D9, swallowed into a temporary forest chamber. Yang Hao and Thailand Luan were confined in the same room. Why wasn't there even a bed in here? Probably because we won't live long, so there's no need for a bed. Yang Hao thought to himself. The surroundings were made entirely of materials capable of suppressing supernatural abilities. No wonder it was nearly impossible for prisoners to escape. The male lead spoke into the walkie-talkie. Modi, I've infiltrated. What's your status? I'm stationed in the biomodification zone. What's your plan of action? I think we should find a way to meet up first. Stand by for my signal. Don't make any rash moves. Since I've made it in, I'll start circling around. The plan was fully locked in. Found it, the control cabinet for the zone. Yang Hao used the ghost scythe to break through the wall. Thailand Luan, I've dug a hole here. She extended her hand outside, summoned an iron bird with her powers, and then controlled the bird under my command. Got it. The iron bird was released outside very well. Tell the iron bird to fly to the right, move forward, then turn left and turn right. The iron bird immediately crashed into the control cabinet, causing it to explode. The power went out. What's going on? Has the power been cut off? Something must have happened. Quickly notify the manager. Yang Hao smiled and said, don't go anymore, the two of you. Let us borrow some clothes for a bit. The people in the lab were startled. They were being attacked, screaming in pain. Yang Hao changed clothes while saying, Thailand Luan, quickly put their clothes on and let's start moving. Got it. Thailand Luan thought to herself that Yang Hao always managed to come up with strange ways to use his abilities. 3 minutes later, Yang Hao and Thailand Luan had escaped outside. Modi, we're almost at your location, get ready. Yang Hao thought to himself, according to Modi, the experimental organism storage might be over here. Suddenly someone appeared and said, why are people from the lab coming to us to give the code words? The male protagonist confidently said, I am immortal and deathless, the destroyer of this world. Luckily, I asked Modi beforehand. The people on the other side immediately raised their guns and said, that's wrong. That's the code word from a minute ago. Give the new code word. Ah, yes, the new code word was a minute ago. The code words of this base changed so quickly. Yang Hao hesitated and said, while doing that, you summon the armor to cover, then seize the opportunity to punch the lab people in the face. Risk it with you. Both of them immediately ran off. Mohi, the situation has changed. We've been exposed. We're right outside your duty room. Open the door quickly. Got it. The experimental organism storage room. Mohi said, wait a moment, I'll decode and open it quickly. Oh no, why is this door opening suddenly? At that moment, a girl appeared. It was Babby. Who? The computer in the Riverside lab has found it. Looks like the spy in the base is you. Outside the storage room, Yang Hao anxiously thought, it's been so long. The door still hasn't opened. Looks like something's going on with Modi. At this moment, the lab personnel arrived. They were holding guns and said, hey, intruder, put down your weapons and surrender with your hands behind your head. Yang Hao held the sickle and said, looks like we have to fight. Thailand Luan, stay behind me later. The male lead furrowed his brows and thought, looks like it will take some time to get in. Inside the storage room, Modi collapsed. The artificial intelligence said, traitor, tell me, why did you want to release that human? I don't need to explain anything to a machine. Traitor, stop resisting. The chance of you being killed if you resist is 100%. Don't waste your time. The cold robotic voice said as it released the mythical creature. Modi held the syringe and laughed, saying, waste of time? What would a machine like you understand? Beastification drug. You're willing to pay such a price just to resist in vain. Modi injected the drug into her body and said, humans are not something that a calculating machine like you can ever understand. After the injection, Modi immediately transformed into a monster and charged towards the mysterious creature. Once Modi attacked, the monster leaped out. The robot, seeing this, said, give up, human. This is a reserve for experimental creatures and my resources are infinite. No matter how much you struggle, you won't create any miracles. Other mysterious creatures released by the robot rushed to attack Modi outside the warehouse. Phew, these creatures are indeed hard to deal with. After handling the lab personnel, Yang Hao and Thailand Luan were exhausted. Yang Hao used his demon scythe to slash at the door. Thailand Luan, do as I say, release the iron birds -30 on the left, 30 on the right. Moti must hold on. The iron birds were released through the hole created by the male protagonist. Moti had once said that this place contained many mythical creatures and experimental beasts. Then Yang Hao summoned lightning, laughing, it's time for this boring place to experience some excitement. The lightning struck the containment rooms of the mythical creatures, causing them to break free. The male protagonist put his arm around Thailand Luan's shoulders and said, Thailand Luan, monsters will appear soon. We must take advantage of the chaos to get inside. The laboratory door shattered, and the mysterious creatures simultaneously rushed out. Go! The male lead shouted. He lifted Thailand Luan and jumped over the monstrous creatures. Warning, warning. The mutant beast containment area has been breached, the artificial intelligence immediately announced. An unknown situation has emerged. The central processor is calculating the optimal solution. Hey, sister, stop calculating already. I think surrendering right now is the best option for you. Yang Hao appeared, looking incredibly cool, and said. Moti was thrilled to see him. Yang Hao. The artificial intelligence said, you are the intruder. The chances of you defeating me are low. Surrender now. Although you have released all the monsters, I can still control them. But these 3 remaining ones of mine are enough to deal with you. Yang Hao confidently smiled and said, is that so? But these 3 will be gone quickly too. Thailand Luan, yes. You want to fight? I've already calculated your combat power long ago. Give it up. You can't defeat me. Yang Hao snapped his fingers and said, hey, don't get carried away. Who said I want to fight with you? Thailand Luan's iron bird was currently destroying the machines in the room. The artificial intelligence immediately malfunctioned. Seeing this, Yang Hao grinned victoriously. The mythical creatures were terrified upon witnessing this. They immediately fled. Yang Hao laughed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not foolish enough to fight with these monsters. Thailand Luan looked at him with disdain. Yang Hao, you're too sly. Modi, you've been drugged with a beast-inducing substance. Can you still understand what I'm saying? Modi blushed and replied, a little. Yang Hao supported Modi and said, all right. Let's get to the infirmary now. The male lead frowned and thought, asterisk, phew. Luckily, Mo D still has some awareness left. All that's left is to take advantage of the chaos, find a medicine in the infirmary, and cure both Feng Ho and Mo D asterisk. Carrying Mo D on his back, Yang Hao dashed off in search of the infirmary. Suddenly, he came to a halt. In front of them were countless mystical creatures that had been released. They turned to look at Yang Hao's group, then charged to attack. The male lead broke into a sweat, thinking, asterisk, damn it, we've been discovered. This is the only path to the infirmary. Looks like we can't avoid a brutal fight, asterisk. Yang Hao summoned his scythe demon in armor. Tai Lan Luan tended to Mo Di. When the mystical creatures saw Tai Lan Luan, they stopped. One of them turned and howled at the others. Immediately, they respectfully moved aside, clearing a path for big brother Yang Hao. The male lead was stunned and thought to himself, asterisk, what's going on? Why do these monsters seem to have no hostility toward us? Never mind, let's just go while we can, asterisk. The three of them resumed running. Yang Hao felt elated, thinking, asterisk, right up ahead is the infirmary. I can't believe it's going this smoothly, asterisk. Stop. A figure from the lab appeared and said, you want to enter the infirmary? But I'm guarding it. The only way past me is over my dead body. Moti raised her head and said, this is bad. He's an A-level supervisor. He's also a beast trainer. Did Baby assign him to guard the infirmary? What? This person is grade A. Yang Hao thought to himself, clad in armor. A grade A employee possesses the combat power of a grade A mythical creature. They must be incredibly strong. Both of you, hide first, the grade A person said, wielding a whip. To think that armor could appear out of thin air. No wonder Babby wanted to study you. He lashed out with his whip. Yang Hao was struck with a painful blow. He gritted his teeth in fury. Too strong this. This is the divine technique of a grade A. If Babby didn't need a living body to study, you'd be dead by now. Yang Hao collapsed, trembling as he thought, with my current B+ strength, I still can't fight against someone of this rank. Furthermore, I still can't use the supreme armor. The greater person cracked his whip, saying, give up resisting. Yang Hao, unwilling to accept this, shakily tried to get up, but suddenly, the whip was caught. If you want to take Yang Hao, you'll have to get through me first, Moki said. He sneered, oh, you look familiar. Aren't you the animal caretaker from before? You've taken the beastification drugs, but don't forget, not only am I several levels above you, I'm also an animal trainer. He swung his whip, and Modi was thrown against the wall. The greater person looked at her as she fell and said, skate in my eyes, all you little-level employees are no different from monsters. Just lowly, disgusting creatures. He stomped hard on Modi's stomach. Ah, it's a waste that the laboratory even kept you useless beings. Useless ones should die. You all are only fit to be my playthings, just like I tortured those monsters to death. Modi, Yang Hao shouted. Suddenly, a group of mythical creatures appeared out of nowhere. Yang Hao looked at them and thought, asterisk, didn't the monsters all run out already? Could this be the work of the beast trainers, asterisk? He saw this and turned to speak. Ah, you filthy beasts showed up just in time. Apart from that one, eat all the other useless ones for me. Don't hold back. The monster charged at him, then sent the crazy man flying far away. Furious, he shouted, damn it, what are you useless creatures going crazy for? I told you to eat them. The idiot was hit again, this time flying straight into a door. Damn it, have these filthy beasts turned on me? He got up and said, I am your master. How dare you beasts lay a hand on your master? Yang Hao, seeing this, thought, asterisk, why are these monsters attacking your trainer? Could it be? Asterisk. He shouted, Modi, quickly tell those monsters to help her. Why? I'll explain later. Just shout loudly. All right, Modi said, confused. Everyone, please help me. Modi shouted loudly, please save me. The monsters turned to look at her. Save her, stop daydreaming. The foolish A-level man laughed and said, do you think these monsters will listen to you? I am the one who trains them. I am the king of these creatures. The beasts howled and rushed in, growing more and more numerous. Yang Hao was overjoyed. As expected, they're here. What? Yang Hao grabbed both of them and ran. We need to get out of here quickly. Hey, are you guys trying to rebel? A foolish man from Bahua was immediately bitten by the monster. The A-level man struggled to control the creatures while shouting, I am the master. Have you forgotten the pain of my whips? Damn it, what is going on here? Yang Hao laughed and thought earlier when the monsters had given way, he had felt something was off. Now hearing the beast trader's words, he finally understood. This was what they called reaping what you sow. For what Babby and the beast trainer had said before, it was clear that the base had a habit of mistreating the monsters, while Modi was the only one who treated them well. That's why they cleared the way when they saw Modi injured. Moreover, when Modi was beaten just now, the monsters had actively charged in to fight back. Perhaps, after Modi's beast transformation, his beast instincts had strengthened, forming some kind of bond with the monsters. That's why they seemed able to sense Modi's fear and came to his aid. That's why I told Modi to shout loudly. As a result, as soon as he did, all monsters rushed to him. So, you've seen beast taming, haven't you? Modi is the real king of beasts here. Suddenly, the beast tamer was torn apart in agony by the monsters screaming. All right, hand the beast tamer over to the monster. Now we just need to get into the medical room, and Feng Hoa and Modi will be saved. Yang Hao looked at the sign, experimental core, no entry without mission. He gave a faint smile. Then just slash it open and walk in, right? Suddenly, the laboratory door opened automatically. Why didn't the door open on its own? Yang Hao was surprised. Inside here, there's a being that looks like an alien. The alien said, "You want to enter the medical room?" The protagonist frowned, thinking to himself, this is an alien, and their power is at A rank. Could it be that they also possess divine skills? Suddenly, Modi let out a roar and bit down hard on Yang Hao's shoulder. The protagonist quickly flung her off, then turned and said, "Could it be you? Do you know how to control minds?" "Oh, you're not under my control." The alien said in surprise, "Seems like your mental strength is quite formidable. Truly unexpected." Seeing Thailand Luan collapse, Yang Hao thought, this is bad. If this keeps up, it won't end well. Thailand Luan, the alien's eyes turned red as he said, "Give up resisting. No matter how strong your mind is, I can break it down step by step." You're dreaming," Yang Hao shouted. Suddenly, Hai Huang appeared. Yang Hao blocked Modi's attack, thinking to himself, "Hai Huang, I can only rely on you now." "Ah, you have a creature I've never encountered before." Hai Huang was immediately controlled. "This is bad. Hai Huang can't hold up either. I need to quickly capture it." Suddenly, Yang Hao saw Hai Huang spitting something out. It was the mythical creature it had swallowed previously. "Neon beast?" The alien said angrily, "You actually managed to vomit out a divine beast. Isn't this the Neon beast of our kind? What's the point of this?" "System, tell me what's going on here." The system responded, informing him that the creature Hai Huang had swallowed wasn't actually eaten, but temporarily stored and could be regurgitated at any time. Yang Hao thought to himself, so that's how it is. Actually, this gives me an idea. Hai Huang jumped up again. Hai Huang leaped up again. "Useless. You're just torturing your pet this way." Yang Hao continued speaking. By this time, Hai Huang had fallen down, its head spinning like a top. It struggled to shakily get back up. Jumped up once more. The alien once again used mental control, saying, "Why are you both making things so hard on yourselves?" Seeing Hai Huang about to vomit again, Yang Hao laughed and said, "Haha, just wait. I'm about to give you a gift. Shich, are you trying to make me nauseous with its environmental pollution?" "No, just wait and see." Hai Huang was struggling to vomit out the centipede it had previously swallowed. The centipede successfully crawled out. The alien's name was in a panic as it was attacked, not expecting that something so massive could be inside this small creature. As it struggled to fend off the centipede that Hai Huang had brought out, Yang Hao smiled and thought, Modi's control has been lifted. The protagonist laughed and said, "This gift is a surprise, isn't it? I knew your mind attack couldn't withstand the 100-eyed fiend lord at the divine level." The alien beside him trembled and said, "Impossible. How could a creature like you defeat someone as noble as me?" "Anything is possible, but it seems this weight hasn't crushed you yet. Well, let's add a bit more for you." With that, Yang Hao threw a pile of machinery onto the alien. The alien screamed as it was crushed to death. System notification. First time killing an alien. All attributes increased by 20%. Obtain the divine skill Chief Mind expansion. Yang Hao happily thought, divine skill. This is great. Finally, I can harm A-level mythical creatures. Thailand Luan woke up and said, "Yang Hao, what happened just now?" "It's nothing. It's all been resolved. Let's go find the medicine." "All right." Half an hour later, Yang Hao injected a syringe into Modi. He smiled and asked Modi, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine, and I've returned to my original state." She happily said, "But I feel the power from the beast transformation potion is still there. I can transform into a beast at any time." Thailand Luan also said, "That's great. No wonder this potion is so rare." Yang Hao rubbed his neck and said, "All the necessary potions have been found. Let's move quickly. Plus, I have made an unexpected discovery." Yang Hao's group excitedly ran out, then went to find their lair and cause a ruckus.